Chapter 1 The Reborn Prince. Young Prince, you are awake. As Lin Xingjian opined Heises, he heard Simeon calling out beside him upon glancing gover. Hesse way Jirlo approximately 16 or 17 years, herfasid with concern. Young Prince? Erethikeling? Lin Xingjian pondered silently. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain shot through his head, accompanied by a surge of familiar memories flooding into his consciousness. The memories were escant, yet these swiftly melded with Lin Xingjian's own recollections as if through memories. Lin Xingjian realized that the now found himself in a different world the last seen before his transmigration surfaceden. His mind, he remembered braving Thurine and his way home, only be struck by a bolt of lightning, unwittingly becoming a part of 21st century transmigration phenomenon. Back on Earth, Lin Xingjian had often fantasized about what it would be like to suddenly find himself in another realm. Little did he know that such fantasy would materialize into reality. Fortunately, as an orphan, he had no tease on Earth to hold him back, so he need not worry about anything upon his arrival in this new world. It was merely a pity that the severalt house ended in his bank account. Earned through diligent labor, would no benefit the bank instead has a gadathed hot. Wishing he had spent thought money frivolously if he had, this would happen. Gradually, Lin Xingjian began to piece together the information leaned from the newly acquired memories. He discovered that the body he now habited was not originally Hishi Hodmer transfer the Sao into this vessel. Ironically, the original owner of this body was sonamed Lin Xingjian, and he so eradicated yet. His identity was extraordinary. He was a young prince. The directy unger brother of the current emperor. Young Prince, please don't frighten. The voice calling out interrupted Lin Xingjian's thoughts, and he was reminded that there was indeed Simeoniels presentus maid. Shaolin moreover, his ability toin habithis badawasami what connected o her not long ago, the original Lin Xingjian had been playing Heidi into with Shaolin when he accidentally fell and struck to shed against Strick, losing consciousness, which allowed Lin Xingjian to occupy his body. As Lin Xingjian contemplated how to address Shaolin, Ersinant voice echoed from outside the door. The Emperor Ras arrived. Theodore swung upon, revealing a figure of apparenti outh perhaps in his 20 Sciatek suiting an undeniable of authority from his memories. Lin Xingjian recognized Hai Mashi's older brother, Lin Ming, the current Emperor Tianwu. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Shaolin immediately knelt down. Her feet are palpable. Rise, the Emperor commanded. How do you feel, brother? The Emperor typically spoke with gravity. His concern for his younger brother was unmistakable. Brother, I am well, merely experiencing a slight headache, Lin Xingjian replied, fully aware of his recent transmigration and disfamiliarity with everything around him, choosing to peak sparingly to avoid trivial inconsistencies. Physician, how is my brother's health? Emperor Tianyu inquired of Fein Elder Limon standing nearby. Your Majesty, the young prince's noting gravder with it quitter stand a couple of dose, soft medicine, he will recover swiftly, the physician replied candidly. Since Heiswell is Shauristiasi brother, you must refrain from venturing out forth a time in remain in your chamber and Understood. Lin Xingjian nodded in agreement. Caesar thighs wretched maidand execute her for allowing me brother to come to harm. Emperor Tian was Chunder's declaration left Shaolin pale with terror. Your Majesty, spare my life. Shaolin pleaded, repeated bowing her head in desperation. Brother, this matter is not Shaolin's fault. It was merely an accident on my part. Lin Xingjian, feeling pity for Shaolin's distress, hastily intervened. Hemph, since you pled for, it shall spare her life however, should such an incident occur again. You are well aware of the consequences. Emperor Tian Wu was an attack rule man and recognized that Shaolin bore a little blame, but this protective instincts for his brother compel it to take action nevertheless. Seeing Lin Xingjian defender, the Emperor Coseteralent. Chapter 2 The Tianwu Continent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, young prince. Upon hearing that Shu would not be punished, Xiaolin, in her excitement, hurried Libao eating rata to Detoba Emperor Taiwan Lin Xingjian. With that settled, I mistake my leave brother. Rest well, the Emperor stated. Indeed. Return to Thepolis. With Emperor Tianwu's departure, Lin Xingjian felt a wave of relief wash over him, Thetenchen and Hishi art finalizing. You Malevino, he instructed. Yes, it a Kimalev, Shaolin replied, exiting the room. As Thedo or closed behinder, Lin Xingjian found himself alone on some more, and as fell back into contemplation. From his memories, Lin Xingjian learned that the place he now inhabited was known as Tianwu continent the extant of Tianwu continent tremendumstradahim, yet it was to Thegrin Tianwu dynasty, which been an area comparable to Theitov China. Additionally, there were many regions in Tianwu continent that humanity had yet to explore. Unlike Earth, the Tianwu continent revered martial arts, with martial sects as numerous as Thester specifically, martial sects could be categorized into lower, middle, and upper tiers, along with the wooden sects. In addition to these sects, the Tianwu dynasty was to numerous factions, such as noble families, merchant guilds, and gangs, with the royal family being gone off him as significant powers within Tianwu dynasty, even commanding the respecto upper tier sects. The Tianwu continent esteemed martial prowess, and many aspired to practice martial arts, Thothmas Twood spend their lives junable toast into theorelmof martial cultivation, remaining ordinary individuals. Martial arts were a divided into various realm, specifically categorized in Toth body realm, true chi realm, and true essence realm. Beyond that, Lin Xingjian wasn't familiar with the specifics, but Thosian the true essential morial really considered top-tier expert Sintiga continent the body realm consists of 9 levels, the true chi realm 6 levels, and the true essence realm 3 levels. The higher Rona's martial realm, the longer Terlif's been body realm warriors typically leave it to around 100 years, true chi realm practitioners get approximately 150 years, while the zenith true essence realm may live up to 1200 years. The perspective extendingeness lifespan through martial cultivation is sane enticing Galarethis, near liver yonu with the means swood purse martial arts, including members softer royal family for instance, although Thekran Temperor is merely in his 20s, he's already a practitioner of true chi realm. Similarly, the previous emperor, Lin Xingjian's father, was also a martial artist, but trajeclipperish during gay failed attempt to react a higher realm had it not been for recent time litimes. The transition to the new Wu emperor, Lin Ming, would not have occurred so swiftly. While almost Stevrioni Ernsto cultivate martial arts, the original Lin Xingjian Stu das an exception had preferred literature over combat, possibly influenced by his father's strategist. However, the fragmented nature of his memory leaves Lin Xingjian unable to ascertain his exact reasons. Thus Loston thought, Lin Xingjian gradually succumbed to slumber, fatigue from Themergen Goff memories. The following morning. By this time, Lin Xingjian had thoroughly organized the memories in his mind and found himself intrigued by the martial arts mentioned within Hesimond made. Xiaolin, please bring me books in martial arts. Young prince, died no to express disdain for martial cultivation. Shaolin Wei taken aback with his request, recalling how Lin Xingjian had always avoided martial studies. Now I'd Sireta cultivatius thought not permissible? Lin Xingjian not disclass the thuist no longer the original Lin Xingjian, nor cold he explain himself instead, has spoke hesternly. Ah, it shall fetch a thematance, Shaolin replied, not during Torg, and prompt lighter net to retrieve a the books. Before long, Cherie turned with an assortment of volumes. You Malevino, Lin Xingjian said, wishing to be undisturbed. After Shaolin departed, Lin Xingjian casual apicadu pabu can scry bed with words fundamental soft martial arts ashio penedit. A new unexpected phenomenon transpired. Chapter 3. The Realm of Illusion and Reality. The Realm of Illusion and Reality commenced its activation, initiating a comprehensive scan and uncovering various books, which were subsequently archived. Who is it? Who's there? Lin Xingjian heard a voice echoing, yet he was oblivious to its source. Were they friend or foe? In that moment, he was engulfed in terror. Master, it's me. A mechanical voice resonated once more. Who are you? Upon hearing himself being addressed as master, Lin Xingjian felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Although his fear began to dissipate, I am the intelligence of the realm of illusion and reality. What is the realm of illusion and reality? No sooner had Lin Xingjian posed the question than a torrent of information surged into his mind, leaving him once again in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable duration, he gradually regained his composure. He learned that the realm of illusion and reality was a construct developed in a distant galaxy, far from Earth, by a nation that had been obliterated by another before the system could be tested. The system had been relocated, ultimately finding its way to Earth. It existed in the form of a jade pendant, which Lin Xingjian had fortuitously acquired and wore ever since. Unexpectedly struck by lightning, the system had journeyed alongside Lin Xingjian's soul, merging with it, albeit sustaining damage and undergoing unknown mutations during the process. At that moment, Lin Xingjian was both exhilarated and laden with further questions. Hastily inquiring of the intelligence, "What is your name, Master? I do not possess a name." "Then allow me to bestow one upon you. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoxing. Is that acceptable?" "Very well. What functions does the realm of illusion and reality possess?" "It is a space that is both illusory and tangible, where the master may engage in any activity with little distinction from reality. Moreover, any harm sustained within this realm is inconsequential. The space possesses formidable analytical capabilities, adept at assisting the master in overcoming numerous challenges. However, all existing data has been lost, necessitating that the master gather information independently. Additionally, due to unknown changes during the traversal, I cannot foresee the future evolution of this space." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingjian felt an inkling that this system would usher in extraordinary transformations in his life. His heart raced with exhilaration as he yearned to venture into this realm immediately. "Xiaoxing, how can I enter the realm of illusion and reality?" Curiosity is a trait inherent to humanity, and Lin Xingjian was no exception. Upon discovering such a marvelous entity, he was eager to experience it firsthand. "Master, simply calm your mind and attune yourself to the presence of the space, allowing me to handle the rest." Following Xiaoxing's guidance, Lin Xingjian seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes, entering a state akin to meditation. In the enveloping darkness, he concentrated on sensing the realm of illusion and reality. Before long, a bright light manifested in his mind, gradually expanding. Suddenly, a blinding flash transformed his surroundings, and Lin Xingjian found himself in a spacious, enclosed chamber, eerily silent save for a row of bookshelves against one wall. Approaching the shelves, Lin Xingjian noticed a singular tome, which he lifted to reveal its title, Fundamentals of Martial Arts. "Xiaoxing, are you present?" A flicker caught his eye, and a humanoid figure of light materialized before him, bearing a resemblance to himself. "Are you Xiaoxing?" Upon witnessing this sudden apparition, Lin Xingjian found himself devoid of fear, replaced instead by wonder and myriad questions. "Indeed, Master," the figure replied, expressionless. "Can you elucidate the specific functions of this realm of illusion and reality?" "It systematically optimizes knowledge." "How does this benefit me?" "Are you not preparing to study martial arts?" "The realm can enhance your understanding of martial knowledge, tailoring it to suit you, and providing references for your training, among other functionalities. However, the current lack of information limits my ability to assist you further. All data must be gathered by the master." Chapter 4. Cultivation of Ancient Martial Bodies. The capabilities appear rather formidable, Lin Xingjian mused inwardly. Promptly, he proceeded to scan additional volumes. Indeed, the bookshelves yielded several more titles, including Pegasus Fist, Meteor Fist, Reverse Flow Palm, and Chasing Wind Leg, along with various body cultivation techniques such as Mighty Bull Body Refinement Method, Fierce Tiger Body Refinement Method, and Diamond Body Refinement Method. Lin Xingjian, however, refrained from immediately perusing these martial techniques and body cultivation methods, opting instead to first review the fundamentals of martial arts. For him, comprehension was of paramount importance at this juncture. The content of the fundamentals of martial arts was extensive, and Lin Xingjian dedicated nearly 15 minutes to its completion, acquiring a deeper understanding of martial arts in the process. The physical realm is the inaugural stage of martial arts, a critical phase. The elevation of a martial artist within the physical realm relies predominantly on the practice of body refinement techniques. In the Tianwu continent, there exists a plethora of body refinement methods, categorized into 3 tiers: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Initial techniques are suitable for martial artists at the first 3 levels of the physical realm, while intermediate techniques cater to those at the middle 3 levels, and advanced techniques to the latter 3 levels. It is somewhat challenging for a martial artist to ascend to the 4th level of the physical realm solely through initial techniques. Achieving the 5th level is even more arduous, while the prospects of reaching the 6th level are dim, and attaining the 7th level is virtually impossible. Conversely, attempting to cultivate body refinement techniques beyond one's tier may yield adverse effects. As for martial techniques, they serve as a means to enhance strength, classified into inferior, medium, and superior grades. The higher the grade, the more difficult the cultivation. Individuals with lower comprehension may find that practicing higher-grade techniques does not yield progress as swiftly as lower-grade ones. The best techniques are those that align with the individual, and compatibility varies from person to person. Even amongst techniques of the same grade, the effects of cultivation differ for the same individual. Yet, the compatibility of a martial technique is elusive, only discernible through personal practice. Xiaoxing optimized these martial techniques and body refinement methods to suit my needs. Having perused the fundamentals of martial arts, Lin Xingjian no longer felt entirely lost regarding cultivation. He had devised a plan and was eager to acquire techniques and methods tailored to him. Understood, Master. Without making Lin Xingjian wait long, 3 new books soon appeared on the shelf: Inch Fist, Inch Step, and Foundational Body Refinement Techniques. Upper Volume. Both Inch Fist and Inch Step were classified as inferior martial techniques, while Foundational Body Refinement Techniques, Upper Volume, belonged to the initial tier of body refinement methods. These techniques were crafted by the Space based on its analysis of the scan materials and Lin Xingjian's unique attributes, demonstrating the remarkable capabilities of this space and its potential to significantly aid Lin Xingjian's development. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Lin Xingjian refrained from engaging in cultivation, as he had only recently arrived and was still unfamiliar with the various martial techniques and methods. He understood that hasty practice, even with the assistance of the realm, would not yield favorable results. Although he did not train, he amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial techniques and practices, and the realm autonomously gathered information from its surroundings to foster its growth. Furthermore, Lin Xingjian utilized this month to delve into an extensive array of martial arts literature, enhancing his understanding of the discipline. In the Imperial Palace, within the study of Emperor Lin Ming of Tianwu, a young man in his 20s inquired of a kneeling attendant, "What has my royal brother been up to recently?" The individual in question was none other than Emperor Lin Ming. "Your Majesty, the young prince's recent actions have been rather unusual. He has been collecting various texts on cultivation. Previously, he had a strong aversion to training," the attendant reported, relaying the findings of his investigation. "That is indeed curious. Perhaps the recent injury has impacted him. It is a positive development. As a member of the royal family, he ought to pursue martial arts. His change of heart is commendable. It is not too late to begin training now." Emperor Lin Ming contemplated. "The Tianwu Royal Academy will not commence enrollment for another 4 months. Arrange for someone to guide my royal brother. He must enter the physical realm, as that is the minimum requirement for admission. And I do not wish to contravene this mandate." Chapter 5. Royal Family Affairs. Understood, Your Majesty. I take my leave. Once alone, Emperor Lin Ming sighed deeply, reminiscing about the past. Several years prior, shortly after Lin Xingjian's birth, an assassination attempt plagued their father in the royal court. Their mother, in a bid to protect him, tragically perished. Following this calamity, their father became withdrawn, neglecting state affairs and immersing himself solely in cultivation. As if only through training could he escape his grief. However, in his fervor, he eventually succumbed to a perilous path during one such session and met with misfortune. With their father's passing, the remaining princes stirred with ambition, forming factions and amassing power in a bid for the throne. Lin Ming himself maneuvered through the corridors of court, seeking alliances to bolster his claim to kingship. Thus ensued a fierce contest among the brothers, culminating in Lin Ming's ascension to the throne, supported by numerous ministers, emerging as the ultimate victor. In the ensuing years, Lin Ming devoted considerable time and effort to solidifying his reign. All of these circumstances have led to Lin Xingjian feeling neglected by Lin Ming since his birth, as Lin Ming scarcely had the time to care for or cherish his younger brother. This has instilled a deep sense of guilt within Lin Ming, making him feel remorseful towards his own flesh and blood, and even more so towards the last wishes of their mother before her passing. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lin Ming feels a profound indebtedness to Lin Xingjian, yet he has been unable to make amends. Hoping instead for a future opportunity to compensate for his shortcomings in the realm of the illusory space, Lin Xingjian is preparing to formally commence his training in the foundational body refining techniques. This foundational practice consists of a series of movements that may appear somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, for the sake of his future, Lin Xingjian feels compelled to engage in this training. Soon, he discovers that upon completing a set of movements, the illusory space provides him with a set of evaluative data: 25 points, 24 points, 27 points. Lin Xingjian diligently adjusts his posture in accordance with the scores given by the space, striving for improvement. With relentless practice, his scores gradually rise, eventually achieving over 80 points consistently. Thus, apart from mealtimes, Lin Xingjian dedicates himself entirely to his training. Although the benefits of training in the illusory space do not translate into reality, it allows him to practice without concern for consequences. Even in the event of death within the illusory space, his physical body remains unharmed, granting Lin Xingjian ample time to refine his techniques and deepen his understanding of body-refining methods. After a few days, Lin Xingjian achieves a foundational mastery of the techniques, enabling him to practice in the outside world. As for why Lin Xingjian did not begin his training externally from the outset, but rather squandered time within the illusory space to reach a certain level of proficiency, this decision was prompted by the counsel of the intelligent entity, Xiaoxing. According to Xiaoxing, commencing training in the real world without proper form would yield poor results and could potentially harm his body, leading to long-term obstacles and future advancements. Lin Xingjian reflects on this and acknowledges the truth in Xiaoxing's words. Many individuals find themselves hindered in their progress due to erratic training, ultimately stagnating at a certain level and regretting it for life. Assuming the proper stance, Lin Xingjian practices the foundational body refining techniques repeatedly, becoming increasingly absorbed in the process. Gradually, he enters a state of profound emptiness. After an extended period, he emerges from this trance-like state, murmuring to himself in bewilderment, "What just happened? It felt as though I had fallen asleep." After practicing the foundational techniques once more, he realizes that he has reached a significant level of mastery. Could it be that I just entered a state of enlightenment, akin to the legendary moments of sudden comprehension? Does this mean I am a genius? Lin Xingjian muses, a self-satisfied smile gracing his youthful features, which only accentuates his peculiarity at the tender age of Tian.at. That moment, a maid named Xiaolin enters the room. "Little Prince, Lord Zhang has arrived." Chapter 6. Instruction in Martial Arts. Lord Zhang is a formidable expert at the 9th level of the body realm. A member of the Imperial Palace's guard, assigned to instruct Lin Xingjian in martial arts. Having visited several times, he had been evaded by Lin Xingjian under various pretexts, but it seems he can no longer avoid this encounter. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now, and please invite him in." Lin Xingjian contemplates before speaking. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s enters, clad in black soft armor, his demeanor serious and intimidating, instilling a sense of awe. This man is none other than Guard Zhang. Upon seeing Lin Xingjian, Guard Zhang bows and states, "Little Prince, I am here at the Emperor's behest to guide your training. Oh, I see. Since you were sent by my elder brother, you shall be my instructor from now on," Lin Xingjian responds, though he is genuinely reluctant to accept such an arrangement. He has no choice but to acquiesce, at least temporarily. In truth, Lin Xingjian requires no teacher. For him, the illusory space serves as the finest mentor. However, having an instructor can still be advantageous, providing insights into martial arts experiences and other valuable knowledge, as many aspects are not documented in books. In the following days, Lin Xingjian trains under Guard Zhang's guidance during the day, deliberately underperforming to maintain a facade, yet still receiving praise from Guard Zhang. At night, he utilizes the illusory space for training in lieu of sleep, awakening refreshed each morning. Another benefit of the illusory space becomes evident that the illusory space possesses numerous functions yet to be fully explored by Lin Xingjian. With its assistance, his progress is exponential. Within just over 10 days, he ascends to the first level of the body realm, and the foundational techniques reach a level of mastery. Such accomplishments, if known to others, would undoubtedly leave them astounded. The first level of the body realm is merely the beginning, and Lin Xingjian learns that there are 9 levels in total, each with significant disparities in power. A practitioner at the first level can exert force equivalent to 100 kilograms, while the second level can manage 200 kilograms, and so forth, culminating in the 9th level, where one could achieve 8,000 kilograms. However, few practitioners surpass the 1,000 kilogram mark, as those who do are often regarded as exceptional talents of their time. The first 3 levels of the body realm belong to the Mingjin stage, the middle 3 to the Anjin stage, and the latter 3 to the Huajin stage. After attaining mastery in the foundational techniques, Lin Xingjian subsequently trains in the inch fist and inch step techniques, both of which have reached a preliminary level of mastery, with full mastery within reach. Upon entering the first level of the body realm, a significant feature emerges within the illusory space, the recording function. This capability allows the illusory space to document the entirety of a combat scenario, storing it for Lin Xingjian to review at any time, thus facilitating the acquisition of combat techniques. With this new feature, Lin Xingjian finds himself increasingly occupied, seeking out battles to observe, be it at training grounds or arenas where martial contests abound. As the recordings accumulate, Lin Xingjian's understanding and versatility in combat techniques expand, further enhancing his capabilities. When he first arrived in this world, Lin Xingjian was merely a defenseless 10-year-old child. However, within a mere few weeks, he has transformed into a martial artist, embarking on the path of martial arts with a striking transformation in his abilities. Initially, Lin Xingjian approached martial arts with mere curiosity, never imagining how far he might progress. Yet now, witnessing his achievements facilitated by the illusory space, he feels a surge of ambition. At this moment, a thought crystallizes within him: to explore the limits of martial arts and become the strongest in the world. Chapter 7. The strongest in the world. Aspiring to become the strongest in the world is no mere folly. Had it not been for the illusory space, Lin Xingjian would never have dared to entertain such lofty ambitions. However, having recognized the invaluable support the illusory space provides in his martial pursuits, he is now filled with confidence and anticipation. Clenching his fists, his gaze unwavering, he silently vows, "In my past life, I was but a lowly existence, overlooked and insignificant. In this life, I shall become a true powerhouse." Earning the admiration of all, a month swiftly passes. During this time, Lin Xingjian's strength steadily rises to the second level of the body realm, despite dedicating considerable time to other pursuits. Several martial techniques have reached mastery, yet none have achieved perfection, as true perfection requires one to practice a technique until it becomes second nature, something nearly impossible without extensive practical experience. On a day marked by clear skies and gentle sunshine, Lin Xingjian, having spent over a month in this world, decides to take a break from training to explore the splendor of Tianwu City, intrigued to discover how this otherworldly realm differs from Earth. While Tianwu City is indeed the imperial capital, dangers still lurk beyond its walls, with various incidents of violence occurring from time to time. For this reason, the Emperor of Tianwu would never permit Lin Xingjian to venture out alone. Lin Xingjian first communicates his intention to leave the palace to the Emperor, who then dispatches 2 guards to ensure Lin Xingjian's safety, although Lin Xingjian cannot discern their level of prowess. Thus, the 4 of them, 2 guards, a maid, and Lin Xingjian, set forth from the palace. The environment outside the palace starkly contrasts with the oppressive atmosphere within. The palace exudes silence and constraint, where every action feels restrained by worries. Conversely, the outside world bustles with life, where individuals pursue their desires freely, unburdened by the palace's myriad concerns. A realization that resonates deeply with Lin Xingjian. Soon, they arrive at a lively street, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, and flanked by various shops. Compared to the street vendors, the items within these establishments are more formal and valuable. After browsing for a while, the quartet enters a herbal medicine shop named Yidan Tang. Upon their entry, a shop attendant promptly approaches, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, what kind of medicinal pills would you like to purchase?" Lin Xingjian arrived for the first time, unaware of the variety of elixirs available, and inquired, "What kinds of elixirs do you offer here? Could you enlighten me?" Only then did the shopkeeper recognize that this young lad was indeed the one in charge. He replied to Lin Xingjian, "Young master, we have a plethora of elixirs, ranging from those required for the cultivation from the 1st to the 9th realm of physical body refinement, to those that heal injuries and ailments. We even possess elixirs needed by masters of true QI.do. You have elixirs suitable for those in the true essence realm?" Lin Xingjian inquired tentatively. "Regrettably, we do not have elixirs for the true essence realm. In fact, not a single apothecary in the entire Tianwu city offers them for sale. Such elixirs are exceedingly precious and do not circulate in the market," the shopkeeper earnestly explained. Having been in Tianwu for over a month, Lin Xingjian had gained some understanding of elixirs, having consumed various medicinal broths as well. Elixirs are classified into tiers. Spirit liquid, spirit pill, and spirit dance. Spirit liquid elixirs are suitable for warriors of the physical body realm. Spirit Pills for those of the true Qi realm, and Spirit Dawn for those of the true Essence realm. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with each grade also possessing its own distinctions. Chapter 8. The grade of elixirs. The medicinal broth Lin Xingjian typically consumed in the palace cannot be classified as an elixir. It merely consists of a broth infused with herbs that aid in cultivation, which is beneficial for training, though it does not produce effects as swiftly as formal elixirs and requires prolonged consumption. Although the medicinal broth is slower in action compared to elixirs, it boasts minimal side effects. Whereas long-term use of elixirs may lead to toxic buildup and diminishing returns, adversely affecting future advancements. Generally, the efficacy of medicinal broth is comparable to that of spirit liquid elixirs, yet spirit pill-level broths are exceedingly rare, as incorporating higher-tier herbs into the broth often fails to yield their full potential, making the creation of high-grade medicinal broth quite challenging. Just like elixirs, herbs are also categorized into grades: lower-tier spirit herbs, middle-tier spirit herbs, and higher-tier spirit herbs, corresponding to spirit liquid, spirit pill, and spirit dan levels. A middle-tier spirit herb does not necessarily guarantee the production of a spirit pill-level elixir, nor does a lower-tier spirit herb preclude the creation of a spirit pill elixir. It ultimately depends on the alchemist's proficiency. In the Tianwu continent, alchemists are classified into spirit liquid, spirit pill, and spirit dan tiers based on their ability to produce corresponding elixirs. To become an alchemist, one merely needs the skill to concoct. There are no formal certification processes, as the Tianwu continent lacks such institutions. Recognition by the public suffices. This absence of a formalized structure, coupled with the scarcity of alchemists and potential governmental interference, has prevented the formation of a unified faction among alchemists. Nevertheless, this does not diminish their esteemed status. Typically, only substantial factions can afford to nurture an alchemist, while smaller factions find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate one. Despite the numerous shortcomings of elixirs, individuals still aspire to utilize them for cultivation due to the rapid advancement they offer. Only true geniuses can resist the allure of elixirs, yet they can be beneficial for breaking through realms. However, recklessly consuming elixirs during such attempts carries inherent risks. Should the effects prove too potent and the attempt fail, severe injury or even death may ensue. Moreover, frequent use of elixirs increases the likelihood of failure during breakthroughs. Lin Xingjian's father, who habitually consumed elixirs while cultivating, ultimately fell victim to this peril, leading to his untimely demise. Lin Xingjian did not visit the apothecary to purchase elixirs. He had never consumed them during his own training. His intention was solely to explore and perhaps procure some herbs to concoct his own medicinal broth. "Do you sell lower-tier spirit herbs here?" Lin Xingjian articulated his purpose. "Indeed, young master, please hold on for a moment." The shopkeeper responded. Shortly thereafter, he presented several lower-tier spirit herbs while explaining the name and uses of each. "What are the prices for these spirit herbs? If they are reasonable, I shall purchase them all," Lin Xingjian declared without hesitation. "Very well, young master. Lower-tier inferior spirit herbs are 5 silver coins each, lower-tier middle grade are 10 silver coins each, and lower-tier superior are 20 silver coins each. We have 20 inferior spirit herbs, 15 middle-grade spirit herbs, and 10 superior spirit herbs, totaling 450 silver coins." The shopkeeper promptly calculated. In the Tianwu continent, currency is categorized into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. While 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins, a copper coin can purchase esteemed bun, comparable to 1 unit of currency from the past, while a gold coin approximates 1,000 units. The sum of 295 silver coins is already equivalent to over 20,000, a sufficient amount to support an average peasant family for an entire year. In comparison, the price of elixirs exceeds that of spirit herbs by more than tenfold, underscoring that elixirs are beyond the reach of common folk. As a young prince, Lin Xingjian possesses a modest stipend, making this expenditure manageable. After completing the payment and securing the herbs, Lin Xingjian departed from the apothecary. Once outside, his curiosity piqued, he began to explore other shops, entering without regard for their specific offerings. Chapter 9. The weapon shop. It is worth noting that the types of shops lining the street are indeed diverse. Lin Xingjian ventured into several establishments, discovering that each one offered distinct products, each with its unique flair. Although he did not purchase any items, he gained invaluable insights through his observations, expanding his understanding of the culture of the Tianwu continent, which markedly differed from that of Earth. Before long, Lin Xingjian entered a weapon shop named Qishuan Pavilion. Although modest in size, the shop was well stocked, featuring nearly every weapon Lin Xingjian could conceive of, including swords, daggers, spears, and bows, with swords and daggers being the most prevalent in the Tianwu continent. Warriors predominantly wield swords and daggers. However, most warriors specialize in a single type of weapon, rarely branching into others. For instance, a warrior who employs a sword will solely study swordsmanship without delving into knife techniques or spear play, as a warrior's focus is limited and mastery in one discipline is essential for progression. Should Lin Xingjian choose a weapon, he would select a sword, not only because of the presence of Jian in his name, but also due to his fondness for swords in his past life, where he even collected a few. However, his visit to this weapon shop was not for the purpose of purchasing arms, as the palace provided him with weaponry, and he had no desire to squander his funds on such items. All weapons are classified into tiers: ordinary weapons, sharp weapons, and treasured weapons, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Rumors circulate that even higher-grade weapons exist in the Tianwu continent, but veracity is seldom confirmed. Unlike alchemists, weaponsmiths are not scarce, as the entry barrier is low. With diligent study, one can forge ordinary-grade weapons. However, those capable of crafting sharp weapons or above remain exceedingly rare, with the majority of weaponsmiths producing only ordinary-grade weapons. The abundance of weaponsmiths leads to a low price for ordinary-grade weapons. For instance, in this shop, such weapons can be acquired for merely 1 or 2 gold coins. In contrast, sharp weapons command a higher price, with even the lowest quality requiring dozens of gold coins, while middle-grade sharp weapons start at several hundred gold coins. As for upper-grade sharp weapons and treasured weapons, Lin Xingjian had yet to encounter any. After completing his perusal of Qishuan Pavilion, Lin Xingjian exited and proceeded to other weapon shops, where he similarly found no upper-grade sharp weapons or treasured weapons. It seemed that such high-tier weaponry was even scarcer than elixirs. Although disappointed by the absence of upper-grade sharp weapons and treasured weapons, Lin Xingjian acknowledged that while the palace possessed upper-grade sharp weapons, access to them was not so easily granted, and the prospect of acquiring a treasured weapon was even more remote. As he strolled about, occasionally stopping to purchase a few items carried by his 2 guards, Lin Xingjian pondered, how convenient it would be if there existed spatial rings in this world. I wonder if such things are available here. Just then, he noticed a throng of people gathered ahead, curious about what was transpiring. Out of curiosity, Lin Xingjian and his entourage approached to join the commotion. With 2 formidable guards clearing a path, Lin Xingjian quickly made his way through the crowd. He soon discovered that 2 individuals were engaged in a duel. Upon inquiring with those nearby, he learned that these 2 were fighting over a woman. Both wielded weapons, one a sword and the other a dagger. Chu Yuliang, Qingqing is mine. How dare you covet her? Today, I shall show you why the flowers bloom so red, the sword wielder declared, pointing his blade at the dagger wielder. Chapter 10. Fury ignited for a fair maiden. Jiang Hua, mind your boasts. Do you think I am unaware of your true strength? Who ultimately teaches whom a lesson remains to be seen? Chu Yuliang responded with a knife in hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua was immediately filled with rage and charged at Chu Yuliang, simultaneously unleashing a set of sword techniques. The swordplay was as elusive as a shadow, vividly embodying the concept of illusion, giving onlookers the impression of an almost surreal experience. Those lacking strength were often incapable of discerning the trajectory of the sword's path. At that moment, Lin Xingjian, standing among the crowd, found it difficult to perceive the authenticity of the swordplay. However, having witnessed numerous battles, Lin Xingjian's keen eyesight allowed him to roughly gauge Jiang Hua's cultivation level to be around the 5th stage of the physical realm. In the arena, Chu Yuliang did not evade Jiang Hua's formidable assault. Instead, he brandished his large knife and executed a series of powerful knife techniques to counter Jiang Hua's swordplay. Chu Yuliang's knife techniques were broad and forceful, precise in their execution, as each strike accurately met Jiang Hua's sword, demonstrating that Jiang Hua's illusory swordplay could not deceive Chu Yuliang's sharp eyes. Realizing that his illusionary sword had failed, Jiang Hua swiftly altered his style and unleashed a barrage of rapid sword strikes. Each faster than the last, Chu Yuliang's expansive knife techniques were perfectly countered by Jiang Hua's swift swordplay, causing Chu Yuliang to falter and fall to a disadvantage. Just as the spectators believe, one of the guards responded, "Is the slave trade sanctioned by the authorities? And from where do these slaves originate?" Lin Xingjian furrowed his brow in confusion. It stands to reason that such an overt act of slave trafficking should be prohibited or even prosecuted by the government. Could it be that the forces behind this slave trade are so formidable that even the authorities dare not provoke them? The young prince is unaware that the interests surrounding this slave trade involve numerous factions, including prominent families in Tianwu City, officials in the court, and even members of the royal family, which is why it is allowed to exist. As for the origins of the slaves, there are many sources. Some have been condemned for crimes and reduced to slavery. Others have become slaves due to the failure in power struggles. Some have been sold by others, and there are those whose slave status is inherited from enslaved parents. These slaves share a common trait. They lack the protection of any influential backing. Upon hearing the guard's words, Lin Xingjian finally understood. Simply put, individuals deemed troublesome are sent to the slave trading post to become lowly slaves. However, Lin Xingjian had no intention of purchasing any slaves for the time being. He would consider it when the need arises. He then turned and continued on his way. As Lin Xingjian walked through Tianwu City, he passed numerous taverns, inns, art galleries, and brothels, merely glancing at them without lingering. Suddenly, he came to a halt, his gaze lifted ahead, and following his line of sight, one could see a towering structure. This building, known as Baoxian Tower, stood 9 stories tall, taking on a conical shape reminiscent of a pagoda, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters. Typically, the buildings in Tianwu City are only 1 or 2 stories high, with 3-story structures being rare. Thus, a 9-story edifice like Baoxian Tower was a remarkable sight for Lin Xingjian. Chapter 13. The Treasure Shop. What purpose does Baoxian Tower serve? Lin Xingjian inquired, intrigued by the sight of such a high building in this foreign world. Your Highness, Baoxian Tower is a large establishment that sells rare and exotic treasures from the outside world, including precious martial arts techniques, one of the guards explained with a hint of envy. Baoxian Tower enjoys considerable renown in Tianwu City, and entry requires a membership card. Without a certain status, one cannot obtain a card. However, Your Highness's esteemed position would make it exceedingly easy to acquire one. The guard chuckled, revealing a tinge of envy. As for him, gaining entry into Baoxian Tower would be a matter of great pride. Lin Xingjian mused to himself about the implications of Baoxian Tower selling such rare treasures, sensing that its background must be unfathomably deep. He wished to enter and see what treasures lay within, wondering if there might be something he needed, but alas, he lacked a membership card and found the process of obtaining one to be cumbersome. Thus, he continued on his way. As he strolled through the streets of Tianwu City, he encountered a plethora of people, events, and objects. Gaining a deeper understanding of this world, it was revealed that the Tianwu continent boasts a history spanning at least 10,000 years, yet its level of civilization is comparable to ancient China on Earth. In contrast, Earth's civilization has only developed over a few thousand years, yet its technology far surpasses that of this world. This disparity highlights the lack of emphasis placed on technology and culture in this realm. Though the technological advancements in this world are meager, martial arts are undeniably powerful. One could argue that any practitioner at the physical realm could easily become a formidable force on Earth. Perhaps it is precisely because martial arts flourish so abundantly that this world neglects other fields. After all, when everyone is engrossed in cultivating martial arts, who has the time to diligently research technology? Consequently, even after thousands of years, this world may remain unchanged. If Earth can be viewed as a world of technology, then this realm is a world of martial arts, 2 worlds evolving in entirely divergent directions. Reflecting on the technological advancements of Earth, Lin Xingjian couldn't help but entertain the thought. Although Earth and this world are on different developmental paths and lack any concept of martial arts, many innovations from Earth could greatly benefit this realm. If some of Earth's inventions could be introduced here, the potential for significant progress would be immense. Once this notion took root, Lin Xingjian found himself ensnared in contemplation, yearning to implement some of his ideas immediately. However, considering his current circumstances, he realized he could not act on them and thus chose to bury this thought for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment to revisit it. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices disrupted Lin Xingjian's reverie. Where is that noise coming from? Lin Xingjian pondered, looking around but failing to locate any gathering of people, leaving him perplexed. Your Highness may not have been here before. The sounds are coming from the martial arena ahead, one of the guards pointed out. Following the direction indicated by the guard, Lin Xingjian indeed spotted a large building, the martial arena. Although he could hear the crowd's roars, he could not discern what was transpiring within. "What is the purpose of this martial arena?" Lin Xingjian inquired. The guard proceeded to elucidate the various aspects of the arena, and upon finishing, Lin Xingjian gained a clearer understanding of its function. The martial arena serves as a venue for warriors to engage in combat, hosting multiple matches daily. Participation in these contests is open to any warrior who registers. However, the organizers bear no responsibility for the contestant's safety. Should a fighter find themselves overmatched, they have the option to concede, thereby avoiding life-threatening situations. Chapter 14. The martial arena contestants in the martial arena have the opportunity to earn money. Victors receive a substantial reward from the organizers, while losers leave empty-handed. Typically, the warriors who participate in the arena are impoverished and desperate for funds. Truly affluent warriors would not risk their lives for monetary gain. The martial arena allows spectators to view the contests. But entry is not free. A nominal fee is required. Generally, patrons pay a silver coin to enter, although special events may incur higher charges. While the entrance fees do not yield significant profits for the arena, the true financial boon comes from the betting schemes it organizes. Before each match, the arena facilitates wagers on the outcome, allowing attendees to gamble on which competitor will emerge victorious. The arena profits by adjusting the odds based on the total amount wagered on both competitors, ensuring that it remains profitable regardless of the match's outcome. The earnings from betting far surpass the income generated from entry fees. In essence, the martial arena resembles a casino from Lin Xingjian's previous life, with spectators acting as gamblers and the fighting platform serving as the gaming table, all focused on the spectacle before them. After familiarizing himself with the details of the martial arena, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of interest in witnessing the duel and decided to enter. Upon paying the entrance fee, he found a seat while his two guards settled beside him. The martial arena was expansive, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. It was circular in design, with a fighting platform at its center and tiered seating surrounding it. The outermost area featured exclusive VIP boxes. As Lin Xingjian settled in, the matches had yet to commence, but the organizers announced the upcoming competitors. One was a seasoned fighter named Lu Nan, who had been victorious for 9 consecutive years, while the other was a newcomer, Lu Xian, who had never participated in a match before. Both were practitioners at the 6th level of the physical realm. The crowd favored Lu Nan, given his extensive experience in the arena, leading many to wager on his triumph, though a handful took a chance on Lu Xian. Lin Xingjian had no intention of participating in the betting. He was merely there to observe. Before long, the competitors made their way to the fighting platform. Lu Nan appeared imposing and fierce, his expression akin to that of a ferocious beast poised to strike, while Lu Xian presented a delicate and refined demeanor, resembling a fragile scholar. Visibly, Lu Nan's robust physique seemed to overshadow Lu Xian's frail appearance. The spectators had nearly unanimously concluded that Lu Nan would emerge victorious. Those who had placed bets on Lu Nan basked in their confidence, while those who had wagered on Lu Xian felt a twinge of regret. Lu Nan regarded Lu Xian with a smirk, his gaze filled with disdain, clearly underestimating his opponent. In contrast, Lu Xian remained composed and unfazed by the surrounding commotion, showing no signs of trepidation in the face of Lu Nan's imposing stature. Lin Xingjian observed the scene, and despite Lu Xian's seemingly delicate appearance, he found himself leaning towards Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian appeared lacking in strength, it did not necessarily imply that he was weaker than Lu Nan. Physical power cannot be solely assessed by outward appearance, and it was entirely possible that Lu Xian possessed strength that rivaled or even surpassed that of Lu Nan. Moreover, they are all practitioners at the level of dark strength. And the mastery of dark strength is also a crucial factor in determining one's prowess. Chapter 15. The official match. At this moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match. "Heh, pretty boy. With your delicate appearance, it seems you possess little strength. Shall I go easy on you? Or else if I injure you, do not hold me accountable." Lu Nan laughed heartily, yet the derision and sarcasm in his words were palpable to anyone present. "Anyone can boast. Who knows who will win or lose?" Lu Xian retorted, unfazed by Lu Nan's taunts. "If that is the case, do not blame me." As he spoke, Lu Nan charged toward Lu Xian. Despite Lu Nan's imposing stature, he moved with remarkable speed. Astonishingly, Lu Xian did not evade Lu Nan's attack. Instead, he chose to endure it head-on. He raised his right hand, the veins on it bulging like thick ropes, proving that he was not a delicate flower. With a resounding crash, their fists collided like shooting stars, and with a loud thud, both retreated 3 steps, equally matched. contrary to everyone's expectations of a one-sided affair. "Kid, not bad. Your strength is impressive," Lu Nan chuckled. However, Lu Nan did not launch another attack. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the previous blow had left him at a significant disadvantage, rendering him speechless. Lu Nan could sense that Lu Xian's strength was comparable to his own. But the latter's application of dark strength far surpassed his own. During their skirmish, a trace of Lu Xian's dark strength had breached Lu Nan's defenses and entered his arm, causing it to become numb and immobilized. Leaving him to hope for a moment's respite, Lu Xian seemed to have grasped Lu Nan's predicament and offered him no time to recuperate, launching another assault immediately. With his right hand temporarily incapacitated, Lu Nan had no choice but to dodge or defend with his left arm. Yet Lu Xian's speed was slightly superior, and his movements more agile. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Lu Nan could not evade entirely. Suffering multiple strikes, with each hit, a trace of dark strength infiltrated Lu Nan's body, slowing him down and rendering him increasingly rigid. What is happening? Many onlookers were puzzled. They observed that after Lu Nan's initial attack, he had fallen into a defensive stance, failing to launch any further assaults, a stark contrast to his usual style, and he remained at a disadvantage. Many spectators expressed their confusion, with some even suspecting that the martial arts arena was staging a charade, deliberately orchestrating a fake match for monetary gain. Lu Xian was destined to win. He not only matched Lu Nan in strength but also excelled in the application of dark strength, far surpassing Lu Nan's capabilities. Against such a dominant Lu Xian, Lu Nan had no chance of victory. The speaker clearly possessed considerable martial arts knowledge and immediately discerned the crux of the situation. As anticipated, Lu Xian executed a martial technique that struck Lu Nan directly, sending him hurtling off the stage, lying motionless on the ground. At that moment, the referee ascended the platform and proclaimed loudly to the audience, "The victor of this match is Lu Xian." Following the announcement, most spectators were filled with frustration, silently cursing Lu Nan's incompetence, while a fortunate few who had wagered on Lu Xian's victory rejoiced immensely. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian continued to observe several matches, all at the level of dark strength, but there were none at the level of transformative strength. Upon inquiring, he learned that matches at the transformative level were rare, typically occurring only once a week, as most individuals were preparing to advance to the true energy realm, leaving little time for competitive bouts. After watching a few matches, Lin Xingjian found himself growing somewhat disinterested and decided to leave the martial arts arena. Upon exiting, he did not linger but instead retraced his steps back to the palace. Upon returning to his chamber, night had fallen, and Lin Xingjian did not engage in training. He merely lay on his bed, quietly reflecting on the day's events, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 16. The Royal Academy. The following day, Lin Xingjian rose early. After breakfast, just as he was about to return to his chamber to practice, Guard approached him. Ever since Guard had completed his task of instructing Lin Xingjian a few days prior, he had not returned, and Lin Xingjian had assumed he would not come again. Thus, he was somewhat puzzled by his reappearance. "Guard, what brings you here today? Are you here to instruct me again?" "Young prince, your instruction has concluded. I am here at the behest of the emperor to inform you that you are to report to the Tianwu Royal Academy tomorrow." Guard explained his purpose. Tianwu Royal Academy? Lin Xingjian had some knowledge of this institution, gleaned from the memories of his predecessor. The Tianwu Royal Academy was a martial arts school for members of the royal family and the children of court officials, with most students aged between 8 and 15. The original Lin Xingjian had no interest in martial arts, had never practiced, and had not even crossed the threshold of the physical realm, hence he had no qualifications to enter the Tianwu Royal Academy, merely being aware of its existence with limited understanding. Naturally, Lin Xingjian was eager to attend the Tianwu Royal Academy. On one hand, he could learn much more there, as the academy, being a training ground for royal members, surely housed a plethora of martial techniques and skills, providing a wealth of valuable resources. On the other hand, life at the academy would offer him greater freedom and convenience. After delivering his message, Guard departed. Once alone, Lin Xingjian began preparing essential items to take with him to the Tianwu Royal Academy. The day passed swiftly. The next day, Lin Xingjian arrived early at the Tianwu Royal Academy, accompanied by another individual he was meeting for the first time. He only knew that this person was surnamed Tong and had been sent by the great Emperor Tianwu to assist him with his enrollment. Lin Xingjian followed this individual to the new student registration area, where many were patiently queuing. As Lin Xingjian was about to join the line, Mr. Tong rushed to the registration desk and spoke with the staff there. Remarkably, the registration officer immediately dispatched someone to escort Lin Xingjian to a separate testing area. This act, akin to cutting in line, drew the attention of everyone present. However, no one voiced any objections, as the attendees were either royal relatives or the offspring of dignitaries, all of noble status. The fact that they were unable to secure special arrangements for testing only underscored the strength of Lin Xingjian's background, which was beyond their comparison. They were not foolish enough to commit the blunder of offending Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian followed the testing staff to a modest room, which was somewhat different from an ordinary room. The space was devoid of windows, preventing any light from entering, thus rendering it rather dim. Furthermore, the room was quite austere, lacking any decoration or even basic furnishings, save for a solitary large stone placed in the center, adding an air of mystery to the atmosphere. The testing staff approached the stone and instructed Lin Xingjian, "Strike it with your utmost strength." "Hit this stone?" Lin Xingjian questioned the staff's directive, puzzled. "Isn't this a test for me? Why must I strike this stone? Surely, the testing item isn't merely to hit this stone. Am I expected to shatter it to pass? That seems excessively difficult." "Hee. The test indeed involves striking this stone, but it's not about breaking it. To shatter, it would require a cultivation level beyond the physical realm. This stone is not an ordinary one. It serves as a strength testing stone for practitioners at the physical realm. When a practitioner strikes it, the stone will emit red, yellow, and black lights based on the strength of the blow, allowing us to assess the practitioner's power according to the intensity of the colors." The testing staff, recognizing Lin Xingjian's distinguished status, took care to explain thoroughly. Chapter 17. Passing the test. Lin Xingjian found the staff's explanation quite astonishing and remarked, "Ah, that is indeed fascinating." He then controlled his strength to the pinnacle of the first level of the physical realm, ensuring it was neither too impressive nor too lacking. With a soft thud, the strength testing stone emitted a faint red light, illuminating the otherwise dim room. First level of the physical realm, test passed. The testing personnel recorded this achievement and awarded Lin Xingjian a certificate of passing. After exiting the testing area, the individual surnamed Tong guided Lin Xingjian to the accommodation office. Upon their arrival, he arranged Lin Xingjian's lodging without requiring any input from him. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian followed him to his future residence at the Tianwu Royal Academy, merely to familiarize himself with the route to avoid getting lost later on. Before him lay a small courtyard measuring over 100 square meters in terms of scale. It could hardly be compared to his palace. Yet within the confines of the Tianwu Royal Academy, it was considered quite exceptional. Most students were confined to dormitories, sharing cramped quarters with several others. By contrast, Lin Xingjian was fortunate indeed. He was quite satisfied with this modest abode, recognizing that it was a place for study rather than indulgence. After firmly committing the location to memory, Lin Xingjian departed, accompanying the man back to the palace. Upon his return, Lin Xingjian promptly set about arranging for some of his belongings to be moved to his accommodation at the Tianwu Royal Academy. Of course, he did not intend to relocate everything, but only those items that would be of use, as he would occasionally return. Regrettably, the academy did not permit the entry of maids or servants, compelling Lin Xingjian to enter the Tianwu Royal Academy alone, leaving Xiao Lin behind. With several days remaining before the official start of the academic term, Lin Xingjian busied himself purchasing essential living items, as he would soon be living independently, no longer enjoying the luxuries of palace life. Fortunately, having traversed to this world, he had previously lived autonomously, so adapting to life at the Tianwu Royal Academy posed little challenge for him. As the commencement of classes approached, Lin Xingjian felt a peculiar sensation within him. Having spent over a decade in schooling in his past life, he had believed he would never again have the opportunity to attend school, only to find himself enrolled once more, and in a foreign world at that. A sense of excitement welled up within him as he pondered what attending the Tianwu Royal Academy would entail. Time flew, and before he knew it, the day of the academy's opening had arrived. As Lin Xingjian walked through the halls of the Tianwu Royal Academy, he surveyed his surroundings, reminiscing about his past school experiences, gradually becoming lost in thought. "Hello!" At that moment, a sweet, youthful voice interrupted his reverie. Lin Xingjian, initially irritated at the disruption, turned to find an adorable little girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, resembling a porcelain doll standing before him. Instantly, his irritation evaporated. It was impossible to remain cross in the presence of such cuteness. Is there something you need? Lin Xingjian inquired with a gentle smile. I would like to know where new students can go to attend lectures from the academy's teachers, the little girl earnestly asked. I'm afraid I don't know either. I'm new here as well. Lin Xingjian replied. From what he had gathered over the past few days, the Tianwu Royal Academy offered lectures every day, each requiring a different fee, and students were free to choose whether or not to attend, provided they met the academy's performance standards each semester. Lin Xingjian was primarily interested in utilizing the academy's resources and had little interest in the topics being taught, hence he had not paid much attention to the locations of the lectures. Chapter 18. The adorable classmate. Oh, you are also new? The little girl appeared somewhat incredulous, her big, dark eyes wide open with innocence. To her, Lin Xingjian seemed like a senior student, not a newcomer, as he appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, an age at which one would typically have already enrolled. Under the scrutiny of the little girl's astonished gaze, Lin Xingjian felt a bit embarrassed and had to explain. I recently reached the physical realm stage. Prior to that, I was unable to enter the Tianwu Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, the little girl regarded Lin Xingjian with sympathetic eyes, realizing that it was rather late for him to have only just reached the physical realm. Hinting at a lack of aptitude, weren't you heading to attend a lecture? Perhaps we should ask someone else. Lin Xingjian quickly suggested to shift the topic. Sure. Let us go together, the little girl replied cheerfully. There were quite a few senior students at the Tianwu Royal Academy, and the two soon found someone who directed them to where new students could attend lectures. Following the instructions, they arrived at a teaching building designated for new students. Where numerous classrooms were available for lectures, they casually chose one and entered. Upon their arrival, all eyes in the classroom turned to them, though most were focused on the little girl beside Lin Xingjian. Leaving him largely overlooked, the little girl felt uncomfortable under the collective gaze and quickly darted behind Lin Xingjian for cover. Noticing this, the other students began to observe Lin Xingjian, and a few appeared to recognize him as the one who had used connections to cut in line during registration, promptly averting their gazes, while others, unaware of his identity, regarded him with a challenging demeanor. Disregarding the group of immature students, Lin Xingjian found a pair of seats for himself and the little girl. As the teacher had yet to arrive, he felt a bit bored and decided to make conversation with the little girl, asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Ouyang Mingyue, and you?" "I am Lin Xingjian." "Lin? Are you a member of the royal family?" "Indeed." "What is your status within the royal family?" "Hehe, I want to tell you." Lin Xingjian said this in jest, not genuinely intending to keep it a secret. But Ouyang Mingyue took it seriously and pouted, saying, "Humph. If you want to say, then I want to ask." Lin Xingjian was about to continue the conversation when the teacher entered the room. The teacher was a woman in her 30s, standing about 1.7 meters tall, clad in a white dress, with long, glossy black hair and a slender, well-proportioned figure. The only drawback was that her appearance was somewhat ordinary. The teacher strolled to the podium, surveyed the students before her, and spoke. "Dear students, my surname is Zhang. You may call me Teacher Zhang. The class is about to begin, and I won't waste time with unnecessary words. If you have questions, feel free to ask during the class, but prior to that, you must pay the fee for this lesson, which totals 1 gold coin. To the students, 1 gold coin was not a significant amount, and soon everyone had paid. Once all the fees were collected, Teacher Zhang continued, "Since everyone has paid, we shall officially commence." Upon hearing Teacher Zhang's words, the class fell silent, all ears perked up in anticipation of their first lesson at the Tianwu Royal Academy. Lin Xingjian, recognizing that the lesson was about to begin, straightened his posture and focused his attention on what Teacher Zhang would impart, curious to see if it would be beneficial to him. Clearing her throat, Teacher Zhang began, "Before we formally start, there are a few matters I must clarify. First, regardless of your previous identities, once you enter the Tianwu Royal Academy, you are all students here, and any infractions will be treated equally. Second, attendance is not mandatory. Anyone may choose to attend or not. Furthermore, the Academy offers many such courses, which you may opt to attend by simply paying the fee. I personally believe it is advantageous for everyone to attend. Lastly, since you have chosen to attend my class on the first day of the semester, you are expected to pay attention and refrain from whispering among yourselves. That is all. I trust you understand." Chapter 19. The first class without delay. Teacher Zhang continued, "Now, let us begin the lesson. First, I will introduce the Tianwu Royal Academy." After speaking for several minutes, Teacher Zhang concluded her introduction to the academy. Having listened attentively, Lin Xingjian gained a deeper understanding of the Tianwu Royal Academy. Established by the Tianwu royal family, it boasts a history of 3,000 years. Initially, it served exclusively to cultivate talent for the Tianwu royal family, accepting only its members, but has since opened its doors to the children of ministers. With tens of thousands of students, the majority are under the age of 15. The academy organizes students into grades 1 through 5. And upon completing 5 years and passing an assessment, they may graduate. However, it is not mandatory to complete the full 5 years. Those who reach the 4th level of the physical realm may graduate early, while those who do not must reach the 5th level to qualify. In comparison, few students graduate early. Most complete the full 5 years. Even those able to graduate sooner often choose to remain at the Tianwu Royal Academy for the entire 5 years, as it provides an exceptional learning environment. Leaving the academy means losing access to such valuable educational opportunities. While geniuses are rare, the academy is never short of those lacking aptitude. Numerous students remain for 5 years without meeting graduation requirements, continuing their studies until they fulfill the criteria. However, the Tianwu Royal Academy does not permit you to remain indefinitely. If you fail to meet graduation requirements within 10 years, expulsion will ensue out of course. Such talents are rarer than even the most extraordinary geniuses. Although the academy offers free admission for learning, students are responsible for their own living and dining expenses. Furthermore, the academy is governed by numerous regulations that students must adhere to. Violations will result in penalties according to these rules. After introducing the pertinent details about the Tianwu Royal Academy, Teacher Zhang commenced an explanation regarding the physical realm and its various considerations. The information provided by Teacher Zhang was far more comprehensive than what Guard Zhang had shared, yet it proved unhelpful to Lin Xingjian. Thanks to the assistance of the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian's understanding of the physical realm surpassed that of Teacher Zhang, rendering him disinterested in the latter's discourse. Lin Xingjian's lack of interest, however, did not extend to others. For instance, Ouyang Mingyue, seated beside him, was entirely engrossed, her expression one of satisfaction. Bored, Lin Xingjian opted to enter the illusory reality space to practice martial arts. Time passed unmeasured until he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, prompting him to emerge from the illusory reality space. Lin Xingjian, I've called you several times. Why did you not respond? Ouyang Mingyue inquired with her round, glistening eyes, a look of puzzlement adorning her face. I was deep in thought and did not hear you. Lin Xingjian quickly fabricated an excuse upon regaining his awareness. However, this incident revealed to Lin Xingjian a crucial concern. While immersed in the illusory reality space, he was entirely oblivious to external stimuli. Should someone choose to attack him during such moments, the consequences could be dire. Clearly, he would have to exercise caution in the future when entering the illusory reality space. Oh, I see. The Navi Ouyang Mingyue accepted Lin Xingjian's explanation without question, unaware of his deception. Lin Xingjian, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we go for a meal? Ouyang Mingyue remarked, patting her slightly hollow stomach as she looked at him. Sure. Prompted by Ouyang Mingyue's suggestion, Lin Xingjian suddenly felt a pang of hunger and readily agreed. Chapter 20. Encountering a bully in the cafeteria. The Tianwu Royal Academy lacks a public cafeteria. Instead, it boasts a variety of restaurants, where one can enjoy any dish, provided they have the means to pay. As the two wandered casually through the campus, they soon discovered a restaurant named Changlai Restaurant, which was quite spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of patrons. Upon entering, Lin Xingjian and Ouyang Mingyue scanned the interior, noting the relatively low number of diners and the abundance of vacant tables. They carefully chose a table by the window to sit down. What would you like to order? A server promptly approached them as soon as they were seated. What do you have here? Since it was Lin Xingjian's first visit, he was entirely unfamiliar with the menu and inquired. Upon hearing his question, the server promptly produced a menu for them to peruse. The menu featured a plethora of dishes, broadly categorized into two types: ordinary dishes, which were common fare, and dishes made from fierce beast meat that aided martial artists in their training. Lin Xingjian had sampled many dishes purported to enhance cultivation, but their benefits were minimal. However, he had yet to experience the taste of fierce beast meat. On the Tianwu continent, there exists a multitude of beasts, which, like humans, are classified according to their strength. Beasts are primarily divided into ordinary beasts, fierce beasts, demon beasts, and super demon beasts. Among them, fierce beasts are equivalent to martial artists in the physical realm, while demon beasts correspond to those in the vital energy realm. And super demon beasts are akin to practitioners in the true essence realm. Regular consumption of fierce beast meat is highly beneficial for cultivation, yet it is not inexpensive. The average person cannot afford it, and even wealthy families cannot indulge in it at every meal. Lin Xingjian was eager to sample the flavor of fierce beast meat, so he ordered a portion of low-grade fierce beast grass rhinoceros meat, along with several ordinary dishes, before handing the menu to Ouyang Mingyue. Ouyang Mingyue opted not to order any fierce beast meat, instead selecting 2 additional ordinary dishes. After relaying their orders to the server, the two settled in to await their meal. At that moment, a group of students swaggered into the restaurant, exuding an air of authority, clearly upperclassmen from the Tianwu Royal Academy. They surveyed the establishment before striding purposefully toward Lin Xingjian's table, ultimately stopping in front of him. Is there something you need? Lin Xingjian, unfamiliar with their identities, regarded their approach with curiosity. Of course there is. Listen well, I, Lin Tian, have taken a liking to this table. Vacate it immediately. The leader of the group, a brash youth, bellowed. Yes, hurry up and move. The other youths echoed, clamoring in agreement. Lin Tian, I haven't heard of you. Why should I give up my seat? Lin Xingjian responded with a faint smile, remaining calm and collected, showing no sign of concern for Lin Tian and his companions. What? You haven't even heard of me, one of the 4 bullies of the Tianwu Royal Academy? Are you even a student here? Lin Tian's anger flared at Lin Xingjian's ignorance. Remember this, I am the son of Prince Wei, one of the 4 bullies of the Tianwu Royal Academy. Offending me will not end well for you. I advise you to relinquish this table. Otherwise, do you believe I won't cripple you today? Chapter 21. I am your uncle, and if I refuse? Lin Xingjian remained as tranquil as ever, unfazed by Lin Tian's threats. As Lin Tian realized that his declaration of status had failed to intimidate Lin Xingjian, he began to speculate about the latter's background. Could it be that he possesses a status equal to mine? But that cannot be. There are only a few individuals in the academy whose status rivals my own, and I know them all. None resemble him. Pondering this, Lin Tian concluded that Lin Xingjian was merely bluffing. Lacking any significant background, believing he had deciphered Lin Xingjian's intentions, Lin Tian laughed boisterously. Ha! You need not pretend to be calm. I know you have some connections, yet they cannot compare to mine. Always think twice before taking action, lest you offend those you cannot afford to offend. Observing the escalating tension, Ouyang Mingyue, concerned for Lin Xingjian's safety, quickly advised him, let's just move aside. It isn't worth it. This young lady speaks wisely. For her sake, I shall let this matter go, Lin Tian responded, his earlier focus on Lin Xingjian now shifting to Ouyang Mingyue. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a striking beauty, his gaze lingering on her, revealing his youthful proclivity for flirtation. Ouyang Mingyue, sensing Lin Tian's predatory gaze, frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Indeed, one must consider whether their actions might offend those who ought not to be offended, Lin Xingjian remarked, seemingly in agreement with Lin Tian's statement. Hearing this, Lin Tian assumed Lin Xingjian was intimidated and was about to revel in his victory when Lin Xingjian added, but I am precisely the person you cannot afford to offend. What? You are someone I cannot offend. If you have the courage, reveal your identity. I would like to see how I cannot afford to offend you, Lin Tian retorted angrily, utterly unconvinced by Lin Xingjian's claim. In his eyes, there was no one at the Tianwu Royal Academy whom he could not confront. I am your uncle, Lin Xingjian declared, leaving not only Lin Tian but also the onlookers utterly bewildered. At first, Lin Tian was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the statement. However, it didn't take long for him to react, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, You dare to mock me! He lunged forward, intending to teach Lin Xingjian a lesson and demonstrate the consequences of provoking him, but before he could strike, his companions restrained him. What are you doing? Let me go. I need to teach him a lesson. Lin Tian barked at the one holding him back. Boss, calm down. You can't act out. Otherwise, you'll violate the academy's rules, his companion urged, tightening his grip on Lin Tian. At last, Lin Tian, realizing he had been reckless, regained his composure. The Tianwu Royal Academy has a strict rule. Students are prohibited from engaging in fights. Violators face severe penalties. Although Lin Tian often bullied others and was known as one of the 4 bullies of the Tianwu Royal Academy, he dared not strike another student. If he were to injure Lin Xingjian, he would face dire repercussions from the academy. Even his royal father would not be able to shield him. The thought of the consequences if he harmed Lin Xingjian filled him with dread. causing his rage to dissipate, leaving only apprehension in its wake. Humph! If it weren't for my brother's intervention, I might have taught you a lesson. Lin Tian realized that attacking Lin Xingjian was out of the question, yet he did not wish to tarnish his reputation. Instead, he declared, however, "You dared to claim to be my uncle, which I find insulting. If I do not teach you a lesson, how can I maintain my reputation? You now have two choices. Either you accompany me to the arena for a duel. If you win, I shall cease to trouble you. But if you lose, you must call me Grandpa and avoid me in the future. Or you apologize to me now, and I may let you off the hook. Otherwise, once you leave the academy, I cannot guarantee your safety." Listening to Lin Tian's menacing words, Lin Xingjian smiled faintly, shaking his head as he replied, "It appears you have misunderstood. I am not toying with you. I speak nothing but the truth. Why is it that you choose not to believe me?" Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's continued assertions, Lin Tian began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he truly had such an uncle, one he had no recollection of? At that moment, Lin Xingjian added, "My name is Lin Xingjian." Lin Xingjian? That name seemed familiar. He recalled that Lin Xingjian was said to be the younger brother of the great Emperor Tianwu. Lin Tian mused internally. After careful consideration, Lin Tian realized Lin Xingjian was likely not lying. The late emperor, Lin Xingjian's father, was indeed half-brother to Lin Tian's grandfather, placing Lin Xingjian at the same generational level as Lin Tian's father. By that reasoning, he was indeed Lin Tian's uncle, albeit one whose existence had nearly faded from memory due to his obscurity. However, Lin Tian held no fondness for this uncle, as he had just suffered considerable humiliation because of him. "Let us go." Having learned the truth, Lin Tian had no desire to linger any longer. He hastily departed to avoid further embarrassment. Hearing Lin Tian's command, his subordinates were filled with questions, but nonetheless followed his lead. The once formidable group that had stormed and now retreated in disgrace, inciting much speculation among the onlookers regarding Lin Xingjian's true identity. "Lin Xingjian, who are you?" The usually domineering Lin Tian had retreated without a fight. Clearly, Ouyang Mingyue remained oblivious to Lin Xingjian's status, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at him. "Hee, you will come to know in due time," Lin Xingjian replied with a knowing smile. Feigning mystery, observing Lin Xingjian's demeanor, Ouyang Mingyue pouted and turned away, clearly displeased. Lin Xingjian couldn't help but find her childish sulking amusing. Children often threw tantrums, yet there was something endearing about Ouyang Mingyue's irritated expression. Unbeknownst to him, he too was merely an 11-year-old child. At tea that moment, the dishes they had ordered arrived. Lin Xingjian sampled a few ordinary dishes, finding their flavors mediocre, hardly comparable to the exquisite meals he was accustomed to in the palace. However, he reasoned that such differences were to be expected given their varying standards. Next, he picked up a slice of grass rhinoceros meat, savoring its delicate texture and remarkable flavor, which far surpassed that of ordinary beast meat. Enthralled by its taste, he indulged in a second piece, praising it with every bite. Ouyang Mingyue watched him relish the meal, feeling a twinge of desire herself. The energy contained within ferocious beasts was immense, and she had never tasted such meat before. Now that she had entered the corporeal realm, her curiosity was piqued. Without hesitation, she joined Lin Xingjian in enjoying the ferocious beast meat. After their meal, the two parted ways. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Xingjian spent an hour or two tidying up his bedroom before heading out again. This time, he made his way to the registration site. Initially, he had intended to register and collect his belongings immediately upon arriving at the academy, but he had encountered Ouyang Mingyue along the way and attended class with her instead. "Hello, I am here to register," Lin Xingjian announced, handing the staff member the token he had received upon passing the trials. The staff member accepted the token and quickly presented Lin Xingjian with several sets of clothing, a small booklet, and a card. They explained that the clothing was the academy's uniform. The booklet contained an overview of the academy along with its rules and penalties, and the card served as each individual's identification. Grasping these items, Lin Xingjian returned to his residence and began to peruse the booklet. It was quite thin, and he quickly finished reading, gaining a better understanding of the academy's basic information. Among the rules, he noted the prohibition against private dueling between students, with severe penalties for violations. It seemed Lin Tian had refrained from confronting him earlier out of fear of breaching this regulation. From the rules, Lin Xingjian discerned that they were primarily established to safeguard the safety and interests of all students. After all, The students of Tianwu Royal Academy were individuals of esteemed status. Any incident involving them would be difficult to explain. Their parents had sent them to learn, not to be bullied. The academy boasted numerous arenas where students could resolve conflicts through combat, provided they applied for permission. However, lethal harm was strictly forbidden, though severe injuries were permissible. Previously, Lin Tian had wanted Lin Xingjian to resolve their issues in the arena, but Lin Xingjian had chosen to ignore him. Having refrained from training for several days, Lin Xingjian decided not to waste any more time now that everything was in order. He promptly began practicing his physical cultivation techniques in the courtyard. Despite his break from training, he felt no rustiness and continued for half a day, only stopping as night fell. The following morning, Lin Xingjian rose early and set off toward a certain location within the academy. Before long, he arrived at his destination, where numerous students were queuing, with others frequently arriving. Noticing this, Lin Xingjian quickly joined the line. He was there to register for the Tianwu Royal Academy's newcomer martial arts competition, as he had learned from the booklet. Each year, the academy hosted this event to encourage new students' enthusiasm for martial arts. Lin Xingjian was eager not to miss this opportunity for combat, though he had no intention of using his full strength against them. That would be rather dull. He merely wished to enjoy the thrill of battle at an equal level. The line was lengthy, and after a considerable wait, Lin Xingjian finally completed his registration. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to him, "Lin Xingjian, you are here to register too." The speaker was a girl, and Lin Xingjian needed no guesswork to identify her. There was only one girl in the entire Tianwu Royal Academy who knew him. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Ouyang Mingyue waving at him as she approached. "I'm here to register. Are you as well?" Lin Xingjian inquired, noting the excitement on her face. "Of course. I'm quite formidable, you know," Ouyang Mingyue replied, flashing a confident smile. "I didn't notice that before," Lin Xingjian responded with a bemused expression. Ouyang Mingyue, clearly offended by his teasing, retorted, "I am serious. How can you not believe me? Soon, you will understand my prowess." "All right, let's not dwell on that. We should hurry," Lin Xingjian suggested, steering the conversation elsewhere. The two slowly made their way away from the registration site for the newcomer martial arts competition. "Lin Xingjian, I have discovered your identity," Ouyang Mingyue suddenly declared, halting her steps. "You must be the brother of the great Emperor Tianwu. Am I wrong?" "Indeed. You didn't go out of your way to investigate my identity because I didn't tell you. Did you?" Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's words, Ouyang Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks turning slightly red as she lowered her gaze. "Just kidding. Don't take it to heart. I had planned to tell you later. But since you already know, I won't elaborate. However, I don't yet know your identity. Would you mind sharing it with me? I do not possess a status as lofty as yours. I am merely the daughter of the Minister of Rights," Ouyang Mingyue stated, downplaying her background, though her tone held no trace of inferiority, indicating her indifference to status. Lin Xingjian was pleased to see that Ouyang Mingyue did not distance herself from him due to his identity and did not seek to flatter him. It was clear she genuinely regarded him as a friend, which made him happy. "Let us not discuss status. We are friends, and if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me, and I shall do the same," he said. "That sounds wonderful," Ouyang Mingyue replied cheerfully. After conversing for a while longer, they each returned to their respective residences. With 3 days remaining until the newcomer martial arts competition, Lin Xingjian did not busy himself with preparations like other students. Instead, he wandered the academy, familiarizing himself with its layout. 3 days can be neither long nor short. Lin Xingjian took 3 days to familiarize himself with the Royal Academy of Tianwu, save for a few restricted areas where students were prohibited from entering. The day of the newcomer martial arts competition had finally arrived. On this beautiful morning, the sun shone brightly, heralding splendid weather. Lin Xingjian arrived early at the competition venue, standing alongside other new students. Awaiting the commencement of the event. As per the Academy's customary protocol, a speech by the leadership was mandatory prior to the newcomer competition. Traditionally, this would be the responsibility of the dean. However, today the vice dean, Tong Guo, was present, possibly due to the dean's prior engagements, thus the task of delivering the speech fell to him. Vice Dean Tong Guo was a robust man, appearing to be in his 50s. Though martial artists generally enjoy longevity, suggesting his true age could easily be in the 80s or 90s. At this moment, Vice Dean Tong radiated vitality, his face adorned with a warm smile as he began his long-prepared address to the new students. As Lin Xingjian listened to the Vice Dean's lengthy oration, he couldn't help but reminisce about similar occasions on Earth, during school sports days, where the speeches from the leaders were often filled with trivialities, serving little purpose other than to waste time. Once the vice dean concluded his speech, another instructor stepped onto the stage. This teacher, seemingly in his 30s, had a medium build but exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. Dear students, my surname is Hong, and I am a teacher at the Royal Academy of Tianwu. I will now explain the rules of this competition. This event holds great significance, although not all new students are participating. Nearly 2,000 are. With such a large number, one-on-one matches are impractical and would consume too much time. The Academy has decided to conduct 2 rounds of elimination matches prior to the formal competition. The first round will involve a teacher at the True Qi realm releasing their aura. If any of you succumb to this pressure, you will be eliminated, leaving only 1,000 participants. The second round will see these 1,000 students enter an illusion array, where they will encounter terrifying sights. Success will be measured by the duration of endurance. The longer you last, the better, and only 100 will remain. The final 100 will then be divided into 10 groups for group matches, with the top student from each group advancing to the top 10. The top 10 will then compete amongst themselves to determine the top 5, the top 3, and ultimately, the champion. Upon conclusion, the judging instructors will assess each participant's performance and assign ranks accordingly. Additionally, those ranked within the top 100 will have one opportunity to challenge someone ranked higher, but each individual will only have one chance to challenge or be challenged. The formal competition will span 3 days. To prevent any unfortunate fatalities, the use of weapons is strictly prohibited. This outlines the essential rules. Feel free to raise any queries. As Teacher Hong finished speaking, several students raised their hands with questions. He randomly selected one student who asked, Teacher Hong, how can we, mere novices in the physical realm, withstand the aura of a true Qi realm warrior? It seems impossible for anyone to endure. How can we possibly proceed with the test? Also, what exactly is this illusion array? I have never heard of it before. The students' concerns were unwarranted. The Academy had its reasons for implementing these measures. While the full force of a true Qi realm warrior's aura would indeed be overwhelming, the instructor would only exert pressure within a manageable threshold, gradually increasing it. Those lacking strength or willpower would naturally be eliminated. As for the illusion array, those who pass the first round will soon discover its nature. For those who do not, knowing would serve no purpose. Do you have any further questions? Teacher Hong asked, gesturing toward another student. Teacher, I wish to know what rewards will be bestowed upon participants in this competition. The chosen student inquired excitedly, haha, thinking of rewards before the competition has even begun. Nevertheless, I shall indulge you. Those who place within the top 100 will gain genuine participation status and will receive a low-grade body refinement pill as a reward. The higher your rank, the greater the reward. The 100th place will receive 100 body refinement pills. 4 ranks from 100 to 50, each rise in rank will yield an additional pill. From the 50th to the 10th rank, each increase will award 5 additional pills. As for the top 10, the rewards are even more substantial. The 10th place will receive 500 body refinement pills, with each subsequent rank yielding an additional 50 pills. The top 3 will not only receive body refinement pills but also special treasures as additional rewards. To earn greater rewards, you must strive for yourselves. Upon hearing Teacher Hong's elaboration, the students flushed with excitement, practically envisioning themselves as recipients of these prizes. However, Lin Xingjian remained relatively unfazed. Having traversed to this world, he was no longer a novice. He understood the nature of the body refinement pill. He knew it was a spirit liquid-grade pill, categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The prizes offered were of the lower tier, suitable for martial artists in the early stages of the physical realm. Unlike other pills, body refinement pills were relatively simple to produce, and while their efficacy was modest, their effectiveness remained stable even with prolonged use, making them quite popular in the Tianwu continent and very affordable. At 1 gold coin per pill. Are there any further inquiries? Teacher Hong asked once more. With no hands raised, it was clear that there were no remaining questions. Observing the silence, Teacher Hong declared the commencement of the elimination rounds. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a tall, imposing middle-aged male teacher approached the students, his expression menacing, and his piercing gaze intimidating, evoking fear among some of the timid girls who even began to weep. Before the teacher had even released his aura, some students were already trembling in terror. Had he unleashed his full force, it was likely that these frightened girls would have collapsed immediately as the silence lingered. The students suddenly felt an oppressive force descend upon them, their chests growing heavy, making even speech a laborious task, their bodies feeling as though weighed down by an invisible burden. Lin Xingjian recognized this sensation as the true Qi realm teacher gradually unleashing his aura. However, this pressure posed no threat to him. He merely feigned discomfort to avoid arousing suspicion from others. The overwhelming aura bore down upon the new students, and soon, some could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground, thus disqualified from advancing to the formal competition. As time passed, the number of those eliminated continued to rise, while the remaining students felt the pressure intensifying. Many had veins bulging on their foreheads, sweat pouring down, their legs trembling as if they might fall at any moment, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. After what felt like an eternity, the remaining students suddenly felt a release of pressure. The weight was lifted, and they gasped for air, as if emerging from the depths of hell into the light of day. Those who succeeded wore expressions of joy, elated at advancing to the next round, while those who failed hung their heads, their spirits visibly deflated. A quarter of an hour later, after the students had mostly recovered, the second round of elimination began. The remaining 1,000 were led to a larger open space nearby. Dispersed among each other, many were puzzled as to the purpose of this gathering. What was this illusion array? Curiosity lingered, but fear was scant. However, they would soon discover what true terror entailed. Once everyone was ready, the second elimination round was announced in the blink of an eye. The students found themselves transported to an unfamiliar realm, the others having vanished without a trace, leaving each student feeling lost and disoriented. Lin Xingjian found himself in a bleak and desolate landscape. The sky was overcast and dim, the world around him devoid of color, exuding an eerie and sinister atmosphere. As Lin Xingjian traversed this unsettling realm, the chilling wind whipped around him, sending shivers down his spine, and everything in his surroundings felt profoundly discomforting. Just then, the howling wind crescendoed, accompanied by a chorus of low murmurs that whispered ominously in his ears, sending a chill coursing through him. Suddenly, a horde of monstrous creatures passed by, each one uniquely grotesque yet all towering and ferocious, their greenish faces adorned with menacing fangs, instilling a sense of dread at first glance. While Lin Xingjian had traversed worlds and watched numerous horror films in his previous life, witnessing such a scene firsthand was still unsettling. However, he quickly regained his composure. His calmness stemmed not from bravery, but from the knowledge that he was in no real danger. These monsters posed no threat to him. From the moment he entered this realm, Lin Xingjian had understood that he was ensnared within an illusion array. Others may not comprehend the intricacies of the illusion array, but as a youth of the 21st century on Earth, he, having frequently indulged in time travel novels, is well aware of what an illusion array entails. He understands that the phantasmagoria produced by such arrays, no matter how realistic, poses no harm to individuals. With this realization, Lin Xingjian approaches the forthcoming events with unwavering courage and tranquility. Meanwhile, as Lin Xingjian navigates this ordeal, other students are grappling with their own experiences. Although the visions each student perceives differ, they share a common thread. Suddenly thrust into a terrifying realm, many students are overwhelmed by fear and a surge of negative emotions. Numerous students falter under the pressure, their bodies trembling violently, their faces contorted with abject terror. In such instances, some are extracted from the illusion array, which signifies their elimination from the competition. Unlike Lin Xingjian, the other students are still mere children, their resilience not yet fully developed, resulting in a wave of disqualifications. Xiao Hong, what do you think of these children? The Vice Dean inquired of Teacher Hong, seated on the podium beside him. To be frank, Vice Dean, these children are far too young, lacking in experience, and their capacity to endure is significantly deficient. This is merely the most basic level of the illusion array, and even so, they struggle to cope. Teacher Hong replied with a hint of discontent. Indeed, yet there is one child who has performed remarkably well. Thus far, he has remained quite composed, exhibiting no signs of fear, the Vice Dean remarked, pointing with satisfaction. Following the Vice Dean's gesture, Teacher Hong's gaze fell upon the serene Lin Xingjian, leaving him momentarily astonished. Who is this child? His fortitude is commendable, though he appears somewhat older. I wonder if the Vice Dean is familiar with him? Teacher Hong inquired. If it were anyone else, I might not know, but this child is indeed notable. He is the younger brother of the Heavenly Wu Emperor, a figure you may have heard of. The Heavenly Wu Emperor has even reached out to me, requesting that I keep an eye on him. The Weisstein chuckled. So? He's the brother of the heavenly Wu Emperor who shunned martial cultivation. What has prompted him to train now? Teacher Hong expressed his bewilderment. Some questions are best left unexamined. People inevitably change, and such transformations should not be surprising, the Weisstein replied, wishing to steer clear of further discussion on the matter. The trial is nearing its conclusion. You should proceed to arrange the subsequent tasks. At that moment, the students felt a sudden jolt as the space shifted, returning them to the Academy's testing grounds. As if the preceding events had all been a mere illusion, in truth, the preceding scenario was indeed an illusion, albeit one that felt strikingly real to the students. With the end of the phantasmagoria, the second round of eliminations concluded. Esteemed students, the second round of eliminations has come to a close. Each of you, comprising this 100, has earned the right to compete officially. I will divide you into 10 groups, each to compete on one of 10 platforms. The specific allocations will be announced tomorrow. For today, it is advisable to rest and recuperate. Teacher Hong addressed the remaining 100 students. With that, Teacher Hong departed, and the students began to disperse. Lin Xingjian, over here. Following the sound, Lin Xingjian spotted Ouyang Mingyue waving at him from a distance. You passed too? Lin Xingjian approached to inquire. Of course. I told you I was quite formidable. But, I must say, the second round's illusion array was truly terrifying. Ouyang Mingyue's face momentarily reflected a hint of fear. Indeed, it was quite frightful. I nearly succumbed as well, Lin Xingjian modestly replied, refraining from divulging the truth. By the way, we must support each other in tomorrow's competition. Absolutely. All right, I must take my leave to prepare for tomorrow's match. I am determined to secure a good ranking, Ouyang Mingyue declared, clenching her small fist earnestly. Very well, then, farewell, Lin Xingjian responded. In the time that followed, Lin Xingjian chose not to return to his quarters for rest, but instead made his way to the Academy's library. The Tianwu Royal Academy boasts several libraries, and the one Lin Xingjian visited was the only one to which he had access. Before long, Lin Xingjian arrived at the library's entrance. Upon entering, he presented his identity card to the elderly guard and proceeded inside. The library was expansive, comprising 3 floors. The first floor primarily housed texts on body refinement methods, the second floor contained tomes on martial techniques, while the third floor featured a variety of works on martial arts, biographies, and more. On the first floor, Lin Xingjian perused the books, not bothering to scrutinize them closely. He would merely glance at each before setting it aside to pick up another. Meanwhile, as Lin Xingjian flipped through the volumes, the intelligent assistant, Xiao Xing, continuously scanned various texts for inclusion in the library. Are you searching for something specific? I am quite familiar with this place. Perhaps I can assist you. A boy of similar age to Lin Xingjian approached him. By the way, my name is Hu Ming, a third-year student. Thank you, but I am merely browsing, Lin Xingjian explained, unable to articulate his intentions. I am Lin Xingjian, a new student. I see. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out, Hu Ming replied confidently. Certainly, Lin Xingjian sensed Hu Ming's sincerity and did not regard him with disdain merely for being older yet still a newcomer at the Tianwu Royal Academy. He found him to be a worthy acquaintance. After this brief interlude, Lin Xingjian continued his exploration of the books. Suddenly, Xiao Xing's voice interrupted his reading. Master, the storage capacity of the illusionary space bookshelf is full. What is happening? Does this space have a memory capacity? Lin Xingjian felt a wave of frustration. Could it be that he would no longer be able to store books? Of course not, Master. It is simply that the illusionary space is still in its preliminary stage, and many aspects remain unrefined. Currently, the illusionary space is integrated with you. As you grow stronger, the illusionary space will evolve, and its storage capacity will expand, Xiao Xing clarified. Upon hearing Xiao Xing's explanation, Lin Xingjian felt relieved. If he truly could not scan and store any further, the utility of the illusionary space would be significantly diminished. Given that the illusionary space was temporarily unable to scan and store, Lin Xingjian decided not to linger on the first floor any longer. Upon reaching the second floor, he briefly examined some martial technique texts before ascending to the third floor. Lin Xingjian was particularly intrigued by the books on the third floor. Thus, he approached his reading with greater diligence, no longer skimming through as he had with the body refinement and martial technique texts. The third floor housed an eclectic array of books, including biographies, historical texts, descriptions of various locales in the Tianwu continent, and insights on martial arts. With so many texts lacking specific categorization, Lin Xingjian had no choice but to examine them one by one, delving deeper into those that piqued his interest. The first book Lin Xingjian opened was an introduction to significant locations within the Tianwu Empire, detailing the 10 major cities, prominent mountains, and various perilous areas. Greatly broadening his horizons, before he knew it, an hour had passed. Lin Xingjian resolved to finish the book in hand before departing. The volume was not thick, and he quickly completed it. However, the concepts within sparked a sense of novelty, prompting further contemplation. This book was focused on body refinement, but rather than addressing methods for martial artists at the body refinement stage, it discussed body refinement for those above the true Qi realm. Typically, martial artists in the Tianwu continent engage in body refinement solely during the body refinement stage. Once they ascend to the true Qi realm, they find no further body refinement techniques to pursue. At that point, their physical strength can only be incrementally enhanced through the cultivation of true Qi or by utilizing rare treasures and elixirs. The body refinement techniques practiced during the body refinement stage hold little efficacy in the true Qi realm. However, this book proposed the concept that one could continue to cultivate physical strength even within the true Qi realm, positing that the true Qi realm should allow for the practice of body refinement techniques. Filled with extensive theories and deductions, the author argued that since techniques are human inventions, it stands to reason that body refinement techniques for those beyond the true Qi realm could likewise be developed. Lin Xingjian wholeheartedly agreed with this perspective. He was uncertain whether higher-level body refinement techniques existed within the Tianwu continent, but he was confident that, with the aid of the illusionary space, he could create a set of body refinement techniques suitable for practitioners above the true Qi realm, thereby continuously enhancing his physical prowess. Having no desire to continue browsing, Lin Xingjian exited the library. He felt he had gained immensely from this visit and looked forward to returning. The following day, Lin Xingjian arrived bright and early at the venue for the new student martial arts competition. By then, several students had already gathered, demonstrating the enthusiasm for competition among many. Gradually, more participants began to arrive. Once all 100 contestants were present, the venue was a sea of faces, with numerous students surrounding the area, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Seeing that the attendees had gathered and the time was nearing, Teacher Hong ascended the stage to announce the prearranged list of contestant groupings. Greetings, new students. The elimination round has concluded, and today marks the official competition day for the new student martial arts tournament. Your participation signifies your exceptional capabilities, and I hope each of you achieves satisfactory results in this competition. Observing the excitement etched upon your faces, it is clear that you are struggling to contain your anticipation. Therefore, I shall not prolong your wait any further and will now unveil the specific groupings of the competitors. Group 1, Lin Tianfeng, Guhai Group 2, Dong Shi, Lin Nan Group 6, Hua Ming, Ouyang Mingyue Group 10, Lin Xingjian, Lin Shuai Chapter 24. The arena. Upon announcing the rosters for each group, Teacher Hong gestured towards a direction and proclaimed, "Behold the 10 arenas lined up before you. These arenas shall serve as the battlegrounds for your competition. Each of your groups will sequentially occupy one arena, where all matches will unfold. Each arena will be presided over by a referee, who will announce the order of combatants within each group. During the group matches, every participant must face each of the remaining 9 members in one bout. It is imperative to remember that no life-threatening harm is to be inflicted. Competitors may concede, and once a concession is made, the opponent must refrain from further assault. I must reiterate, weapons are strictly prohibited. This is merely a contest of skill, not a battle to the death. Should any contestant wield a weapon, they will be disqualified, and in severe cases, expelled from the institution." Following this, Teacher Hong proceeded to elaborate on various trivialities pertaining to the competition. Once he concluded, the event commenced in earnest. The 10 arenas stood in a row, closely spaced, as the contestants made their way to their designated platforms. Lin Xingjian, assigned to Group 10, approached Arena 10 and stood at the edge, awaiting his turn. The referee for Group 10 stood atop the arena and, upon confirming the presence of all 10 competitors, announced the roster for the first match. The first bout of Group 10, Zhang Qing versus Zhao Dongqing. Shortly after the referee's announcement, the 2 competitors ascended the arena, exchanged names, and the referee declared the match to commence. The 2 appeared inexperienced, seemingly bewildered as they stood motionless, lacking any intent to engage. This prompted discontent among the audience, who had gathered to witness excitement. Their chants urged the competitors to commence their duel. Under the pressure of the crowd, the 2 finally began their contest. However, the skirmish held no allure. merely a series of punches and kicks devoid of technique. An exchange of blows that was both uninspiring and indicative of novice-level combat, the most rudimentary form. After a brief exchange, Zhao Dongqing landed a punch to Zheng Qing's chest, incapacitating him and securing victory. If the first match could be deemed evenly matched, the second was a stark contrast in disparity. The second bout featured Lin Shuai against Li Di.As. Soon as the match commenced, Li Di charged at Lin Shuai with great ferocity, expecting to showcase his prowess. However, Lin Shuai swiftly turned, delivering an elbow strike to Li Di's neck, causing him to collapse onto the arena floor. Motionless. Fortunately, Lin Shuai exercised restraint and controlled his strength, leaving Li Di merely unconscious and in need of medical assistance. Lin Xingjian observed Lin Shuai's performance, musing to himself about his impressive reflexes and combat experience. Although he remained curious about his martial prowess, the third match of Group 10 was Lin Xingjian versus Sun Yuwei. Hearing the referee's call, Lin Xingjian hastened to the arena. "Greetings, my good sir, I am Sun Yuwei. Aged 8, I kindly request your mercy," Sun Yuwei stated with a veneer of politeness, though his tone dripped with disdain, particularly emphasizing the 8, insinuating Lin Xingjian's advanced age and presumed lack of skill. Lin Xingjian, feigning ignorance of the underlying insult, replied, "I am Lin Xingjian, and I shall indeed show you mercy." "What?" He took my polite words seriously. I must teach him a lesson. Sun Yuwei seethed inwardly on the arena. The two competitors locked eyes, their bodies tense and poised for action. Unable to contain himself, Sun Yuwei lunged forward like a feral beast, launching a palm strike. In response, Lin Xingjian remained calm, choosing not to evade. He raised his right fist, controlling his power within the confines of the first level of the corporeal realm, and met Sun Yuwei's strike head-on. With a soft thud, Sun Yuwei staggered back 2 steps while Lin Xingjian retreated 3. The initial clash seemingly favoring Sun Yuwei. Emboldened by this perceived advantage, he boasted, "How about that? My basic martial technique, the palm strike, is impressive, isn't it? I've already grasped its fundamentals, whereas you likely haven't even begun your training. Surrender now, or you shall face dire consequences." Lin Xingjian remained unfazed, completely disregarding Sun Yuwei's taunts. This nonchalance infuriated Sun Yuwei further, prompting him to unleash a series of palm strikes against Lin Xingjian, who continued to evade and block without employing any techniques. As the relentless assault persisted without yielding victory, Sun Yuwei's frustration grew, and his attacks became increasingly erratic. With another collision, the two momentarily separated. "It is time," Lin Xingjian murmured to himself, then initiated an offensive against Sun Yuwei. Fist strike. As Lin Xingjian charged forward, Sun Yuwei appeared momentarily flustered. He had been the aggressor until now, and Lin Xingjian's sudden assault caught him off guard. By the time Sun Yuwei reacted, Lin Xingjian was already upon him. Though Sun Yuwei attempted to evade, Lin Xingjian's rapid fist strike was inescapable. The impact reverberated through the arena as Sun Yuwei was sent sprawling. Unable to rise, clutching his chest in agony, at that moment, Sun Yuwei grasped that Lin Xingjian's strength was not as feeble as he had presumed. He felt a surge of rage and humiliation. Believing Lin Xingjian had been toying with him all along, in truth, Lin Xingjian's prolonged engagement with Sun Yuwei was not a ploy to mock him, but rather an opportunity to hone his combat skills. Had he desired, Sun Yuwei would have been dispatched in a single blow. Having secured victory in the match, Lin Xingjian felt no sense of pride. During the ensuing time, he observed the matches of his fellow group members while also glancing at the other arenas. However, the overall skill level of these novice competitors left him with but 2 words: very poor. Indeed, many participants lacked any martial techniques and exhibited abysmal combat experience. Upon reflection, this was unsurprising, as these students had only recently ascended to the corporeal realm and had insufficient time to train in martial arts. Their combat experience was equally lacking. Even Lin Xingjian himself was merely armed with theoretical knowledge, devoid of practical experience. Though the majority of contestants exhibited subpar abilities, a few possessed commendable combat experience and skill. One of whom was a familiar face to Lin Xingjian, Ouyang Mingyue. During her match, she showcased an impressive martial technique, seemingly nearing a small mastery of her agility skills. Her opponent's attempts to strike failed to connect, as she deftly maneuvered him towards the edge of the arena, ultimately sending him tumbling off with a gentle push. Time flew by, and before long, the first round of Group 10 concluded, with a quarter-hour break before the second round commenced. Competitors seized the opportunity to rest, particularly those who had sustained injuries, who wasted no time in seeking treatment in the blink of an eye. The second round began in this round. Many competitors who had suffered severe injuries in the first opted to forfeit. Although Lin Xingjian's opponent had also been injured, he had recovered thanks to medical treatment. Yet upon seeing the formidable Lin Xingjian, he promptly conceded, too intimidated to engage. Meanwhile, at the judging table, two individuals were engaged in discussion. Xiaohong, what is your assessment of these new competitors? Quite dismal, I must say. Most of them likely couldn't even best an untrained commoner. However, there are a few notable exceptions, such as Lin Xingjian, who performed admirably in the earlier elimination rounds. It seems Lin Xingjian possesses considerable talent in martial arts. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming performances. Xiaohong, go arrange for the stronger competitors from each group to face each other in the later rounds. This will inject suspense into the matches and heighten the intensity of the competition. The two individuals engaged in conversation were none other than the vice president of the Tianwu Royal Academy and Teacher Hong. Over the course of the next 2 days, Lin Xingjian participated in a total of 8 matches, achieving victory in all. His opponents either forfeited or were swiftly defeated by Lin Xingjian, who treated them as mere sparring partners, making the entire competition remarkably effortless. Now, Lin Xingjian was set to face his 9th match, and his opponent was none other than Lin Shuai, who also boasted an undefeated record. It could be said that the duel between Lin Xingjian and Lin Shuai would determine the champion of Group 10. The small finals of Group 10 were about to commence, and the significance of this highly anticipated match drew numerous students to gather and observe, creating a lively scene below. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Xingjian and Lin Shuai ascended to the arena of number 10, where this much-anticipated group final was about to officially begin. At that moment, every move made by Lin Xingjian and Lin Shuai captivated the hearts of the audience. Lin Shuai gazed intently at Lin Xingjian and, with an air of astonishment, remarked, Lin Xingjian, I have observed each of your matches with great seriousness. To be honest, you have truly surprised me. I recall that at the outset, your combat rhythm and techniques were rather immature, indicating a lack of battle experience. However, after several matches, you underwent an astonishing transformation, exhibiting a remarkable improvement in practical combat skills, no longer resembling a novice with little experience. I hold great admiration for that. Moreover, I can discern that you have withheld some of your strength. Your true abilities far exceed what you have displayed. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that the ultimate victory will still belong to me. Though Lin Shuai's words were laden with praise for Lin Xingjian, they also conveyed his unwavering confidence in securing victory, clearly demonstrating his belief in his own strength. Lin Xingjian replied, Thank you for your kind words. But the match has yet to commence. It is still too early to make any predictions about the outcome. Who will win or lose remains uncertain, yet I too have faith that I will emerge victorious. Lin Shuai, aware that his displayed strength was on par with Lin Xingjian's, and knowing he still had power in reserve, remained confident in his abilities. However, he could not have anticipated that Lin Xingjian had not merely held back a portion of his strength, but had only showcased a fraction of it. Had he known, his confidence might have wavered. Victory is not merely a matter of words, and both understood this truth. They chose to let their abilities speak for themselves as the battle was about to ignite. Chapter 25. Unexpected developments. Fist of Inches, Cross Fist. The two seemed to share an unspoken connection, launching simultaneous attacks. Their rapid fists collided in midair, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the arena. Both fighters swiftly retreated, the initial test proving to be evenly matched, with neither gaining an advantage. Lin Xingjian, realizing his attack had not prevailed, exhibited a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. He regarded Lin Shuai, who held an undefeated record, with utmost respect. Moments ago, Lin Xingjian had intentionally unleashed the Fist of Inches at the pinnacle of its entry level, coupled with the peak strength of the first stage of the body realm. The fact that he returned empty-handed in such a scenario indicated that his opponent's cultivation was indeed formidable. Lin Xingjian was astonished, and Lin Shuai was equally taken aback. Understanding that Lin Xingjian's strength was not to be underestimated, Lin Shuai remained confident, for he had achieved the pinnacle of the first stage of the body realm and was merely a step away from the second stage. Furthermore, his cross fist had also reached the pinnacle of its entry level. In his eyes, such strength should surpass Lin Xingjian's. He had prepared to launch a surprise attack with maximum force, hoping to catch Lin Xingjian off guard and secure a swift victory. However, he never anticipated that Lin Xingjian would prove to be his equal, a development that caught him completely off guard. After their initial probing exchanges, the two resumed their fierce confrontation. On the arena, Lin Xingjian unleashed the Fist of Inches in a relentless assault, while Lin Shuai countered with equal determination, employing his cross fist to respond in kind. The air was filled with the sound of their fists colliding, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout the surroundings. Both fighters possessed formidable strength and experience, with each of their strikes either evaded or blocked, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, discussions among the spectators erupted. "Hey, who do you think will win?" inquired Student A. "I bet Lin Shuai will triumph," replied Student B. Himph. "I predict Lin Xingjian will emerge victorious," stated Student C. On the viewing platform, the vice president and teacher Hong turned their attention to the arena where Lin Xingjian was competing. "Xiao Hong, who do you believe will win?" asked the vice president with a smile. "I still favor Lin Shuai." Although they seem evenly matched at present, examining their techniques reveals that Lin Xingjian relies heavily on speed and power, leading to greater energy expenditure. In contrast, Lin Shuai's techniques are more versatile, allowing for both offense and defense with less energy consumption. If this continues, Lin Xingjian may succumb to fatigue and lose the match. Teacher Hong shared his insights. Indeed, if their current performance represents their full capabilities, then Lin Xingjian's chances of losing are considerable. However, if they are still holding back, the outcome remains uncertain, the vice president analyzed comprehensively, refraining from making definitive predictions. If to validate the vice president's assessment, Lin Xingjian suddenly executed the Step of Inches, swiftly maneuvering behind Lin Shuai and launching a punch towards Lin Shuai's back. To Lin Xingjian's surprise, this strike missed its mark. Lin Shuai, sensing the danger as Lin Xingjian moved behind him, had swiftly utilized a technique to evade. "Bravo!" The spectators erupted into applause at this exhilarating display. "Vice President, your foresight is remarkable. I never anticipated they still had hidden cards up their sleeves," Teacher Hong commended upon witnessing this turn of events. Returning their focus to the arena, the two combatants resumed their fierce exchange. Lin Shuai, aware that Lin Xingjian's techniques and agility rendered him formidable in close combat, refrained from engaging Lin Xingjian in close quarters, choosing instead to retreat after each strike. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingjian found himself at a disadvantage. He knew that his Step of Inches allowed for only short-range rapid movement, making it suitable for close combat, whereas Lin Shuai's evasion techniques enabled wide-ranging movement. Consequently, whenever Lin Shuai retreated, Lin Xingjian found himself unable to pursue. After a prolonged stalemate, Lin Xingjian even contemplated revealing a minor master-level martial skill. However, considering the potential repercussions of such a revelation, he promptly dismissed the idea. After much deliberation, Lin Xingjian devised a feasible strategy. To exchange injuries, he recognized that his punches were slightly quicker and heavier than his opponent's. If he allowed Lin Shuai to strike him, he could simultaneously land a blow on Lin Shuai, and it was certain that Lin Shuai would sustain greater damage. After all, he was a practitioner of dark energy with a robust physique. Being struck by an opponent at the first stage of the body realm would not inflict severe harm. With this plan in mind, Lin Xingjian began to prepare for its execution. That moment, Lin Shuai launched yet another round of attacks. Lin Shuai's fist hurtled towards him. Lin Xingjian clenched his fists, channeling his strength into them, ready to unleash the Fist of Inches. Lin Shuai anticipated that Lin Xingjian would evade or defend, but to his astonishment, Lin Xingjian remained motionless, allowing Lin Shuai's punch to connect. This unexpected turn left Lin Shuai momentarily stunned. Fist of Inches. At the instant Lin Shuai's fist struck Lin Xingjian unleashed the Fist of Inches, landing a clean hit on Lin Shuai's chest. Both were sent flying by the force of their strikes, and with a thunderous crash, they both fell to the ground of the arena, staggering to their feet. At that moment, both fighters were injured. However, Lin Xingjian bore only a light injury, while Lin Shuai was severely wounded, prompting Lin Xingjian to feign greater distress. The subsequent battle became straightforward, as the more severely injured Lin Shuai proved no match for Lin Xingjian, who struck him repeatedly until he lay incapacitated on the ground. After a grueling contest, Lin Xingjian ultimately claimed the title of champion of Group 10. The matches that followed bore no relevance to him, and he chose not to remain for further observations. Instead, he turned to return and tend to his injuries, preparing to recuperate before the next day's competition, ensuring he would be in optimal condition. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Xingjian seated himself on the bed, producing a pill from his possession. This pill, known as the Qingyu pill, was a lower-grade spiritual liquid elixir, effective for treating ordinary injuries. He had procured it as a precaution before the competition, and it was now fortuitously put to use. Placing the Qingyu pill in his mouth, it quickly dissolved into liquid and coursed down Lin Xingjian's throat. Shortly thereafter, he felt the pain subside, warmth radiating from the site of injury. Recognizing the effectiveness of the Qingyu pill, he chose not to dwell on it further and entered a meditative state within the illusory reality space. The following day, upon emerging from the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian discovered that his injuries had nearly healed. He marveled at the remarkable effects of the pill, reflecting that such injuries, if sustained on Earth, would require a hospitalization of 1 to 2 months for complete recovery. At the arena of the Tianwu Royal Academy's newcomer martial arts competition, Lin Xingjian arrived to find the venue teeming with spectators. This day marked the final day of the competition, a ranking match for the top 10 positions. Previously, the audience had consisted mainly of new students, but today, many upperclassmen had joined, resulting in a significantly larger crowd than in the preceding days. Attention, students! Today is the final day of the competition, as well as the ranking match for the top 10 in the group stage. Due to time constraints, the rankings from 11th to 100 will be determined based on group standings and individual performances, without additional matches. After the competition concluded, should one find themselves dissatisfied with their ranking, they are permitted to issue a challenge. However, each individual is allowed only one opportunity to challenge and be challenged. As previously stated, and I wish to reiterate this point today. Pausing briefly, Teacher Hong continued, "Now, let me present the list of the top 10 competitors. Huang Kai from Group 1, Deng Hui from Group 2, Li Xinhua from Group 3, Lin Jifeng from Group 4, Yukiki from Group 5, Ouyang Mingyue from Group 6, Kai Jin from Group 7, Zhou Wudong from Group 8, Hua Ming from Group 9, and Lin Xingjian from Group 10. To ensure fairness, the competition sequence will be determined by a random draw, with those drawing the same number facing each other. Subsequently, Teacher Hong produced a box containing the draw slips, inviting Lin Xingjian and the others to select their slips. One by one, Lin Xingjian and his companions approached to draw. When Lin Xingjian extracted a slip and opened it, he discovered it bore the number 3. With the drawing complete, the 10 competitors awaited the commencement of the matches in silence. Noticing that all had drawn their slips, Teacher Hong spoke. "The 10 slips you have drawn bear the numbers 1 through 5, each appearing twice. Those who draw the same number will compete against one another." Proceeding to the respective arenas numbered 1 through 5, having drawn number 3, Lin Xingjian made his way to Arena 3, soon joined by another individual, his opponent, whom he did not recognize. At the referee's signal, the two ascended the stage. Lin Xingjian, Deng Hui. The two exchanged names briefly before assuming defensive stances. For those who have reached the top 10 are no weaklings, and losing due to a moment's inattention is quite plausible. Lin Xingjian regarded this opponent with considerable seriousness, summoning the prowess he had displayed during his match against Lin Shu. However, upon engaging, Lin Xingjian was thoroughly disheartened to find his opponent's skill inferior to Lin Shu's. Both combat technique and mastery of martial arts were markedly lacking. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Xingjian felt little interest, perceiving no challenge, and resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Before long, Lin Xingjian seized upon a flaw in his opponent's defense and struck decisively. Injured, his opponent promptly conceded, perhaps wishing to avoid further harm that would preclude participation in the subsequent matches. Thus, Lin Xingjian advanced into the top 5, while Deng Hui fell short of that goal, left to contend for 6th place. After Lin Xingjian's match concluded, he stepped down to rest, finding himself idle and gazing towards the other arenas. He chanced upon Arena 2, where Ouyang Mingyue had just defeated her opponent, securing victory, while matches in the other arenas seemed to be drawing to a close as well. Once all matches had concluded, the list of the top 5 emerged: Lin Jifeng, Ouyang Mingyue, Lin Xingjian, Yukiki, and Hua Ming. Following this round, the next stage of competition did not commence immediately. A 15-minute intermission was announced. During this time, those who had sustained injuries hastily retrieved quality healing ointments to treat their wounds. In the blink of an eye, the second round began. Once again, opponents would be determined by draw, with the bottom 5 competitors mirroring the top 5 in this process, competing to establish precise rankings. Among the 5 drawing slips, one would inevitably draw a blank slip, granting them direct advancement. It remained uncertain who would be favored by fortune. Blank slip. Lin Xingjian exclaimed in astonishment upon opening his drawn slip and finding it devoid of inscriptions. The others, upon hearing of Lin Xingjian's fortunate draw, lamented their own ill fortune. "You are indeed lucky. You've advanced directly to the top 3, Ouyang Mingyue remarked as she approached, adding, "To be honest, your abilities are commendable. It's impressive you've come this far. Keep up the effort. You too must strive harder," Lin Xingjian encouraged and returned. As the matches were about to commence, Ouyang Mingyue ceased further conversation with Lin Xingjian and proceeded directly to the stage to prepare for her bout. With Lin Xingjian having drawn a bye, he settled down to observe as an audience member, cheering for Ouyang Mingyue. In a remarkable twist of fate, Ouyang Mingyue's opponent turned out to be Yukiki, another female competitor from the top 5. While the name Yukiki suggests a charming girl, the reality was quite different. She was of ordinary appearance and impressively robust stature, her formidable physique causing the young men present to feel dwarfed in comparison. This strength enabled Yukiki to overpower one opponent after another. Naturally, her size resulted in diminished speed and agility compared to others, yet she had trained in proficient techniques that allowed her to somewhat compensate for this shortcoming. Visually, Ouyang Mingyue appeared to completely outclass Yukiki. It is often said that men are visually oriented creatures, and the young boys in attendance were no exception. Captivated by the adorably charming Ouyang Mingyue, they cheered enthusiastically, while the unfortunate Yukiki was entirely overlooked. Witnessing this scene, Yukiki felt a surge of anger. Although she had often faced discrimination due to her size, this was the first time she had been so thoroughly ignored. And she directed her ire towards Ouyang Mingyue, retorting, "Humph, being cute is of no use. Strength is what truly matters. Fists do not discriminate. Don't let your pretty face get damaged, don't boast. If you have the ability, come at me," Ouyang Mingyue replied nonchalantly. Ignoring her words, Yukiki unleashed her formidable strength, swinging her fist, large as a sandbag, directly at Ouyang Mingyue. Fully aware that she could not withstand Yukiki's punches with her smaller frame, Ouyang Mingyue swiftly executed her butterfly step to evade, distancing herself from Yukiki. Undeterred by her misstrike, Yukiki pressed on, displaying an unyielding spirit that refused to relent until she achieved her goal. Ouyang Mingyue, however, chose not to confront Yukiki directly. Instead, she deftly dodged each of Yukiki's attacks, allowing them to pass harmlessly. The grace of her butterfly step was mesmerizing, akin to a butterfly dancing gracefully, truly worthy of its name, earning her cheers from the audience below. As Yukiki realized her attacks were ineffective, rather than retreating, she intensified her onslaught, determined to land a blow on Ouyang Mingyue. Before long, Yukiki recognized her stamina was severely waning, and she could hardly continue. Suddenly enlightened, she hastily halted her assault. "Humph, if you have the ability, then stop running. Let us face each other directly very well." With that, Ouyang Mingyue, gliding gracefully on her butterfly step, approached Yukiki. Heavenly dance palm. Ouyang Mingyue unleashed her martial technique for the first time, delivering a series of strikes that flowed seamlessly, like shadows and forms entwined. No matter how Yukiki attempted to evade, the technique followed her movements with precision, landing solid hits upon her. Realizing she could not escape Ouyang Mingyue's relentless assault, Yukiki desperately attempted to defend herself. Yet, weakened as she was, she could not withstand the barrage. After several successful strikes, she ultimately conceded. Simultaneously, on another stage, Lin Jifeng triumphed over Huo Ming, securing victory in his match. Thus, the competition for the top 3 concluded. After a brief respite, the competition resumed. However, fortune did not favor Lin Xingjian this time. The blank slip had bestowed favor upon Ouyang Mingyue, leaving Lin Xingjian to face Lin Jifeng in a battle for the chance to advance to the final showdown. On the stage, Lin Xingjian and Lin Jifeng regarded each other with complex expressions. Lin Jifeng, seemingly aware of Lin Xingjian's identity, said, "Young Uncle Wang, I never expected our first encounter would be here, let alone that it would lead to a match between us. As my elder, I should defer to you, but my aim is the championship, and I must give my all. I hope you will forgive me." Although Lin Xingjian had never met Lin Jifeng before, he recognized him as the son of the esteemed Wang brother, Zhenxing Wang, and replied, "You are indeed the son of Wang brother. Do not concern yourself with my status. Feel free to unleash your full strength." "Then I shall not hold back with that." Lin Jifeng surged forward like a gale, his speed astonishing, reaching Lin Xingjian in the blink of an eye. Rapid fist. One punch followed another, each delivered with astonishing velocity. The air crackling with the force of his strikes and the face of this onslaught. Lin Xingjian remained unperturbed, responding with his inch fist. The sound of their fists colliding echoed as they exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The rapid succession of punches created a dazzling display that left the audience awestruck, struggling to keep up with the spectacle before them. Throughout the recent days of combat, Lin Xingjian had integrated much of the combat theory he had acquired into his fighting style, significantly enhancing his experience and capabilities. He had become adept at recognizing critical details and was skilled at seizing fleeting opportunities during battle. Now, he focused on identifying Lin Jifeng's vulnerabilities, aiming to exploit any weaknesses rather than relying solely on overwhelming strength to secure victory. That was not Lin Xingjian's intention in participating in this competition. As they fought and observed, Lin Xingjian indeed discovered a flaw in Lin Jifeng's technique. Although Lin Jifeng's rapid fist was impressively swift, it required him to recharge after every 5 consecutive punches. Otherwise, the force of his blows would diminish. If Lin Xingjian could capitalize on this brief moment of vulnerability, victory would be within reach. After an intense exchange, Lin Xingjian finally seized the opportunity, landing an inch fist strike during that fleeting moment. Ultimately securing victory, Lin Xingjian triumphed over Lin Jifeng, earning the right to compete for first place and bringing him a step closer to the championship. Next, Lin Xingjian is about to engage in a fierce competition with Ouyang Mingyue for the coveted title of champion in the Tianwu Royal Academy's newcomer martial arts tournament. Should he triumph over Ouyang Mingyue, Lin Xingjian will emerge as the victor as the finals approach. Many are filled with eager anticipation for the forthcoming match, uncertain whether Lin Xingjian will claim victory or if Ouyang Mingyue will seize the championship title. At this moment, Lin Xingjian appears remarkably relaxed, showing no signs of tension, while Ouyang Mingyue, on the other hand, wears a complex expression, seemingly lost in thought. Vice Dean, who do you think will win? Teacher Hong inquired of the Vice Dean. The odds favor Lin Xingjian, the Vice Dean replied after a moment's contemplation. Teacher Hong nodded in agreement. Before long, the time arrived, and the referee announced the commencement of the finals, prompting both competitors to step onto the stage. We're good friends. I don't wish to fight you, Ouyang Mingyue declared as she took her position on the stage. Do you desire the championship? Lin Xingjian asked directly. Indeed. Then, I concede. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's words, Ouyang Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him, utterly baffled. The crowd below, eager for an exciting spectacle, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xingjian's concession, followed by an uproar of disbelief. What? Conceding? No way. I wanted to see a good show. How could he just give up? Is he scared? But that can't be right. Lin Xingjian's strength is on par with Ouyang Mingyue's. I suspect he has feelings for that young lady. Why? Ouyang Mingyue pondered, equally perplexed. Hee. I entered this competition simply for fun. The title of champion matters little to me. Moreover, as friends, it is only right for me to let you win. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's words, Ouyang Mingyue was moved to tears. Don't cry. Otherwise, others might think I'm bullying you. Seeing Ouyang Mingyue in tears left Lin Xingjian at a loss, prompting him to comfort her hastily. Fortunately, Ouyang Mingyue understood the public nature of the situation and quickly stifled her sobs. Thus, in a dramatic turn of events, Lin Xingjian's concession concluded the most significant match of the finals. Yet, the competition was not over, as another match continued, featuring Cai Jin and Li Xinhua vying for the 6th and 7th positions, with Cai Jin ultimately securing a narrow victory. With that, the top 10 rankings were officially concluded. Ouyang Mingyue claimed first place, Lin Xingjian second, Lin Jifeng third. Yukiki defeated Huo Ming for fourth. Huo Ming settled for fifth. Followed by Cai Jin in sixth, Li Xinhua in seventh, Deng Hui in eighth, Huang Kai in ninth, and Zhou Wudong in 10th. After the top 10 rankings were revealed, Teacher Hong announced the rankings from 1st to 100th to all the new students. Naturally, this ranking did not represent the final results, as subsequent challenge matches would take place, determining the ultimate standings. However, given that the top 10 rankings had just concluded, the challenge matches were scheduled for 1 hour later, allowing all participants ample time to recover. During this hour, those with injuries busied themselves with treatment, while the uninjured contemplated whether to issue challenges. If one chose to challenge, the question remained, whom to challenge? Amidst the hustle and indecision, the hours swiftly passed. The challenges proceeded in a sequential manner, starting from the 100th rank and moving forward. a victorious challenger would replace the defeated opponent in the rankings. Thus, the fervor of challenges began. Many students dissatisfied with their rankings eagerly challenged those above them, though successful challengers were few and far between. Furthermore, a successful challenge did not guarantee safety, as some who emerged victorious found themselves injured and subsequently challenged by others, resulting in the loss of their hard-won positions. Thus, succeeding in a challenge was merely a prerequisite. The true challenge lay in maintaining one's rank. After a lengthy series of challenges, it was finally Lin Shuai's turn to choose. Ranked 11th, he felt unsatisfied, believing that had he not been in the same group as Lin Xingjian, he would have undoubtedly made the top 10. Therefore, he resolved to challenge for a top 10 position. Though the question of whom to challenge remained. After some thought, he decided to challenge the 4th-ranked Yukiki. He felt uncertain about defeating 1st-ranked Ouyang Mingyue. He could not best Lin Xingjian, and although he might triumph over Lin Jifeng, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory that would benefit others. Thus, challenging Yukiki seemed the most prudent choice. As fate would have it, Yukiki found herself in a precarious position, swiftly losing to the speed-oriented Lin Shuai, dropping her rank to 11th. Fortunately, she later triumphed over Huaming, reclaiming the 5th position. Huaming, having been subjected to a fierce beating by Yukiki, was left too battered to challenge again, thus exiting the top 10 rankings. The other top competitors chose not to continue challenging, solidifying their standings. The final rankings from 1st to 10th were as follows: Ouyang Mingyue, Lin Xingjian, Lin Jifeng, Lin Shuai, Yukiki, Kaijin, Li Xinhua, Deng Hui, Huang Kai, and Zhou Wudong. Chapter 27. 3 rewards. The challenge matches persisted for an extended duration, leaving many participants bruised and battered, looking rather disheveled. The challenge process was diverse, with some feeling exhilarated, others sorrowful, some regretful, and others indifferent. Regardless, the challenge matches concluded, and the Tianwu Royal Academy's newcomer martial arts tournament officially came to an end, paving the way for the distribution of rewards. Due to the overwhelming quantity of body refinement pills, and considering the inconvenience of carrying them for the students, the Academy opted to issue anonymous cards in black and white as substitutes for the rewards, with black representing 10 body refinement pills and white representing 100. The distribution of cards commenced from the 100th rank, with each student receiving theirs in turn. When it was Lin Xingjian's turn, he collected 9 white cards. Once all rewards had been distributed, the vice dean stood to speak. Previously, Teacher Hong mentioned that the top 3 would receive special rewards, and now it is time to fulfill that promise. With that, the vice dean signaled for 3 wooden trays to be brought forth, each containing a distinct item: a small wooden plaque, a book, and a jade vial. The vice dean then elaborated, "This small wooden plaque is somewhat damaged but still functional. When carried, it can help deflect attacks that would otherwise be unbearable. Capable of withstanding approximately 10 physical realm attacks and 1 true Qi realm attack, although it can only withstand an attack from the 1st level of the true Qi realm. The book contains a secret technique for the physical realm that can significantly enhance combat strength, with the degree of enhancement depending on one's mastery. However, using it will result in 2 to 3 days of weakness. The jade vial contains 3 great recovery pills, a miraculous healing remedy that can mend most injuries. The first-place finisher may choose first, followed by the second, and lastly the third." Ouyang Mingyue stepped forward, examined the items, and ultimately selected the great recovery pills. Then it was Lin Xingjian's turn. Without hesitation, he picked up the small wooden plaque and departed, giving little thought to the secret technique book. Lin Xingjian's disinterest in the secret technique was not due to its lack of power, but rather because such techniques are generally detrimental to the body, and frequent usage could diminish one's potential. Additionally, this technique was merely for the physical realm, of no use to someone like Lin Xingjian, who regarded the physical realm as foundational. Thus, it held no allure for him. With the rewards fully distributed, the event truly came to a close, and the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Who wants the white cards? They bargain at 90 gold coins each. As Lin Xingjian's words echoed, numerous new students who had not received body refinement pills rushed over to purchase them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xingjian sold out all his cards. Lin Xingjian's decision to sell the body refinement pills was not due to a lack of funds, but rather a desire to avoid using them for cultivation. Although the long-term effects of body refinement pills were beneficial, like other medicinal pills, they could impact future cultivation and progression. With the assistance of the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian's future was bright, and he wished not to jeopardize his development due to the consumption of body refinement pills. Since the conclusion of the newcomer martial arts tournament, Lin Xingjian adopted a highly structured lifestyle. Each morning, he visited the library to peruse books. In the afternoons, he practiced body refinement techniques and martial arts in the courtyard. And in the evenings, he entered the illusory reality space for further training, filling his days to the brim. Thus, a month swiftly passed. Compared to a month prior, Lin Xingjian had made slight progress in his cultivation. Although he remained at the 4th level of the physical realm, he had reached the pinnacle of that level. His skills in inch punch, inch step, and basic swordsmanship had seen only minor improvements, remaining at the peak of the minor accomplishment stage, yet not transitioning into the major accomplishment stage. However, he had made significant strides in the intermediate section of the basic body refinement technique, having cultivated it to the major accomplishment stage, which offered Lin Xingjian some solace amidst his relatively stagnant progress in martial skills. Beyond his prowess, Lin Xingjian's comprehension of martial arts had also deepened considerably. To illustrate, if one were to view martial arts as a mathematical problem, the former Lin Xingjian would merely follow the answers step by step, seldom engaging in independent thought. Now, while he still references the answers, he understands the reasoning behind his actions, having developed his own ideas and insights. Though both methods yield the same final results, the essence of his approach has undergone a profound transformation. It can be articulated that previously, when Lin Xingjian was unaware of the answer, he found himself utterly at a loss, unable to put pen to paper. In contrast, although Lin Xingjian still grapples with his inability to solve problems now, he possesses an understanding of how to approach them, having a general grasp of the methods required. This marks a significant distinction between the two states. In earlier times, Lin Xingjian's mastery of martial arts was akin to mimicking without comprehension, focusing solely on form rather than essence, leading to a persistent feeling of inadequacy in his techniques. This deficiency stemmed from a lack of profound understanding of martial arts and a lower realm of cultivation. However, through a month of relentless accumulation of martial knowledge, it was as if a luminous beacon had been ignited within Lin Xingjian, illuminating his path forward, and no longer was he engulfed in confusion regarding martial arts. And his training and techniques seemed to have found its rhythm, allowing him to execute them with increasing ease and potency. During this period, Lin Xingjian felt that his most significant gains were not merely in his cultivation or martial skills, but rather in the diverse knowledge he garnered from books. While advancements in cultivation and martial techniques indeed enhanced his strength, the elevation of his martial realm fortified his foundation. The former represented a fleeting progress, whereas the latter undeniably held substantial importance for his future development. Consequently, the enhancement of his martial realm was far more critical than the temporary increase in cultivation. Inspired by the benefits of accumulating knowledge, Lin Xingjian became increasingly enthusiastic about perusing various martial texts. Encountering valuable literature, he would diligently study it. On occasion, he would also select courses he deemed worthwhile to attend, hoping to glean useful insights. In addition to these pursuits, Lin Xingjian frequently ventured into the illusory reality space to browse the martial techniques and body refining methods on the shelves, a first for him. Previously, he had regarded the martial arts and techniques on those shelves merely as resources to optimize his own skills, never having taken them seriously, convinced that they were unsuitable for him and not worth his attention. Yet now, he recognized his folly. Everything possesses its own value and merits careful examination and learning. If one approaches with sincerity, there will always be something beneficial to gain. On this particular day, Lin Xingjian practiced body refining techniques in the courtyard, yet this time was distinct as he was striving to break through from the 4th to the 5th level of physical realm. He repeated the motions of the body refining technique, flowing like a river, embodying both strength and grace. At that moment, the sun shone fiercely at noon, radiating intense heat, yet Lin Xingjian was completely engrossed in his movements, oblivious to the sweat soaking his clothes. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Xingjian suddenly felt a tremor in his body, suggesting a breakthrough was imminent. Understanding the adage that opportunities must be seized, he hastened his movements. As time progressed, the vibrations in his body grew more pronounced and rapid, yet he dared not pause, fully aware that he had reached a critical juncture where even a moment's distraction could lead to failure. Delaying his next breakthrough for an indeterminate period, with a crackling sound reminiscent of firecrackers ringing in his ears, Lin Xingjian, drawing from his previous breakthrough experiences, recognized that it was not the sound of firecrackers, but rather the noise of his bones purging impurities during the breakthrough process. Once the sound subsided, it would signal the completion of his breakthrough, marking his true entry into the fifth level of physical realm. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each passing second felt interminable. Filled with the hope that the next moment would herald the completion of his breakthrough, he waited. Suddenly, the noise ceased abruptly, and tranquility returned. That moment, Lin Xingjian knew he had successfully broken through to the fifth level of physical realm, prompting him to decisively halt his training and urgently assess the changes within himself. Upon inspection, he noticed a pungent black, mud-like substance clinging to his skin, a byproduct of the impurities expelled post-breakthrough. After a brief cleansing, ensuring the odor dissipated, Lin Xingjian turned his attention to observing his transformations. His first focus was the strength he had gained from the breakthrough. Lacking specific testing tools, he resorted to a rudimentary yet effective method: lifting stones. After a simple assessment, he discovered that his strength had increased by at least 50%, signifying a substantial improvement in his capabilities. Next, Lin Xingjian tested his control over the dark energy. The test was straightforward, employing dark energy to execute techniques in combat. Upon attempting this, Lin Xingjian realized a marked change in his control. Before the breakthrough, although he was a dark energy practitioner, he was merely at the fourth level of the physical realm, corresponding to the first level of dark energy. Relying on it as a special technique, but unable to use it repeatedly without risking severe bodily harm. However, through his recent testing, Lin Xingjian found he could utilize dark energy multiple times without experiencing any discomfort. In truth, Lin Xingjian had long been aware that practitioners at the fifth level of physical realm faced no restrictions when using dark energy. He simply had not experienced it firsthand and was hesitant to fully believe it. This testing unequivocally validated the claims he had encountered in a particular book. From that text, Lin Xingjian learned that each level of dark energy possesses distinct characteristics. The first level, corresponding to the fourth level of physical realm, allows only a rudimentary grasp of dark energy, rendering repeated use impossible and leaving no room for advanced techniques. In contrast, the second level, corresponding to the fifth level of physical realm, frees practitioners from previous constraints, enabling them to wield dark energy at will, although this stage necessitates the honing of various dark energy techniques. For instance, in a match where both combatants are practitioners at the second level of dark energy and possess similar martial prowess, the one with superior technique stands a greater chance of victory. The third level, aligned with the sixth level of physical realm, further evolves the practitioner's use of dark energy. While second-level practitioners can utilize dark energy multiple times, they are limited to their hands, whereas third-level practitioners can employ dark energy throughout their entire body, even retaliating against ambushes from behind. This breakthrough not only augmented Lin Xingjian's strength, but also enabled him to utilize dark energy as a regular technique, reflecting a substantial growth in his overall power. Chapter 28. Growth in Power. Contemplating his newfound strength, Lin Xingjian's thoughts drifted to the illusory reality space in the past. Whenever he advanced in cultivation, the illusory reality space underwent certain changes, typically resulting in a slight expansion. He wondered if this time would be no different. With that thought, Lin Xingjian entered the illusory reality space. Upon his arrival, he observed significant transformations within the illusory reality space. Firstly, the space had expanded, appearing more spacious. Secondly, a new row of empty bookshelves had been added, increasing the storage capacity for books. Lastly, the structure of the space had evolved, shifting from a closed cubic room to a nascent form resembling a palace. However, in Lin Xingjian's eyes, the illusory reality space still retained an unappealing aesthetic. Xiaoxing, come forth. As soon as Lin Xingjian uttered these words, Xiaoxing's figure materialized, promptly inquiring, "Master, what are your commands?" "Xiaoxing, could you perhaps alter the appearance of the space? Its current form is quite unsatisfactory, in my view. The illusory reality space should designate a specific area for storing books, another for practicing martial techniques, and allocate spaces for various other functions to create a more rational arrangement. Presently, all functions are crammed into one area, yielding a chaotic atmosphere. I apologize, Master, but I currently lack the capability to do so." "Why is that?" "Master, the illusory reality space underwent unforeseen changes during your traversal. I have previously mentioned this to you. The space not only lost all its data but also experienced alterations to its main program, resulting in the current structural inefficiencies. Furthermore, as an intelligent entity of the space, I have lost a significant degree of control over it. I am unable to modify the structure of the illusory reality space for now." However, as your strength grows, the space will gradually restore itself, and some of my capabilities will return, allowing for minor changes to the space. Nevertheless, the future trajectory of the illusory reality space has deviated from its original design, making its eventual transformations difficult to predict. Upon hearing such an explanation from Xiaoxing, Lin Xingjian could only temporarily bury this thought deep within his heart. The following day, Lin Xingjian arrived at the library early in the morning. But this time he was not there to browse through books. Rather, he aimed to continue scanning the books that had not yet been entered into the illusory space, filling the vacant shelves within. As Lin Xingjian stepped into the library, he noted that the place was nearly devoid of patrons, with only a handful of individuals searching for their desired tomes. Very few were quietly engrossed in reading. As most visitors came merely to seek martial arts techniques or skills, and only a scarce few were dedicated enough to visit daily, especially at such an early hour. Having previously scanned the majority of the books on the first floor, only a small portion remained unscanned. After dedicating some time to scanning these remaining volumes into the database, Lin Xingjian ascended to the second floor. While he often visited the second floor, he had only skimmed a fraction of the vast collection, leaving most untouched. However, given the abundance of titles and the limited capacity of the shelves in the illusory space, Lin Xingjian did not intend to scan every single book. He selectively chose a few to add to the collection. After completing the scanning of several books on the second floor, he found that some empty spaces still remained on the shelves and therefore proceeded to the third floor. The third floor was a familiar haunt for Lin Xingjian, a place where he felt at ease. The number of books here was relatively fewer compared to the previous two floors, and he had already perused many of them. Thus, he resolved to scan the remaining unread titles into the illusory space, ensuring he would not need to return to the library in the future. Lin Xingjian diligently searched for unexamined books on the third floor, continually scanning until he had filled all the available spaces on the shelves. Once the shelves were complete, he felt a sense of fulfillment regarding his mission and prepared to leave. However, coincidentally, as he exited the library, he encountered a friend he had recently made. Hu Ming was known for his sincerity, generosity, and eagerness to assist others, as well as his passion for reading. He made it a point to visit the library almost every day. When Lin Xingjian first came to the library, he met Hu Ming, who, noticing Lin Xingjian's relentless scanning, had assumed he was searching for a specific book and had offered his help. Since that initial meeting, Lin Xingjian had encountered Hu Ming multiple times during his visits, and as time passed, their acquaintance blossomed into friendship. "Lin Xingjian, you're leaving so soon," Hu Ming exclaimed, noticing Lin Xingjian emerging from the library. This struck him as peculiar, as Lin Xingjian typically lingered for quite some time during his visits, often departing well after Hu Ming. "I've just arrived, yet you are already on your way out. Recently, I need to make the most of my time for cultivation, so I'm aiming to return early. Spending every day here has consumed quite a bit of my training time, and to progress more swiftly, I anticipate that my visits will become less frequent," Lin Xingjian explained to Hu Ming. Hu Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "That makes sense. Cultivation is indeed paramount. If I weren't stuck at the third level of the body refinement realm, unable to ascend to the fourth, I wouldn't be spending my days here in the library either. However, I sense that my bottleneck is beginning to loosen, and my cultivation is slowly progressing. Perhaps soon I shall concentrate on breaking through to the fourth level of the body refinement realm." Upon hearing Hu Ming's intent to break through to the fourth level, Lin Xingjian sincerely wished him well, saying, "Hu Ming, I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Haha, thank you for your kind words. If I can manage to break through this time, I need not worry any longer and can graduate from the Royal Academy of Tianwu smoothly. Otherwise, if I fail to graduate on time, it would not only be a matter of shame. My father would surely be furious with me. You cannot fathom my father's temperament. When he is angry, it is nearly impossible to appease him. Just thinking about him sends shivers down my spine. At home, I hardly dare to meet his gaze. Only at the Royal Academy do I feel a sense of freedom. Go be honest, I dread returning home every holiday. Do not fret. You still have over a year left. Achieving the fourth level of the body refinement realm should be absolutely within your grasp. You might even break through to the fifth level. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The later levels of the body refinement realm are increasingly difficult to conquer. And my aptitude is not exceptional. If I can manage to reach the fourth level, I will be grateful. I do not expect to reach the fifth level during my time at the Royal Academy." After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, the two friends bid each other farewell. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Xingjian wasted no time and began his cultivation. The journey of cultivation is a long one, and even though he had just made a breakthrough, Lin Xingjian remained diligent and committed. Since advancing to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, Lin Xingjian's cultivation seemed to progress remarkably well, with rapid advancements occurring within just a month. His footwork and fist techniques both reached the level of mastery, and even his foundational body refinement techniques progressed to the pinnacle of mastery, just a hair's breadth away from perfection. Having achieved this level of cultivation, Lin Xingjian began to contemplate leaving the Royal Academy of Tianwu. While the academy boasted abundant resources and excellent conditions for training, it was ultimately a place designed to lay the foundation for royal and noble offspring, and no matter how good it was, it could not forge true powerhouses. The students here led overly comfortable lives, rarely facing combat or danger, akin to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful yet ineffectual. It was precisely for this reason that the academy did not allow students to remain indefinitely. As soon as they met the academy's requirements, they could graduate. At that point, students were free to leave the academy and pursue their own paths. Some ventured out for trials, some returned home, and others were directed by their parents to undertake various challenges. However, the majority chose to join the military for training. In truth, Lin Xingjian had already reached the 5th level of the body refinement realm and could apply for graduation from the Royal Academy of Tianwu. Yet, he hesitated to do so, fearing the disclosure of his status as a 5th-level martial artist. Having reached this level in just half a year was unprecedented on the Tianwu continent, a feat unmatched in history. If the royal family's enemies or those with ulterior motives were to learn of this, they might seek to eliminate Lin Xingjian before he could fully realize his potential. After all, the pace of his cultivation was alarmingly swift, stirring unease among many. Some might tolerate the existence of a genius, but none would permit the emergence of a prodigy. The mere thought of being exposed sent shivers down Lin Xingjian's spine. Of course, seeking to leave the Royal Academy of Tianwu did not hinge solely on applying for graduation. One could also provoke the academy to expel them. Some new students, unable to adjust to the academy's lifestyle of comfort, often sought to engage in mischief to secure their dismissal. Thus, for those resolute in departing the academy, this method was not without its merit. However, Lin Xingjian, despite his desire to leave, was unwilling to resort to such disgraceful tactics. Moreover, at his tender age, though children in the Tianwu continent matured faster both in appearance and mentality compared to those on Earth, he was still merely 11, a time when one could hardly undertake significant actions. Even if Lin Xingjian were to leave the academy now, he would merely return to the palace. In that case, remaining at the academy would be preferable, as it offered him a secure environment for his cultivation without the burden of worry. Regardless, life must go on, and one must continue to navigate it as best as possible. In the days that followed, Lin Xingjian devoted himself to cultivation, occasionally accompanying Ouyang Mingyue to spar at the academy's arena or attend some classes. Originally, he intended to fully utilize his time for cultivation and had no plans to join her. However, realizing that constant training was not ideal, he decided to accompany Ouyang Mingyue from time to time. It must be said, Ouyang Mingyue's talent was indeed extraordinary. She had advanced to the 2nd level of the body refinement realm shortly after arriving at the Royal Academy. Moreover, after each sparring session, she consistently gleaned insights, enhancing her combat prowess. Now, she had elevated her martial techniques to the minor mastery stage, which was quite impressive. Chapter 29. Semester Assessment. If not for the assistance of the illusory space, Lin Xingjian believed he would not have achieved Ouyang Mingyue's level of accomplishment through solitary training alone. As time passed unnoticed, the semester was drawing to a close. The Royal Academy of Tianwu operated under a system of external closure and internal freedom. During their time at the academy, students were strictly prohibited from leaving and were required to remain on the premises. However, within the academy, students enjoyed considerable freedom, able to engage in any activities without constraint. Like schools in Lin Xingjian's past life, the Royal Academy also observed holidays. During these breaks, students were permitted to leave the academy and return home. As the semester neared its conclusion, many students, particularly newcomers, were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating their return home. Yet, before they could depart, there was one final task to complete: the semester assessment. Although the Tianwu Royal Academy does not impose strict requirements on its students, each semester, an assessment is conducted to evaluate their progress, ultimately resulting in a score that reflects their performance for that term. This score must be taken home for their parents to see. Consequently, during the assessment period, many students who have not made significant progress feel anxious, fearing criticism from their families, creating a conflicting desire to return home while simultaneously feeling apprehensive. Amidst the students' anticipation and tension, the semester assessment has finally arrived. On that particular morning, the weather was exceptionally clear, with bright sunshine and a cloudless sky. A rare sight indeed. The new students heading for their assessments felt the beauty of the day and gradually found their spirits lifting. Even those who were worried about their scores seemed to momentarily forget their impending troubles. This semester's assessment was exclusively for the first-year students. Only after their evaluations would the second-year students have their turn, and the third, fourth, and fifth years would follow suit. Due to the large number of students, the assessment venue was, as usual, arranged in a spacious area at the center of the academy, which typically remained unused except for the end-of-semester evaluations. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the assessment area, their gazes fixated on a row of announcements. From these announcements, they learned that the area had been divided into several dozen assessment points, each conducting evaluations simultaneously. The announcements also listed the names assigned to each assessment point, instructing students to proceed to their designated locations. At this juncture, each individual widened their eyes, scanning the densely packed names, meticulously checking to ensure they did not overlook their own name, for the thought of having to start their search anew was daunting. When Lin Xingjian arrived, the crowd had already formed layers around the announcements, with more individuals pressing in from behind. Unfamiliar with the situation, he inquired about what was happening and soon found himself joining the throng. Relying on his superior cultivation, Lin Xingjian exerted his strength, effortlessly pushing past one person after another, while those he displaced attempted to reclaim their positions. Yet before they could act, Lin Xingjian had already advanced further, quickly disappearing from their view. Thus, step by step, he drew closer to the announcements. Before long, Lin Xingjian realized he was at the front of the crowd and quickly glanced ahead. Indeed, there was a row of announcements, and he swiftly skimmed through the information before searching for his name. He did not examine each name individually. Rather, he scanned a line and then moved to the next without pause, his speed astonishingly rapid, and soon he located his name. His remarkable speed in finding his name was not mere luck, but rather a skill honed through practice. In his previous life, Lin Xingjian had a passion for reading. Despite not retaining extensive knowledge, his reading speed was exceptional. After his transmigration, he continued to read frequently, further enhancing his speed. Compared to these first-year students, most of whom had scarcely opened a book, Lin Xingjian was undoubtedly a master at quickly locating his name. From the list, Lin Xingjian discerned that he was assigned to the 13th assessment point, and he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd towards it. Deng Fei, aged 9, was at the pinnacle of the first level of physical cultivation, with martial skills barely at the entry level, receiving an overall rating of 3 stars. Just as Lin Xingjian arrived, he witnessed the evaluator providing feedback to a student who had just completed their assessment. However, being new to the process, he was unaware of the criteria for evaluation and the significance of 3 stars. So he refrained from stepping forward immediately and instead stood aside to observe. After the evaluator finished with the previous student, another student approached, presenting their identification card to the evaluator. The evaluator reviewed it, cross-referencing it with the student list in hand, before returning it. The student took back their card without further inquiries and confidently approached a stone that was taller than a person, evidently aware of the testing content and process. Upon seeing the stone, Lin Xingjian felt a sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, he realized it was the same type of force-testing stone he had encountered during his entrance assessment at the Tianwu Royal Academy, albeit this one was larger. Observing the force-testing stone, Lin Xingjian recalled the descriptions he had read about it. The force-testing stone originated from a place called Wushan in the far west of the Tianwu continent. Approximately 300 years prior, the stone had not been discovered. It lay in desolation, rarely visited. One day, a down-and-out martial artist happened upon it and, by chance, discovered that it emitted light when struck. However, this martial artist was not particularly powerful and could only make the stone glow red. Thus failing to recognize its immense value, he regarded it merely as an interesting stone, selling smaller pieces to affluent ladies and young misses, naming it Red Light Stone. Initially, those affluent ladies and young misses, much like the martial artist, perceived it merely as a toy. However, when a capable martial artist purchased one and discovered that the stone changed color with increased force, from red to eventually yellow, news of its potential spread. leading many to realize the lucrative opportunity it presented. Consequently, some powerful martial artists acquired a few red light stones and conducted tests, concluding that the stone's color varied with the strength of the martial artist. Those in the first 3 levels of physical cultivation could turn the stone red. Those in the middle 3 levels could turn it yellow, and those in the latter 3 levels could make it black, with deeper colors signifying greater strength, although it could not withstand the force of true energy realm martial artists. Even though the stone was only useful for physical cultivation martial artists, it created a significant stir among them. Previously, the strength of physical cultivation martial artists could not be visibly discerned, and testing their abilities was cumbersome. With the emergence of this stone, a martial artist could simply strike it with full force, allowing onlookers to gauge their strength based on the color emitted by the stone, a method that was both swift and convenient, proving immensely beneficial for many factions. Recognizing the value and opportunity presented by the stone, numerous factions sought to locate its source. However, historical accounts only mention that various factions ultimately discovered Wushan, without detailing the fate of the martial artist who first uncovered it. Lin Xingjian speculated that those factions must have found the martial artist, compelled him to lead them to Wushan, and subsequently silenced him, though such matters of silencing would likely remain unspoken by those factions. Even the author of the book, if aware of the truth, would likely refrain from documenting it. Once the value of the red light stone was revealed, people renamed it the force-testing stone based on its function. As a result, Wushan became bustling with activity as countless martial artists flocked there, but various factions united to seal off the area, barring entry to anyone. Although those factions were numerous, the number of independent martial artists far surpassed them, leading to attempts to force their way into Wushan. Thus, battles erupted between independent martial artists and the factions, resulting in countless casualties. Ultimately, it took the intervention of the Tianwu Empire's army to quell the conflict, and Wushan was subsequently taken over by the imperial court. As Lin Xingjian recalled all this information about the force-testing stones, he turned his attention back to the ongoing assessments. At that moment, the students stood before the force-testing stone, their expression serious, right hand clenched into a fist, poised to strike. With a thunderous roar, the students swung their right hand, delivering a simple yet powerful punch to the stone. With a resounding crash, the force-testing stone emitted a burst of red light. Although the hue was not particularly deep, Lin Xingjian, who had previously achieved a pinnacle score of first-level physical cultivation, recognized that this level of force was undoubtedly at the second level of physical cultivation. Following this, the student demonstrated a set of martial techniques, which, while not particularly distinctive, were adequately executed, showcasing a moderate level of proficiency. Once the demonstration concluded, the evaluator scribbled some notes on paper, indicating that an evaluation result had been reached. Subsequently, the evaluator announced, Lin Ren, age 9, at the early stage of the second level of physical cultivation. Martial skills at the peak of entry level, overall rating, 6 stars. The 6-star rating certainly surpasses the earlier 3-star score by a considerable margin, clearly reflecting an impressive achievement. Upon hearing this, the student displayed a look of delight, and an overwhelming sense of pride welled up within him. After receiving the 6-star evaluation, several others proceeded to take the test, but their performances were rather lackluster, predominantly landing in the 3 to 4-star range, with none surpassing 6 stars, which only served to amplify the 6-star student's sense of superiority. Observing from a distance, Lin Xingjian began to grasp the rules of the assessment. However, his mood was far from cheerful. Chapter 30. The Strength Testing Stone. From the performances and scores of several candidates, it became apparent that the evaluations were correlated with age, cultivation level, and martial skills. The younger the candidate, the higher their cultivation and martial skill levels, the better their evaluation would be. Yet, Lin Xingjian was aware that his age was somewhat advanced, and he was reluctant to overly reveal his cultivation and martial skills, placing him at a disadvantage in this assessment. Despite Lin Xingjian's humble demeanor, he did care deeply about honor. Receiving a low evaluation solely due to age would leave him utterly despondent. After some contemplation, Lin Xingjian resolved to reveal a bit more of his true capabilities, as long as it did not stretch credulity too far. With this thought in mind, he approached the evaluation officer. He presented his identity card, which the officer examined before returning it, casting Lin Xingjian a peculiar glance before shaking his head. Meanwhile, conversations erupted around them. Isn't that Lin Xingjian, the second-place winner from the newcomer martial arts competition? Indeed. How many stars do you think he will receive? he should score 7 or 8 stars. Ha! I wager he'll be lucky to get 4 or 5 stars. Although he placed second in the newcomer competition, let us not forget that he is a few years older than us. Given such qualifications, he might only be at the peak of the first stage of physical cultivation. Thus, even if his martial skills are commendable, his evaluation won't be particularly high. Thinking along those lines, they concluded that Lin Xingjian's evaluation might not even surpass their own. The murmurs continued, predominantly unfavorable towards Lin Xingjian, yet he did not retaliate, for he understood that any rebuttal would be futile. Only tangible results could speak to his abilities and strip him of the label of poor qualifications. Standing before the strength-testing stone, Lin Xingjian began to gather his strength, gradually increasing his power. The stages unfolded. First stage of physical cultivation, early phase, mid-phase, late phase. As his power culminated at the pinnacle of the second stage of physical cultivation, Lin Xingjian unleashed a mighty strike upon the strength-testing stone. In an instant, a radiant red light erupted, captivating the attention of all present. At that moment, even the most oblivious of observers recognized that Lin Xingjian's cultivation level was not insignificant. He was at least above the early phase of the second stage of physical cultivation. The hue of the light he produced was considerably richer than that of the student at the second stage. Thus, it was evident that Lin Xingjian's cultivation surpassed the early phase of the second stage. With the specifics of whether it was mid-phase, late phase, or peak phase known only to the evaluation officer and Lin Xingjian himself, as Lin Xingjian withdrew his fist, the surrounding students were left in stunned silence. Their mouths agape. The earlier critics, who had doubted his abilities, now wore expressions of shame, avoiding eye contact, some even slipping away quietly, seemingly fearful of incurring Lin Xingjian's wrath. After concluding the cultivation assessment, Lin Xingjian glanced around before demonstrating his martial skill. The inch punch, though it appeared neither flamboyant nor overly complex, it was imbued with tremendous force. Often, the shadow of one punch had yet to dissipate when the next followed in rapid succession. The onlookers struggled to perceive Lin Xingjian's fists, witnessing a flurry of punches that vanished and reappeared at an astonishing speed. At this juncture, the evaluation officer was visibly moved, astonished by Lin Xingjian's performance. Unfamiliar with him, the officer had not placed much stock in Lin Xingjian's earlier display of peak second-stage cultivation, as many students utilized various elixirs or treasures to rapidly enhance their levels. Thus, even if Lin Xingjian had shown abilities of the third stage, the officer would not have been surprised. However, martial skills could not be faked. They were determined by innate talent and diligent effort. The officer discerned that Lin Xingjian had achieved a minor mastery in his martial skills, specifically at the mid-stage of minor mastery. A remarkable feat. Countless individuals go through life without ever reaching minor mastery in a martial skill, let alone at such a tender age as Lin Xingjian. Once Lin Xingjian completed his martial demonstration, the evaluation officer eagerly announced his results. Lin Xingjian, age 11, cultivation at the peak of the second stage of physical cultivation. Martial skill at mid-stage minor mastery, total evaluation. 8 stars, he added with a sigh. It is a pity that your age is slightly advanced. Otherwise, attaining the highest 9-star rating would have been a mere formality. The assembled students inhaled sharply, grappling with disbelief. 8 stars. And it was only due to his age that he was rated 8 stars, making their own 3 to 4-star evaluations seem all the more pitiful. In their stunned state, none of the remaining students dared to step forward for testing, acutely aware that doing so would be tantamount to public humiliation. After a prolonged silence, the evaluation officer grew impatient, preparing to call forth a candidate for testing when an unexpected voice broke through the air. Lin Xingjian, I didn't expect to see you here. What a delightful coincidence. It seems fate has granted me this opportunity for revenge. The voice was brash and arrogant, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present, who turned to see the source. Striding towards the evaluation point with hands clasped behind his back and chin elevated, the newcomer exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of all others. Lin Xingjian, hearing the declaration of enmity, felt perplexed. He could not recall having any grievances with anyone. Curiosity piqued, he scrutinized the approaching figure, recognizing a vaguely familiar face but unable to place it. After rifling through his memories of known individuals, he found no recollection of this person. Noticing Lin Xingjian's confusion, the newcomer smirked with derision. Lin Xingjian, you haven't forgotten me, have you? I certainly remember you. You've been etched in my mind ever since that day in the newcomer martial arts competition. You humiliated me then, and from that moment on, I vowed to find an opportunity to repay the disgrace you brought upon me. Upon hearing the mention of the newcomer competition, Lin Xingjian suddenly recalled that this individual was indeed his first opponent from the group stage, a fellow named Sun Yue. However, Lin Xingjian felt no particular animosity. He had merely eliminated Sun Yue in the competition, an expected outcome in such events, and certainly not worth harboring resentment over in Lin Xingjian's view. There was nothing personal between him and Sun Yue. Yet, Sun Yue harbored a different perspective. He felt that Lin Xingjian could have ended their battle swiftly but had opted to toy with him instead, allowing him to believe victory was assured before decisively defeating him. To Sun Yue, this was nothing short of humiliation, leaving him feeling utterly disgraced. Had Lin Xingjian known Sun Yue's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have felt wronged. To Lin Xingjian, his intent had merely been to gain experience, not to belittle Sun Yue. Seeing a flicker of recognition on Lin Xingjian's face, Sun Yue's lips curled into a sinister smile. Now you recall who I am. I admit I was no match for you back then, but I have since grown stronger, and so have you. Who knows who possesses greater strength now? With that, Sun Yue approached the evaluation officer, seemingly familiar with the testing procedures, and handed over his identity card, intent on using the evaluation to humiliate Lin Xingjian. His arrogance was such that he did not even inquire about Lin Xingjian's results. Exuding confidence in his own abilities, after receiving his identity card back, Sun Yue stood before the strength testing stone. Before commencing, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xingjian, as if to say, "Let me show you what true strength looks like." Assuming a pose he deemed impressive, Sun Yue slowly raised his fist, eyes fixed on the testing stone, filled with a mix of resentment and exhilaration as he launched his attack, treating the stone as if it were Lin Xingjian himself. Bang! A crimson radiance erupted from the measuring stone, and in terms of hue, this brilliance was no less formidable than the light previously emitted by Lin Xingjian. Thus, it became evident that Sun Yue's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the second level of the body refinement realm. Lin Xingjian gazed at the red light produced by Sun Yue with a hint of astonishment. Considering Sun Yue's cultivation level from a few days prior, he had merely been at the mid-stage of the first level of the body refinement realm. Now, however, he had suddenly broken through to the apex of the second level, traversing several minor realms in just a few short months. Lin Xingjian found it hard to believe. After all, he did not possess the aid of the illusory space and could not possibly elevate his cultivation at such a rapid pace. If Sun Yue had indeed achieved this level through his own efforts, Lin Xingjian found it even more implausible. Ouyang Mingyue, who was younger than Sun Yue, had exhibited a significantly higher cultivation level during the newcomer competition, which illustrated that Ouyang Mingyue's innate talent far surpassed that of Sun Yue. Since Ouyang Mingyue had yet to reach the pinnacle of the second level of the body refinement realm, it was even less likely for Sun Yue to have done so. Given Sun Yue's qualifications, such a swift enhancement in cultivation could only be attributed to the consumption of potent elixirs that hasten one's advancement. Otherwise, it was simply unattainable. Contemplating this, Lin Xingjian grew increasingly convinced that Sun Yue had resorted to using elixirs that would hinder his future development, merely to humiliate him. In response to Sun Yue's actions, Lin Xingjian could only utter two words: foolish. The other students present, witnessing Sun Yue's cultivation level matching Lin Xingjian's at the pinnacle of the second level of the body refinement realm, were left gaping in astonishment. Alongside their shock, some speculated whether Sun Yue might also achieve an 8-star rating, with others even daring to dream of a 9-star rating, particularly since Sun Yue was slightly younger than Lin Xingjian. If he showcased exceptional prowess in martial skills, a 9-star rating was indeed within the realm of possibility. At that moment, they all eagerly anticipated Sun Yue's forthcoming performance. Chapter 31. 8-star rating. Sun Yue reveled in the astonished expressions of his peers, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Initially, he had felt a twinge of regret for consuming an elixir that sacrificed his potential for the sake of rapid cultivation, but at this very moment, he felt vindicated in his decision. In his eyes, the glory before him was the only reality that mattered. As for potential, that elusive, intangible concept, he held it in utter disregard. Yet, his greatest desire now was to witness the shock reflected in Lin Xingjian's eyes. After scrutinizing Lin Xingjian repeatedly, Sun Yue indeed discerned two words within his gaze, but they were not those of astonishment. Rather, they were the words fool or idiot. Indeed, The interpretation of Lin Xingjian's expression ignited a furious flame within Sun Yue. Though he stifled his emotions, for his evaluation was far from concluded. Once the assessment was over, he intended to humiliate Lin Xingjian thoroughly. Suppressing his indignation, Sun Yue proceeded to demonstrate his martial skill, the straight punch. The difference between the straight punch and the inch punch was negligible. Both belonged to a straightforward style of boxing with little variation in technique. However, the disparity between Sun Yue's mastery of the straight punch and Lin Xingjian's proficiency in the inch punch was as vast as the ocean. As soon as Sun Yue unleashed his straight punch, the surrounding students displayed expressions of disappointment, seemingly pondering. How could there be such a significant gap between his cultivation and martial skills? Sun Yue, oblivious to the changing expressions of those around him, stood there awaiting the evaluator's judgment. Sun Yue, age 9, cultivation at the pinnacle of the second level of the body refinement realm, martial skill at the mid-stage of entry level. Overall rating, 7 stars. Upon hearing the 7-star rating announced by the evaluator, Sun Yue wore a self-satisfied smile and taunted Lin Xingjian. Well, Lin Xingjian, what do you think? My result is quite commendable, isn't it? What about yours? Surely it can't be higher than mine. Following this, Sun Yue launched into a torrent of disparaging remarks. If Lin Xingjian's score indeed fell short of Sun Yue's, he would undoubtedly find himself mortified. Alas, such a scenario did not materialize, and Sun Yue's words only served to fall flat, failing to inflict any damage upon Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian regarded Sun Yue, who was ranting like a fool, without uttering a word in retort. Seeing Lin Xingjian's silence, Sun Yue assumed he was intimidated and grew even more emboldened in his mockery. However, Lin Xingjian's silence did not prevent others from speaking up. At that moment, a fellow student, unable to endure Sun Yue's incessant jabbering, quietly remarked, "What an idiot! Just because he received a 7-star rating, he dares to mock someone with an 8-star rating. The audacity! I wonder where he finds such gall." Although the voice was soft, Sun Yue still heard it, and the words lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. His complexion paled, and his heart seemed to momentarily halt as he fixed his gaze upon the speaker. Stammering, "Who did you say received an 8-star rating?" Under Sun Yue's intense scrutiny, the student felt a flicker of fear but, recalling the crowd surrounding him, found courage in numbers. Who else? The very Lin Xingjian you have been mocking. Once his suspicions were confirmed, Sun Yue's face grew even paler, and he became momentarily disoriented, as if he could see those around him pointing fingers in derision, while Lin Xingjian's voice echoed in his ears, repeating, "You are an idiot! You are an idiot!" Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Yue let out a scream and fled the scene, as if staying a moment longer would drive him to madness. After Sun Yue's departure, calm returned to the venue, and the evaluations resumed. Throughout the incident, Lin Xingjian remained silent, viewing Sun Yue merely as a jester devoid of any threat, unworthy of his attention. The disruption caused by Sun Yue shattered the previously stagnant evaluation process, and soon, one by one, others began their assessments. Lin Xingjian stood amidst the crowd, his focus keenly fixed on the evaluations unfolding before him. Having already cast aside the earlier events, as time progressed towards noon, the evaluations at Lin Xingjian's assessment point neared their conclusion. Wunong, age 10, cultivation at the mid-stage of the first level of the body refinement realm. Martial skills uninitiated, overall rating, 1 star. With the evaluator announcing the results of the final student, the evaluations at assessment point 13 officially came to an end. Just as the students prepared to depart, the evaluator added, "The evaluations are complete. You may collect your report cards at the new student registration office tomorrow morning. Once you have your results, you may return home. Please inform those who are absent." As Lin Xingjian strolled away from the examination site, he meandered along a secluded path shaded by trees, admiring the surrounding scenery while reflecting on the myriad experiences and memories of the semester. The pressures of past training seemed to dissipate at that moment, and his spirits lifted immensely. The shaded pathway was lengthy, often frequented by students who would practice in the small groves on either side. However, with the semester nearing its end and new students undergoing evaluations, the seasoned students were resting and preparing for the upcoming assessments, rendering the area quite deserted, in the tranquil silence of the shaded path. Lin Xingjian ambled along when suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He couldn't tell if it was mere paranoia, but he felt inexplicably as though someone was watching him from behind. With a hint of suspicion, Lin Xingjian turned around to scrutinize his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. He resumed his forward pace, only to suddenly whirl around again. But still, there was no sign of anyone behind him. Could it truly be a figment of his imagination? Lin Xingjian scratched his head, uncertainly muttering to himself. Perhaps it was indeed a misperception, a result of his extensive training leading to a momentary lapse in focus. He resolved to rest more in the days to come. As Lin Xingjian gradually distanced himself, a figure emerged from behind a large tree not far behind him. This individual watched Lin Xingjian depart although the realm of illusions existed. Lin Xingjian felt no discomfort mentally even without sleep. Nonetheless, some fatigue lingered in his spirit, and indulging in occasional slumber was indeed beneficial. With his eyes closed, Lin Xingjian gradually drifted into the realm of dreams. The next morning, Lin Xingjian awakened from a deep slumber, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort, and instinctively stretched his limbs. After refreshing himself thoroughly, he prepared a simple meal and tidied up his bedroom. Satisfied with his efforts, he nodded in approval before departing his residence, making his way to the new student registration area. Upon arriving at the registration site, Lin Xingjian found a considerable queue already formed, resembling serpentine lines. Noticing this, he hastily joined the line at the back. Though the queue was lengthy, it progressed at a reasonable pace, allowing Lin Xingjian to receive his transcript in no time. Upon examining the document, he noted it contained his performance in the semester assessments, along with the Academy's evaluations of his progress. This transcript bore little difference from that of his previous life. Holding the transcript and glancing over it repeatedly, he muttered to himself, in truth, Lin Xingjian did not place much importance on the transcript. He merely needed to be aware of his results. The transcript was initially intended for his parents, but since they were long gone, and his brother, the Emperor Tianwu, likely had no interest in his achievements, Lin Xingjian felt little need for it. Indeed, he surmised correctly. At that very moment, Emperor Tianwu was already informed of Lin Xingjian's results. In the imperial palace, Emperor Tianwu, Lin Mingjing, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged guard clad in golden attire. Shao, how did the task I assigned you fare? Reporting to your majesty, the matter has been successfully handled. To prevent any delays, I dispatched 2 silver-clad guards, one stout and one slender, to await near the Tianwu Royal Academy last night. They possess a portrait of the young prince and will immediately assist him upon his exit. With their protection, the young prince should encounter no danger. What of my younger brother's performance during the semester assessments? The young prince performed exceptionally well, achieving an 8-star rating. 8 stars. I did not anticipate my younger brother, having practiced for such a short duration, would attain an 8-star evaluation. He truly is a prodigy. I, too, received merely a 7-star rating in my time. You shall henceforth be responsible for my younger brother's safety. Report to me immediately should any issues arise. That is all. You may take your leave. Exiting the gates of the Tianwu Royal Academy, Lin Xingjian headed towards the imperial palace. Shortly after his departure, 2 individuals dressed in silver arrived at the academy's entrance, one stout and the other slender, precisely the brothers mentioned by guard Shao. Hurry up, you slowpoke. It's your fault for waking up so late. What if the young prince leaves? The slender one shouted at the stout one, clearly anxious. Well, you also woke up late, didn't you? The stout one retorted defiantly. Enough. Let us check if the young prince has left. With that, the duo proceeded into the Tianwu Royal Academy. The imperial palace was not far from the academy. However, the academy was situated away from the bustling areas of Tianwu City, resulting in a sparse flow of people along the route to the palace. At that moment, Lin Xingjian found himself at a secluded alley, surrounded by silence. Suddenly, a loud guffaw echoed from behind him. Lin Xingjian turned to see a figure not far away, glaring at him with a fierce and vengeful gaze. If looks could kill, Lin Xingjian surmised he would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Sun Yue, why are you following me instead of returning home? Standing opposite Lin Xingjian was indeed Sun Yue. Though Lin Xingjian was unaware of his intentions, did he wish to engage him in a duel? Did he not realize he was no match for him? Simple-minded Lin Xingjian was oblivious to the fact that Sun Yue's motives extended far beyond a mere confrontation. Hee, Lin Xingjian, you need not speculate. I have been waiting here specifically for you. This time, I intend to resolve our enmity once and for all. With that, Sun Yue gestured, and a fierce-looking giant emerged from the shadows. This man was no ordinary individual. He was a merciless killer, having dealt with those who offended Sun Yue in the past. Soon, you will join those unfortunate souls and vanish from this world. Oh, and I forgot to mention, he is a warrior at the 6th level of physical cultivation. As the giant stepped forward, Lin Xingjian understood Sun Yue's intentions. He was astonished that Sun Yue would go so far as to hire someone to take his life over a trivial dispute. Was this truly the conduct of a 9-year-old child? It seemed he had grossly underestimated the nature of this world, which was governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong. And human life held little value. It was no wonder that a mere slight could prompt Sun Yue to seek someone to kill him. In contrast, such matters on Earth would typically involve merely teaching the other a lesson. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lin Xingjian sighed and slowly addressed Sun Yue. Do you know who I am? Are you not concerned that killing me will implicate your family? Lin Xingjian, I am well aware of your identity. You are none other than the younger brother of Emperor Tianwu. However, at this moment, no one will come to this place, and even if I were to kill you, no one would ever know it was me. Seeing that Sun Yue showed no hesitation due to his identity, Lin Xingjian realized that his life was undoubtedly at stake today. However, he was not particularly worried about his safety. The giant was merely at the initial stage of the 6th level of physical cultivation, and should he choose to leave, the giant would be unable to stop him. Yet, this would ultimately expose Lin Xingjian's true abilities. To prevent his secret from being revealed, Lin Xingjian resolved to take a risk and eliminate both of them right here. The fierce giant was at the 6th level of physical cultivation, while Lin Xingjian was at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Although Lin Xingjian was confident in defeating him, he feared that during their confrontation, Sun Yue might seize the opportunity to escape, thus revealing his secret. To ensure both remained, Lin Xingjian needed to swiftly deal with the giant before Sun Yue could react, leaving him with no opportunity to flee. But how could he efficiently eliminate the giant? At this moment, Lin Xingjian's greatest advantage lay in the element of surprise. He was well aware of their situation, while they held little understanding of his capabilities. They believed him to be merely a warrior at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of physical cultivation. If he could exploit this misconception, it would not be impossible to swiftly eliminate the giant. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xingjian engaged Sun Yue in conversation about their grievances to buy time while meticulously crafting a feasible plan to eliminate his foes. Sun Yue, unaware of Lin Xingjian's true intentions, became increasingly agitated as he vented his frustrations about their conflict, inadvertently granting Lin Xingjian ample time for preparation. While Sun Yue rambled on, the giant grew impatient. Hastily interjecting, Master Sun, I believe we should eliminate him first. If we linger here, we may attract unwanted attention. Prompted by the giant's words, Sun Yue abruptly realized that they could not remain here any longer. It was imperative to resolve Lin Xingjian's fate first. Otherwise, should they be discovered, failing to eliminate Lin Xingjian would be the least of their concerns. Their lives and those of their families would be at stake. As soon as the giant finished speaking, Lin Xingjian turned and bolted. However, his thoughts were not of escape but rather of the plan he had just conceived. The fierce giant, noticing Lin Xingjian's attempt to flee, immediately pursued him. In just a few strides, he closed the distance between them, and within moments, they were merely an arm's length apart. At that moment, the giant extended his right hand, fingers splayed in a claw-like manner, resembling an eagle swooping down on its prey, as he aimed for Lin Xingjian's head. Sun Yue, witnessing the giant's attack, wore a cruel smile, as if envisioning Lin Xingjian's head being crushed, and he was filled with excitement. Yet, it appeared that fate had other plans for Sun Yue. Just as his smile began to manifest, it abruptly froze, unable to materialize, in a split second. As the giant's claw descended upon him, Lin Xingjian executed a swift maneuver, employing the perfected inch step, and deftly evaded the giant's grasp, positioning himself behind the formidable foe. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful inch fist, infused with hidden energy, aimed directly at the giant in the blink of an eye. The situation underwent a dramatic reversal. Caught off guard, the fierce giant could not react in time, and as he attempted to evade, he realized it was too late. Boom! The fierce giant was violently hurled away. Soaring through the air like an arc, and with a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. Caught utterly off guard, the formidable brute was rendered incapacitated as Lin Xingjian's concealed energy wreaked havoc upon his internal organs. Now sprawled on the ground, he could no longer rise, flailing helplessly for a few moments before falling still. This juncture, Sun Yue was completely bewildered, standing frozen in place as he watched Lin Xingjian approach him step by step, seemingly forgetting the notion of escape. How could this be possible? Regaining his senses, Sun Yue gazed at the advancing Lin Xingjian, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was well aware of the fierce giant's prowess. And yet, he found it unfathomable that Lin Xingjian could fell him in a single strike. While it was true that the element of surprise played a significant role, it was undeniable that Lin Xingjian's strength was formidable. Far exceeding his expectations. In that moment, Sun Yue was engulfed by terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably, yearning to flee but finding himself utterly unable to command his own limbs. He could only watch in horror as Lin Xingjian drew nearer. Regret coursed through Sun Yue. He lamented why he had provoked Lin Xingjian. Had he not sought trouble with him, had he not hired someone to eliminate him, he would likely be savoring a feast at home. Blissfully unaware of the dire fate that now loomed over him. Were he granted another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to befriend Lin Xingjian rather than offend him, yet it was all too late. Lin Xingjian, we harbor no significant animosity between us. Would you be so kind as to spare my life? I assure you, I shall never provoke you again and will avoid you at all costs. Sun Yue clung to a thread of hope, yearning for Lin Xingjian's mercy to grant him reprieve. Observing Lin Xingjian's indifference, Sun Yue attempted to utter another plea, but before he could articulate a word, Lin Xingjian delivered a swift chop to his neck. The force of the blow shattered Sun Yue's neck, and he crumpled to the ground, consciousness fading. Sun Yue, I owe you my gratitude. You have enlightened me to the cruel rules of this world. However, I understand that allowing a tiger to return to the mountain could lead to future troubles. Thus, regardless of your pleas for mercy, they are futile. Yet, I am not a heartless individual. As long as your family refrains from antagonizing me, I shall not trouble them. Lin Xingjian gazed upon the lifeless form of Sun Yue, a pallor washing over his face, clearly unsettled by his first experience of taking a life. Taking a few deep breaths, he turned his attention towards the spot where the fierce giant lay. Though he had suffered a lethal blow, the giant, being a martial artist of the 6th level of the physical realm, possessed a tenacious vitality and was not yet fully deceased, still clinging to a breath of life. As Lin Xingjian approached the fierce giant, he slowly retrieved a silver coin from his belongings and aimed it at the giant's temple. With a soft thud, the coin pierced through his temple, swiftly extinguishing the last vestiges of life within him. Relieved to see the fierce giant lifeless, Lin Xingjian exhaled deeply. However, as a surge of brain matter oozed from the giant's temple, a wave of nausea washed over Lin Xingjian, prompting him to hastily flee towards the palace, eager to escape the bloody scene. Not long after Lin Xingjian's departure, two figures gradually approached the area. These were the rotund and slender brothers. Brother, it smells like blood up ahead, the stout one remarked, gesturing forward. The slender brother sniffed the air, his expression shifting abruptly. This path leads to the palace. The young prince must have recently left the Tianwu Royal Academy. Could something have happened to him? If that is the case, our heads are on the line. The two wasted no time, swiftly employing their techniques to dash forward. Upon nearing the scene, they spotted a child clad in the garb of the Tianwu Royal Academy lying on the ground, sending their hearts into a panic, as if they could already envision their own heads rolling. Yet, upon closer inspection, they realized the deceased was not the young prince they had feared, allowing them to breathe a tentative sigh of relief. Nonetheless, anxiety lingered, for the occurrence of a death raised concerns about the young prince's safety. Filled with trepidation, they chose not to investigate further, hastily continuing their pursuit, fervently wishing for Lin Xingjian's safety. After running a considerable distance, Lin Xingjian paused. Chapter 33. A royal audience. At this moment, Lin Xingjian's complexion had significantly improved, the nausea dissipating, and the effects of taking a life gradually faded. It seemed his capacity for endurance was commendable. Recovering swiftly, though he could never compare himself to those callous individuals from his past life who remained emotionless even after committing heinous acts. However, the thought of dismemberment reignited his nausea, prompting him to shake his head vigorously in an attempt to forget the disturbing imagery. After a while, Lin Xingjian regained his composure. This time, without dwelling too much on his thoughts, he intended to move forward. Just as he made his first step, two individuals appeared before him, causing him to halt mid-motion. One stout, the other slender, both clad in the attire of palace guards, seemingly of the Silver Guard rank. The Silver Guards were not ordinary martial artists. As Lin Xingjian understood, each guard was a formidable expert. Categorized into 3 ranks: copper, silver, and gold. Copper guards were martial artists at the late stage of the physical realm, the lowest rank and most numerous among the guards. Zhang Huwei, who had once guided Lin Xingjian, was a copper guard. Silver guards were even more impressive, all being martial artists of the true energy realm, albeit not exceeding the 3rd level of true energy, and their numbers were limited, while gold guards comprised the upper echelon, each possessing strength beyond the 4th level of the true energy realm, exceedingly rare. The sight of silver guards blocking his path, a rarity in everyday life, left Lin Xingjian feeling perplexed as he inquired, "You two are silver guards from the palace, correct? May I ask why you are obstructing my way?" Upon seeing Lin Xingjian standing there unscathed, the slender brother felt a wave of relief wash over him and, with a slightly deferential tone, explained, "Young prince, we have been sent by the emperor to escort you. You can call me Slender. This is my brother, Fat." The stout brother, upon hearing his sibling refer to him as the younger brother, immediately protested, "Why do you assume you are the elder? We were born at the same time. Perhaps I am the older one." Subsequently, the two fell into a light-hearted bickering, each asserting their claim to being the elder sibling. Through their playful quarrel, Lin Xingjian learned that they were, in fact, twins who had been abandoned by their biological parents at a young age and raised by kind-hearted individuals. Yet, the question of who was older remained a mystery. Observing their starkly contrasting physiques, Lin Xingjian found it hard to believe they were twins, even suspecting that perhaps their adoptive parents had been impoverished, nurturing one while neglecting the other. As the two continued their playful debate, Lin Xingjian grew somewhat annoyed and interjected, "All right, you two can continue this discussion later." With that, he resumed his forward motion. It was only then that the brothers remembered Lin Xingjian was still present, promptly ceasing their argument. Seeing Lin Xingjian about to leave, the slender brother rubbed his hands together awkwardly and said, "Young prince, we have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to assist us?" Hearing the slender brother's request, Lin Xingjian halted, turned around, and regarded him with a curious expression. "You require my assistance? What could I possibly do for you?" Young prince, we were originally assigned to meet you at the entrance of the Tianwu Royal Academy. But we were delayed due to some matters and could not arrive on time. If the emperor inquires about this, please do not disclose it. If he asks, just say we came to escort you the moment you exited the academy. This matter pertains to our lives and livelihoods. We implore you to assist us. Should you ever require our help in the future, we shall never decline." Lin Xingjian had been puzzled as to why his royal brother had sent someone to meet him on the road, only to discover that those dispatched had encountered a delay. Such a trivial matter, he thought, he could certainly comply. Their request was not unreasonable, and agreeing to assist them posed no harm. Moreover, they were true energy realm experts, and securing their promise could be advantageous for Lin Xingjian. With Lin Xingjian's affirmative response, the last vestige of worry faded from the brothers' hearts, and they followed him toward the palace, as for the 2 corpses they had encountered. They chose not to mention them, for after years of combat, they sensed a trace of blood and murderous intent emanating from Lin Xingjian. While they did not believe he was responsible for the deaths, they were certain that the 2 fatalities were somehow connected to him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, they understood what was appropriate to say and what was best left unsaid, thus opting to disregard the incident entirely. And so, the group made their way toward the palace at a leisurely pace. After several days back at the palace, Lin Xingjian felt an overwhelming fatigue, far surpassing the weariness of an extended battle. Each day, he was inundated with visitors bearing gifts. The sheer act of receiving them became exhausting, not to mention the occasional visits from royal relatives, which nearly pushed him to the brink of collapse. Had he foreseen the multitude of troubles that would arise, he might have chosen to temper his performance. Finally finding a moment of respite, Lin Xingjian collapsed into a chair with a sigh. However, Lin Xingjian was merely speaking without conviction. Had he truly performed poorly at that time, the mockery from Sun Yue would have been sufficient to render him miserable. "Young prince, someone." Xiao Lin hurriedly rushed to the entrance of the hall. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Xingjian, who slowly rose from his chair and inquired, "Has someone come bearing gifts again?" "No, well, it's not gifts. Rather, someone has brought a letter." Taking the letter from Xiao Lin's hands, Lin Xingjian returned to his seat and began to peruse its contents. After a considerable time, He set the letter down, revealing a hint of disappointment and sorrow upon his visage. Sitting in silence, the letter was penned by Ouyang Mingyue, and it was a farewell missive. It transpired that Ouyang Mingyue had never received her mother's affection during her childhood. She had long believed her mother to be deceased. However, upon her return from the Tianwu Royal Academy, her father disclosed the truth, that her mother was alive, and that he had knowledge of her whereabouts, intending to take her to find her. Ouyang Mingyue yearned to meet her mother and thus consented to accompany her father on this quest. Yet, he cautioned her that upon locating her mother, she might not return to Tianwu Imperial City, prompting her to write this letter to Lin Xingjian, assuring him not to worry and promising that she would return to see him in the future. Ouyang Mingyue's abrupt departure indeed left Lin Xingjian heartbroken. She had been his first and dearest friend in this world. While Xiao Lin was also kind and caring, she resembled family more than a friend. With Ouyang Mingyue, Lin Xingjian felt free to share anything, while with Xiao Lin, he could not achieve such openness. Moreover, Xiao Lin was quite intimidated by him, always obedient to his wishes, leaving Lin Xingjian bereft of the genuine camaraderie he had shared with Ouyang Mingyue. Nevertheless, Lin Xingjian understood Ouyang Mingyue's departure all too well. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, fully aware of the ache of lacking parental love. As a child, he often witnessed other children with their families and would question the caretakers of the orphanage about his own parents. He had no idea how many times he dreamt of them only to awaken with a start, nor how many tears he had shed in the face of discrimination, branded as an unwanted wild child. Even now, in this new life, he had yet to encounter his own emperor and empress, never experiencing the warmth of parental affection. Thus, he yearned for such love more than anyone else and could deeply empathize with Ouyang Mingyue's fervent desire to reunite with her mother. At the same time, Lin Xingjian felt a flicker of joy. At the very least, upon hearing news of her mother, Ouyang Mingyue had not forgotten to write to him, signifying that she indeed regarded him as her best friend. He carefully placed the letter back in its envelope, silently wishing that Ouyang Mingyue would soon find her mother. In a small town, several hundred miles away, a man in his 30s sat resting in a tea house with a girl of about 8 or 9 years old. They were Ouyang Mingyue and her father, Ouyang Zheng, the Minister of Rites, who had departed from Tianwu City in search of her mother. "Father, we've been traveling for so long. Where could mother possibly be? You never tell me?" Ouyang Mingyue pouted, looking up at her father. "There's still a long way to go. Even if I told you, it wouldn't mean much. There's no need to rush. Once we arrive, I will explain everything," Ouyang Zheng replied while sipping his tea. Seeing that her father still wouldn't divulge any information, Ouyang Mingyue ceased her inquiries, resting her chin in her hands as she began to reminisce about Lin Xingjian. Noticing his daughter's wistful expression, Ouyang Zheng asked, "Are you thinking about that young prince, Lin Xingjian?" Startled by her father's perceptiveness, Ouyang Mingyue exclaimed, "How did you know about Lin Xingjian? I don't believe I mentioned him." Ouyang Zheng chuckled heartily. "I saw your letter to that lad." However, his tone shifted as he added, "But you would do well to limit your interactions with him in the future." "Why? Lin Xingjian has always treated me well," Ouyang Mingyue replied, bewildered by her father's advice. Ouyang Zheng gently ruffled her hair, speaking solemnly, "You will come to understand in due time." With that, he fell silent. "Understand in due time? Can I grasp it now?" Ouyang Mingyue was dissatisfied with her father's response, yet seeing him remain quiet, she refrained from pressing further and sulked in her seat. In the imperial palace, Lin Xingjian had recovered from the blow of Ouyang Mingyue's sudden departure. He was now practicing fundamental sword techniques in the courtyard of his palace. Xiao Lin and several other attendants were untrained in martial arts. Lin Xingjian felt at ease to practice without fear of revealing his prowess. Having mastered the basic sword techniques to a high level, Lin Xingjian had yet to engage in combat using his sword skills, leaving him unfamiliar with their practical application in battle. The Tianwu Royal Academy imposed strict regulations on weapon usage. While students could practice swordplay and other forms of martial arts within the academy, they were prohibited from using these techniques in competitions or sparring matches. This regulation had resulted in Lin Xingjian having few opportunities to apply his sword skills in real-life scenarios. Despite achieving a high level of proficiency in basic sword techniques, he lacked combat experience. Chapter 34. Return to the palace. Now back in the palace, Lin Xingjian contemplated how to enhance his swordsmanship. Pondering who might serve as a sparring partner, Xiao Lin and the other attendants would certainly not suffice. They were ordinary individuals incapable of withstanding even a single strike, let alone serve as practice partners. The ideal candidate would possess considerable strength, someone he could trust, and who would not disclose their training sessions. At that moment, Lin Xingjian thought of two individuals, the plump and slender brothers. They still owed him a favor, making them perfect sparring partners, and he had no concern they would betray him, as he held leverage over them. However, he needed to be cautious. This training session would focus solely on combat techniques, concealing the true level of his cultivation and martial prowess. With his mind made up, Lin Xingjian ceased his practice and made his way to the southern palace where the guards were stationed. As it happened, the two brothers were indeed true to their word. When Lin Xingjian finally located them and explained his request, they readily agreed without hesitation. With the brothers as his training partners, Lin Xingjian saw significant improvement in his swordsmanship during the month-long break. The basic sword techniques he practiced placed great emphasis on foundational skills. Throughout the month, Lin Xingjian practiced by intentionally lowering his skill level, which allowed him to refine his grasp of the basics, propelling his proficiency to the mid-level of mastery. Additionally, Lin Xingjian made notable gains in other areas. In terms of cultivation, he remained at the peak of the 5th level of the physical realm, but a breakthrough seemed imminent. His primary striking technique, the inch fist, although still in its initial mastery stage, had grown more powerful than before. His inch step had seen slight improvement, becoming marginally faster but still at the early mastery stage. Meanwhile, his mid-tier body refining technique had reached a state of perfection, and he planned to commence training in the upper-tier body refining technique produced by the illusory space soon. During this month, aside from his training, Lin Xingjian also kept a close eye on the incident surrounding Sun Yue's murdered. As a student of the Tianwu Royal Academy, Sun Yue's death naturally garnered attention. Yet no suspicion fell upon Lin Xingjian. Prolonged investigations yielded no results, leading to the conclusion that Sun Yue had fallen victim to a criminal, evidenced by the presence of a dead outlaw at the scene. The cause of the outlaw's demise was never pursued, and the entire affair was thus concluded. However, Sun Yue's father, a general within the court, did not accept the Academy's findings. Lacking sufficient power to confront the Tianwu Royal Academy openly, he instead offered a bounty of 10,000 gold coins for the true culprit. Lin Xingjian shook his head, pondering that Sun Yue's father would likely never uncover the identity of the actual murderer. One day, after finishing his training, Lin Xingjian called for Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, I shall return to the Tianwu Royal Academy tomorrow. It will be a long time before I return again. You should practice in your spare time to pass the hours. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's words, Xiao Lin appeared exasperated. Young prince, do you think I have not trained before? I have tried the body refining technique here, but it has yielded no results. My strength has not improved in the slightest. Oh, is that so? Lin Xingjian had presumed Xiao Lin shared his previous disinterest in training and had intended to encourage her, only to discover the truth of the matter. Little star, can the illusory space analyze other bodies? I wish to understand why Xiao Lin cannot train and perhaps help her find a body refining technique suitable for her. Lin Xingjian inquired within his mind. Master, that is currently not possible. Perhaps in the future, the illusory space will possess such capabilities. Receiving a negative response, Lin Xingjian felt a tinge of disappointment. He turned to Xiaolin and said, Xiaolin, do not fret. Perhaps your physique is unique, and you have yet to find a suitable cultivation method. There may be other reasons as well that I will investigate thoroughly later to see if a solution can be found. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's words, Xiaolin exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, young prince. In the blink of an eye, a day swiftly passed. With only a few days remaining before the new semester commenced, and the holiday drawing to a close, Lin Xingjian decided to forego his remaining days of cultivation to rest well within the palace. Time flew by, and the holiday officially came to an end. On this day, Lin Xingjian slowly departed from the palace, making his way toward the Tianwu Royal Academy as the new term was about to begin. Time flowed on. Lin Xingjian had spent 4 years at the Tianwu Royal Academy and was now 15 years old, appearing almost like a lad of 17 or 18, with striking features that made him a handsome young man. Eager to lead an independent life, Lin Xingjian felt that he was no longer a child and was fully capable of leaving the palace to embark on his long-dreamed-of journey. However, before he could do so, there was one matter he needed to attend to: submitting his graduation application. Although Lin Xingjian had only studied for 4 years and had not yet completed 5, he could apply for graduation as long as he had reached the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Lin Xingjian had already attained this level several years ago and had far surpassed it by now. He had become a ninth-level martial artist in the body refinement realm at the age of 15, a feat that would be deemed extraordinary by any standard. Most individuals at this age were still lingering in the lower levels of the body refinement realm, struggling to break through to the fourth level and become hidden strength martial artists. While Lin Xingjian had already ascended to the ninth level and was progressing toward the true Qi realm. Over the past few years, Lin Xingjian had perfected the foundational body refining techniques, completing all three tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Additionally, he had also mastered techniques such as the inch fist, inch step, and basic swordsmanship to a consummate level. After advancing to the ninth level of the body refinement realm, Lin Xingjian's strength had remarkably surpassed 10,000 kilograms, reaching an astonishing 20,000 kilograms. While most practitioners found it difficult to exceed 10,000 kilograms in the body refinement realm, Lin Xingjian's achievement was not merely due to a unique constitution or innate strength. Rather, it was the result of the assistance from his illusory reality space, which enabled him to enhance his power more effectively. He understood that maximizing his strength at each realm was crucial for his ascension to the next. Many individuals failed to surpass 10,000 kilograms due to improper training methods, lacking the illusory reality space that allowed for optimal training conditions. If Lin Xingjian's advancement in cultivation brought him excitement, the changes within the illusory reality space left him ecstatic. With Lin Xingjian's growing strength, the illusory reality space not only expanded in size, but also introduced a long-anticipated feature: the ability to scan and analyze others. Following the emergence of this feature, Lin Xingjian was so thrilled that he neglected his training for several days. During the holiday, he specifically utilized this function to scan and analyze the maid Xiaolin. But the results astonished him. It turned out that Xiaolin was not incapable of cultivating. Rather, she had been tampered with by someone. The analysis from the illusory reality space revealed that there was something within Xiaolin's body that posed no harm to her in everyday life. But whenever she attempted to cultivate, it would siphon off the energy she gained from her training. Consequently, no matter how hard Xiaolin tried, she would make no progress. Had it not been for the illusory reality space's examination, Lin Xingjian would have never deduced such a conclusion. However, one thing puzzled Lin Xingjian. The person responsible for this was clearly not an ordinary individual, while Xiaolin was merely an ordinary girl sold into the palace by her parents since childhood. Having never offended anyone, why would someone target her without killing her? What could their intentions be? Unfortunately, Lin Xingjian's current cultivation level limited his ability to extract the object from Xiaolin's body. In truth, the newly emerged feature of the illusory reality space provided even greater assistance to Lin Xingjian. The ability to scan and analyze others meant he could evaluate many individuals and create tailored cultivation techniques for them. Lin Xingjian planned to establish a faction, making this function exceedingly beneficial for him. After 4 years of silence, Lin Xingjian had finally gained a modicum of confidence in this world, waiting only for his graduation to begin unfolding his plans and formally step onto the stage of this realm. The graduation application process was not particularly complicated. Students wishing to graduate early simply submitted a graduation application form, and upon approval by the academy, they would be notified for a test, as long as the test results met the requirements for early graduation. Specifically reaching the 5th level of the body refinement realm, the request would be granted, allowing them to leave the Tianwu Royal Academy as soon as the graduation certificate was issued. After submitting his application, Lin Xingjian waited several days before receiving notification to proceed with the testing. Upon receiving the notice, he promptly made his way to the graduation application office of the Tianwu Royal Academy. After presenting his identity card and stating his purpose, a staff member escorted him to a small room for the test. The entire process was swift and straightforward, involving a strength measurement against a testing stone to determine his cultivation level. During the test, Lin Xingjian controlled his power to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, as he had previously demonstrated strength at the later stages of the 5th level during the last semester's assessment. If he were to present the same level of strength again, it would appear rather suspicious. Upon completing the test, Lin Xingjian departed. That was remarkably quick, Lin Xingjian mused as he exited the graduation application office of the Tianwu Royal Academy. During the interim before receiving his graduation certificate, Lin Xingjian began to prepare for his advancement to the true Qi realm. The body refinement realm was merely a foundational stage. The more solid the foundation, the better. A weak foundation could adversely affect future cultivation. Typically, a martial artist's aptitude for cultivation could only be accurately gauged upon reaching the true Qi realm. The speed of advancement within the body refinement realm does not entirely dictate one's speed in ascending to the true Qi realm. Even if one possesses excellent aptitude, rushing the enhancement of their cultivation without solidifying their foundation could lead to unfavorable results upon reaching the true Qi realm. Conversely, those with slightly inferior aptitude might progress more slowly in the body refinement realm. But as long as they advance steadily and lay a solid foundation, their aptitude will significantly improve upon reaching the true Qi realm. It is akin to constructing a building. As long as the foundation is well laid, even if the builders are somewhat inexperienced and slow, they can still erect a sturdy structure. However, if the foundation is lacking, even the most skilled builders will fail to produce a sound building. Chapter 35. Leaving the academy to ascend from the body refinement realm to the true Qi realm, one must cultivate a trace of true Qi within their body, a task that is anything but simple. Typically, there are two methods to achieve this. One can consume a special elixir known as the True Qi pill to generate a trace of true Qi within, albeit of lower quality and with potential hindrances to future cultivation. The other method involves relying solely on one's own efforts to cultivate true Qi without external assistance. Regardless of the method chosen, one must possess the cultivation level of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. As even those at the 8th level cannot achieve this, the transition from the hidden strength to the transforming strength realm is distinct. Hidden strength is entirely ethereal, invisible, and intangible, while transforming strength represents an upgrade. Still ethereal but possessing semi-physical properties, hidden strength martial artists can only execute close-range attacks, whereas transforming strength martial artists can perform short-range attacks from a distance, embodying certain characteristics of true Qi. The path to advancing from transforming strength to the true Qi realm requires one to convert this semi-ethereal force into tangible true Qi. However, the transforming strength of an 8th-level martial artist does not meet the minimum requirements for advancement to the true Qi realm. Only those at the 9th level can fulfill this criterion. Currently, Lin Xingjian aimed to transmute a trace of true Qi from his transforming strength. Once this initial transformation succeeded, the subsequent conversions would become significantly easier. However, after several days of relentless training, he saw no signs of progress, indicating that even this minuscule trace of true Qi was not easily cultivated. With no signs of transformation after several days, Lin Xingjian decided to pause his efforts, as he had received notice that his graduation certificate was ready. He gathered his more valuable belongings, deciding to leave other items behind for the Tianwu Royal Academy to handle. Once he had tidied up, Lin Xingjian first visited the graduation application office to collect his certificate, and then he departed from the place he had called home for the past 4 years. Farewell, Tianwu Royal Academy. Lin Xingjian silently bid adieu as he turned to leave, a new chapter of his life poised to unfold. Having returned to the palace for over 10 days, Lin Xingjian was now prepared to seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianwu to discuss his desire to relocate outside the palace. The restrictions imposed by the palace had become numerous, hindering many of his plans and aspirations, as life outside offered far greater freedom. Lin Xingjian had contemplated moving beyond the palace walls for some time. However, during his studies at the Tianwu Royal Academy, compounded by his relative youth, he had kept this thought to himself. Now, having graduated and with a growing sense of independence, he felt that relocating beyond the palace would no longer pose a significant issue. Upon contemplating the prospect of moving out to live independently, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of excitement, as if every day spent within the palace was a torment. On this particular day, he approached the study of the Emperor Tianwu with a sense of urgency. The emperor, somewhat puzzled by Lin Xingjian's unexpected visit, given that he seldom sought his company, asked with curiosity, "Younger brother, what brings you here?" Lin Xingjian met the emperor's gaze with unwavering determination and replied, "Elder brother, I wish to reside outside the palace." The emperor was taken aback. What prompted such a notion? The palace lacks freedom. There are numerous undertakings I cannot pursue, leaving me with a sense of constraint. If I were to move beyond its walls, I could engage in the activities I cherish and live the life I desire. Moreover, I cannot remain within these confines indefinitely, since I must eventually leave. I wish to venture forth and experience the world beyond. I implore you, elder brother, to grant me your permission." Listening to Lin Xingjian's heartfelt declaration, the Emperor Tianwu felt a genuine joy, realizing that his younger brother had matured. Harboring his own thoughts and aspirations, in that case, I grant you permission, he declared, having long wished to compensate Lin Xingjian but lacking the opportunity. After all, the palace was not meant to be his ultimate abode. He continued, There exists a residence to the west of the city, once belonging to King Kangol, now uninhabited. I shall arrange for it to be refurbished for your use. Lin Xingjian had heard of King Kangol. Known as Su Kangol, a remarkable figure who had attained the 6th level of true energy by his 30s, just a step away from entering the realm of true essence. As long as he lived, he was destined to reach that pinnacle, an undeniable prodigy. Yet, what was most commendable about King Kangol was not merely his cultivation but his exceptional leadership abilities. He had entered the military at 15, achieved the rank of general by 20, and at 30, he became a marquis, subsequently stationed in the northern territories to guard against the incursions of the barbarian tribes. The barbarians, dwelling in the endless forests to the north, were a formidable race, towering over 2 meters, with robust physiques and a thick coat of hair, resembling primitive humans. They possessed immense strength yet were somewhat lacking in intelligence. The barbarians had their own martial civilization, referring to their practitioners as Li Shi. Their ranks paralleled those of human warriors, albeit with different nomenclature. The physical realm was known as Li Shi, the true energy realm as Da Li Shi, and the true essence realm as Xin Li Shi. Their martial techniques were termed Manji, while their cultivation methods retained similar terminology. The energy they cultivated was called Manli, and true essence was referred to as Shenli Dai in terms of strength. A Li Shi often outclassed a warrior of the same tier. Leading to mutual contempt, the barbarians scorned the physically smaller and weaker humans, while humans looked down upon the intellectually challenged and uncivilized barbarians. Such differing perspectives bred conflict, often escalating to warfare. The barbarians, occupying strategically advantageous territory, frequently harassed the Tianwu dynasty, causing significant strife along its borders. Despite multiple military campaigns against the barbarians, the Tianwu dynasty suffered considerable losses due to the obstacles posed by the endless forests, which served as the barbarians' natural shield. The Tianwu dynasty stationed one of its 4 legions, the Tianfeng Legion, to monitor the barbarians' movements. Upon being dispatched, King Kangol exerted every effort to combat the barbarians, achieving remarkable victories with his astute strategies and exceptional military acumen. For his significant contributions, he was honored with the title of King Kangol, and in gratitude, he intensified his efforts against the barbarians, inflicting heavy losses upon them. After enduring multiple defeats, the barbarians viewed King Kangol as a substantial threat and sent numerous Xin Li Shi to assassinate him. Alas, as a peak 6th-level true energy warrior, he was no match for several Xin Li Shi, and before reinforcements from the true essence realm could arrive, he met his demise. The assassination incited the wrath of the Tianwu dynasty, which subsequently dispatched the Tian Sha Legion to retaliate. The Tianfeng and Tian Sha legions, along with various masters from the royal sects, even some reclusive experts, joined the fray. The barbarian tribes, recognizing the formidable force of the Tianwu dynasty, also mobilized their Li Shi and Xin Li Shi. A monumental battle erupted on the fringes of the endless forest, resulting in countless casualties, including many from the ranks of True Essence and Xin Li Shi. The conflict persisted for a month, ultimately concluding with a resounding defeat for the barbarians, who retreated deep into the forest, ceding significant territory to the Tianwu dynasty. The dynasty's fury stemmed not only from the assassination of King Kangol, but also from the barbarians' flagrant breach of their agreement, which prohibited the involvement of True Essence warriors and Xin Li Shi. Such provisions were established due to their formidable resilience against conventional attacks, rendering their participation in battles overly impactful. The Tianwu dynasty could not overlook this transgression. For neglecting, it would leave their generals vulnerable to assassination, undermining the defense of the borders. As an orphan without a spouse or offspring, King Kangol's residence had remained unoccupied for a decade following his death. With Lin Xingjian preparing to move beyond the palace, Emperor Tianwu designated this estate as his new abode. Initially, Lin Xingjian intended to seek his own lodgings after departing the palace, but with this arrangement in place, he gladly accepted the emperor's provision. After resolving matters with the emperor, Lin Xingjian promptly returned to attend to the various tasks necessary for his relocation. Upon returning to his quarters, he summoned his few attendants, merely a maid, 2 miscellaneous servants, and 2 cooks, totaling 5 individuals. He informed them of his impending move and instructed them to prepare for the transition to the newly refurbished estate. Though he was soon to leave the palace, Lin Xingjian harbored some concerns. The new residence required numerous provisions and personnel. A vast estate could not remain desolate. After all, he needed to gather supplies and recruit staff, both of which demanded financial resources, something Lin Xingjian found himself lacking. Previously, his expenses were covered by the palace, but now that he was leaving, he could not expect the same support. With only a few thousand gold coins at his disposal, seemingly ample yet insufficient to sustain the costs of a household for long, he faced a financial quandary. In the ensuing days, Lin Xingjian and his attendants busied themselves gathering items to take with them, ensuring nothing would be left behind, akin to a thorough sweep. After several days of diligent preparation, everything was set for the move, and they awaited the opportunity to inhabit the new estate. Eventually, the long-anticipated news of the move arrived. One by one, they transported all their belongings into the new residence, allowing Lin Xingjian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing upon the expansive estate, he mused, "This shall be my long-term dwelling." The estate lacked an official name, as titles were typically derived from noble ranks, and only those who reached 18 years of age could receive such titles. As Lin Xingjian was merely 15, he was not yet entitled to a title, thus postponing the naming of his residence. Chapter 36. The royal estate. Without an official title, Lin Xingjian decided to temporarily set aside the matter of naming the estate. The royal residence could be divided into 4 distinct areas: the front courtyard, the back courtyard, the eastern courtyard, and the western courtyard. Upon entering through the grand gates, one would find themselves in the front courtyard, which housed a reception hall and several guest chambers, primarily for receiving visitors. The eastern courtyard was designated for male servants and guards, while the western courtyard was reserved for maids. The back courtyard was intended for Lin Xingjian and his future wives and concubines. Lin Xingjian's relocation to the new estate did not go unnoticed. Although he was merely a 15-year-old youth, lacking power and influence, he bore the title of prince, being the younger brother of the current emperor, and possessed remarkable martial talent, promising an extraordinary future. Despite his current lack of possessions, Lin Xingjian represented a significant potential asset, attracting the attention of many eager to curry favor with him, including some prominent figures. However, it was improbable that these influential individuals would personally extend their congratulations. They would likely send representatives bearing gifts instead. In the following days, Lin Xingjian busied himself receiving an array of gifts, ranging from monetary contributions and martial techniques to medicinal pills, herbs, and even offers of maids and guards. While he accepted the majority of gifts, he hesitated to accept the maids and guards, wary of being monitored. He could not ascertain who among them might harbor ulterior motives. The great Emperor Tianwu has also dispatched emissaries, and the envoy is a eunuch from the royal court, here to proclaim the imperial edict. The edict primarily confers the title of Star Sword King upon Lin Xingjian, along with a plaque inscribed with the words Star Sword King's residence. Although this gift may appear to lack tangible substance, its significance is undeniably profound. Merely 15 years of age, receiving such a title is exceedingly rare within royal circles. Typically, royal members are only bestowed formal titles upon reaching the age of 18, unless they have made extraordinary contributions, and Lin Xingjian, lacking both merit and the requisite age, faced considerable opposition to his elevation. Nevertheless, the decree was issued, the extent of the debates surrounding his appointment unknown to him. What he comprehends is that he no longer needs to fret over the name of the royal residence. From this moment forth, he is Star Sword King Lin Xingjian, and this place is the Star Sword King's residence. With the establishment of his own residence, he must now contemplate its future. The royal residence currently grapples with several pressing issues. Firstly, the matter of security. Secondly, the revenue stream. And thirdly, the management of affairs. The security issue is relatively straightforward to address. He can recruit personnel from outside to serve as guards, ensuring the safety of the residence. However, this approach raises concerns regarding the loyalty of the hired guards. Yet it remains the only viable solution at present, as Lin Xingjian lacks a dedicated force to protect the residence. Furthermore, the royal residence currently has no source of income. Although he has received a considerable sum in gifts that can sustain him for a while and has his own salary, relying solely on these means is not sustainable. The residence must establish its own enterprises and revenue streams. Otherwise, as the number of inhabitants increases, there will be insufficient funds even to pay the servants. Additionally, as the residence anticipates a growing number of residents and escalating responsibilities, Lin Xingjian cannot manage every detail alone. There is an urgent need for a steward to oversee the various affairs. Beyond this, Lin Xingjian aspires to cultivate his own cadre, preferably starting from a young age, as such individuals tend to be more malleable and their loyalty more assured. To this end, he plans to take in a few orphans to nurture as his future subordinates. In a world teeming with orphans who roam the streets begging and struggle for daily sustenance, taking in these children would not only serve a noble cause but also provide him with loyal followers, an endeavor worth pursuing. However, all these plans hinge on financial resources. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. As the saying goes, money can move mountains, and this principle holds true even in this foreign land. The foremost task remains generating income. In his past life, Lin Xingjian often read novels where many protagonists traversed into different worlds, employing earthly methods and ideologies to amass wealth. Lin Xingjian intends to explore whether he can adapt some of these ideas and methods from Earth to generate income here. He meticulously notes down every idea that comes to mind, regardless of its feasibility, intending to later sift through these suggestions, discarding the impractical or low-probability ones until he gradually selects a few seemingly viable plans. The first proposal is to create something akin to a newspaper. The speed of information dissemination in the Tianwu dynasty is rather sluggish. When an event occurs, it often takes considerable time for the populace to become aware of it, and sometimes information may be distorted or entirely lost in transmission. Consequently, many individuals remain uninformed or completely unaware of certain matters. The introduction of a newspaper-like medium would expedite information flow, allowing people to stay promptly informed, thus presenting a highly promising venture. The absence of such a publication in Tianwu is likely due to the belief that the concept is fundamentally unfeasible. Selling newspapers relies on volume for profit. A single paper holds little monetary value, and since all texts in Tianwu, including martial arts manuals, are handwritten, producing newspapers would necessitate a significant number of scribes, making mass production financially unviable. Nevertheless, while the people of Tianwu may find mass production unachievable, Lin Xingjian sees a path forward. Although he lacks access to high-tech copying or printing machinery, which are non-existent in Tianwu, he is knowledgeable about movable type printing, a method not overly complex. The process involves creating type molds for individual characters, selecting and arranging them according to the manuscript, inking them, and printing. Afterward, the molds can be disassembled and reused for future printing. This method is both absent in Tianwu and entirely feasible for Lin Xingjian, enabling him to produce newspapers en masse, and potentially even a multitude of martial arts manuals for sale. However, he must exercise caution. Frequent and large-scale sales of martial arts manuals could lead to devaluation and market saturation, attracting unwanted attention from certain factions, a risk he cannot afford. In light of this plan, Lin Xingjian intends to establish an organization dedicated to gathering information and producing newspapers. The second proposal involves launching a chain supermarket. While numerous shops exist in Tianwu, many offering a variety of goods, none resemble a supermarket where an extensive range of items can be purchased in one location. Most shops specialize in their unique products, often requiring customers to visit multiple stores, which can be time-consuming. A supermarket would eliminate the need for such errands, providing convenience and efficiency. A commendable concept indeed. The third proposal is to create various beverages or food items beneficial for cultivation. Although Lin Xingjian cannot produce these himself, the assistance of the illusory space changes the equation. With the analytical support of the illusory space, crafting different flavored drinks using fruits, herbs, and other supplementary ingredients becomes quite simple. Additionally, numerous beneficial dishes and alcoholic beverages can be prepared. Once these products are developed, Lin Xingjian plans to open an establishment where patrons can enjoy a variety of dishes and drinks that aid in cultivation. These beverages can be sold individually or offered as complimentary gifts to customers, ensuring that the diverse offerings from the illusory space are quickly embraced and cherished by the public, leading to increasing profits. There are many other promising methods, yet they remain unfeasible for the time being. Progress must be made step by step, as one cannot achieve greatness all at once. Among the three proposals, the first requires minimal investment, prompting Lin Xingjian to prioritize it. Although the initial investment is low, personnel are still necessary. Lin Xingjian cannot undertake this alone. He must seek individuals who are well-informed and familiar with the capital city of Tianwu. With this goal in mind, Lin Xingjian departed the residence to search for suitable candidates. As Lin Xingjian strolled through the bustling streets, he soon arrived at a slave trading house, the same one he had encountered during his previous exit from the palace. Although he had not entered at that time, this visit was intended for the purchase of slaves to serve as informants and workers for newspaper production. Hiring individuals directly would be both insecure and costly, whereas acquiring slaves from the trading house offered a different advantage. They are inexpensive and wholly owned, minimizing the risk of secrets leaking regarding newspaper production and perhaps yielding unexpected benefits. Upon entering the slave trading house, he was promptly approached by a staff member. Noticing Lin Xingjian's opulent attire and the noble aura he exuded, the attendant immediately surmised that he was a wealthy young master and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed young master, what type of slave do you require? We have a plethora of slaves, catering to every conceivable need. Since you claim to have everything, do you happen to possess any slaves who have attained the true Qi realm?" Lin Xingjian casually inquired. The attendant chuckled awkwardly. "Young master, you must be jesting. True Qi masters are exceedingly esteemed, requiring no bowing even before the emperor. It is inconceivable that they would be sold as slaves. In the Tianwu continent, martial prowess is revered, and the dignity of the strong is paramount. Those above the true Qi realm would merely need to bow in greeting before the emperor, and the most formidable practitioners command such respect that even the emperor must treat them with deference. The strong place great emphasis on their dignity, and even in death, would not acquiesce to being treated as slaves. Moreover, other martial artists would never permit the sale of a true Qi master as a slave." Lin Xingjian was fully aware of this and did not genuinely believe in the existence of such slaves. He was merely making casual inquiries. "Since you have a multitude of slaves, are there any who are particularly familiar with Tianwu City and possess a degree of agility?" Lin Xingjian asked. The role of an informant cannot be entrusted to just anyone. It necessitates certain foundational qualifications, and Lin Xingjian does not wish to purchase individuals wholly unsuitable for such duties. His requirements for informants are not excessively high, but the minimum criteria include familiarity with Tianwu City and nimbleness, ensuring swift initiation of operations. "Young master, we indeed have several slaves who fit that description. May I inquire if you have specific preferences regarding gender or age?" The attendant inquired attentively. Lin Xingjian pondered for a moment before replying, "Gender is not a concern. I only request that they be between the ages of 20 and 50. "Understood. Please hold for a moment." Having spoken, the receptionist turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the same receptionist returned, accompanied by a dozen or so slaves, most of whom were men. Each of these slaves bore an expression devoid of emotion. Their gazes were vacant and colorless. Regarding these listless individuals, Lin Xingjian chose to overlook them, and no matter how well they had once met his criteria before becoming slaves, they had now lost all faith in life and abandoned themselves, rendering them incapable of offering any substantial assistance. Lin Xingjian had no time to help them regain their confidence. A few among them were somewhat better, but having reviewed their profiles, he could only describe them as mediocre. Lin Xingjian was unwilling to settle for just anyone. "Is this truly all you have to offer?" Lin Xingjian expressed his dissatisfaction. The receptionist hastily assured him that more were available and promptly brought forth another batch of slaves. However, upon inspection, Lin Xingjian remained unimpressed. These individuals had been thoroughly broken by the slave trade, their wills and confidence shattered. They might serve adequately as common laborers, but expecting them to perform intelligence work was nothing short of folly. "Is there truly no one here who meets my standards?" Lin Xingjian's impatience grew, tinged with disappointment. The receptionist, perhaps sensing Lin Xingjian's discontent, remarked, "My lord, there is one slave who will undoubtedly meet your requirements. Although he does possess a flaw." Intrigued by this, Lin Xingjian inquired, "Oh, what is the flaw?" The receptionist then handed him a dossier, and after perusing its contents, Lin Xingjian learned the reason. This slave, named Xuekai, was over 40 years of age and had once been the leader of an intelligence organization. While his martial prowess was not particularly high, he possessed a physical strength comparable to the 8th level of the body realm. Although Xuekai's combat abilities were limited, he was exceptionally talented in intelligence work, having uncovered numerous advantageous pieces of information that benefited his organization. Unfortunately, during one mission, he fell victim to an ambush, sustaining severe injuries and even succumbing to a deadly poison. Although he managed to survive, his martial capabilities were irreparably damaged, leaving him with only the strength of a novice. After becoming incapacitated, his organization abandoned him, and he was ultimately sold to the slave market, arriving here only a few months ago. Gaining insight into Xuekai's background sparked Lin Xingjian's interest. He had already earmarked him as the ideal candidate for intelligence work, though a decision would only be made after their meeting. Soon, Lin Xingjian came face to face with Xuekai, who bore a weathered visage, his eyes filled with hatred and sorrow, yet devoid of any dullness. It was evident to any discerning observer that he was a man with a story. After their encounter, Lin Xingjian was intent on purchasing him, while also selecting a few others of acceptable caliber. Additionally, he chose several slaves to serve as workers in a newspaper production. The slaves Lin Xingjian selected were mostly ordinary, and their prices were not exorbitant. In total, he needed to pay only 120 gold coins. Following the payment, the slave market handed over the slave contracts to Lin Xingjian. The slave contract served as proof of ownership, and only those in possession of it could claim the slaves as their own. Each contract was made in duplicate, with one copy held by the slave market and the other by the buyer. Every slave at the market was registered, with detailed records of their names and backgrounds. Should a slave attempt to escape, the buyer could report to the slave market, which was recognized by the Tianwu dynasty, possessing considerable authority. In such instances, the government would exert all efforts to apprehend the fugitive. Generally, successful escapes were exceedingly rare. Becoming a slave was easy, but transitioning from that status back to that of a normal citizen was significantly more challenging. In essence, there were two primary methods. One could break through to the true Qi realm and become a powerful individual, thus automatically nullifying their slave status at the market. Alternatively, someone could pay 100 times the slave's worth to revert them to a normal identity. For instance, if the slave's worth was 100 gold coins, it would take 10,000 coins to remove their slave status. Generally, slaves lacked the financial means, and their masters were unlikely to assist them in shedding their identities. Both methods were fraught with difficulty. So few slaves ever escaped their status. Exiting the slave market, Lin Xingjian made his way toward the Star Sword Manor, trailed by a group of slaves. The slaves were visibly anxious, although they had become slaves and lost their freedom. This did not mean they were devoid of fear. They all hoped to encounter a benevolent master, which would afford them a better life. No one wished for a master who treated them as less than human, subjecting them to a life of perpetual dread. However, they knew nothing of Lin Xingjian and kept their heads bowed, refraining from speaking, as they followed behind. They suddenly noticed Lin Xingjian halt, and upon hearing his command to stop, they realized they had arrived. Looking up, they beheld a grand estate, its entrance adorned with the words Star Sword Manor. A few slaves exchanged puzzled glances. These individuals were well acquainted with Tianwu City and had not been slaves for long. Yet they had never heard of any Star Sword King, let alone the sudden appearance of a Star Sword Manor. They did not believe anyone would dare to adopt such a name without cause. Before they could ponder further, Lin Xingjian instructed them to enter. Upon entering the reception hall, Lin Xingjian took a seat at the head of the table and observed the slaves standing awkwardly together. So he said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. There is no need to be afraid." Hearing this, the slaves each chose a seat, awaiting the words of their new master. Once everyone was settled, Lin Xingjian began, "You may not yet be aware of my identity. I am your master, the Star Sword King. I have only recently moved here, and the manor is in need of staff, which is why I purchased you. As for your duties, I will assign them shortly. For now, please introduce yourselves. I am Zhang Hao. I previously worked as a runner in a tavern," one individual stated. "I am Li Da," another added. Finally, Xuekai introduced himself, saying, "Your Highness, my name is Xuekai, and I was once involved in intelligence work." As he spoke of his past in intelligence, a fleeting shadow of sorrow and anger crossed his eyes but vanished almost instantly. After all had introduced themselves, Lin Xingjian continued, "You are now in my service. But I do not intend to treat you as mere slaves. You will work for me, and I will compensate you, albeit modestly. However, should anyone act against the interests of the Star Sword Manor, do not blame me for being ruthless. On the other hand, if you diligently serve me, there may be opportunities for you to shed your slave status. The chances are yours to seize." Upon hearing this, the slaves nearly all expressed joy. Working for a newly established manor with the promise of compensation and the potential to escape their slave identities was an unprecedented opportunity. They unanimously pledged to follow Lin Xingjian's directives and commit themselves to their tasks. Only Xuekai remained silent, his head bowed, lost in thought. "You may leave for now. I will have someone arrange your accommodations. Tomorrow, I will assign your tasks. Xuekai, please stay." Lin Xingjian then summoned Xiao Lin to lead the others out and organize their living arrangements. At that moment, only Lin Xingjian and Xuekai remained in the hall. "Xuekai, I have thoroughly reviewed your dossier and am aware of your background. You have previously excelled in intelligence work, and I would like to offer you a position in a similar capacity, though without any inherent danger. How do you feel about this?" Lin Xingjian said slowly, regarding Xuekai. Hearing Lin Xingjian's inquiry, Xuekai slowly lifted his head and gazed at him, his voice choked with emotion as he requested, "Your Highness, may I share a story first?" "Of course." With Lin Xingjian's affirmative response, Xuekai began narrating his tale, which unfolded as follows. Once, there was a man dedicated to gathering intelligence. One day, he took on an apprentice who was exceptionally bright and learned quickly. This man imparted much of his knowledge to the apprentice, nurturing him as if he were his own son. The apprentice did not disappoint, rising to the position of second in command within the organization's intelligence department in just a few years, becoming a source of pride for his mentor. One day, the man undertook a perilous mission, confident in his abilities. Unexpectedly, he fell into an ambush, sustaining severe injuries and being struck by a poisoned dart. With only a flicker of life, he returned to his organization. Though he managed to survive, his body was irreparably damaged, and his strength diminished to that of a novice. From that moment on, he devoted himself to seeking remedies for his condition, yet progress remained elusive. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. He still had his apprentice, his wife and children, and a wealth of intelligence experience, merely a limitation on undertaking missions, which was not insurmountable for him. However, matters were not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Initially, for a considerable period, no issues arose. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Yet, as time passed, he began to perceive a troubling shift. No one reported to him any longer, and even the organization appeared to have ceased its inquiries into his affairs. Many individuals no longer showed him the respect they once did. Some even spoke ill of him, and his closest disciple no longer came to visit. What he did not anticipate was that this was merely the beginning. With far worse yet to come. As time progressed, the organization gradually distanced itself from him, ultimately stripping him of his position as the head of the intelligence department. This turn of events deeply saddened him. After dedicating so many years and making significant contributions to the organization, he found himself forsaken merely due to a decline in his martial prowess, despite the fact that his intelligence skills remained intact. He could not accept this betrayal and sought an explanation from the organization, which, under the pretext of allowing him to recuperate, appointed his disciple to take over his responsibilities. Subsequently, his disciple began to avoid him, and others gradually distanced themselves as well, leading to an increase in negative rumors surrounding him. Consumed by a profound sense of injustice, he chose not to remain within the organization, instead returning home in sorrow. Chapter 38. The slave's plea. Upon returning home, he was astonished to find that his long-absent disciple was present in his house. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, an infuriating scene unfolded before his eyes. His wife and children were bound, their mouths gagged with cloth, rendering them voiceless. Stunned by this turn of events, he could hardly believe that the disciple he had always respected would treat his family in such a manner. He sought to ask what had transpired, but before he could utter a word, a fist swiftly appeared before him. He attempted to evade the blow, only to discover that his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. The fist struck him fiercely, leaving him grievously injured and unable to rise. Had he been in his prime, he would have easily dodged the attack. Even if he had failed to do so, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. Although his disciple was young, he had already reached the 7th level of physical cultivation. In the past, his disciple would have stood no chance against him. However, now, with only the 1st or 2nd level of physical cultivation to his name, he was no match for him. Confused, he wondered why his disciple would act in such a manner, but soon enough, his disciple revealed the truth. It turned out that his disciple was the son of a former rival, who had harbored resentment after losing to him in the competition for the position of head of the intelligence department. Seeking revenge, the rival had plotted against him, only to be discovered and dealt with by the organization. The disciple, unbeknownst to most, was the illegitimate child of this rival, and he had come seeking vengeance. His disciple further disclosed that the ambush he had suffered during a mission was a result of information leaked by him, and that the tribulations he faced within the organization were orchestrated at his behest. Over the years, his disciple had bribed numerous individuals, securing allies within the organization and establishing connections with influential figures. He was a man of intelligence, yet utterly inept in handling interpersonal relationships and lacking respect for the powerful within the organization, which accounted for the unfair treatment he received. What followed was a scene he could scarcely bear to witness. His disciple murdered his wife and children before his very eyes. Yet, instead of killing him, The disciple sold him into slavery at a trading post. For a man stripped of power and unable to cultivate further, the trading post readily accepted him, had the organization not forsaken him. The trading post would never have dared to do so. Thus, he became a slave. Upon hearing this tale, Lin Xingjian immediately recognized that the protagonist was indeed Xue Kai and addressed him. You are the protagonist of this story, are you not? Do you wish for me to assist you in exacting your revenge? I am currently devoid of power and influence, and lack the means to aid you. Noticing Lin Xingjian's reluctance, Xue Kai quickly knelt and implored. As soon as Lin Xingjian finished speaking, Xue Kai seemed to have detected the issue and immediately inquired, Your Highness, I have some thoughts regarding your recent plan. While the idea of producing a newspaper is commendable, its execution appears highly impractical. Although creating a single newspaper may not take much time, the sheer volume we intend to produce demands an excessive amount of time and manpower. Furthermore, considering that the newspaper is meant for the general populace, it is likely to be priced affordably, making it difficult for us to turn a profit, potentially leading to losses, which is quite unwise. Xue Kai was perplexed as to why Lin Xingjian would propose such a seemingly unprofitable scheme, yet he felt compelled to express his concerns. Lin Xingjian was equally astonished by Xue Kai's quick grasp of the situation. It seemed that Xue Kai indeed possessed remarkable insight and clarity of thought. The others, upon hearing Xue Kai's remarks, quickly reacted and shared in the confusion. Aware of their bewilderment, Lin Xingjian clarified, I understand your skepticism. This plan may initially appear devoid of any profit potential. However, I assure you that it is entirely feasible. I have devised a method to produce newspapers rapidly, requiring only a small team to generate a substantial quantity, thus alleviating the concerns you have raised. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian elucidated the fundamental principles of movable type printing. The concept was straightforward, and once explained, all understood. Nevertheless, it was clear that relying solely on their current manpower, without any facilities, would not yield a significant output. Lin Xingjian had already contemplated a solution to this challenge, enlisting the assistance of the illusory reality space. Its powerful analytical capabilities could devise various models of equipment compatible with movable type printing, all of which could be constructed within this world. With the right equipment and manual operation, large-scale newspaper production could indeed be realized. Once Lin Xingjian thoroughly explained the plan, everyone was filled with confidence in its viability and marveled at his ingenuity. They were astounded by Lin Xingjian's ability to conceive such an innovative approach and technology, while he alone understood that he was merely repurposing ancient inventions from his previous life, augmented by the support of the illusory reality space, which resulted in this exceptional plan. Chapter 39. The Star Newspaper Pavilion. Having grasped the overall concept of the plan, Lin Xingjian proceeded to assign tasks to each individual. The tasks were categorized into 3 types. The first involved collecting information, led by Xue Kai and a few others, primarily focusing on news within Tianwu City, while events outside the city could be gathered at a later time. The second task, undertaken by about 10 individuals, involved organizing the information collected by Xue Kai and others, ultimately consolidating it into a newspaper template for mass production. The third task entailed the remaining individuals being responsible for selling the newspapers. The organization was named the Star Newspaper Pavilion, and its structure was provisionally divided into 3 departments: the Information Department, the Production Department, and the Sales Department, with each department fulfilling its specific duties while collaborating with one another. Each department was headed by an acting minister, with the understanding that only those who proved competent would be promoted to permanent positions. Xue Kai served as the Minister of the Information Department. The Minister of the Production Department was a man in his 30s, appearing rather honest, named Zhang Wei, and the Sales Department was led by the only female among them, named Meng Lu. With the basic framework of the organization established, the next step was to determine the headquarters location, procure the necessary equipment for newspaper production, and select a storefront. Given that Lin Xingjian's subordinates lacked connections, he decided to personally address these matters in the following days. He met with several familiar ministers. Although their interactions had been minimal, being a prince granted him enough influence for them to assist with these minor tasks. Remarkably, these ministers proved to be quite efficient. Within a day, they had arranged everything, securing a spacious storefront and a loft for the headquarters at a remarkably low rent. If Lin Xingjian had attempted to find these on his own, he would never have achieved such speed or affordability. It seems that where there is goodwill, the truth holds sway. With the location secured and necessary items procured, Lin Xingjian dedicated a week to finalize all the details. Once everything was in place, he prepared to launch the first edition of the newspaper. Initially, the intelligence personnel were tasked with gathering news from every corner of Tianwu City. As soon as the information reached headquarters, the production department could immediately commence printing. The newspaper required a thoughtful design to make it visually appealing, preventing a haphazard presentation of news. The production of the inaugural issue was somewhat complex, but once completed, subsequent editions would be much simpler and could be produced in large quantities, with the sales department promptly distributing them to the storefront. This outlined the entire process of newspaper production. Though due to limited conditions, Lin Xingjian planned to release an issue every 5 days at the outset. The first edition of the newspaper was successfully published, featuring major headlines such as the duel between two formidable experts, the injury of a prominent figure, the death of an individual, and the marriage of another esteemed person. Priced modestly at 10 copper coins per copy, it was affordable for nearly everyone. The storefront, named the Star Newspaper Pavilion, initially left many puzzled as to its purpose. This lack of recognition resulted in minimal foot traffic, leading to dismal sales despite the low price of the newspaper. Only those who were aware of the pavilion's background and held Lin Xingjian in high regard ventured to purchase copies. While genuine customers remained scarce, given the establishment's lack of notoriety, this was a perfectly normal occurrence. Observing this situation, Lin Xingjian slightly adjusted his strategy. In addition to selling newspapers from the storefront, he dispatched individuals to hawk the papers throughout the city, ensuring that the address of the Star Newspaper Pavilion was printed on each copy. This way, people could learn of the source of the newspapers, thereby enhancing the pavilion's reputation. Although the first day yielded unsatisfactory results, with fewer than 100 copies sold and no profit made, Lin Xingjian remained optimistic. He believed that the public's unfamiliarity with the Star Newspaper Pavilion would wane over time, leading to improved sales. The following day, sales picked up slightly. While newspapers have a time-sensitive nature, the impact of a single day was not overly detrimental. Some individuals remained unaware of certain events and were still inclined to purchase the newspaper. As time passed and information became more widely known, interest waned, resulting in fewer purchases. Following the conclusion of the first edition, the second was promptly released. This time, the Star newspaper had garnered some reputation and a modest following, leading to immediate purchases upon its release, and business began to flourish. With each new issue, the Star Newspaper Pavilion conducted a review and made reasonable adjustments for the next edition. The third and fourth editions were published. The newspaper's popularity soared, attracting an increasing number of customers. Witnessing the burgeoning success, Lin Xingjian decided to acquire additional slaves to bolster the Star Newspaper Pavilion's workforce. The flourishing business of the Star Newspaper Pavilion caught the attention of many. Yet questions arose regarding how it could produce such a vast number of newspapers in such a short time, with each copy appearing nearly identical. Despite their curiosity, those with influence or power were aware that the Star Newspaper Pavilion was backed by Prince Xingjian, and thus refrained from excessive investigation to avoid incurring his wrath. During this period, Lin Xingjian shared methods for detoxification and bodily conditioning with Xuekai. After a period of recuperation, Xuekai noticed a marked improvement in his health and a gradual restoration of his strength, leading him to place greater trust in Lin Xingjian's guidance and to apply himself more diligently to his tasks. Moreover, Lin Xingjian carefully selected martial techniques for the Star Newspaper Pavilion's personnel to practice. He did not expect them to reach lofty realms of mastery. Rather, he aimed for them to possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. Aside from managing the affairs of the Star Newspaper Pavilion, Lin Xingjian focused on researching breakthroughs in the true Qi realm. However, the methods he currently possessed were proving to be ineffective, hindering his progress. In pursuit of a successful breakthrough, Lin Xingjian sought out valuable materials related to advancing in the true Qi realm from the Imperial Palace. These resources were exceedingly rare and unattainable in the outside world. Had he not been a prince, he would have never had the opportunity to access such information. After acquiring the materials, Lin Xingjian utilized the illusory reality space to analyze and ultimately compile the most suitable method for his breakthrough. The following day, within the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian attempted the newly developed method for advancing in the true Qi realm. Following the instructions, he seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, dispelled distractions, concentrated his mind, and controlled the internal forces of transformation to collide and compress continuously. If the transformative energy underwent a qualitative change amidst the intense collisions and compressions, resulting in a trace of true Qi, it would be deemed a success. While this may sound straightforward, the practical execution proved to be quite challenging. As soon as Lin Xingjian initiated the internal forces collision and compression, he immediately spat out blood, suffering extensive muscle damage and varying degrees of injury to his internal organs. Fortunately, this was not the physical world, but rather the illusory reality space, alleviating concerns about sustaining injuries. This method is exceedingly difficult. It seems that only someone possessing the illusory reality space, like myself, stands a chance of mastering it. If others were to acquire this breakthrough technique, they might very well perish in the attempt without ever succeeding. Lin Xingjian muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, his injuries vanished without a trace, and he fully returned to a state of normalcy. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian embarked upon his second training session. This time exercising caution unlike his initial recklessness, progressing gradually with a focus on familiarity and control. He understood that the breakthrough method could not be mastered in just a few attempts. It necessitated prolonged practice. Therefore, impulsive and erratic training would yield little success. Only through slow and steady experimentation, step by step, could he hope to achieve his goals, as nothing could be accomplished in haste. Grasping this principle, Lin Xingjian was not anxious for a breakthrough. For him, the priority was to avoid injury. It was essential to remember that Lin Xingjian ultimately had to train in the real world. While the illusory space allowed for endless practice without the concern of injuries, the real world was far less forgiving. Once injured, not only would a breakthrough be impossible, but recovery could also take an indeterminate amount of time, potentially delaying his progress for years. Failure, try again, time and again, he faced setbacks, yet through this continuous cycle, Lin Xingjian's control techniques grew increasingly refined, and his progress improved significantly, lifting his spirits as well before he knew it. 3 days had passed. During this time, Lin Xingjian had undergone countless attempts, sustaining innumerable injuries. Had this occurred in the real world, he could scarcely fathom how many times he would have perished. Although injuries in the illusory space bore no consequence, the pain was undeniably real, akin to actual wounds, and thus, these past few days had been arduous for him. However, the benefits were plentiful. Firstly, Lin Xingjian had now reached a point where he could train with minimal risk of injury. Secondly, the agony endured during training had fortified his spirit and willpower. Thirdly, Lin Xingjian had gained a profound understanding of the internal composition of his body, which would greatly benefit his future training endeavors. The initial phase of breaking through to the true Qi realm could now be considered officially concluded, and Lin Xingjian prepared to commence his formal training in the real world, striving to cultivate a trace of true Qi within himself, thus completing the most crucial step in the breakthrough process. With this objective in mind, Lin Xingjian initiated his first breakthrough training in the real world. During this inaugural attempt, Lin Xingjian's performance was commendable, with no discernible errors during his training. Yet, due to the hyper-realistic nature of the illusory space, he found himself momentarily convinced that he was still engaged in training within that realm in the days that followed. Lin Xingjian set aside all martial arts and physical training, dedicating himself solely to the breakthrough of the true Qi realm. Apart from occasionally checking the basic updates from the Star Report Pavilion, he spent most of his time immersed in training. This level of dedication yielded significant progress, and Lin Xingjian felt that the manifestation of true Qi was imminent. 1 month later, on a day like any other, Lin Xingjian was diligently training in his bedroom. A slight sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a look of tension graced his features, indicating that he had reached a pivotal moment in his practice. If one could observe the state of Lin Xingjian's body, they would witness a force clashing violently within, creating whirlpools that grew increasingly turbulent, with the sounds intensifying as the whirlpools spun more urgently, seemingly on the verge of birthing an even greater power from their center. Chapter 40. The emergence of power like the birth of Pangu, or the emergence of Sun Wukong, that formidable energy finally erupted from the whirlpool. And in that instant, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Under Lin Xingjian's focused intent, the energy leaped forth from the whirlpool, akin to a child exuberantly darting about, eagerly absorbing and transforming the surrounding force. Much like a child delighting in their favorite delicacy, at that moment, Lin Xingjian ceased his practice, fully attuned to the changes within his body, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this true Qi? Such formidable power." The semi-ethereal energy encounters the gaseous true Qi without any capacity for resistance. No wonder, it is said that the physical realm is merely a foundational stage. The true Qi realm is where true cultivation begins. To a cultivator of the physical realm, A true Qi cultivator is but a lesser being at that point. The strand of true Qi seemed satiated and came to a halt, showing no further interest in the delicacies nearby. Lin Xingjian realized that this strand of true Qi had reached its limit and could no longer increase in strength. Hence, the only way forward was to generate more true Qi. With the assistance of this strand of true Qi, it would be simple to transform it into other strands, provided that this strand would obediently heed Lin Xingjian's commands. However, at present, this seemed somewhat unrealistic. Thus, before proceeding to the next stage of his training, Lin Xingjian had an additional task: to completely master this strand of true Qi. The method to enhance his control was straightforward: consistently communicate with it using mental intent, gradually mastering it. Only when Lin Xingjian could manipulate this strand of true Qi at will would he be deemed to have fully gained control. This was a tedious and monotonous endeavor, yet Lin Xingjian possessed sufficient endurance, and within a matter of days, he had completely mastered the first strand of true Qi. Upon achieving complete mastery, Lin Xingjian advanced to the next phase of training, utilizing this strand of true Qi to continuously generate more. The second strand of true Qi, the third strand of true Qi, the fourth strand. As time passed, an increasing amount of true Qi accumulated within Lin Xingjian's body. However, this still did not qualify as a true Qi realm, but rather a pseudo-true Qi realm. For a practitioner in a pseudo-true Qi realm to genuinely enter the true Qi realm, there were two principal methods. One was to continually accumulate true Qi until it reached a certain threshold, at which point one could unleash their entire true Qi to break through the barriers of the Dantian. Once the true Qi barrier was shattered and the energy entered the Dantian, one would be considered a true cultivator of the true Qi realm. Yet, this method was time-consuming and did not guarantee entry into the true Qi realm. The alternative was to consume a Dan of true transformation. For practitioners at this level, taking the Dan of true transformation was far more effective than for those who had not generated true Qi themselves. And it also bore fewer long-term repercussions. Generally speaking, there were primarily two pathways to enter the true Qi realm, but when examined in detail, there were three. A ninth-level practitioner of the physical realm directly consuming the Dan of true transformation. A practitioner in the pseudo-true Qi realm consuming the Dan of true transformation, or relying entirely on oneself. The majority of martial artists predominantly adopt the first method, with the second being considerably less common. And the third method being exceedingly rare. It can be said that those who manage to enter the realm of true energy through the third method are undoubtedly the most exceptional talents, with boundless prospects ahead of them. However, regardless of the method employed, the journey to attain true energy is fraught with challenges and dangers. For practitioners at the ninth level of the physical realm, consuming the transformation pill allows them to shatter the barriers of their Dantian with the pill's potent medicinal properties, thereby directly entering the realm of true energy. This method, however, is perilously risky. The power of the transformation pill cannot be easily controlled, and it may easily lead to injuries in the meridians or Dantian. Furthermore, should one fail to break through, the chances of a second attempt are nearly non-existent. Even if one succeeds and gains the opportunity for refining their essence, it remains exceedingly difficult to restore the meridians or Dantian to their original state, which can adversely affect future cultivation. Martial artists at the pseudo-true energy level can consume the transformation pill while retaining some control over its effects, thus reducing the dangers associated with breaking through to true energy. Even in the event of failure, they may still have a second chance, though repeated failures diminish the likelihood of success. Relying entirely on oneself to break through into true energy undoubtedly offers the greatest benefits. Yet it also presents the highest degree of difficulty. The physical realm is a foundational stage and an ideal opportunity to enhance one's inherent qualities. Once one enters the realm of true energy, it becomes immensely challenging to further improve one's capabilities. Lin Xingjian would never gamble with his future and, consequently, has no intention of utilizing the transformation pill to force a breakthrough into true energy. Each day, he diligently accumulates true energy, hoping that one day he may gather enough to breach the barriers of his Dantian. As time flows slowly by, before he knows it, another month has passed. Lin Xingjian has made significant strides in accumulating true energy, yet he still has a considerable distance to go before challenging the realm of true energy. Further accumulation is essential. During this month, the most notable changes have occurred at the Star Report Pavilion. Today, the fame of the Star Report has spread throughout Tianwu City, with nearly everyone having heard of it. It is not uncommon to overhear discussions about the Star Report, which has become a rather popular topic within the city. Additionally, The Star Report Pavilion has opened 4 or 5 branches in Tianwu City, with the staff increasing to around 50 individuals. Furthermore, many individuals are now willing to pay for the opportunity to publish various announcements in the Star Report. Whether in search of certain items or to sell goods, these are akin to advertisements from Lin Xingjian's past life. The development of the Star Report Pavilion to its current stature can be deemed a success, prompting Lin Xingjian to begin contemplating another plan. Since the establishment of the Star Report Pavilion, its business has flourished, earning Lin Xingjian a considerable sum of money. With this wealth, he has recruited several guards to protect both the royal residence and the Star Report Pavilion. These guards are not particularly formidable, primarily consisting of individuals at the 3rd level of the physical realm, with only a handful at levels beyond that. As for the first 3 levels, Lin Xingjian has yet to recruit martial artists of such caliber. The scarcity of skilled practitioners poses a significant challenge. Individuals above the 7th level of the physical realm have either already affiliated themselves with other factions or prefer to remain unbound. The number of truly independent cultivators who have reached the 7th level and are willing to join the Xingjian royal residence is exceedingly limited, rendering the recruitment of a substantial number of skilled practitioners unrealistic. The vast majority of factions cultivate their own talents. For instance, some sects recruit children and lower-level martial artists, and various clandestine organizations operate similarly, while the military under the dynasty begins by training ordinary individuals or lower-level martial artists. For Lin Xingjian to establish his own force, he must cultivate his own foundation. Relying on the recruitment of skilled practitioners to bolster his power is both challenging and precarious, as it is difficult to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. Some organizations fail to endure due to their composition of disparate skilled practitioners, leading to factional strife and a lack of unity, ultimately rendering them unsustainable. Simply put, a collection of scattered sands. Lin Xingjian once considered recruiting orphans for cultivation but lacked the necessary resources at the time, causing the plan to be shelved. Now that all preparations are in place, he only needs to take in a number of orphans to implement the plan. With the assistance of the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian is confident that these children, regardless of their innate qualities, will reach higher realms and become indispensable aides and loyal subordinates in the future. Tianwu City serves as the capital of the Tianwu dynasty. The number of orphans is naturally limited, and those that exist are typically cared for by the government, as the emperor's domain must maintain a fade of benevolence. Thus, finding orphans cannot be conducted within Tianwu City itself but necessitates travel to other locales. The Tianwu dynasty encompasses vast territories, featuring 10 major cities, 36 medium-sized cities, and hundreds of smaller towns and villages. As one of the 10 major cities, Tianwu City is surrounded by numerous nearby towns, prompting Lin Xingjian to dispatch individuals to these towns in search of orphans, regardless of gender, ensuring they are brought back. While his subordinates are out seeking orphans, Lin Xingjian is not idle. He is also searching for a suitable location in Tianwu City to serve as a training ground for his future foundation. Lin Xingjian has set stringent requirements for this training ground. Firstly, it must be remote to ensure the children's training remains undiscovered. Secondly, it should not be too distant from the Xingjian royal residence to facilitate Lin Xingjian's frequent visits, allowing him to respond promptly should any issues arise. Most importantly, the site must be spacious enough to accommodate a large number of children. Given the extreme confidentiality surrounding the cultivation of his future entourage, Lin Xingjian finds it impractical to seek assistance from officials, opting instead to traverse Tianwu City alone in search of a suitable venue. After several days of diligent searching, Lin Xingjian finally located a quadrangle that met his standards, situated merely half an hour's journey from the Xingjian royal residence. However, the quadrangle currently lacks an owner. If one must be designated, it would be the government. This quadrangle was once the residence of a wealthy family. But one fateful night, the entire household, numbering in the dozens, was brutally slaughtered, leaving the surrounding residents in a state of fear. Since that incident, not only has no one dared to occupy the quadrangle, but many nearby residents have also fled, transforming the once vibrant area into a desolate locale. Consequently, the quadrangle, now ownerless, has been claimed by the government. Lin Xingjian, however, feels quite satisfied with this quadrangle and hurriedly approaches the government to purchase it. The officials, delighted at the prospect of selling the property, ask no further questions and readily agree to a remarkably low price, expeditiously completing the necessary paperwork, fearing he might reconsider. Upon securing the quadrangle, Lin Xingjian names it the Xingjian Courtyard. Shortly after acquiring the Xingjian Courtyard, the subordinates he sent out began returning in succession, accompanied by dozens of children. These youngsters varied in age, with the youngest estimated to be around 6 or 7 years old, while the oldest were approximately 10. Lin Xingjian arranged for them to settle in the newly purchased quadrangle, outfitted them in fresh garments, and ensured they had ample meals before gathering them together for a conversation. 43 children stood together, their appearances now markedly transformed, completely unrecognizable as the once destitute orphans who had lived by begging. Their eyes were fixed intently on Lin Xingjian, reflecting gratitude and longing. Prior to this meeting, those who brought them had already informed them that they would soon meet the one who would provide for them from now on, their future master. For these children, who often went hungry, the prospect of having enough food was of utmost importance. They were willing to do anything for a meal. As Lin Xingjian gazed into the eager faces of the children, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own past. Feeling a surge of emotion, subsequently, he inquired about their individual circumstances, discovering that their backgrounds were largely similar. Most had no recollection of their parents or had lost them at a very young age, and none had received any formal education, let alone training in martial arts. They had all lived through hardship, often going without food for extended periods. Chapter 41. Educating the children. It is precisely due to the hardships and struggles of their lives that they would follow him without hesitation, unafraid of being deceived. Lin Xingjian then conveyed to them that their future task would be cultivation, affirming that he was their master and the one to whom they must pledge their loyalty. Instead of initiating immediate training, he instructed them to first learn reading and writing, sharing martial knowledge with them daily, and occasionally imparting words that would foster their allegiance, essentially, a form of indoctrination. To devote himself to the education of these children, Lin Xingjian largely refrained from returning to the royal residence, as the operations of the Star Report Pavilion no longer required his direct involvement. His days were consumed with teaching the children and continually accumulating true energy. Since taking residence at the Xingjian courtyard, the children, nourished by the specially prepared meals Lin Xingjian provided through the illusory reality space, gradually regained their strength. Moreover, they were tasked with mastering the knowledge imparted by Lin Xingjian and engaging in simple physical exercises, not martial training, but rather movements to restore their bodies to a normal state, thereby preparing them for future cultivation. Each week, Lin Xingjian conducted assessments to gauge their grasp of the material, rewarding the outstanding performers while imposing penalties on the last-place child. Rewards included delicious food and money, while punishments entailed a day without meals. Only through rewards and penalties can the motivation of these children be ignited. Such is the nature of youth, and adults are no exception. The passage of time is often imperceptible, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. At this juncture, these children are no longer the naive newcomers devoid of understanding. They have acquired a foundational knowledge, and their bodies have begun to recuperate adequately. Given the opportune moment, Lin Xingjian intends to initiate these children into the practice of physical cultivation techniques and martial skills. However, as each individual's circumstances differ, the methods of cultivation must also vary accordingly. Lin Xingjian, utilizing the results of spatial analysis, categorizes them into several groups, each designated for the cultivation of a specific physical technique and martial skill. These groups will diligently practice their respective techniques and skills. Lin Xingjian lacks the time to tailor a unique set of techniques and skills for each child, as instructing them one by one would be an inefficient use of time. Lin Xingjian has invested considerable thought into the physical cultivation techniques and martial skills. Had it been in the past, he might have allowed the illusory reality space to generate suitable techniques and skills for these children. However, he has now formed his own ideas. From what Lin Xingjian knows, many martial skills and physical techniques in this world are related to beasts, with some techniques being directly modeled after them. This suggests that humans share certain traits with these beasts, by using various beasts as models. Lin Xingjian envisions creating physical techniques and martial skills tailored for the children, thereby facilitating effective groupings. Moreover, even if he were to recruit more children in the future, he would not be troubled by issues concerning the techniques. The models he has chosen are the 12 zodiac animals. In his previous life in China, the 12 zodiac signs represented 12 distinct animals, with each individual having a specific zodiac sign tied to them. Each year corresponds to a zodiac sign, cycling every 12 years, and various aspects of personality and psychology align with these signs. Coincidentally, this world also possesses these 12 beasts, albeit with countless branches for each type. It is evident that the 12 zodiac signs have significant connections to humanity, and thus, martial skills derived from these models are likely to be exceptionally suitable for individuals. Therefore, Lin Xingjian only needs to utilize the illusory reality space to create physical techniques and martial skills related to the 12 zodiac signs, subsequently determining which zodiac is most fitting for each child, ensuring everything proceeds seamlessly. The illusory reality space houses numerous physical techniques and martial skills related to the zodiac, making their creation relatively straightforward, albeit in large quantities. After about an hour, 12 series of physical techniques and martial skills gradually materialized on the shelves, each series representing a different zodiac sign, and each series containing multiple techniques and skills, fully capable of meeting the needs of all practitioners. Lin Xingjian then organized them into groups, imparting the appropriate physical techniques and martial skills to each group while guiding their practice, correcting mistakes step by step until they have sufficiently mastered the skills. While the children diligently train, Lin Xingjian himself is also working hard to accumulate true energy, and he senses that he is nearing the point of breaking through the Dantian barrier. However, the tranquility of their days is soon shattered by a significant event that requires Lin Xingjian's immediate attention. One day, he hastily returned to the Star Sword Prince's mansion from the Star Sword courtyard, as an important guest was expected, and he needed to be in attendance. Upon entering the reception hall, a somewhat plump middle-aged man came into Lin Xingjian's view. This individual was the finance minister, Li Feng. Lin Xingjian had encountered him several times before, and he had presented a generous gift upon Lin Xingjian's move to the new estate. Leaving a lasting impression, "I sincerely apologize. I have been quite busy lately and have just returned, causing you to wait." Minister Li, Lin Xingjian remarked apologetically. "Not at all. I have only just arrived myself. It seems I have interrupted your highness." Li Feng replied, displaying no hint of arrogance despite his high position. "Minister Li, let us forego pleasantries and address the matter at hand. What brings you here today?" Lin Xingjian inquired directly, preferring to avoid unnecessary circumlocution. "Since your highness has expressed it so, I shall be forthright. I have come to discuss a business proposition. Your highness recently established the Star Report Pavilion, which has been thriving exceedingly well. Many are eager to uncover the secrets behind your success. However, due to your status, they have yet to take action. Nevertheless, over time, some may not be able to resist. Given your current limited forces, it may be challenging to withstand any threats, even if nothing happens to you. The Star Report Pavilion may not be so fortunate. I am not interested in prying into your secrets, but I hope to propose a collaboration between your highness and my Li family. We can distribute some of the Star Reports through our shops. With the backing of the Li family, should anyone dare to target the Star Report Pavilion, we will not stand idly by, which would be beneficial for your highness." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xingjian felt a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. He knew that the Li family was one of the 4 prominent families in Tianwu City. The Li family is a powerful merchant family, with many members holding official positions in the court, and their business operations are extensive. Additionally, the family is rumored to possess several masters of true energy, and some say even experts at the true element level, though the veracity of such claims is uncertain. Thus, the Li family should not be underestimated in terms of wealth or strength. Although Li Feng is not the head of the family, he is the brother of the family head and holds significant weight in diplomatic matters, making him an influential figure in important family decisions. His personal visit to discuss collaboration indicates the Li family's genuine interest in partnership. Lin Xingjian recognizes that the development of the Star Report cannot rely solely on his efforts. It would require too many hands and overwhelm him. Furthermore, if the Star Report Pavilion were to grow larger, selling independently would invite jealousy and potential disputes, jeopardizing the confidentiality of the pavilion's secrets. It is imperative to seek partners for protection, and the Li family presents an excellent option. Aware of his current lack of power to assert control, he sees collaborating with the Li family as beneficial. With a decision made, Lin Xingjian addressed Li Feng. "Minister Li, I have considered your proposal and agree to collaborate with the Li family. However, I have a few stipulations. First, the collaboration must be publicly acknowledged. Second, I will sell the Star Reports to you at 80% of the market price, and you must maintain consistent pricing with the Star Report Pavilion. Third, should any trouble arise for the pavilion, the Li family must assist. If you can agree to these terms, I will proceed with our collaboration." Li Feng, upon hearing Lin Xingjian's requests, found them reasonable and immediately acquiesced. Eager to avoid any potential change of heart from Lin Xingjian, the two promptly signed a contract and affixed their seals. The following day, the Star Report published the news of the collaboration between the Star Report Pavilion and the Li family, which quickly spread throughout the city, reaching the ears of various factions in Tianwu City. Some smaller factions that had previously harbored designs on the Star Report Pavilion suddenly dared not take action. With the partnership between the Li family and the Star Report Pavilion established, numerous factions expressed interest in collaborating, eager to partake in this lucrative venture. However, Lin Xingjian was discerning in his choices, only considering partnerships with factions of substantial influence in Tianwu City and dismissing those unwilling to meet his terms. Within a mere few days, Lin Xingjian successfully forged partnerships with several factions, including the Zhao family, Qin family, and the remaining two of the four prominent families. In these collaborations, Lin Xingjian allocated different shares of the Star Reports based on the size of each faction. The more powerful the faction, the greater the share they received, while smaller factions received only a modest portion. With numerous partnerships in place, the business expanded significantly, although the Star Report Pavilion appeared somewhat small in comparison. At that time, the manufacturing department of the pavilion consisted of only around 20 individuals, which was insufficient, and the equipment was severely lacking. Thus, it became imperative to recruit additional personnel and acquire more equipment. However, the secrets of Star Report production must not be disclosed. Consequently, Lin Xingjian had no choice but to revisit the slave trading market, acquiring a new batch of slaves and constructing additional equipment. Moreover, Lin Xingjian also recruited some ordinary individuals and low-level martial artists. Some were assigned to work in the newly opened shops, while others, under the guidance of Xue Kai, gathered information. Additionally, Lin Xingjian reformed the Star Report structure. The reports were divided into two categories, one being a daily publication that reported on the previous day's news, and the other a weekly publication featuring meticulously designed content covering significant events or news. Since its inception, the price of the Star Report has gradually risen, and now a single issue sells for 15 copper coins. The primary buyers of the Star Report are martial artists, for whom the price is negligible. It is believed that, as time progresses, the Star Report will continue to thrive, and its price will steadily increase, marking the onset of substantial profits. Chapter 42. Expansion of the Star Report in the subsequent period. The Star Report began to appear in numerous stores across the city. In certain establishments such as restaurants, inns, and even martial arts academies, the Star Report has made its appearance. People indulge in their meals while perusing the newspaper. And before retiring for the night or after their training sessions, they take a moment to glance at the Star Report to stay abreast of the latest information. It can be said that the Star Report has seamlessly woven itself into the very fabric of daily life. A month has passed unknowingly. Within the training base, Lin Xingjian gazed upon a group of children before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Over the course of the month, the number of children had increased by more than a dozen. Were it not for the concern of overburdening himself, Lin Xingjian would have gladly taken in hundreds of children. At this moment, Lin Xingjian harbored another thought. He wished to first ensure that these children mastered the relevant physical training techniques and martial skills associated with the 12 zodiac signs. He envisioned delegating the task of teaching the next batch of students to them, thereby granting himself more time to focus on his own cultivation, which would alleviate his burdens considerably. Otherwise, teaching each child individually would surely drive him to exasperation. After more than a month of training, the first batch of children exhibited significant transformations. Nearly all had entered the first level of the physical realm, with several having grasped the fundamentals of martial arts. Under his guidance, Lin Xingjian felt a deep sense of gratification as he beheld the progress of the children, filling him with hope for their futures. After such an extended period of rigorous training, the children were understandably fatigued, prompting Lin Xingjian to allow them a respite to relax. He even joined them in playful activities for an entire day, deeming it a well-deserved break for himself as well. In the imperial palace, Emperor Tianwu scrutinized a report in his hand, his countenance reflecting disbelief. This document detailed Lin Xingjian's recent developments, including the activities of the Star Report Pavilion and his efforts to shelter the children. Emperor Tianwu found it hard to accept the reality that such an astonishing feat could be accomplished by a mere adolescent. Initially, he had intended for Lin Xingjian to venture out and gain experience, offering minimal assistance, yet he had never anticipated such remarkable achievements. The nascent Star Report Pavilion had garnered interest from numerous factions seeking collaboration, underlining its profound influence. As for Lin Xingjian's decision to take in orphans, Emperor Tianwu understood his intentions. However, nurturing skilled practitioners was no simple endeavor. Nevertheless, He chose not to impede Lin Xingjian's aspirations, permitting him to proceed as he wished. Upon finishing the report, Emperor Tianwu mused that Lin Xingjian had truly matured, allowing him to feel a sense of relief. As for Lin Xingjian's future path, Emperor Tianwu resolved not to interfere or provide substantial assistance. The journey was one he must navigate himself, with the emperor merely offering support from the shadows. However, it was prudent to issue a warning to the factions below, as this constituted the only form of assistance he could provide. Several miles east of Tianwu City, two martial artists stealthily approached a small hill, frequently glancing around in fear of being detected, clearly harboring a secret. "Brother, is there really a cave dwelling atop this hill?" the square-faced martial artist asked, skepticism lacing his tone as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. The shorter martial artist understood the incredulity, acknowledging his brother's doubts, and explained earnestly, "Brother, we are kin. Would I deceive you? I stumbled upon this cave by chance. The entrance is quite disheveled, appearing to have been abandoned for ages, suggesting it is uninhabited. I intended to investigate what treasures lay within, but the cave is protected by a defensive formation that, with my 6th level of physical cultivation, I cannot breach. However, you, being at the 9th level, possess far greater strength and should be able to unlock it. Once the cave is opened, all its contents will be ours. Upon our return, we can sell these treasures, and with the proceeds, you could acquire a true Qi pill to break through to the true Qi realm. Once you succeed, no one will dare to bully us." The shorter martial artist's face gleamed with excitement at the prospect. When it comes to formations, one must inevitably mention formation masters. Formation masters are a rare breed, even scarcer than alchemists and weaponsmiths, specializing in the study of formations that can ensnare or eliminate foes far more powerful than themselves. Many sects employ formations to safeguard their territories, enabling them to withstand enemy assaults during incursions. In short, formations serve myriad purposes. This cave is highly likely to belong to a formation master. If it truly is the dwelling of such a master, it may harbor vast fortunes, for formation masters are typically affluent. Realizing the potential for immense wealth, the square-faced martial artist grew increasingly impatient, urging his companion to hasten their approach. The two navigated a winding path until they arrived at a depression in the mountainside, subsequently passing through a crevice to reach a small platform on the other side. At this juncture, they halted. "Brother, behold, this is the cave I mentioned," following the direction indicated by the shorter martial artist. The square-faced warrior's eyes widened as he beheld the cave entrance approximately 20 meters ahead. The door stood firmly shut, its thick layer of dust and the scattered stones and weeds at its threshold confirming its status as an uninhabited dwelling. The square-faced martial artist advanced toward the cave, stopping 2 meters short of the entrance, not due to a lack of desire to proceed, but because an invisible barrier obstructed their path, precisely as his companion had described. "Brother, step aside and witness how I dismantle this defensive formation." With that, the square-faced warrior raised his large blade and struck fiercely at the unseen barrier. Clang! The blade collided with the invisible barrier, yielding an unexpected outcome. The barrier remained unyielding, while the square-faced martial artist was sent reeling backward, landing 10 meters away. The shorter martial artist, witnessing the scene unfold, was rendered speechless. "Brother, forgive my inadequacy. It appears we cannot enter this cave." The square-faced warrior, having just regained his footing, spoke to his companion with resignation. The two exchanged glances, their expressions laden with frustration. The prospect of immense wealth lay tantalizingly close, yet they found themselves utterly powerless to reach it, a most agonizing predicament. "Brother, the formation is far too potent. Even true Qi realm martial artists might struggle to breach it. Furthermore, we lack any knowledge of formations, leaving us with no means to dismantle it. We might as well sell this information. Perhaps we could still earn a handsome sum." The square-faced martial artist pondered this suggestion and found it agreeable, promptly acquiescing. Thus, the two retraced their steps, heading back toward Tianwu City. Soon, the news of a formation master's cave dwelling, allegedly located on a small hill several miles east of Tianwu City, spread throughout the city. Countless martial artists flocked to the hill, and even some long-absent prominent figures made their way there, transforming the once desolate hill into a bustling hub of activity. Atop the hill, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. "Where is the cave? I have no idea. I merely followed them here. Whether a cave exists remains uncertain." Even if there is a cave with so many people, how many can actually claim its treasures? I'm just here to observe. Here is the cave. A loud shout captured the attention of the crowd, which surged forward in a rush. On the platform before the cave, hundreds of people had gathered, nearly reaching the capacity of the small area. Consequently, those present obstructed the entrance, preventing further entrance. Friends, the crowd is growing increasingly large. I propose we break the formation first, and then we can each employ our own methods to claim the treasures within, suggested Zhao. Brother Zhao speaks wisely, yet despite our extensive study of the formation, we have made little headway. One person alone cannot hope to breach it. We should unite our efforts to expend the remaining energy of the formation, causing it to dissipate, countered Brother Li, whose reasoning resonated with many. Indeed, let us not waste any more time. Let us act in concert with that. A variety of offensive techniques were unleashed upon the formation. As the collective force of the attackers struck, the formation shimmered and flickered. Yet it steadfastly held its ground. As time wore on, the light emanating from the formation began to dim, indicating that its energy reserves were dwindling. Crack! A sound shattered the air like the breaking of glass, causing those engaged in battle to halt in their tracks. At that moment, they realized the formation had been breached, and the invisible barrier that had obstructed their quest for treasure had vanished. No longer restrained, the individuals who had been kept at bay could no longer contain themselves and surged forward recklessly, plunging into chaos as they rushed into the cave, igniting a fierce contest for the treasures within. While the battle erupted over the cave's emergence, Lin Xingjian remained within the confines of the Star Sword courtyard. His decision to refrain from joining the fray was influenced by three significant factors. First, his noble status as a prince. Engaging in a scramble for unclaimed treasures would tarnish his dignity. Second, his current state was ill-suited for combat. Lin Xingjian had reached the threshold of the pseudo-true Qi realm and was on the verge of a breakthrough, making it unwise to engage in battle. Third, the situation was perilously complex, as the allure of the Formation Master's cave drew countless true Qi realm warriors, and as merely a pseudo-true Qi warrior, he stood little chance against them, risking his life in the process. Weighing these considerations, Lin Xingjian, despite his keen interest in the cave, chose to abstain from participating. Before long, a day had passed, and the contest for the cave concluded. Leaving the small mountain shrouded in an eerie silence, its earlier fervor extinguished. Only the strewn bodies and pools of blood bore witness to the cataclysmic battle that had transpired. Days slipped by. Yet the impact of the cave lingered, prompting Lin Xingjian to prepare for his breakthrough into the true Qi realm. Transitioning from the corporeal realm to the true Qi realm was a pivotal process, demanding utmost precision, especially since Lin Xingjian intended to rely solely on his own strength without the aid of any external enhancing substances, rendering the endeavor exceedingly challenging. While Lin Xingjian harbored confidence in his abilities, he remained acutely aware that success was not guaranteed. To mitigate risks, he resolved to first conduct a simulated breakthrough within the illusory reality space, intending to return to the real world for the actual breakthrough only after achieving success in the simulation. Within the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and attuned his state before gradually mobilizing the true Qi within him to strike against the barrier of his Dantian, which he had previously located at the center of his chest. Chapter 43, Breakthrough Achieved. Slowly, he guided the true Qi through his meridians toward the Dantian, step by step, proceeding calmly. Even within the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian remained vigilant, treating the experience as if he were genuinely attempting a breakthrough. Soon, he reached the site of the Dantian, only to be met with resistance. The barrier stood firm, hindering his progress. Aware that he had encountered the Dantian barrier, he understood that only by breaking through it could the true Qi enter the Dantian and usher him into the true Qi realm. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xingjian summoned all his true Qi to relentlessly assault the barrier, which trembled but did not yield. Ultimately, his true Qi dwindled, and his breakthrough attempt failed. Lin Xingjian had believed himself sufficiently prepared, only to face disappointment. Fortunately, he was in the illusory reality space, sparing him the need to rebuild his true Qi from scratch. It became apparent that attempting to break through alone was excessively arduous. No wonder many relied on the transformation pill to assist in their breakthroughs, as achieving success without external aid proved to be immensely challenging. Unbeknownst to Lin Xingjian, Some individuals had indeed succeeded in their breakthroughs without the transformation pill. These individuals had merely utilized gentle, restorative pills or treasures to supplement their true qi at the critical moment, unlike Lin Xingjian, who had employed no aids, thus making his endeavor considerably more difficult. However, the benefits of a successful breakthrough would be substantial. After reflecting on the reasons for his failure, Lin Xingjian realized he had been inefficient in utilizing his true qi, wasting a significant amount. Understanding the crux of the matter, he adjusted his strategy, opting to concentrate his true qi at a single point to penetrate the barrier. He resolved to implement his new approach, re-establishing his focus for another attempt at the breakthrough. This time, Lin Xingjian directed his true qi in a spiral formation toward the Dantian barrier. Boom! With a resounding crash, the spiraling true qi collided forcefully with the barrier, causing it to crack. Seizing the moment, Lin Xingjian intensified his efforts, and the fissure widened. With a fervent shout, he unleashed all his strength, and with a resounding snap, the Dantian barrier shattered, marking his breakthrough as a success. However, this was merely a rehearsal for the breakthrough, a reference point rather than the actual event. Following this, Lin Xingjian practiced several more times within the illusory reality space until he had fully mastered the technique before returning to the real world to initiate his genuine breakthrough. Once again, within the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian mobilized his spiritual energy in a spiral form to strike the Dantian barrier. No anomalies arose during the process, and the barrier was successfully breached. Just as it had been in the simulated breakthrough, in that instant, Lin Xingjian felt as though the very fabric of the world had transformed. The remaining true qi flowed into the Dantian, rapidly refining into a purer form of true qi, while the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment participated in the breakthrough. Streams of spiritual energy surged into his body, entering the Dantian and converting into true qi. One strand, two strands. Soon, the Dantian was filled to capacity with true qi, and only then did the influx of spiritual energy cease, marking the official conclusion of his breakthrough. Thus, Lin Xingjian had successfully advanced to the true qi realm. Upon opening his eyes after the breakthrough, he was greeted by an unpleasant odor. It dawned on him that his ascension to the true qi realm had resulted in a process of purification, expelling impurities from his body and leaving a thick layer of grime. While minor breakthroughs within the corporeal realm might expel some superficial impurities, it was only through a significant breakthrough in martial arts that one could eliminate deeper-seated impurities. However, not everyone is afforded the opportunity for such purification. Those who barely manage to break through the use of pills can only hope to expel a fraction of surface impurities, which hardly qualifies as true purification. After cleansing himself and donning fresh garments, Lin Xingjian turned to examine the changes within himself. He discovered that his strength had doubled, now boasting a formidable force of at least 40,000 kilograms. His physical resilience, flexibility, and other attributes had also seen significant enhancement, culminating in a comprehensive advancement following the breakthrough. As for the true qi within his Dantian, Lin Xingjian found he could wield it with complete mastery, directing it wherever he wished, fully responding to his will, akin to his own limbs, in stark contrast to the elusive control he had previously experienced. Having assessed the transformations within his body, Lin Xingjian prepared to enter the illusory reality space for further exploration. In previous instances, each minor breakthrough had brought some degree of change to the space. He was eager to discover what surprises awaited him following this major breakthrough. Entering the illusory reality space had become second nature to him. With just a thought, he could traverse its boundaries at will, as the scenery shifted before him. Lin Xingjian found himself within a grand, unfamiliar hall. Were it not for the presence of Xiao Xing, he might have believed he had traversed realms once again. After this breakthrough, the illusory reality space had undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once akin to a mere room had now expanded into a vast hall, the space having increased tenfold. Moreover, a new portal had appeared, inscribed with the character for combat. Perplexed by the newly emerged portal, Lin Xingjian inquired with Xiao Xing, who clarified that it was a gateway to battle. Entering through the door, Lin Xingjian found himself in an expansive, empty chamber. As soon as he stepped inside, another Lin Xingjian appeared before him, an exact replica. Caught off guard by this unexpected encounter, Lin Xingjian had scarcely registered the situation before the doppelganger launched an assault, forcing him to defend himself as they engaged in combat. Yet, mere moments into the exchange, Lin Xingjian was struck in a vital area, rendering him powerless. A sharp pain ensued, and the scene before him faded. Revealing his bedroom within the Star Sword courtyard, he had perished in the combat chamber. Upon returning to reality, Lin Xingjian reflected on the encounter. He sensed that his opponent possessed a similar cultivation level, but their combat experience far surpassed his own. Lin Xingjian recognized that while he was not lacking in battle experience, particularly in sparring, engaging in life-or-death combat was a different matter altogether. Since his arrival in this world, he had only faced one such fight, and that had concluded due to the opponent's oversight, hardly qualifying as true combat experience. Conversely, the adversary he encountered in the combat chamber was seasoned, executing lethal maneuvers without an ounce of mercy. A level of skill Lin Xingjian could not match. Rather than feeling disheartened by his defeat in the combat chamber, Lin Xingjian was filled with excitement. He had long sought an opportunity to hone his combat skills, and the combat chamber presented an ideal avenue for growth. Wasting no time, Lin Xingjian re-entered the combat chamber. This time, he was thoroughly prepared, yet he found himself struck in a vital area within mere exchanges. Defeated. Enter again, yet again, he faced failure. Persisting through each setback, Lin Xingjian transitioned from barely enduring a few exchanges to withstanding nearly dozens of strikes. After each defeat, he would analyze his shortcomings, pondering the reasons behind his failures and strategizing ways to overcome them. Thus, a day passed in this manner. On the following day, Lin Xingjian abstained from entering the combat chamber for training. Upon entering the true Qi realm, it is imperative to commence the cultivation of Qi techniques. Alongside several martial skills and sword techniques which, though categorized as inferior, are somewhat inadequate for one at the true Qi level. Therefore, Lin Xingjian resolved to gather various techniques, martial skills, and sword forms today. Deeming this task of utmost importance, combat training could be postponed, but this endeavor could not. The cultivation of techniques is foundational, and martial skills and sword forms are equally significant, as they are crucial for Lin Xingjian's future development. The sooner he embarks on this journey, especially following his recent breakthrough, the greater the benefits he would reap from cultivating techniques. With this objective in mind, Lin Xingjian departed from the Star Sword courtyard. His intention to collect information naturally led him to various bookstores and libraries. As he strolled, he scanned the surroundings for establishments that might sell techniques. Before long, he stumbled upon a sizable bookstore named Jinwu Book Loft, which stood 3 stories tall. Finding it promising, he stepped inside. Jinwu Book Loft possesses a unique characteristic. Despite being a bookstore, it does not sell books. Rather, it bears resemblance to a library from a previous life, allowing any martial artist to browse through the texts, although entry incurs a fee. The first floor is dedicated to inferior martial skills and body refining techniques suitable for physical realm practitioners, costing 1 gold coin per hour. This price is relatively modest, particularly when compared to the costs of body refining techniques and martial skills, making it an appealing choice for those unable to afford them. Many individuals would come here to select a technique or skill to memorize without incurring significant expense. However, one must keep in mind that cheap offerings often lack quality, and the techniques available here are largely mediocre, with few exceptions of merit. The second floor is reserved for practitioners of the true Qi realm, featuring techniques and martial skills that are subpar yet tailored for their level, and the fees are considerably higher at 10 gold coins per hour. The third floor, however, remains inaccessible to the public, likely serving as mere decoration. Lin Xingjian chose not to linger on the first floor and ascended directly to the second. The second floor is notably smaller and contains fewer texts. After paying for an hour's access, Lin Xingjian entered. He did not meticulously examine any martial skills or techniques. Instead, he casually flipped through the books, scanning briefly before setting them aside. His peculiar behavior caught the attention of others, yet no one voiced their thoughts as they continued to peruse their selections. In this manner, Lin Xingjian managed to scan nearly all the books within an hour, departing amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Following this, Lin Xingjian ventured into several other bookstores, employing the same method to amass a substantial collection of martial skills and techniques. Upon returning to the Star Sword courtyard, he eagerly entered the illusory reality space, instructing Xiaoxing to conduct an extensive analysis of the information pertaining to the true Qi realm based on his requirements. Approximately half an hour later, the analysis concluded, and Lin Xingjian acquired the desired materials: an introductory text on the true Qi realm, a foundational technique, 2 martial skills, and a sword technique. The reason he requested only these few texts was that he did not wish for an excess. More would be superfluous, hence he had Xiaoxing retrieve specifically these. Rather than rushing into cultivation, Lin Xingjian diligently studied the introduction to the true Qi realm. His prior understanding had been rather limited, but after reviewing the material, he gained a comprehensive insight into the true Qi realm. It consists of 6 levels, marking the true commencement of a martial artist cultivation and the stage of true Qi accumulation. Practitioners of the true Qi realm begin to cultivate Qi techniques, moving away from the body-refining techniques of the physical realm. Furthermore, once a martial artist enters the true Qi realm, the body-refining techniques from the physical realm become largely ineffective, and to enhance physical strength, the martial artist must rely on the subtle increases from Qi techniques, as well as various strength-enhancing elixirs and rare treasures. Chapter 44. Qi techniques can be classified into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. In principle, any technique can be cultivated indefinitely, but as one's realm increases, the efficacy of lower-tier techniques diminishes. Additionally, the cultivation of techniques is divided into 4 stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Qi techniques are also categorized by attributes, primarily including metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside some special attributes such as wind, lightning, and ice. Most individuals can cultivate any of the 5 primary attributes. However, some techniques may be learned more quickly than others, largely depending on the individual's compatibility with the technique. While practitioners of the physical realm are unable to determine their affinity for specific attributes, those in the true Qi realm can. True Qi practitioners can infuse their true Qi into various attribute stones, causing the Qi to manifest in different colors. The intensity of the light indicates which technique they are best suited to cultivate. Moreover, the brightness of the attribute stone's glow can also reveal the practitioner's aptitude. Classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. Some individuals with special physiques may not be well suited for the 5 primary attributes. For instance, those with a lightning affinity excel in lightning techniques, but struggle with techniques of other attributes. Such special physiques are often difficult to detect due to the rarity of special attribute stones, leading to many practitioners remaining undiscovered. True Qi practitioners may now begin cultivating intermediate martial skills, which differ significantly from inferior martial skills. Inferior martial skills lack attribute distinctions, while intermediate martial skills are categorized by attributes. The distinction between the attributes of martial skills and techniques is similar. However, martial artists can learn any attribute skill, with the cultivation relying more on perception than on physique. For example, many martial artists practice wind-based movements. But not all are wind attribute practitioners. Rather, the wind attribute practitioners possess a slight advantage in the power of wind-based martial skills. Sword techniques are categorized into inferior, intermediate, and superior ranks, which Lin Xingjian was already familiar with. Inferior sword techniques also lack attribute distinctions, with only intermediate and superior techniques exhibiting such differences akin to martial skills. The cultivation process for true Qi practitioners involves filling the dantian with true Qi, subsequently impacting the inner wall of the dantian to expand it. With each minor realm progression, the dantian expands by a factor of 2, thereby doubling relative strength. After reviewing the introduction to the true Qi realm, Lin Xingjian examined the remaining texts. The foundational Qi technique is an initial-level metal attribute technique, yet it is a product of the illusory reality space, combining multiple Qi techniques tailored specifically to Lin Xingjian's physique, making it far superior to a standard initial-level Qi technique. The 2 intermediate martial skills are Star-Shattering Fist and Void Step. Star-Shattering Fist is a metal attribute martial skill capable of obliterating all in its path. While this may sound exaggerated, its power is indeed remarkable. Void Step leans towards space-based martial skills, which are rare and challenging to cultivate, yet their power is unparalleled compared to ordinary techniques. As for the sword technique, it is the metal attribute technique, Golden Evening Sword technique, classified as intermediate, comprising 10 forms, somewhat analogous to foundational sword techniques. In a sense, the Golden Evening Sword technique is an evolution of the foundational sword techniques. Given that the majority of the techniques and skills are of the metal attribute, Lin Xingjian is acutely aware of his high compatibility with this attribute, rendering him particularly suited for cultivating metal-based techniques and skills. After a cursory glance at the texts, Lin Xingjian once again picked up the foundational Qi technique, preparing to cultivate and assess its effects. Lin Xingjian remained within the illusory reality space, commencing his cultivation on the spot. Following the guidelines of the foundational Qi technique, He began his practice, initially cautious not to exert too much effort, fearful of making mistakes. The true qi circulated through a designated path, gradually attracting the ambient spiritual energy. After an extended period, Lin Xingjian realized his cultivation had yielded little advancement. Despite his careful approach during the first attempt, he encountered some errors. The flow of true qi requires a delicate balance of speed and restraint, necessitating personal judgment. Lin Xingjian adjusted his strategy, discarding his previous hesitance and treating the illusory reality space as a testing ground, conducting repeated experiments. With each iteration of the foundational qi technique, he prompted the space to evaluate his performance. Followed by corrections, leading to significant progress, he quickly reached the entry level. Days turned into weeks, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, Lin Xingjian diligently honed his combat techniques while also practicing the qi technique, two martial skills, and the sword technique, effectively filling his schedule to the brim. His relentless efforts naturally yielded rewards beyond the imagination of others. In the span of a month, Lin Xingjian advanced the foundational qi technique to the major achievement level. While both martial skills reached the peak of minor achievement, and the Golden Evening Sword technique also attained minor achievement. Most gratifyingly, Lin Xingjian found himself evenly matched against a replica of himself in the combat chamber. Only a hair's breadth away from defeating his counterpart, although his sword technique still lagged slightly behind. Lin Xingjian had also deciphered the rules of the combat chamber. Simply put, the strength he exhibited would be mirrored by his opponent. Whatever martial skill he displayed, the opponent would reciprocate with a similar skill. In essence, the opponent would always maintain a comparable level of strength to his own. For instance, when Lin Xingjian first entered the duel chamber wielding his sword, his opponent similarly appeared, brandishing a sword and engaging Lin Xingjian with the same swordplay. However, the sharpness of the opponent's technique surpassed Lin Xingjian's capabilities. The advancement of martial arts techniques allowed Lin Xingjian's cultivation speed in reality to accelerate continuously, reaching the pinnacle of the first level of true qi realm. The techniques of the Great Accomplishment realm far surpassed the advantages of the introductory and minor success realms, not only enhancing the speed of cultivation but also refining the true qi, making breakthroughs in cultivation significantly easier. Naturally, such rapid advancement in cultivation was also related to Lin Xingjian's exceptional aptitude. During this period, Lin Xingjian discovered through the illusory reality space that his aptitude was at the 7th tier. The 7th tier was extraordinary. Most martial artists of the Tianwu Empire were at tiers 1 to 3. A 4th tier could be considered a minor genius. A 5th tier was a true genius. And the 6th tier was exceedingly rare, typically reserved for unparalleled prodigies. As for the 7th tier, it was not merely genius but rather a monstrous talent, with few recorded in the history of the Tianwu continent. The 8th and 9th tiers were the stuff of legends, and Lin Xingjian had yet to hear of such. Coming from a royal lineage, with ancestors of unknown strength passed down through generations. Possessing a noble bloodline, and with Lin Xingjian's solid foundation in martial arts, reaching the 7th tier was quite natural. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Lin Xingjian returned to the duel chamber, this time filled with an unwavering determination to conquer himself. Facing an opponent exuding an intense aura, Lin Xingjian stood fearless, brimming with combat spirit. The opponent locked eyes with Lin Xingjian for a moment before charging forward. Delivering a swift punch aimed at him, Lin Xingjian remained unperturbed, skillfully utilizing the void step to evade the attack. Observing Lin Xingjian's evasion, the opponent swiftly adjusted, twisting their body and employing the void step, transforming the punch into a shattering star fist, carrying an overwhelming force capable of easily tearing through steel, as if intent on crushing everything in its path towards Lin Xingjian. Seemingly anticipating this, Lin Xingjian simultaneously unleashed his shattering star fist, manifesting a burst of energy that caused the surrounding air to rapidly retreat, creating a vacuum around his fist. With the obstruction of air eliminated, the speed of his fist surged dramatically, meeting the opponent's shattering star fist with overwhelming might. Bang! The fists collided, producing a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. As the energy surged violently, sending shockwaves through the air, with currents of energy shooting off like arrows in all directions. In the instant their fists met, both were propelled backward, yet Lin Xingjian retreated more swiftly, finding himself slightly at a disadvantage in this initial exchange. What a formidable punch! The energy of a fist, known as fist energy, is generated when a martial art reaches a certain level, powerful enough to easily tear through steel. When Lin Xingjian's shattering star fist reached the minor success stage, it produced a form of fist energy upon attack, albeit initially vague and indistinct. Now, as the shattering star fist attained the pinnacle of minor success, the energy gradually solidified, progressing towards a tangible form. Aware that his fist energy was somewhat inferior to that of his opponent, Lin Xingjian sought to seize the initiative by launching the first attack, fully activating the void step and charging towards his adversary. Eager to strike first, Lin Xingjian's opponent also surged forward, and once again, they clashed fiercely, both unleashing their full power in an intense battle, the air resonating with booms as the energy swirled around them incessantly. After a fierce exchange, they finally separated, their garments torn and both sustaining considerable injuries. Once apart, both warriors felt their true chi surging, preparing to unleash their remaining energy for one final decisive attack. Lin Xingjian's focus was unprecedentedly sharp, channeling all his true chi into the shattering star fist, letting out a mighty roar and launching forward like a shooting star. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xingjian seemed to grasp the true essence of the shattering star fist, to press forward relentlessly, shattering all in its path. Insights gained from past training flooded his mind. And to his astonishment, at such a critical juncture, the shattering star fist broke through to the great accomplishment stage. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided like meteors, and in the aftermath, one figure was sent crashing against the wall of the dual chamber, instantly vanishing in a flash of light. The one who disappeared was Lin Xingjian's opponent, a replica of himself. However, Lin Xingjian was not faring well either. Most of his bones were shattered, and his internal organs severely damaged, leaving him with virtually no intact part of his body. Fortunately, as this was within the illusory reality space, such injuries could be remedied quickly with precious elixirs. In reality, recovery from such wounds would be nearly impossible without extraordinary resources. And even then, lingering aftereffects would remain. Stepping out of the dual chamber, Lin Xingjian found his injuries had vanished, restoring him to his original state. He continued to linger in the illusory reality space, repeatedly reflecting on the breakthrough of the shattering star fist, continuously grasping its essence, and practicing the technique until the recently attained great accomplishment stage gradually stabilized in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. The shattering star fist was now thoroughly stabilized, its power significantly enhanced beyond the initial breakthrough, even showing signs of further progression, resulting in a marked improvement in combat capability. With the shattering star fist solidified, Lin Xingjian entered the dual chamber to hone his swordsmanship. Lin Xingjian, sword in hand, locked eyes with his opponent, who similarly met his gaze, exuding an extraordinarily sharp aura, reminiscent of a keen blade. Chapter 45. The Auction House compared to his opponent. Lin Xingjian's aura felt somewhat lacking. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted with astonishing speed, as his opponent launched the first attack. Faced with the swiftly approaching blade, Lin Xingjian remained unperturbed, deftly evading the strike. The opponent pressed the attack again, unleashing the Jinxiji sword technique in a flurry of strikes, each swift and precise, a seamless sequence of attacks without interruption. Confronted with such a formidable display of swordsmanship, Lin Xingjian could only defend, unable to mount a counterattack, as the opponent showed no vulnerabilities. If this continued, Lin Xingjian was bound to lose. With no other option, Lin Xingjian resolved to exchange light injuries for the chance to counterattack. The situation seemed to improve slightly, but alas, the rhythm was once again seized by the opponent, reverting the circumstances to their prior state. Lin Xingjian attempted the same strategy once more to regain the initiative. Yet it was all in vain, as his injuries mounted. Lin Xingjian ultimately succumbed to a thrust that pierced his heart, ending the battle. Upon exiting the illusory reality space, Lin Xingjian ceased his training and inquired about the progress of the children. To his satisfaction, they were all advancing well, with several nearing the second level of the body realm, while most of the recently arrived had entered the first level of martial arts. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian departed from the Star Sword Courtyard and made his way to the Star Report Pavilion, seeking updates on recent events and significant occurrences over the past month. The Star Report Pavilion had maintained stable development during this period, avoiding hasty expansion, while Tianwu City had become quite lively, with much discussion surrounding the events of an unnamed cave from over a month ago, which had claimed numerous lives. In recent days, conflicts had diminished, Yet the chatter surrounding the cave remained unabated. With the Star Report consistently covering the topic, Lin Xingjian also received crucial news that the Fengyuan auction house in Tianwu City would be hosting a large-scale auction featuring items from the unnamed cave, scheduled to occur in 3 days. The Fengyuan auction house was backed by the 4 prominent families of Tianwu City, and as a partner of these families, Lin Xingjian would naturally receive an invitation. A VIP pass no less. Lin Xingjian had yet to attend an auction and was curious to witness its proceedings. Additionally, he hoped to see what items would be available, intending to purchase anything he deemed necessary. After leaving the Star Report Pavilion, Lin Xingjian headed towards the Star Sword Royal Mansion. Since relocating to the secluded Star Sword Courtyard to instruct the children, Lin Xingjian had rarely returned, and the Royal Mansion now had few residents, most having moved to the Star Report Pavilion for convenience. Upon learning of Lin Xingjian's return, Xiao Lin immediately came to greet him, her face radiating joy and admiration. Seeing Xiao Lin brought Lin Xingjian great happiness, as she was the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. And of course, Lin Xingjian held no romantic feelings toward Xiao Lin. He viewed her merely as a family member. Now, the black orb that had once inhibited her cultivation had been removed by Lin Xingjian, who had reached the true Qi realm. This orb, composed of an unknown material, could absorb a small amount of true Qi and had been kept by Lin Xingjian. Since the removal of the black orb, Xiao Lin had also begun her cultivation journey. Though Xiao Lin has already reached the age of 19 this year, her progress in cultivation has been quite rapid, and she has now entered the first level of the physical body realm. Having spent only a short time in the Wang residence, Lin Xingjian returned to the Xingjian Villa. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The time for the auction has arrived, and Lin Xingjian departs from the Xingjian Villa, making his way to the Fengyuan auction house. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Fengyuan auction house, Lin Xingjian does not enter immediately but instead focuses intently on the 5 characters that read Fengyuan auction house. These characters emanate a majestic and powerful aura, imperceptible to ordinary martial artists of the physical body realm. Only those above the true Qi realm can discern the subtleties within it at a glance. Lin Xingjian recognizes that they must have been inscribed by an individual of profound martial prowess. After a brief moment of appreciation, Lin Xingjian finally steps into the auction house. The service attendant, upon seeing Lin Xingjian's VIP card, brightens with excitement and promptly leads him to his private room, swaying her hips enticingly as if to allure him further. Following closely behind her, Lin Xingjian cannot help but admire her graceful form and alluring silhouette. Finding it quite pleasing to the eye, before long, the attendant brings him to room 32, from which he can observe the entire auction scene. "Young master, do you require anything else?" she inquires warmly, occasionally casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Given his youth and the possession of a VIP card, it is evident to her that Lin Xingjian holds a certain status. For this service attendant, if she could catch his eye, even as a mere concubine, it would be a significant elevation in her circumstances, akin to stepping into a wealthy household and living a life of comfort. Thus, she strives to showcase her charms, disregarding Lin Xingjian's age. Lin Xingjian sees through the attendant's intentions, yet he dares not harbor any thoughts of pursuing her. It is not that he lacks interest in women. Rather, he adheres to his own principles. Who knows how many others have shared her embrace? He has no desire to entangle himself with someone of questionable past, though he would not mind taking advantage of the situation. "Please bring me some fruit," he requests. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returns, and Lin Xingjian rewards her with 10 gold coins, which brings her great delight. He then leans against her as he enjoys the fruit while observing his surroundings. Truth be told, the attendant is quite lovely. Her lips are crimson, her teeth pearly white, and her figure is slender, unlike the heavily made up and surgically altered stars of his previous life. Furthermore, she is dressed rather lightly, her skin delicate and pleasant to the touched eye in his past life. Lin Xingjian was something of a recluse, having never had a girlfriend and remaining a virgin. He has never embraced a woman in such a manner before. He holds her for the first time. A thrill of excitement courses through him, though he has no intentions of pursuing a deeper relationship. Soon, Lin Xingjian shifts his focus to the auction house itself. The venue is approximately the size of a football field. Divided into 2 levels, the upper level consists entirely of private rooms, while the lower level features rows of seating, with the auction stage on the first floor. The walls of the auction house are adorned with various exquisite decorations, indicating its immense financial backing. Constructed from black stone and ironwood, the black stone possesses a certain affinity for absorbing true qi, while the ironwood is incredibly resilient, difficult for even physical body realm martial artists to shatter. Thus, the auction house stands as a veritable fortress. As time flows steadily on, the auction house fills to near capacity, signaling that the auction is about to commence. At that moment, a middle-aged man steps onto the auction stage. Welcome everyone to the Fengyuan auction. I am Lu Kaide, the auctioneer for this event. Many of you are likely familiar with me already. The auction will soon begin, but first, I must outline the rules. The middle-aged man gestures for silence, stating, "Our auction house is solely responsible for conducting the auction. We bear no responsibility for the quality of the items purchased by buyers. Hurry up and start the auction." "Master Lu, this isn't our first time here. We know the rules," someone from the crowd calls out. "Indeed, Master Lu, let us get started." Many voices chime in agreement. It seems that Master Lu possesses a certain notoriety. Though this is Lin Xingjian's first encounter with him, and he has not heard of him before. Before we begin the auction, I would like to mention that if anyone wishes to entrust the Fengyuan auction house with items for auction, we will charge a fee of 5%. Interested parties may contact us. Master Lu skillfully seizes the opportunity, utilizing even this brief interlude to promote the auction house. Now that most of you have arrived and are growing impatient, I shall not delay further. The auction officially begins. Please welcome our first item for bidding. As his words fall, a beautiful woman approaches, carrying a wooden tray covered with a silk cloth, obscuring the view of the items beneath. Master Lu lifts the silk cloth, revealing a book. The first item for auction is the inferior martial technique, Void Grasp. This is no ordinary item. It is a rare gem among inferior martial techniques. Starting at 100 gold coins, as we all know, a good martial technique is of utmost importance to an individual, as it can determine one's strength and even the outcome of battles. Techniques like Void Grasp are hard to come by. If you miss this opportunity, it may not present itself again. Martial artists of the physical body realm must seize this chance. What initially appeared to be a decent inferior martial technique is suddenly elevated to something remarkable by his words. Many are indeed swayed, as bids begin to pour in. 150 gold coins, 200 gold coins, 250 gold coins. Bids continue to escalate, culminating in a 30-something martial artist purchasing the technique for 600 gold coins, over double its original worth. As the next item is introduced, it is a peak-level inferior weapon. A knife, a quality peak-level inferior weapon, is significant for physical body realm martial artists. In combat between equally matched opponents, a superior weapon can greatly increase the odds of victory, and at times, a good weapon can even save one's life. The starting price for the peak-level inferior knife is 100 gold coins, and given its quality, several individuals engage in a bidding war, ultimately selling for 500 gold coins, an amount that could nearly procure a lesser quality middle-grade weapon. At this point, Lin Xingjian suddenly realizes that the final prices at the auction are significantly inflated compared to the market value. Do these bidders not realize that the items they are acquiring are not worth such exorbitant sums? This perplexes him. In reality, there are various reasons why auction prices exceed market rates. Some individuals are simply misled or tempted by the auctioneer's words, acting impulsively. Others are driven by pride and feel compelled to compete, and still others genuinely require the auctioned item. Ultimately, a multitude of factors contributes to the generally higher prices at auction compared to market values. Chapter 46. Middle-grade sharp sword. The subsequent auction items consist of various body refining methods, martial techniques, and low-grade weapons, all of which hold little allure for Lin Xingjian. He seeks a middle-grade weapon, yet none have appeared thus far. His usual training sword is merely an inferior-grade weapon, and he is eager to acquire something superior. It seems that fate has answered Lin Xingjian's silent plea, as a middle-grade weapon finally graces the auction stage. We are about to auction the first middle-grade sharp sword of the day. This sword, named Combing Sword, was personally crafted by the master craftsman Kuan Xiong. It is forged from a rare mineral known as Kongming Stone, making it one of the better middle-grade swords. The auction begins now, with a starting price of 500 gold coins. Master Lu announces, raising his voice to cultivate excitement in the atmosphere. Upon seeing the middle-grade sharp sword, Lin Xingjian feels a stirring in his heart. Such a weapon is indeed a rare find. Typically, one would be hard-pressed to locate such items in weapon shops, necessitating prior arrangements for purchase. Lin Xingjian has always found the ordering process troublesome, and thus has yet to acquire a middle-grade sword. Seeing this fine specimen before him, he naturally feels compelled to bid. Competition for the middle-grade sword is fierce, with many eager participants. Lin Xingjian observes that most bidders are from the private rooms, with only a handful from the first floor. Clearly, the true affluent patrons are those in the private rooms. They have shown little interest in the previous items, but now, the allure of the middle-grade sword has captured their attention. Lin Xingjian refrains from bidding immediately, knowing that early offers are often futile. It is the final competition that truly matters. Before long, the price rises to 2,000 gold coins, and the number of bidders dwindles significantly. Judging that the time is right, Lin Xingjian finally announces his bid. 2,500 gold coins. The sudden increase of 500 gold coins indeed startled quite a few individuals. Those few who were already scarce quickly vanished. After a few moments of silence, no one had yet placed a bid. Observing the lack of activity, Master Lu remarked, "Still no bids. This is a fine mid-grade weapon. Missing out on it will make it exceedingly difficult to come by again. Moreover, it is a work by Master Kengxing, possessing significant collectible value." 2,600 gold coins. It seemed Master Lu's words had stirred some interest, as bids began to emerge once more. Truly, Master Lu was a master of auctions. With just a few sentences, he reignited the bidding fervor. 3,000 gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xingjian promptly placed a new high bid. The considerable amount of 3,000 gold coins stilled the previous bidder, who likely deemed it unworthy. At this juncture, no matter how Master Lu coaxed, no further bids were forthcoming. Ultimately, Lin Xingjian secured the mid-grade weapon, the Kongming sword, for the price of 3,000 gold coins. The auction of the Kongming sword seemed to incite a climax within the event, as subsequent items, mid-grade martial techniques, foundational qi cultivation methods, and similar mid-grade weapons, commanded impressive prices. However, Lin Xingjian found nothing particularly useful for himself, opting instead to relish some fruit while enjoying a massage from a nearby attendant, feeling utterly content. Suddenly, the auction came to a halt, and Master Lu announced, "I apologize for the interruption, but I have an important matter to disclose. Many of you have likely heard that this auction will feature items discovered in an unnamed cave just a month ago. I wish to inform you that some items from this cave will indeed be auctioned. As for what they are, you shall soon find out, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I suspect you can hardly wait. So let us resume the auction. Next up for bidding is an item from the unnamed cave, a vial of pills known as qi-enhancing pills. Totaling 20 in number. Qi-enhancing pills are a mid-level spiritual pill suitable for martial artists in the early stages of qi cultivation to enhance their abilities. The rarity of mid-level spiritual pills hardly requires further elaboration. The starting bid is 1,000 gold coins. Let the auction commence. 1,100 gold coins. 1,300 gold coins. The price steadily ascended, with the sounds of bidding echoing back and forth, illustrating the immense allure of the qi-enhancing pills. 3,000 gold coins. A voice emerged from box number 13. The tone was laced with the fluctuations of true energy, resonating in everyone's ears as though someone were whispering beside them. This indicated the speaker was of considerable prowess, far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist in the Qi realm. Esteemed guests, I am Lu Wuhua from the Xintian sect, and I am in urgent need of these pills. I humbly request your kind consideration. I would be immensely grateful. 3,100 gold coins. A coarse voice erupted from box number 5. Lu Wuhua, what is your face worth? Do you think mere empty words can secure these pills? Not a chance. Your voice sounds somewhat familiar. Might I inquire as to your identity? Lu Wuhua, undeterred by the mockery, responded with a gentle tone. Lu Wuhua, can you truly not recognize the voice of an old friend? We have been acquainted for over 20 years, and I have been thinking of you day and night. The speaker seemed to harbor some enmity toward Lu Wuhua, continuing to taunt him. I see. It is Brother Xiong from the Batian sect. No wonder your voice rings a bell. I have missed you dearly. Lu Wuhua appeared oblivious to the underlying sarcasm, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. So it is the Mad Blade and the Smiling Tiger. No wonder, during their exchange, someone could no longer contain themselves and interjected. As a martial artist in the Qi realm, Lin Xingjian possessed keen hearing, and the volume of their conversation was sufficient to catch his attention. From the hushed whispers of those around him, Lin Xingjian gleaned some understanding of the situation. Lu Wuhua was an elder of the prestigious Xintian sect, known as the Smiling Tiger, a renowned swordsman. and a 5th-level Qi realm practitioner. He wore a constant smile, appearing friendly, yet his true intentions remained a mystery, making him exceedingly cunning. One could never tell if he was laughing with you or plotting your demise. The other individual was an elder from the Batian sect, known as the Mad Blade, also a 5th-level Qi realm practitioner, who was forthright and despised duplicity. The rivalry between their sects had persisted for over 20 years, fueled by their mutual disdain, as both possessed similar talents and strengths, leading to an ongoing stalemate. Coincidentally, their sons also exhibited similar talents, both having entered the Qi realm and distinguished themselves in the Tianwu dynasty. However, due to their father's animosities, the two young men had been at odds as well. Liu Wuhua and Xiong Hui were likely vying for the Qi-enhancing pills to ensure their sons could surpass one another. The Qi-enhancing pills being auctioned were of immense benefit to those recently breaking into the Qi realm, if not for the fact that these pills were only effective for early-stage practitioners, who generally lacked the financial means to compete with the likes of Liu Wuhua and Xiong Hui. They would have faced further contenders, as Liu Wuhua and Xiong Hui continued to escalate their bids. Others, recognizing the futility of competing against them, withdrew in no time. The price soared to 5,000 gold coins, with an upward trend persisting. Yet at that moment, Liu Wuhua declared, "Since Brother Xiong is so eager for this vial of Qi-enhancing pills, I shall graciously concede it to you. I wish your son great advancements in his cultivation." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of confusion, Lin Xingjian included. Could it be that Liu Wuhua genuinely sought to aid Xiong Hui? Others were equally puzzled, and the target of this unexpected kindness, Xiong Hui, was equally incredulous, not believing that Liu Wuhua would act so benevolently. However, he thought little of it. Obtaining the pills was all that mattered. And he cared little for Liu Wuhua's ulterior motives. As it did not concern him, Lin Xingjian chose to remain focused on the auction. Another item was brought forth, to the astonishment of attendees. It was once again a vial of Qi-enhancing pills, also containing 20 pills, with the auction starting at 1,000 gold coins. While Lin Xingjian marveled at the auction's clever maneuvers, he pondered whether Liu Wuhua had prior knowledge of additional Qi-enhancing pills being auctioned, thus relinquishing his bid. Considering Liu Wuhua's character, it seemed quite plausible that as before, Liu Wuhua and Xiong Hui entered into competition once more, but when the price climbed to 6,000 gold coins, Liu Wuhua again opted to withdraw from the bidding. In an ironic twist, the next auction item was yet another vial of Qi-enhancing pills, yet surprisingly, Xiong Hui chose to forego bidding from the outset, ultimately allowing Liu Wuhua to acquire the pills for 3,000 gold coins. The following two auction items were also Qi-enhancing pills, which Liu Wuhua successfully bid on for just over 2,000 gold coins each. At this juncture, attendees began to comprehend that Liu Wuhua had likely known all along about the multiple sets of Qi-enhancing pills being auctioned. Initially intending to deplete Xiong Hui's resources without any intention of bidding, as anticipated, after spending 11,000 gold coins, Xiong Hui found himself with dwindling funds, for few would keep such a substantial amount of money on hand. Generally, martial artists would allocate their resources toward enhancing their abilities, leaving only what was necessary for immediate use. Liu Wuhua had managed to acquire more Qi-enhancing pills than Xiong Hui for just over 7,000 gold coins. Indeed, demonstrating considerable cunning, living up to his moniker, the Smiling Tiger. Following the auction of the Qi-enhancing pills, various herbs and refining materials were presented, yet none reached the impressive prices of the pills, selling for merely a few hundred gold coins. Clearly, the earlier appearance of the Qi-enhancing pills was intended to elevate the auction's atmosphere. In typical circumstances, the most valuable items would be reserved for the end. After several rounds without encountering anything of interest to Lin Xingjian, he began to feel somewhat weary, while Liu Wuhua and Xiong Hui had fallen silent following the Qi-enhancing pills. The next auction item was a book on foundational formation techniques. Noticing the subdued atmosphere, Master Liu sought to enliven it, stating, "As you all know, formation masters are highly sought after in this profession. Many aspire to become formation masters yet are unaware of the pathways. With this foundational knowledge, one stands a good chance of becoming a respected formation master. This book contains numerous basic formations along with the author's personal annotations, making it extraordinarily valuable for those wishing to become formation masters. Pay attention. Opportunity is fleeting. Listening to him, one might assume that possessing this foundational knowledge would guarantee one's ascension to formation master, and perhaps some might take his words at face value. However, Someone seemingly could not bear to remain silent and interjected, "Master Lu, are you trying to fool 3-year-olds? If becoming a formation master were so simple, there wouldn't be so few of them. Become a formation master necessitates a certain level of talent. Without formidable spiritual power, one cannot even draw formations. Moreover, even with innate talent for formations, guidance from a renowned mentor and a wealth of valuable foundational knowledge are essential. Think one could achieve mastery merely with a book on foundational formation knowledge is nearly impossible. At least I have never heard of such a case." Chapter 47. The array flags. Upon hearing these words, many eager participants contemplating a bid ceased their actions, seemingly weighing the worth of their intentions. Master Lu, feeling somewhat awkward after the man's remarks, chose to remain silent. Previously, Lin Xingjian had little understanding of formations. Despite having perused countless tomes, most were focused on martial techniques, with scarce literature on other subjects. Particularly formations, he had never encountered any texts on the subject, and thus was particularly intrigued by this formation book, preparing to bid for it. Even though becoming a formation master was a daunting task, the allure of the opportunity was too tempting to resist. The starting bid for this book was 500 gold coins, and although the number of bidders was limited, the price swiftly escalated to 1,000 gold coins. Before long, only a handful of bidders remained. Seizing the moment, Lin Xingjian entered the fray with a bold bid of 1,500 gold coins. His substantial increase of 500 gold coins halted any further offers. As 1,500 was not an insignificant sum, spending such an amount for an opportunity that was nearly unattainable seemed unwise. Even those who wished to continue bidding recognized the futility of their efforts and decisively withdrew. Having secured the coveted item, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of delight. Subsequently, a set of array flags was put up for auction, with a starting price of 3,000 gold coins. These defensive array flags had previously protected an unnamed cave abode. Though they bore some damage, rendering them only half as effective, likely a result of a fierce assault on the cave's formation. Despite this, even ordinary true Qi realm warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the formation formed by these flags. Crafted by formation masters for the purpose of arrangement, array flags could still wield significant power even in the hands of those unskilled in formations. Thus, despite their damage, numerous bidders vied for them. Representing various factions, 3,500 gold coins, someone announced 4,000 gold coins, another voice chimed in. The price continued to rise in increments of 500 gold coins, soon reaching 10,000 gold coins. At this juncture, some smaller factions, hindered by financial constraints, withdrew from the bidding, leaving only a few relatively powerful factions still in contention. 10,000, 20,000. The bids dwindled down to a scant few. 21,000 gold coins. Representing the Diansong faction. "Might I request a favor from all present?" came a voice from room 10. 22,000 gold coins. "My apologies, friends from the Diansong faction, but I am Zhao Fu of the Zhao family. Here on behalf of my clan. I beg your pardon for any offense," echoed a voice from room 9. The Qin family, Sun family, Li family, and several prestigious sects followed suit with bids. In this realm, there was no room for politeness. The wealthier bidders held sway. Although the 4 great families served as the auction house's support, the auction items were not simply bestowed upon them. Acquisition required competitive bidding. After a fierce contest, the Zhao family ultimately secured the array flags with a bid of 30,000 gold coins. In terms of strength and financial resources, the Zhao family could not rival the top sects. Yet those sects each had their own formation masters, making their interest in the flags more of a casual reference. They would not pursue the bidding if the price escalated too high, as there were even more valuable items still to be auctioned. Next on the block was the soul cultivation technique, the condensation of the soul. What? A soul cultivation technique? Surely, I did not mishear. The rarity and value of soul techniques were beyond measure. Possessing such a technique could gradually strengthen one's soul, enabling even those of average soul capacity to ascend to higher levels as alchemists, artifact masters, or formation masters. The mere prospect of such a technique being auctioned left many in awe. Lin Xingjian was equally astonished. He understood the preciousness of soul techniques. Long had he yearned for such knowledge, but the scarcity rendered hope nearly futile. Yet, here it was, and he was determined to obtain it at all costs. As the auction house buzzed with excitement, Master Lu hurriedly interjected, "Everyone, please calm down. What we are auctioning is indeed the soul technique, condensation of the soul. However, I must inform you that it is incomplete. While it cannot be practiced, it may still yield insights worth gleaning. So it is incomplete. No wonder it is up for auction. Yet, we cannot afford to practice an incomplete soul technique. The soul is the most vital aspect of a person, and any misstep could prove fatal. Indeed, an incomplete soul technique holds little value. None would dare gamble with their soul. Others murmured, disappointment written on their faces as excitement waned. Unlike the rest, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of exhilaration rather than despair. The incompleteness of the technique, while a detriment to others, posed no obstacle for him. With the existence of the illusory reality space, it would be straightforward for him to distill a practice suited to his needs from the fragmented text. Moreover, the technique's incompleteness significantly increased his chances of winning the bid. The auction for the condensation of the soul begins now, with a starting price of 1,000 gold coins. As Master Lu finished his statement, he awaited the bids. Unexpectedly, no one made an offer. This was a first for the auction. After a prolonged silence, just as Master Lu was about to inquire if anyone wished to bid, Lin Xingjian called out, 1,000 gold coins. Relieved to finally hear a bid, Master Lu sighed. Yet, Lin Xingjian remained the sole bidder, while the others remained unmoved, a stark contrast to the initial fervor. 1,000 gold coins, going once. 1,000 gold coins, going twice. 1,000 gold coins, going thrice. With the sound of the gavel, Lin Xingjian's heart settled. The soul technique was of paramount importance to him. Acquiring the condensation of the soul marked Lin Xingjian's venture into the auction as a resounding success. The auction was drawing to a close when 3 plates were brought to the auction stage. Master Lu announced, "We will now auction the 3 grand finale items, the Ascension Pill, the Qi Gathering Array Disc, and a low-grade spatial ring. Allow me to elaborate on these items. The Ascension Pill is a high-grade spirit pill capable of elevating a true Qi realm warrior by 1 small realm. For those in the first 3 levels of the true Qi realm, it ensures a smooth ascension. The 4th level has a 50% success rate, while the 5th level drops to 25%, and the 6th level renders it useless. The Qi Gathering Array Disc can be utilized to concentrate spiritual energy, enhancing the cultivation efficiency of true Qi realm warriors by 50%, requiring only the addition of spirit stones for operation. The spatial ring, shaped like a ring, contains a small space for storing items, although it cannot hold living creatures, with a volume of 1 cubic meter. I trust everyone is clear on the items. Let us begin the auction for the first grand finale item, the Ascension Pill, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. The allure of the Ascension Pill was immense for true Qi warriors. Unless one had reached the 6th level, it was nearly impossible to overlook. However, Lin Xingjian held no interest in such a pill that forcibly elevated one's realm. Advancing through the true Qi realm becomes increasingly arduous, with some individuals never able to break through certain minor realms in their lifetime. For those grappling with such challenges, the Ascension Pill represented a miraculous opportunity, one they would pursue at any cost, even if it meant depleting their fortunes. The fervor surrounding the auction was palpable. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The auction descended into chaos, with shouts of bids echoing throughout, the prices soaring uncontrollably at this juncture. Even Master Lu struggled to keep track of the bids, as the atmosphere turned frenzied. 100,000 gold coins. A voice resonated, silencing the entire room. The raucous auction descended into silence, with no one aware of the voice's origin. Not even Master Lu. Just as the crowd was left bewildered, the voice reiterated, 100,000 gold coins. Now, the crowd turned their attention toward the source of the voice, all eyes fixated on room 2. 100,000 gold coins. What an astonishing sum. Even Lin Xingjian could not muster such a fortune. After all, the Xingbao Pavilion was still in its infancy, requiring funds across various aspects. Lin Xingjian had only managed to gather a few thousand gold coins for this auction. While 100,000 gold coins was indeed considerable, it was not entirely unattainable. However, those who could afford it were backed by powerful factions, unwilling to expend such resources solely for a single pill, as it would benefit only one individual rather than their entire faction. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Master Lu's gaze swept across the entire venue as he inquired. The price of 100,000 gold coins was exorbitant. Those in need of the Ascension Pill lacked sufficient funds, while those with enough money to purchase the pill did not require it. Consequently, no one in the hall dared to raise their bid further. And ultimately, the The Ascension Pill was acquired by a mysterious individual in the second private room. After the auction of the first featured item concluded, the second item was unveiled. The center of the wooden tray lay a round, flat object adorned with intricate patterns, each line infused with a sense of charm. Additionally, 6 holes were present, presumably for housing spirit stones. Spirit stones are indeed precious commodities, essential for practitioners of the true essence realm and also serve as currency among them. The formation of spirit stones is a rare occurrence, necessitating a location rich in spiritual energy, coupled with the passage of extensive time for their evolution into veins of spirit stones. A single spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. Yet 10,000 gold coins can never procure a spirit stone, as no one wishes to trade spirit stones for mere currency. For practitioners of the true essence realm, many items can only be purchased with spirit stones, rendering gold coins utterly futile. The spirit gathering array requires spirit stones to function, making it unworthy of individual purchase due to the exorbitant value of spirit stones. If one were to employ the spirit gathering array for personal cultivation, it would lead to wastage, a poor investment. Thus, this array holds little value for the powerful, but for formidable factions, the absence of spirit stones is not a concern. Acquiring it would provide immense benefits to numerous disciples within their sects, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed, which is paramount for the development of a sect. Hence, the spirit gathering array is a coveted item among these forces. Similar to the Ascension Pill, the starting price for the spirit gathering array was also set at 100,000 gold coins. However, the number of bidders had diminished significantly, consisting mostly of representatives from various factions. Despite the reduced number of participants, the price escalated swiftly, reaching 100,000 gold coins in no time, matching the price of the Ascension Pill. And it continued to climb. 100,000 gold coins, 150,000 gold coins, 200,000 gold coins. At this juncture, even the 4 great families withdrew, leaving only 4 upper-tier sects in contention: the Diansong sect, the Xintian sect, the Batian sect, and the Shen sect. The representative of the Xintian sect was none other than Lu Wuhua, while the Batian sect was represented by Xiong Hui. The representative of the Diansong sect had yet to reveal their name, and Lin Xingjian was unaware, while a woman represented the Shen sect. The spirit gathering array's assistance to a sect is immeasurable. Though many items possess gathering capabilities, few can enhance cultivation efficiency by 50%. Therefore, even upper-tier sects with array masters yearn to obtain this spirit gathering array. Lin Xingjian, however, held little interest in the spirit gathering array, as he had no immediate use for it. Yet he was astounded by the financial prowess of the upper-tier sections. Fortunately, the sole cultivation method he acquired was incomplete. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance of competing for it. Amidst the frenzied competition among the sects, the Batian sect was the first to withdraw, followed by the Diansong sect, leaving only the Xintian sect and the Shen sect vying for supremacy. At this point, the price had escalated to 280,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. The representative of the Shen sect directly added 20,000, seemingly aiming to overwhelm the Xintian sect. Lu Wuhua of the Xintian sect found himself unable to compete. The funds brought by the Xintian sect were initially only 280,000 gold coins. And even with Lu Wuhua's remaining wealth, they fell short of 300,000 gold coins. Reluctantly, Lu Wuhua conceded. In the end, the Shen sect secured the spirit gathering array at the high price of 300,000 gold coins. In truth, even the Shen sect's funds were insufficient, and had the Xintian sect possessed a bit more capital, the outcome might have been different. Subsequently, the wooden tray containing the spatial ring was revealed. At its center lay a ring that appeared quite ordinary, resembling a typical ring but adorned with a few additional engravings, making it somewhat simpler and less ostentatious than a regular ring. However, this seemingly inconspicuous ring, which no one would bother to pick up if discarded on the ground, was, in fact, a spatial ring that elicited envy from countless onlookers. Spatial rings are categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The one being auctioned this time was a lower-grade spatial ring, with a starting bid of 50,000 gold coins. Yet, considering the rarity of spatial rings, one could comprehend the pricing. Lin Xingjian found himself quite interested in the spatial ring, as it would greatly facilitate the storage of items. Regrettably, he lacked the gold coins necessary, leaving him with only a sense of yearning. Nevertheless, Lin Xingjian was confident that in the future, he would possess an abundance of gold coins. At that time, Not only could he afford one spatial ring, but even 10 would be within his means, if the competition for the spirit-gathering array was dominated by the various factions. Then the contest for the spatial ring was a battle among the strongest. While spatial rings may hold little value for large factions, they are a symbol of status for the powerful. Without sufficient strength, even if one were to win a spatial ring, it could easily be seized by others. Thus, all the bidders at this moment were undoubtedly formidable warriors. 100,000 gold coins. The first bidder commenced with a direct increase of 50,000 gold coins, seemingly intending to intimidate the others at once. Unfortunately for him, his strategy backfired, as immediately after his declaration, another bid was placed. 110,000 gold coins. Lin Xingjian observed as the price continued to rise, with increments of 10 and 20,000, resulting in fierce competition. Initially, many had vied for this spatial ring, but eventually, only a handful remained, and the price surged to 250,000 gold coins. 260,000 gold coins. Who dares to compete with me? A commanding voice emanated from the fifth private room, imbued with a strong wave of true energy that left listeners dizzy and disoriented, especially the lower-tier martial artists, who nearly stumbled at the same time. The voice carried an undercurrent of threat, serving as a warning to those present. Lin Xingjian, however, exhibited little reaction. The owner of that voice was immensely more powerful than he, and it was inconceivable that a mere voice could affect him. Yet, Lin Xingjian sensed that the owner of that voice was undoubtedly far stronger than Lu Wuhua of the Xintian sect. As a practitioner of the true energy realm, coupled with a heightened perception surpassing that of his peers, Lin Xingjian could distinctly discern that the true energy embedded in that voice was both mightier and more pure than Lu Wuhua's. The true energy realm itself revolves around the accumulation and refinement of true energy. The higher the realm, the stronger the true energy and the greater its refinement. Thus, it was evident that the voice's owner was likely a sixth-level practitioner of the true energy realm. A formidable expert just a step away from the true essence realm. 270,000 gold coins. It seemed the earlier display of power had little effect, as the owner of the 11th private room continued to bid, disregarding the threats entirely. Seeing that there was still competition, the previous bidder became enraged, roaring, to the one in the 11th private room, "I am Huang Biao. If you have the guts, reveal your name, since you dare to look down upon me." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from the 5th private room, pressing down towards the 11th private room, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Xingjian distinctly felt the surrounding air tremble, with the walls of his private room subtly shaking. This was still at a distance. He could only wonder if he would be able to withstand such an aura if faced directly. In response to Huang Biao's aggressive stance, the owner of the 11th private room refused to back down, releasing an aura that rivaled Huang Biao's, clashing with it. Simultaneously, the representative from the 11th room retorted, "Ah, so it is Huang Biao, the leader of the Liu Bang. I am Su Qinghong, a nameless individual. Given your esteemed reputation, it is only natural that you do not recognize someone as insignificant as I." While Su Qinghong's words seemed to belittle himself, his demeanor was anything but submissive, as he stood his ground against Huang Biao. The two auras collided in the air, compressing and crackling, neither party yielding to the other. Huang Biao and Su Qinghong remained locked in a stalemate, unwilling to relent, causing the auction to temporarily come to a halt. Witnessing this standoff, Master Lu felt compelled to intervene, saying, "Esteemed guests, I implore you to cease this conflict. Would it not be better to show some respect for Fengyuan Auction House? There are matters that can be resolved through discussion. Why resort to violence?" Initially, both Su and Huang had contemplated retracting their aggression, but the issue of pride made it difficult to do so. With Master Lu's intervention providing an excuse to back down, both men seized the opportunity to gracefully withdraw, as they simultaneously retracted their auras. They exchanged a few harsh words before coming to an agreement. Master Lu, relieved that the confrontation had finally ceased, breathed a sigh of relief, for he had been concerned that a continued battle would jeopardize the auction, placing him in a position of responsibility. Concurrently, those who had felt overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by the two began to recover their composure. With the cessation of hostilities, the auction resumed, and the fierce competition for the spatial ring reignited. 280,000 gold coins, 290,000 gold coins, 400,000 gold coins. As prices continued to soar, Lin Xingjian cannot help but lament the abundance of wealthy individuals and further reflect on the exorbitance of spatial rings. The mere lower-grade spatial ring commands such a vast amount of gold coins. One cannot even fathom the value of a mid-grade or even a high-grade spatial ring. Surely, it must be an astronomical figure. As time progresses, several participants withdraw from the auction due to insufficient financial means, including Huang Biao and Su Qinghong. After all, 400,000 gold coins is no trifling sum, and even a formidable opponent at the 6th level of the true Qi realm may not possess such wealth. At this juncture, only the individuals in Box 6 and Box 7 remain engaged in their bidding war, with the outcome expected to be revealed shortly. As anticipated, when the proprietor of Box 6 announces a staggering bid of 450,000 gold coins, the occupant of Box 7 falls into silence, evidently conceding defeat. Just as everyone assumes that the spatial ring will belong to the owner of Box 6, an ethereal voice wafts through the air, resonating clearly yet eluding identification of its source. 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this declaration, the master of Box 6 is seized by frustration, his furious roar echoing throughout the auction hall. Who could it be? Initially, the owner of Box 6 believed that he had secured the spatial ring, reveling in his anticipated victory, only to be blindsided by a sudden bid at this critical moment, akin to having a bucket of cold water doused over his fervent excitement. Who could remain calm in such a situation? 50 lower-grade spirit stones equate to 500,000 gold coins. Indeed, the value of 50 lower-grade spirit stones far surpasses that of 500,000 gold coins, for spirit stones are exceedingly rare, and few would willingly trade them for mere gold. The audacity of this individual to bid 50 spirit stones is utterly confounding. Lin Xingjian speculates that this person likely lacks sufficient gold coins. Otherwise, such an unwise transaction would be unfathomable. It is I. The voice resounds once more, this time no longer ethereal, as it becomes clear that it emanates from Box 1. What do you mean by this? You refrained from participating in the bidding, only to intervene as I was about to secure the spatial ring. Are you seeking amusement at my expense? The owner of Box 6, still brimming with ire, speaks while his true Qi surges, his aura escalating like a powder keg on the verge of explosion. The shift from elation to despair is palpable, and the owner of Box 6 is on the brink of losing control. Itching to confront the occupant of Box 1, a tempestuous atmosphere fills the auction hall, causing many to feel a sense of trepidation, fearing they may be drawn into the conflict. Observing this dramatic turn of events, Lin Xingjian feels a profound sense of empathy for the owner of Box 6. Had he found himself in a similar predicament during the auction for the soul condensing technique, he too would have been incensed. Just as onlookers anticipate an intense confrontation between the two, an overwhelming aura imbued with relentless pressure descends upon the venue, rendering the aura of the Box 6 proprietor insignificant, akin to a flickering ember extinguished by a violent storm. Under the residual force of this pressure, Lin Xingjian dares not move, sensing that the opposing force could extinguish him with the same ease as crushing an ant. He refrains from drawing attention to himself, acutely aware that the owner of Box 6 possesses at least the strength of the 6th level of the true Qi realm, while this formidable presence is undoubtedly a master of the true Yuan realm. In Box 6, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, sits in a chair, his complexion pale as parchment, trembling uncontrollably and breathing rapidly, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Chapter 49. True Yuan Master, a true master of the true Yuan realm. The realization strikes him with terror. He had dared to shout at a master of the true Yuan realm. Though he is indeed at the 6th level of the true Qi realm, the chasm separating the true Qi realm from the true Yuan realm is akin to heaven and earth. Even a warrior at the 1st level of the true Yuan realm would not be someone he could contend with. Overwhelmed by fear and the immense pressure of the aura, the middle-aged man feels as though he might collapse at any moment. Had he not been seated, he would have already fallen to the ground, paralyzed with fright. Suddenly, the pressure vanishes as swiftly as it arrived. With the oppressive presence dissipated, the man feels as if he has awakened from a dream. Breathing a sigh of relief, he rises and addresses Box 1. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elder for your magnanimity. I apologize for my earlier transgressions and willingly withdraw from the bidding for the spatial ring. I do not wish to pursue this matter further. However, remember to be mindful of your words in the future, lest you offend those whom you cannot afford to cross. They may not be as amiable as I. replies the occupant of Box 1 with a tone that carries an air of admonition. Yes, I shall certainly take heed next time. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder, the middle-aged man hastily responds. To the onlookers, this true Yuan master appears to be quite lenient, not pursuing the matter further. However, Lin Xingjian is left with lingering doubts, for just moments ago, he keenly sensed a fleeting hint of pressure, which vanished just as quickly, followed by the true Yuan master from Box 1 retracting his aura. Though the pressure was brief, Lin Xingjian is convinced he did not misread the situation if true. This implies that a master of the true Yuan realm is indeed present at the auction. Only such a master could instill apprehension in the occupant of Box 1. As the final item is auctioned off. The event draws to a close. Upon exiting the auction house, Lin Xingjian approaches the designated area to collect his items. Esteemed guest, you have successfully bid on 3 items, totaling 5,500 gold coins. Announces an auction house official as they present Lin Xingjian with his acquisitions. After verifying the items, Lin Xingjian produces a banknote worth 5,500 gold coins and hands it over before departing. As he exits the auction house, Lin Xingjian refrains from engaging the service attendant in conversation, merely tossing her a handful of gold coins before hastily leaving, unnerved by the melancholic gaze of the attendant, which sends a shiver down his spine. He does not dare to look back, hastening his pace to avoid any entanglement with her. Shortly after leaving the auction house, Lin Xingjian notices numerous eyes upon him. This is hardly surprising, as he had indeed made a mark during the auction by acquiring several items, naturally attracting attention. Nevertheless, Lin Xingjian feels no fear, for even the boldest individuals would think twice before attempting to rob him publicly. As he strolls leisurely, unperturbed, Lin Xingjian soon arrives at the Star Sword Royal Manor. The reason for his choice to come here is to leverage the name of the Star Sword Royal Manor to deter any potential threats. After all, his identity as a prince is of unparalleled prestige. Few would dare to rob a royal. Once they realize he is the Star Sword Prince, they are likely to retreat. Had he gone to train his own cadre at the Star Sword Academy, Lin Xingjian would not have been able to guarantee their actions in ignorance of his identity. To ensure the safety of the children at the academy, he opts for the Star Sword Royal Manor instead. Indeed, upon his arrival at the manor, the sensation of being watched dissipates. Lin Xingjian understands that the moment he steps into the royal manor, his identity is revealed, and many factions will soon learn of his acquisition of these 3 auction items. These items are not suitable for practitioners of the body refinement realm, as they cannot be utilized by them. Of course, even if they become aware, they would not connect him to having ascended to the true Qi realm. Generally, once a martial artist enters the true Qi realm, they emit a faint aura of true Qi, which allows others of similar cultivation to discern their level through observation. However, Lin Xingjian is different. He has achieved this breakthrough solely through his own efforts, without relying on external aid. He maintains complete control over his true Qi, hiding it entirely, presenting himself as a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm. Thus, unless in combat, ordinary true Qi practitioners would find it impossible to identify his true level. Nevertheless, true Yuan masters can easily see through his facade, yet Lin Xingjian believes that no such master would find themselves idle enough to scrutinize him. It is precisely for this reason that he feels confident in revealing his identity after acquiring these items at the auction. In his chamber, Lin Xingjian first picks up the Kongming sword. Examining it closely, the sword is approximately 2 fingers wide, measuring 110 centimeters in length, with a standard thickness. The entire blade glimmers a silver-white hue, with the characters Kongming engraved upon it. Lin Xingjian channels his true Qi into the Kongming sword, causing the blade to emit a faint silver-white radiance, dazzling in its brilliance, and the flow of true Qi within the sword is remarkably smooth. Unlike lower-grade weapons that often hinder the flow, adversely affecting combat. After securing the Kongming sword, he retrieves a book on the fundamentals of formation techniques. As per his usual practice, Lin Xingjian scans the book before immediately entering the illusory reality space. Xiaoxing, please organize this book on foundational formation knowledge and see what optimizations can be made. Certainly, Master. Please hold on for a moment. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiaoxing had completed the optimization. Master, this book contains limited content, but I have compiled some of the essential and significant parts, along with additional insights based on analysis. This is the best I can do for now, so I kindly ask you to gather more knowledge regarding formations. Oh, understood. With a simple acknowledgement, Lin Xingjian hastily began to peruse the book. Before long, he had read through the entire volume and gained a general understanding of formations. Formations are categorized into levels: low tier, mid-tier, and high tier. The arrangement of formations requires various tools such as formation flags and disks. The text also mentioned that advanced formation masters can create formations in the void without any tools, albeit only simple ones. The formation's existence is intricately linked to formation patterns. The more profound the formation, the more complex and numerous the patterns it encompasses. When etching these patterns, formation masters must maintain a continuous flow. Any pause may render the patterns ineffective. There are numerous types of formations, including offensive formations, defensive formations, illusion formations, gravitational formations, and confinement formations, among others. The book contained only a few offensive or defensive formations, while the others were merely theoretical introductions without specific formations. Xiaoxing, can you create such a formation? Lin Xingjian suddenly inquired, contemplating a particular idea. This formation could be set up in 2 locations, allowing people to transmit messages to one another. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian shared with Xiaoxing the relevant theories of telephones and radio communication from his past life, urging it to devise a formation based on this concept, integrating it with the theory of formations. Lin Xingjian's request was not a whim. He had a well-considered plan. Currently, the development of the Star Report had entered a stable phase. But to expand its scale and accelerate growth, it was imperative to venture beyond Tianwu City and develop in other regions. If the Star Report were to expand into other areas, timely communication of information between locations would be essential. If news from various places could only be learned days later, what purpose would the Star Report serve? Unlike Earth, the technological level of Tianwu continent is not advanced. Information transmission relies entirely on people. And when 2 locations are far apart, communication becomes sluggish. Often, significant events are only known days later. Should a formation capable of transmitting messages be established, distance would no longer hinder the Star Report's development, and the report could ascend to an unimaginable new height. Master, your idea is commendable, but as it stands, the illusory space cannot achieve this due to insufficient data. Upon hearing Xiaoxing's response, Lin Xingjian felt a pang of disappointment. Lacking alternatives, he resolved to gather more formation literature in the future to expedite the creation of this formation. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xingjian scanned the soul technique, the condensing soul decision, into the illusory space. Xiaoxing, this soul technique is incomplete. Can you compile a complete version suitable for my cultivation? Given the previous experience, Lin Xingjian was unsure if the illusory space could accomplish this, hence his inquiry. Certainly, Master. This technique's incompleteness is not severe. The main elements are still intact. However, it will take several hours to reorganize it, so please be patient. Xiaoxing's affirmative response relieved Lin Xingjian, emerging from the illusory space. Lin Xingjian wasted no time and immediately began his cultivation. Time flowed slowly, and before long, several hours had passed. Lin Xingjian withdrew from his meditative state, brimming with anticipation as he re-entered the illusory space. Xiaoxing, has the soul technique been organized? As soon as he stepped into the illusory space, Lin Xingjian eagerly inquired. Master, it has been organized and is located on that bookshelf. Following Xiaoxing's indication, Lin Xingjian approached to find a brand new condensing soul decision displayed on the shelf. With great anticipation, he picked up the technique. The book was not thick, yet it contained substantial content. Compared to basic qi cultivation, the condensing soul decision was far more profound. After a careful reading, Lin Xingjian discovered numerous aspects he did not comprehend, with some parts entirely beyond his understanding. Through examining the descriptions within the condensing soul decision, Lin Xingjian realized that soul-related techniques were not easily cultivated. Individuals possess varying soul aptitudes. Some have inherently strong souls while others are born with weaker ones. Generally, a powerful soul benefits one's comprehension of martial techniques and qi cultivation, even aiding in breakthroughs in realm, demonstrating the profound importance of the soul to an individual. Typically, one can only enhance their soul strength during a breakthrough, yet cultivating a soul technique can directly bolster a warrior's soul, allowing it to grow stronger continuously. However, mastering soul techniques is not without its challenges. If a warrior lacks a deep understanding of soul techniques and recklessly attempts to cultivate, not only may they fail to enhance their soul, but they could also harm it. The soul differs from the body. While physical injuries can heal, an injured soul is much harder to restore, and in severe cases, it may lead to madness or even death. Chapter 50. Soul Enhancement. Even with a comprehensive understanding of soul techniques, the effects of cultivating them may not be immediately apparent. The cultivation of soul techniques requires long-term persistence to gradually strengthen the soul. Of course, some warriors possess high innate talent for soul cultivation, but there are also those who may struggle to enhance their soul despite practicing soul techniques. Lin Xingjian was uncertain of his own talent for soul cultivation. Yet he recognized that, even after merging with his original soul, his soul was not particularly strong. Countless individuals on Tianwu continent possessed inherently stronger souls than his own, without the assistance of the illusory space. Lin Xingjian's swordsmanship and martial arts cultivation would likely not surpass those with decent innate talents, a realization he had come to through his training experiences. Moreover, the condensing soul decision was not an exceptionally profound soul technique. Its effects were more pronounced at the Qi realm, while its impact on the true element realm was comparatively minor. For those who had surpassed the true element realm, its effects would be nearly negligible. Lin Xingjian held no particular expectations regarding this, as the realm beyond true element was still far from his reach. For the time being, the condensing soul decision was sufficient. There was no rush in cultivating soul techniques. The priority was to thoroughly comprehend the condensing soul decision. With this goal in mind, Lin Xingjian repeatedly studied the book, while Xiao Xing continuously assisted him. As such, Lin Xingjian's understanding of the condensing soul decision deepened, and he gained greater insight into the soul. During this period, he also attempted cultivation to enhance his comprehension of the technique, though all of this transpired within the illusory space. As the aftermath of the auction continued to linger, Lin Xingjian remained within the Star Sword King Manor, diligently preparing for the formal cultivation of the soul technique. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. On one particular morning, within the Star Sword King Manor, Lin Xingjian commenced his genuine first session of soul technique cultivation, embodying a refreshed demeanor and optimal condition. Although he had practiced in the illusory space, it was merely a simulation. Now, as he began authentic cultivation, Lin Xingjian felt an overwhelming excitement. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes. His mind enveloped in tranquility, devoid of distractions. He recalled the content of the book and the steps he had practiced before, gradually initiating the operation of the condensing soul decision. As the technique commenced, Lin Xingjian distinctly felt his soul power slowly elevating, incrementally, albeit gradually. The sensation of enhancement was profoundly delightful, an experience unattainable within the illusory space. Experiencing the benefits of cultivation, Lin Xingjian became increasingly immersed in this state of practice. Relishing the joy it brought, he sensed his mental acuity steadily rising, oblivious to the unknown changes occurring deep within his soul. Changes that unfolded slowly and remained uncertain in nature, in the blink of an eye. The morning had slipped away. Lin Xingjian halted his cultivation, opening his eyes to discover his transformation. As he observed his surroundings, everything appeared remarkably clearer, akin to a nearsighted individual donning glasses, where previously blurred visions became astonishingly vivid. Lin Xingjian understood that this clarity stemmed from his first session of soul technique cultivation, as his soul had suddenly strengthened, creating a stark contrast with his previous state. It resembled the sensation many experience upon breaking through a realm, feeling as if they could overturn the heavens, though this was merely a perception rather than a truly remarkable effect. Nevertheless, Lin Xingjian could still sense that his soul power had increased by approximately half a level, a significant enhancement. For most individuals, achieving even a slight increase in their first attempt at cultivating a soul technique is commendable. A half-level boost was beyond their wildest imaginations. Even those with inherently strong soul talents would struggle to attain such an accomplishment. Lin Xingjian recognized that his soul was not exceptionally strong, making his cultivation speed truly astonishing. Could it be that while his soul was not robust, he possessed a high talent for soul cultivation? Otherwise, how could such a phenomenon occur? Lin Xingjian pondered, murmuring to himself, in reality, there are individuals with weak souls who cultivate rapidly, but they are indeed quite rare. The overwhelming majority of martial artists adhere to the principle that a powerful soul corresponds with a swift cultivation speed, while a weaker soul leads to a sluggish progress in soul cultivation. Lin Xingjian, however, is an anomaly. He possesses a not particularly strong soul yet cultivates at a remarkably rapid pace. This extraordinary speed is not innate but rather a consequence of external factors. Having traversed from Earth through a spatial tunnel, Lin Xingjian's soul underwent an inexplicable transformation instead of perishing in the tunnel. This alteration in the essence of his soul is the reason behind his astonishing cultivation speed. Initially, Lin Xingjian's soul had not undergone any refinement, and the mutations remained concealed, appearing to be akin to an ordinary person's soul. Now, as he engages in cultivation, the advantages of his soul gradually manifest. Moreover, the unknown changes deep within Lin Xingjian's soul indicate the onset of a significant transformation. Though Lin Xingjian is unaware of the precise cause, he recognizes it as a positive development and chooses to focus on it. After lunch, he immersed himself once more in his cultivation. During this process, time often seems to fly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Xingjian barely noticed the passage of time. The results of these 3 days of cultivation were astonishing, with his soul power increasing by more than 20%. As his soul power grew, Lin Xingjian began to sense that something momentous was about to occur within his soul. On this particular day, while diligently practicing the soul condensation technique, Lin Xingjian felt that the changes deep within his soul had reached completion, signaling the imminent emergence of results. Anticipating this transformation, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a calmness. Time trickled by slowly. Suddenly, Lin Xingjian experienced a resounding explosion in his mind, akin to something detonating within his consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed and unable to articulate the sensation. This state lasted only a brief moment before he regained his clarity. For Lin Xingjian, this transformation was merely beginning. The earlier occurrence was merely a harbinger of the changes to come, in his self-perception. His soul appeared to be becoming purer, more substantial and stronger, with impurities being gradually expelled. This metamorphosis unfolded at a slow pace, beyond Lin Xingjian's control, proceeding autonomously. Concurrently, the growth of his soul power accelerated at an astonishing rate, far surpassing his usual cultivation speed. 1%. 1% more, 2%. In mere moments, his soul power surged over 20% and continued to rise, akin to soaring through the skies. Although his soul underwent an autonomous transformation, Lin Xingjian remained proactive, concentrating his mind and immersing himself in this change, keenly exploring the intricacies of the transformations within his soul. Initially, he sensed an invisible force coalescing around a specific area in his mind, facilitating the changes in his soul, which he surmised to be the sea of consciousness, the dwelling place of one's soul. However, Lin Xingjian's current realm rendered him incapable of accessing the sea of consciousness, leaving him oblivious to its precise alterations. Had he been able to enter, he would have discovered that the scattered soul power, akin to mental energy, was gradually converging towards the core of his soul, forming a substantial accumulation that gradually took on a humanoid shape. Next, Lin Xingjian turned his attention to sensing the alterations in the surrounding void. This perception was profound. In his awareness, the surrounding emptiness took on a three-dimensional quality, allowing him to discern the distribution and composition of space with remarkable clarity. The spatial patterns and nodes became distinctly apparent, unlike the elusive nature perceived by the naked eye. This phenomenon arose because Lin Xingjian's soul had undergone a baptism of space during his traversal, resulting in a mutation that profoundly attuned him to spatial attributes. Throughout this metamorphosis, the forces of space continuously integrated into his soul, endowing it with spatial qualities. Through a series of fortuitous circumstances, a specific connection formed between his soul and the surrounding space, enabling Lin Xingjian to perceive the exact composition of the space during his soul's transformation. Despite his ignorance of the reasons behind this phenomenon, Lin Xingjian wasted no time and immediately delved into the study and comprehension of spatial intricacies. His void step had already reached the pinnacle of minor achievement, yet he struggled to break through to the major achievement level. The void step, while somewhat related to space, could not be considered a true spatial martial art. Many techniques could relate to space, yet true spatial martial arts remain scarce and not easily acquired. Even though the void step is not a genuine spatial technique, gaining a glimpse of spatial principles would make the breakthrough to major achievement straightforward. With this in mind, Lin Xingjian aspired to seize this opportunity to grasp some of the mysteries of space, facilitating the advancement of his void step to the major achievement level. By using the void step as a reference and further comprehending the intricacies of space, Lin Xingjian intended to elevate both his void step and his understanding of space through this synthesis. As his soul underwent its autonomous metamorphosis, Lin Xingjian diligently sought to comprehend the mysteries of space. And everything unfolded in an orderly manner. As time flowed, Lin Xingjian's understanding of the void step deepened, and soon, he successfully transcended to the major achievement stage. Once established, he solidified this major achievement level, advancing to the pinnacle of major achievement, just a step away from perfection. It was at this moment that Lin Xingjian's soul transformation approached its conclusion, and at this culmination, a torrent of insights regarding space erupted from his soul. Akin to a fountain springing forth, Lin Xingjian was overwhelmed with joy at this influx of information, eagerly absorbing and digesting it. These insights encompassed various revelations concerning the relationship between the soul and space, a divine gift bestowed upon him following the completion of his soul transformation. For Lin Xingjian, this was an invaluable treasure, compensating for his previous deficiencies in foundational knowledge of space. As he continually assimilated this information, his understanding of space deepened, and areas of the void step that had once eluded him became clear, further propelling him towards the pinnacle of major achievement. Chapter 51. Comprehending the essence of space. Suddenly, Lin Xingjian felt as though a thin membrane in his mind had been pierced, resulting in a profound clarity regarding the myriad mysteries of space. From the information flooding his consciousness, he realized that this enlightenment stemmed from his grasp of the essence of space. Furthermore, he acquired extensive knowledge regarding the principles connecting souls and spatial concepts. For instance, the essence of space is categorized into entry-level, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection stages. The first to third levels represent entry-level. The fourth to sixth signify minor achievement, the seventh to ninth denote major achievement, while the 10th level is perfection. Lin Xingjian had only just begun to comprehend the essence of space and had yet to reach even the entry-level stage. He also learned that the realm of the soul is divided into 9 tiers, with even the lowest tier proving challenging to attain. Currently, Lin Xingjian's soul realm resided in the early stage of the first tier. Had it not been for the transformation of his soul, reaching this tier would have taken considerable time, let alone grasping the essence of space. This soul transformation brought Lin Xingjian immense gains. Not only had his soul ascended to the first tier, but he had also comprehended the essence of space. With his soul elevated to the first tier, Lin Xingjian's soul power surged dramatically. If his power prior to transformation was 1, it was now 10, a 10-fold increase. Lin Xingjian first familiarized himself with his surging mental energy, then solidified his understanding of the essence of space, and subsequently practiced the void step. With his newfound comprehension, the void step effortlessly broke through the pinnacle of major achievement, entering the realm of perfection. Having attained perfection in the void step, Lin Xingjian had reached the highest level of mastery. Following this, he practiced the Golden Sunset Sword technique, and with his formidable first-tier soul, his capacity for comprehension significantly expanded. Before the soul underwent its transformation, the progress of the Jinsi Sword technique was, shall we say, difficult to perceive. However, following the metamorphosis of the soul, Lin Xing, while practicing the Jinsi Sword technique, suddenly found himself at ease, experiencing an advancement in speed that was unfathomably superior to his previous efforts. Yet, when compared to the strides made with the void step, such progress paled in significance, for the void step was bolstered by the profundities of spatial principles, whereas the Jinsi Sword technique lacked the assistance of the golden principles, resulting in a naturally slower pace of advancement. Nonetheless, it continued to progress swiftly towards the pinnacle of its mastery. Should Lin Xing grasp the essence of the golden principles, this Jinsi Sword technique would effortlessly ascend to a state of perfection. Of course, this does not imply that one must comprehend the golden principles in order for the Jinsi Sword technique to reach its consummate state. In simpler terms, understanding the golden principles would undoubtedly enable the Jinsi Sword technique to attain a state of completeness. Yet the reverse is not necessarily true. This elucidates the formidable power of such principles. Once a martial artist attains the first tier of soul cultivation, they can externalize their mental energy, allowing them to perceive everything within the confines of its reach with clarity. A martial artist at the initial stage of the first tier can extend their mental energy to encompass a radius of 1 mile. Upon reaching this stage, aside from externalizing their mental energy, they can also delve into their sea of consciousness to observe all that resides within. Lin Xing, having achieved the first tier of soul cultivation, was naturally capable of both externalizing his mental energy and penetrating into his sea of consciousness. As he dispersed his mental energy, it gradually spread outward, instantly revealing the scene of a 1-mile radius in Lin Xing's mind. He could clearly see the diligent children practicing outside, the diverse pedestrians on the streets, merchants, martial artists, and more. This was Lin Xing's first experience of externalizing his mental energy, and he felt an overwhelming sense of wonder, akin to watching a 3D film, where the visuals were not only more vivid but also entirely free of charge. Lin Xing attempted to extend his mental energy further, only to encounter an invisible barrier that prevented him from advancing a single step. He realized that 1 mile was his current limit and ceased his attempts. After maintaining the state of externalized mental energy for a while, Lin Xing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, for he had only just reached the first tier of soul cultivation and could not sustain the externalization for too long. He retracted his mental energy and began to operate the soul condensation technique to restore it. After some time, Lin Xing's mental energy was fully replenished, and he noticed an apparent enhancement in its potency, suggesting that the process of recovery via the soul condensation technique indeed facilitated the growth of his mental energy. Once he had rested sufficiently, Lin Xing chose not to externalize his mental energy again, but rather directed his consciousness inward into his sea of consciousness. Within this realm, Lin Xing gazed around in bewilderment. At that moment, he appeared ethereal, his form indistinct, discernible only as a vague humanoid shape. This was the state of his soul within the sea of consciousness. The entire expanse appeared insubstantial, save for one object. Lin Xing recognized this object immediately. It was the jade pendant he had worn on Earth, the tangible manifestation of the illusory reality space. The pendant appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing features, save for a few faint engravings adorning its surface. Yet, it was this seemingly mundane pendant that had precipitated a monumental transformation in Lin Xing's life. Approaching the pendant, Lin Xing shifted his consciousness to it, and in an instant, he found himself within the illusory reality space. With Lin Xing's soul now at the first tier, the illusory reality space seemed to have undergone a significant evolution. Firstly, the palace had expanded several-fold, and the original bookshelves had vanished, replaced instead by several portals leading to a repository, an analysis room, and a recording chamber, while the former training room had transformed into a combat tower. The sudden changes within the illusory reality space took Lin Xing by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, having witnessed numerous transformations of this space previously. "Xiaoxing, what is happening?" Lin Xing inquired. Although he was aware that this was a result of the evolution of the illusory reality space. However, the extent of the changes left many aspects feeling unfamiliar, prompting him to seek clarification from Xiaoxing. "Master, your soul has broken through, and the illusory reality space has evolved once more." The previous configuration of the illusory reality space was somewhat illogical. Following this evolution, I have gained greater control over the space and made some alterations. The martial arts, techniques, and other texts are now stored in the repository. The analysis room serves as a dedicated space for analysis and organization. Should you require to conduct any training analysis, you will need to go to the analysis room. The recording chamber is now specifically for documenting various combat scenarios, and this function has been significantly enhanced. By simply calling forth the record of a particular battle, you can immerse yourself in that scene as if you were present, observing the combat up close. The combat tower, on the other hand, is an upgraded version of the training room. Whereas the training room was merely a small chamber, the combat tower is a multi-level structure. Each floor guarded by a tower keeper. The first level's keeper possesses the weakest strength, while the strength of the keepers increases with each ascending level. The combat tower tests a person's overall combat capabilities, and defeating an opponent allows one to ascend to the next floor. Xiaoxing explained, a hint of pride evident in its tone. "Indeed, there is an air of pride," Lin Xing noted, recognizing the self-satisfaction in Xiaoxing's voice as it took pride in its modifications to the illusory reality space. Compared to the mechanical and rigid tone of earlier, Xiaoxing's voice now bore a closer resemblance to that of a human, infused with a hint of emotion. Could this evolution have imbued Xiaoxing with a semblance of human emotion? Lin Xing pondered. In fact, Lin Xing's thoughts were not unfounded. Xiaoxing had indeed undergone an evolution of essence, transitioning from a mere intelligent program to a nascent form of sentient life. Perhaps one day, Xiaoxing would truly become a being of genuine intelligence, endowed with its own emotions and thoughts. Lin Xing was only momentarily astonished by Xiaoxing's transformation, quickly dismissing further contemplation as he stepped into the combat tower. Upon reaching the first level of the combat tower, Lin Xing, sword in hand, regarded the tower keeper opposite him with an air of calm. The battle commenced, Yet Lin Xing refrained from striking first, patiently awaiting his opponent's move. Without the slightest hesitation, the adversary launched an attack, activating the void step while simultaneously unleashing the Jinsei sword technique. Thrusting blade after blade towards Lin Xing, swish, 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 the sword gleamed with unparalleled sharpness. Striking with extraordinary swiftness, faced with such a fierce and rapid assault, the former Lin Xingjian would have needed to exercise utmost caution. But now, with his soul having ascended to the first tier, his mental prowess had surged dramatically. His foundational swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of mastery, rendering him significantly more formidable than before. Such an attack no longer fazed him. For others, this onslaught was indeed swift, ruthless, and ferocious. Yet, in Lin Xingjian's eyes, the Golden Evening Sword technique, limited to the minor attainment realm, appeared both slow and riddled with flaws. He made no attempt to counter the blows, merely evading with simple agility, successfully dodging several attacks. Feeling it was time, he thrust his sword towards his opponent. This strike was rather ordinary, devoid of any distinctive features, except for its breathtaking speed. Against such a rapid assault, the Guardian of the First Tier was unable to react in time and was pierced through the throat by Lin Xingjian's blade. Succumbing instantly, the Guardian of the First Tier had previously posed a considerable challenge to the former Lin Xingjian, yet now he could not even withstand a single blow. This was not due to a decline in the opponent's strength, but rather an exponential growth in Lin Xingjian's power. After vanquishing the first opponent, Lin Xingjian proceeded to the second tier. The adversary of the second tier was significantly more powerful than the first, possessing a mastery of the Golden Evening Sword technique that paralleled Lin Xingjian's own, both having attained the realm of great accomplishment. The star-shattering fist was likewise at the same level as Lin Xingjian's, yet the void step was notably inferior, restricted to the realm of great accomplishment and incapable of comparing to Lin Xingjian's perfected void step. Overall, Lin Xingjian's strength far surpassed that of the Guardian of the second tier. However, this time, he did not intend to conclude the battle swiftly, but rather to engage solely with swordplay, in the second tier of the tower. The two combatants continuously evaded and struck, executing the Golden Evening Sword technique in seamless succession. The Guardian, while employing his sword techniques, intermittently unleashed the star-shattering fist, yet Lin Xingjian's formidable soul rendered him impervious to harm. As time progressed, Lin Xingjian absorbed the nuances of his opponent's swordsmanship, filling the gaps in his own technique, and with the aid of his powerful soul, he made continual advancements. Chapter 52. The third tier. Before long, Lin Xingjian sensed that he could no longer glean further insights from his opponent, thus relinquishing any intent to continue the fight. He began to intensify both his force and speed, unleashing a torrent of assaults upon his foe. Taking control of the rhythm of battle, witnessing the drastic change in Lin Xingjian's offensive, his opponent could only focus on defense, their advantage dwindling. Lin Xingjian attacked, while the adversary defended. After a flurry of strikes, Lin Xingjian seized upon a momentary lapse in his opponent's guard, swiftly delivering a lethal blow that pierced the heart, dispatching the foe. Following his victory over the second opponent, Lin Xingjian immediately ascended to the third tier. In the third tier, Lin Xingjian faced the Guardian from a distance of 10 meters, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation, the air crackling with an electric tension as their eyes ignited with a fierce sword light that clashed, sending sparks flying. When confronting the Guardian of the third tier, Lin Xingjian could not afford to approach with the same laxity he had shown towards the second tier's Guardian. The power disparity was evident. With unwavering focus, Lin Xingjian scrutinized the movements of the Guardian of the third tier, remaining on high alert. This Guardian was not a mere human, and he had no intention of engaging Lin Xingjian in a prolonged standoff. Suddenly, the opponent raised their sword, executing the void step with extraordinary speed, closing the distance in an instant and launching a merciless thrust aimed directly at Lin Xingjian's face, both the brilliance and velocity of the blade far exceeding those of his previous foes. As the sword approached, its radiance was blinding and menacing. Though the strike was swift, Lin Xingjian was still able to discern its trajectory, at the critical moment, as the sword was about to find its mark. Lin Xingjian executed a remarkable evasive maneuver, twisting away at an improbable angle, and in one fluid motion, he leapt, aiming a counterattack at the Guardian's back. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, showcasing the profound depth of Lin Xingjian's swordsmanship. Yet, the Guardian was equally adept. Without turning, he maneuvered his sword from beneath his ribs to intercept Lin Xingjian's strike, simultaneously launching a star-shattering fist towards him. Lin Xingjian, quick to respond, countered with his own left hand, summoning the star-shattering fist to meet the attack. With a resounding clash, both combatants were forced to retreat. This was merely a preliminary exchange. Defeating the opponent with such tentative strikes was implausible. After this initial probing, both warriors seemed to share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously launching their assaults. The battle erupted fiercely, with the two engaged in a whirlwind of sword flashes and fist strikes, the sound of steel clashing resonating through the air alongside the thunderous impacts of their fists. Despite their fierce conflict, neither combatant could claim the upper hand. Lin Xingjian believed his mastery of the Golden Evening Sword technique had reached its zenith, yet in comparison to the Guardian of the third tier, he found himself at a disadvantage. The Guardian's swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, free from the constraints of conventional techniques, wielding the sword with the fluidity of an ARM no matter how swift Lin Xingjian's strikes were. The Guardian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to counter them, his swordsmanship unfathomably deep, suggesting that the Golden Evening Sword technique was nearing perfection. Additionally, the Guardian's star-shattering fist had attained the same level as Lin Xingjian's, and the synergy between his swordplay and fist techniques was far superior. Lin Xingjian was compelled to rely on his formidable soul power to gauge the trajectory of the Guardian's attacks, dodging or parrying accordingly. Had Lin Xingjian's soul power not exceeded that of his opponent, he would have already been defeated. However, he sensed that the Guardian's soul strength was only slightly inferior to his own, foreshadowing that future adversaries would only grow stronger, diminishing the advantage of his own soul power. With a loud crash, Lin Xingjian and his opponent once again separated. Confronted with such a tenacious adversary, Lin Xingjian was at a loss for how to secure victory. Should the standoff persist, he feared defeat was inevitable. After all, he was human and could not maintain an unblemished state like his opponent. A moment's relaxation could provide the enemy with the opportunity to strike decisively. To alter this precarious situation, Lin Xingjian began to consciously extract experiences from the battle and integrate them into his Golden Evening Sword technique. Striving to elevate it to its pinnacle, a breakthrough in the midst of battle was indeed a rare opportunity, yet facing such a formidable opponent, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Choosing to refine his swordsmanship amidst combat was fraught with peril, as it was the most likely to result in error, thereby granting his opponent an opening. Nonetheless, it was a risk he had to take. His vast soul power radiated outward, absorbing the essence of the Guardian's sword techniques and assimilating them into his own, continuously enhancing his swordplay. While simultaneously defending with the star-shattering fist, Lin Xingjian found the pressure mounting, sustaining several minor wounds from the Guardian's strikes. As time wore on, Lin Xingjian bore numerous cuts across his body, and the depletion of his soul power began to take its toll, leaving his complexion pale and his condition precarious. The multitude of small injuries inflicted upon him was excruciating, yet he could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. Even the slightest oversight could lead to his demise. Gritting his teeth, he redirected his focus entirely onto the battle. The fight resumed, with Lin Xingjian abandoning all offensive maneuvers in favor of a comprehensive defense. Yet the situation remained dire. At that moment, the Guardian unexpectedly lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards Lin Xingjian, who appeared unable to evade the blade aimed directly at his heart, given his weakened state. In a moment of life-threatening urgency, Lin Xingjian's previous insights into the Golden Evening Sword technique coalesced with clarity. Acting on instinct, his sword manifested miraculously before his chest, intercepting the lethal strike, though he was still forced back several steps by the impact. Remarkably, Lin Xingjian had elevated the Golden Evening Sword technique to its pinnacle, neutralizing the Guardian's lethal blow. With this newfound mastery, Lin Xingjian shed his fatigue and launched a counteroffensive. The Golden Rift Sword technique, now at its peak, was a sight to behold. If his earlier foundational swordsmanship had been lifeless, the current technique bore a semblance of vitality, though it had yet to achieve complete resurrection. True perfection would transcend mere peak mastery. With the Golden Rift Sword technique elevated to its summit, Lin Xingjian was no longer at a disadvantage, quickly regaining the upper hand. Ultimately, seizing a fleeting opportunity, he delivered a lethal strike that dispatched his opponent. However, Lin Xingjian was not without his own tribulations. His soul power was nearly depleted, his physical stamina all but exhausted, and his body bore the scars of battle, leaving him in a state of grim victory. Upon exiting the tower, Lin Xingjian's wounds had healed completely, no trace remaining of his prior disarray. In the Grand Hall of the Illusory Realm, he meticulously recalled the recent battle, identifying his flaws and the lessons learned. Gradually, as he meditated, he experienced a surge in strength and resolved to re-enter the tower, in the fourth tier. Lin Xingjian regarded the guardian from a distance, his instincts screaming that this individual was perilous. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt the surge of true energy coursing through him, ready to adapt to any situation, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Lin Xingjian was acutely aware of his inferiority, yet he harbored no desire to be swiftly defeated. He merely wished to gauge the true strength of the guardian of the fourth layer. Suddenly, the guardian's foot lifted, seemingly a mere step, yet it was executed with astonishing speed, arriving before Lin Xingjian in the blink of an eye. While Lin Xingjian could perceive the opponent's movements, his body failed to react in time. He was a moment too slow to even draw his sword, and was pierced through the throat by a single strike, dissipating within the arena. In the real world, Lin Xingjian continuously recalled that singular strike. He was well aware that the opponent's cultivation, martial skills, and sword techniques were akin to his own. There was no question of employing more profound techniques. Furthermore, the previous strike was not particularly intricate. It was merely that the sword moved too swiftly. No, it was not the sword that was fast, but rather the person, whose body movement was exceedingly rapid, and the void step appeared to possess an unusual quality. To fathom the reasons behind his defeat, Lin Xingjian re-entered the arena, again facing the fourth layer. This time, he did not attempt to defend himself but focused intently on observing his opponent. With a swift motion, he was once again struck through the throat, eliminated in an instant. Ejected from the illusory space, Lin Xingjian bore a smile upon his face, for he now understood the cause of his failure. The guardian, bound by limitations, could not surpass him significantly in cultivation. Yet, the opponent was evidently much stronger due to the application of spatial principles in combat. Just moments ago, Lin Xingjian had distinctly sensed a fluctuation when the guardian executed the void step. And as one who had also grasped the principles of space, he recognized that it was indeed a manifestation of spatial fluctuations, albeit exceedingly faint. Having just begun to comprehend the principles of space, Lin Xingjian only understood how to utilize them to grasp the void step, yet he was entirely ignorant of how to incorporate these principles into the void step during battle. Now, the revelation that such principles could be applied to martial techniques opened a new avenue of thought for him. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian repeatedly entered the arena, striving to learn the true application of spatial principles through combat. After spending several more days at the Star Sword Wangfu, Lin Xingjian returned to his Star Sword courtyard. Upon his return, he inquired about the progress of the children and was quite satisfied with the results. Among this group of children, one named Huakai had broken through to the second level of the physical realm, prompting Lin Xingjian to lavish praise upon him, which filled Huakai with immense joy. Additionally, several other children were on the verge of achieving the same breakthrough. The rest of the group had also made notable progress, and Lin Xingjian offered encouragement to each of them. Thus, the days passed in a tranquil manner, with Lin Xingjian dedicating his time to instructing these children and honing his own skills. Occasionally, he would visit the Star Report Pavilion to gather information and assist in the improvement of their equipment. Moreover, he frequently sought out rare books and materials to enrich the repository of the illusory space. After another fortnight, Lin Xingjian, aided by his formidable spiritual strength, made remarkable advancements. In terms of cultivation, he progressed significantly. Having tirelessly practiced the star-shattering fist, he had now reached the pinnacle of its mastery, standing merely a step away from perfection. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp the principles of gold. Although he had perfected the void step, the illusory space had collected mostly ordinary footwork or movement techniques, with scarcely any advanced martial arts available. Previously, creating the void step had been his limit. Without acquiring more advanced techniques, Lin Xingjian could only continue utilizing the void step for now. The fundamental qi cultivation technique had also been gradually mastered by Lin Xingjian to its pinnacle. Surprisingly, he had managed to cultivate the Golden Evening Sword technique to perfection, likely due to its derivation from the foundational sword techniques, which Lin Xingjian had also perfected. Upon achieving mastery of the Golden Evening Sword technique, Lin Xingjian integrated the scarce high-grade sword techniques from the Illusory Spaces repository, drawing inspiration from the Void Step and Star-Shattering Fist, ultimately crafting a new technique named the Star Point Sword Technique. Unfortunately, the repository lacked a plethora of advanced martial arts, only containing a handful of high-grade sword techniques, making the creation of this new technique a challenging endeavor. The Star Point Sword Technique differed from the Golden Evening Sword Technique. While the latter was not particularly potent, merely comparable to an ordinary mid-grade martial art, the former pursued immense offensive power, exceeding that of typical high-grade techniques. The Star Point Sword Technique was exceptionally powerful, yet its cultivation was arduous, and Lin Xingjian was only just beginning to grasp its essence. With so much to cultivate, Lin Xingjian's days were fully scheduled, leaving no time for respite. Nevertheless, he bore no grievances, as these choices were his own. Each time he observed progress in his training, a knowing smile graced his lips, affirming that his efforts were not in vain. Lin Xingjian understood that the majority of his achievements stemmed from the illusory space. Were he to possess such a resource and still fail to exert himself, he would be unworthy of his own aspirations. Thus, he utilized every resource available within the illusory space to strengthen himself. He was acutely aware that his future depended on his own efforts. Even the most extraordinary opportunities would amount to nothing without diligence. The true Essence Realm was merely a temporary goal. His ultimate ambition lay in transcending it and venturing beyond the Tianwu continent. From ancient texts, Lin Xingjian had learned that the Tianwu continent was not the sole land in this world. There were many other continents in the distant reaches, each possessing vast and unexplored territories. Now, having attained significant progress in his cultivation, Lin Xingjian could barely be considered a minor expert within the Tianwu continent. Coupled with the burgeoning development of the Star Report Pavilion and the children's ability to cultivate independently, he found himself burdened with few trivial matters, leading to a burgeoning desire for external adventure. Lin Xingjian understood that warriors nurtured in a sheltered environment could never achieve true greatness. Only through endless battles and strife could one truly advance along the path of martial arts. Yet within the confines of Tianwu City, he felt no impending crisis, existing instead in a state of complacency. Over time, such ease would dull his edge, a prospect he deemed unfavorable, since the inception of his yearning for adventure. This thought had lingered in Lin Xingjian's mind, refusing to dissipate, rendering his recent training ineffective. Consequently, he resolved to embark on an expedition in the near future. On a particular day, Lin Xingjian visited the Star Report Pavilion and summoned Xuekai, who had just returned from a mission. "Xuekai, you have been with me for some time now, have you not?" Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's inquiry, Xuekai reflected on their time together, the myriad experiences within the Star Report Pavilion flooding his mind with gratitude. With a heartfelt tone, he replied, "My lord, I have served you for several months. Were it not for your kindness, I would still be leading a life worse than death. I owe my current achievements to you. To me, you are like a rebirth of a parent. Whatever you require, I shall fulfill without hesitation." "Ah, Xuekai, I never realized you were so skilled in flattery." Lin Xingjian chuckled, then added, "However, I do indeed have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. One that must be executed flawlessly." Upon sensing the seriousness in Lin Xingjian's tone, Xuekai's expression shifted, and he replied with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, my lord. I will ensure that whatever task you assign will be accomplished to the best of my ability." Lin Xingjian nodded in satisfaction, saying, "In a few days, I shall depart Tianwu City for an extended period of training. My greatest concern lies with the Star Report Pavilion, which has become a primary source of income for the Wangfu. The future development of all our plans hinges upon it. Should any issues arise with the Star Report Pavilion, our subsequent plans would be rendered unattainable. Therefore, I wish to discuss a strategy with you." Xuekai was taken aback at the prospect of Lin Xingjian venturing out for training but refrained from overstepping. He promptly inquired, "What matter would you like to discuss with me, my lord?" "As you are aware, the Star Report Pavilion is currently undergoing rapid development, with monumental changes occurring daily. The immense profits have drawn the attention of many, and while we have established collaborations with several factions, we remain unaware of their true intentions. They may very well be coveting the secrets of the Star Report Pavilion. They have yet to act, likely out of respect for my position, but should I depart, I cannot guarantee they will refrain from making a move. With the limited security at the Star Report Pavilion, any expert could infiltrate without detection. That is indeed a pressing concern." What countermeasures do you propose? My lord? Shuekai acknowledged the precarious situation, understanding that the Star Report Pavilion had developed too swiftly, akin to a newly wealthy individual, with its recruitment of experts being minimal and cautious to avoid revealing its secrets. The Star Newspaper Pavilion now primarily relies on the collaboration of workers and equipment to produce newspapers. However, the underlying secrets are still quite evident. The current workforce is essentially comprised of individuals akin to slaves, and the guards are meticulously selected. If one were to indiscriminately recruit personnel without considering their backgrounds, who could predict the consequences? Indeed, we find ourselves at a loss for a better solution. Lin Xingjian paused and remarked, I have already devised a plan. The Star Newspaper Pavilion is primarily in need of skilled individuals. We urgently require their presence. The secrets of the pavilion will eventually be divulged, and I intend to leverage this knowledge to collaborate with others, allowing them to arrange for guards to protect the pavilion, thus maximizing its security. Your Highness, you must not. Shuekai interjected hastily. Once we enter into a partnership, if others acquire our secrets and choose to develop independently, all your efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's thoughts, Shuekai quickly urged caution. Fear not. Even if the secret were to be exposed, without the various equipment I provide, the output would be minimal. Moreover, my partner in this endeavor is none other than my royal brother, the great Emperor Tianwu. Collaborating with him raises no concerns, Lin Xingjian reassured, aware of Shuekai's apprehensions. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's words, Shuekai finally felt at ease. He was more concerned about the future of the Star Newspaper Pavilion than Lin Xingjian himself, as it represented everything to him. Shuekai was well aware of the depth of the relationship between Lin Xingjian and the great Emperor Tianwu. Thus he was confident that collaborating with the Emperor would pose no issues. Furthermore, the great Emperor Tianwu wielded considerable influence, alleviating any worries regarding the pavilion's safety. Shuekai, there is another matter I need you to attend to, and it must be executed flawlessly, Lin Xingjian said with gravity. He then produced several sheets of paper from his bosom and handed them to Shuekai. Shuekai accepted the papers, scrutinizing them with astonishment. His expression tinged with a hint of confusion as he looked at Lin Xingjian, awaiting his instructions. Shuekai, having seen the contents, you may be puzzled as to why I have entrusted these to you. The truth is simple. I wish for you to establish an inn, specifically to sell the items detailed on the papers I provided. You need not concern yourself with their origins. Simply know that everything listed is authentic. Lin Xingjian explained. The papers contained not mere recipes, but exquisite medicinal dishes that Lin Xingjian had painstakingly crafted within the realm of illusion and reality. Dishes that significantly benefit cultivation, alongside various medicinal wines. Each recipe was meticulously documented. Unlike ordinary medicinal dishes available on the market, these had taken Lin Xingjian considerable time and effort to perfect, and their efficacy in aiding cultivation far surpassed that of typical offerings. Furthermore, their flavors were unparalleled, leaving consumers yearning for more after a single taste. Once the inn began selling these medicinal dishes, its business would undoubtedly flourish, with prospects beyond estimation. Shuekai, this inn is merely our first step into the culinary realm of Tianwu continent. You must treat it with utmost seriousness. There may be challenges ahead. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from my royal brother. Do you understand? Rest assured, Your Highness. During your absence, I shall ensure that all tasks entrusted to me are executed with precision. Sensing the gravity in Lin Xingjian's tone, Shuekai's expression turned resolute, as he confidently assured his commitment. Oh, by the way, Shuekai, how is your health faring? Once all matters were settled, Lin Xingjian recalled Shuekai's condition and inquired with concern. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Thanks to your secret remedy, I have fully recovered and made significant progress in my cultivation, now reaching the 9th level of the physical realm. This is all due to your grace. Otherwise, I would still be a mere invalid, Shuekai expressed, his gratitude evident. Since you are no longer in dire straits, I can rest easy. During my absence, you must refrain from recklessly pursuing the true Qi realm. That would be exceedingly perilous, and do not act impulsively in seeking revenge. Everything must await my return, understood? Lin Xingjian cautioned, fearing that Shuekai might lose his composure due to vengeance. Your Highness, please be assured. I am not a rash individual, and I am fully aware of what needs to be done, Shuekai promptly affirmed. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian and Shuekai exchanged a few casual words before Lin Xingjian departed the Star Newspaper Pavilion. heading directly toward the royal palace. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, Lin Xingjian presented his identity token and proceeded inside, making a beeline for the study of the great Emperor Tianwu. Before long, Lin Xingjian arrived at the emperor's study. The eunuch at the door recognized him immediately and hurriedly entered to report. Soon, the eunuch re-emerged, addressing Lin Xingjian. "Prince Xingjian, the emperor requests your presence." With purposeful strides, Lin Xingjian entered the study, where he found the great Emperor Tianwu standing with his back turned. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's voice, the great emperor slowly turned around and inquired, "Since you left the palace, you have scarcely visited. What brings you here today?" Feeling somewhat awkward at the emperor's words, Lin Xingjian explained, "Your Highness, since moving out of the palace, I have been exceedingly occupied, leaving no time for leisure. Hence my absence. Should I find myself with free time in the future, I will strive to visit more often. However, I have come today with a matter to discuss. Whatever it may be, feel free to say it. If assistance is required, do not hesitate to ask," the great Emperor Tianwu replied without even inquiring about the matter at hand. "Your Highness, how familiar are you with the Star Newspaper Pavilion?" Lin Xingjian opted not to mention collaboration directly, instead gauging the emperor's knowledge of the pavilion. If the great emperor was entirely unaware, broaching the subject of cooperation would indeed be premature. Puzzled by Lin Xingjian's inquiry, the great emperor nonetheless answered earnestly, "Ah, you refer to the Star Newspaper Pavilion you established? I do have some understanding. As far as I know, the pavilion has grown significantly, with branches scattered throughout Tianwu City. Additionally, many influential entities in Tianwu City have forged partnerships with the pavilion, selling its newspapers in their establishments. The name Star Newspaper is well known across Tianwu City. I am quite pleased to see such accomplishments at your young age. It seems that my decision to have you move out was indeed the right one. Since you are aware of the Star Newspaper Pavilion, that simplifies matters. I have come to seek your collaboration, Your Highness. The reason I have been able to develop the pavilion to its current scale is due to my mastery of a technology that allows for the mass production of newspapers. With this technology, martial arts manuals and other materials can be produced in abundance without the need for a large workforce. I wish to partner with you using this technology," Lin Xingjian stated. Upon hearing this, the great Emperor Tianwu's composure shifted. He understood the significance of such technology. If any faction were to acquire it, they could amass immense wealth. Despite being an emperor, he still required funds to cover the palace's expenses and the military's costs. Not to mention the need to consider the royal family's overall welfare. If this technology were secured by the royal family, it would bolster their strength. The royal family had enemies, and the possibility of regime change was not to be dismissed. To ensure the continued lineage of the Lin family, the royal family must remain powerful. Is what you say true? Does such technology truly exist? The great Emperor Tianwu inquired, still somewhat uncertain. Your Highness, I assure you, everything I have stated is accurate. Lin Xingjian proceeded to explain the principles behind movable type printing, which were straightforward and easily comprehensible. However, he noted that without the necessary sophisticated equipment, relying solely on manual labor would yield slow production rates. Lin Xingjian's ability to produce such a volume of newspapers to meet demand was not solely due to the 100 or so workers. It also stemmed from the various devices developed with the assistance of the realm of illusion and reality. Furthermore, Lin Xingjian promised to share the methods for manufacturing the equipment. Upon learning this, the great Emperor Tianwu readily agreed. Subsequently, the two engaged in a detailed discussion, ultimately arriving at a satisfactory agreement. The specifics of the arrangement were as follows. The Star Newspaper Pavilion would remain entirely under Lin Xingjian's control, while the great Emperor Tianwu would assign individuals to oversee its security. A quarter of the pavilion's profits would be allocated to the emperor, and any industry controlled by the royal family utilizing this technology would grant Lin Xingjian 1/5 of the profits. Though this arrangement might appear inequitable to Lin Xingjian, in reality, he stood to benefit significantly, and no matter how large the Star Newspaper Pavilion became, it was still just one enterprise, whereas the royal family oversaw numerous industries. Should certain industries adopt this technology, Lin Xingjian's overall profits would be staggering. Your Highness, there is one more matter I wish to address. What is it? I wish to venture out for some practical experience. Although you have dispatched personnel to protect the Star Newspaper Pavilion, should any issues arise with my other enterprises, I kindly request your assistance. Of course, that poses no problem at all. However, do take care while you are out. Remember, safety comes first. After a lengthy conversation, Lin Xingjian gradually took his leave. Outside the imperial palace, as he walked along the path, he murmured to himself about the formidable soul force of the individual lurking in his elder brother's study, pondering whether that person had discerned his true nature. Lin Xingjian recalled that the moment he stepped into the study of the heavenly Wu Emperor, he immediately sensed a soul force probing him, compelling him to instinctively conceal his true energy and employ his own powerful soul force to obscure his presence. In Lin Xingjian's perception, the hidden expert's soul realm was at least at the first level. If not superior to his own, he understood that his own soul realm had evolved through the transformative processes aided by the soul condensation technique and the illusionary space, and he believed that the other party could not have experienced a similar journey. The strength of that person's soul force suggested extensive training in soul cultivation, alongside a substantial mastery of martial prowess. Meanwhile, within the study of the heavenly Wu Emperor, the Emperor inquired, "Old Wu, what are your thoughts on my younger brother after your observation?" A voice, seemingly hesitating for a moment, responded, "Your Majesty, I just utilized my soul force to examine the young prince's condition, but I must say, it remains inscrutable. I suspect the young prince is far from ordinary. His physical cultivation is not as it appears. It is highly probable that he has already entered the true energy realm. The moment he entered, I detected fluctuations of true energy within him, but they vanished just as swiftly. Old Wu, your soul force is exceedingly strong among true origin realm experts, and yet he managed to conceal his cultivation from you," the heavenly Wu Emperor expressed incredulously. "Indeed, there are countless secret techniques in this world. Perhaps one exists that allows for the exceptional concealment of cultivation. If the young prince is truly a martial artist of the true energy realm, his potential is indeed terrifying," Old Wu remarked. "Certainly, achieving the true energy realm at merely 16 years of age is astonishing. It is likely unprecedented in the annals of Tianwu continent's history." However, they still underestimated Lin Xingjian. Had they known that he had attained the third level of the true energy realm, with a soul realm at the pinnacle of the first level, and that he was aware of Old Wu's probing, even comprehending the profound truths that countless experts sought, they might have fainted from shock. Upon returning to the Star Report Pavilion, Lin Xingjian promptly arranged everything, awaiting the arrival of individuals dispatched by the heavenly Wu Emperor. Remarkably, the Emperor's efficiency was commendable. Merely a few hours had passed when dozens of individuals arrived at the headquarters of the Star Report Pavilion. Among them, there were about 10 who came to learn techniques, while the others served as guards, most of whom were at the true energy realm, including one expert at the 6th level. Lin Xingjian felt reassured by this selection, since the heavenly Wu Emperor sent them. It indicated his trust in these individuals. He first introduced them to the structure of the Star Report Pavilion and important considerations, before guiding them around to familiarize themselves with the premises. Finally, he assigned them their respective tasks. The newcomers were placed under the guidance of a senior employee, while those tasked with protecting the pavilion were assigned to different areas, ensuring that no one could infiltrate. With the personnel arrangements complete, Lin Xingjian departed from the Star Report Pavilion. Afterwards, he visited the Star Sword Mansion to bid farewell to Xiao Lin before returning to the Star Sword Villa. Gathering the children who had been training there, observing the children who had gradually matured, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of emotion. The months spent together had fostered a bond between him and these youngsters, and the thought of leaving them soon filled him with reluctance. "Children, you have been here for several months now. I have witnessed each of your performances and progress, and I commend you all. I hope you continue to maintain this momentum in the days to come. I have gathered you today to announce something significant. I will soon be departing from here, leaving Tianwu City to venture into broader horizons for training, and it may take some time before I return. During my absence, you must take good care of yourselves. I will arrange for someone to oversee your meals and daily needs." As Lin Xingjian finished speaking, cries erupted among the children, many pleading for him not to leave, revealing the depth of their feelings for him. Observing this scene, Lin Xingjian raised his voice, "Enough. No more tears. What is there to cry about? I am not much older than you. By your age, I was already capable of living independently. Besides, you have each other for support. There is no reason to weep. Cease your crying at once." The children had always heeded Lin Xingjian's words, and at his commanding shout, they fell silent, quickly wiping away their tears. After a moment, their gloomy spirits gradually calmed. Lin Xingjian then continued, "My departure may indeed be a blessing in disguise. You cannot remain under my protection forever. In the future, you will need to assist me. If you continue in this manner, it will not suffice. Consider this a test. During my absence, focus on your training, for I shall return to assess your progress." Scanning the group, Lin Xingjian pointed to one child. Huakai, step forward. Hearing his name, Huakai eagerly dashed out, excitement illuminating his face as he asked, "Master, what is it?" "Huakai, during my absence, you will be their leader. You must take the initiative and guide them, understand?" Among the children, Lin Xingjian had the strongest impression of Huakai. He was the most skilled of the group and older than the rest, making Lin Xingjian confident in his leadership. "Yes, master," Huakai exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement at being appointed leader, though he restrained himself from jumping for joy in Lin Xingjian's presence. After issuing his instructions, Lin Xingjian allowed them to disperse and retreated to his chamber for meditation. Over the next few days, he attended to many affairs, and once everything was prepared, he gathered his belongings, ready to depart. On that fateful morning, with the Kongming sword at his waist and a pack upon his back, Lin Xingjian rode out of Tianwu City on a steed that had been readied for him. As he gazed back at the city from beyond the western gate, he lingered for a moment before setting off. His destination for this journey of training was the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, a formidable mountain range spanning thousands of miles, located at the southwestern edge of the heavenly Wu Empire. The 10,000 Great Mountains were fraught with peril, home to countless powerful beasts, including formidable super beasts comparable to true Origin Realm warriors. It was rumored that within these mountains lurked terrifying creatures that surpassed even super beasts, yet this remained unverified. Nonetheless, the danger of the 10,000 Great Mountains was indisputable, despite its treacherous nature. The mountains concealed innumerable treasures and opportunities. Countless individuals had recklessly ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains, some emerging with immense fortune, while many others vanished without a trace. Lin Xingjian chose the 10,000 Great Mountains for his training precisely because it was an excellent place for cultivation. Where he might encounter significant opportunities, he would not shy away from the dangers of the mountains. True warriors do not fear peril. Moreover, he intended to remain at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where the risks were comparatively lower. With his destination set in his mind, Lin Xingjian urged his steed onward toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Several dozen miles outside Tianwu City, Lin Xingjian arrived at a small grove that appeared before him. Nestled between two hills, the trees were not tall, but they were numerous, obscuring the view within. Lin Xingjian scrutinized the grove, sensing something peculiar, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the issue. The grove was unnaturally quiet, devoid of any sounds. Typically, such a grove would host the presence of birds and beasts, but now, there was not a single animal call. The only logical explanation was that human activity in the area had frightened the fauna away. Realizing this, Lin Xingjian closed his eyes, extending his mental energy outward, instantly visualizing the surroundings within a mile radius. The scene within the grove materialized clearly in his mind. Under the influence of his mental energy, he could see a group of individuals hiding in the grove, likely a band of bandits, poised to ambush unsuspecting travelers. With this knowledge, Lin Xingjian opened his eyes and smirked, continuing forward. The sound of hooves echoed through the silent grove. In a secluded part of the grove, a few individuals were whispering amongst themselves. "Big brother, do you hear that? It's the sound of hooves. Someone is approaching. Should we rob them? Wait a moment. Let's assess the situation first. How many times have I told you? In our line of work, one must have keen perception. You can't just act without thinking. How would we manage if we offend someone we can't afford to cross? With your temperament, it's only a matter of time before you get into trouble." Hee, my elder brother is right. Otherwise, how could you possibly be the elder brother while I am relegated to the role of a younger brother? Stop flattering me and pay close attention. Follow my commands. When I say to act, you all charge forth, understood? Understood. Lin Xingjian leisurely rode his horse along the narrow path of the forest, seemingly oblivious to any danger. However, when he reached a certain point, he suddenly halted, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible cold smirk. Go! With a resounding shout, a group of men burst forth from the thickets, surrounding Lin Xingjian and obstructing his path. At that moment, a burly man with a rugged face and a fierce demeanor approached Lin Xingjian. Swaggering with a large blade in hand, his head slightly raised as he brazenly declared, "Hey, You pale-faced brat on a horse, do you know who we are? Lin Xingjian smiled faintly and replied, of course. You must be bandits at this. The man with the blade erupted into a hearty laugh, saying, you are quite astute. Young man, I am their leader. Looking at you, you must be a wealthy young master. If you can offer a reward that satisfies my brothers, I assure you that you will leave here unscathed today. Otherwise, even if I wished to let you go, my brothers would not allow it. With that, the bandit leader brandished his weapon, brandishing it menacingly while slowly wiping the blade with a cloth, as if to warn Lin Xingjian. Meanwhile, Lin Xingjian remained relaxed on his horse, observing the bandit leader cleaning his sword, evidently disregarding the leader's words. The bandit leader, noticing Lin Xingjian's indifference, grew increasingly irate, pointing his knife at Lin Xingjian and bellowing, kid, don't be ungrateful. Though I seldom kill, if you provoke me, do you believe I want to cleave both you and your horse in two? Oh, really? To be honest, this is my first time being robbed, and it's also the first time someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. No, this is the second time. The first person who threatened me is no longer in this world. Upon finishing, Lin Xingjian's eyes sparkled with a glint of brilliance, locking onto the bandit leader. The bandit leader, meeting Lin Xingjian's gaze, suddenly felt an immense pressure, an involuntary twinge of fear blossoming within him, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Lin Xingjian was the cat, and he was the mouse under its watchful eye. The bandit leader instinctively took a few steps back, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and glanced at Lin Xingjian once more, but the earlier bravado had dissipated, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Could it be that I misjudged the situation? The bandit leader mused silently. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly, dismissing his earlier thoughts as paranoia. For Lin Xingjian was so young, surely he could not be a formidable expert. He himself was a master at the 7th level of physical cultivation. He could not possibly be outmatched by this brash young man. If he were to let Lin Xingjian go, how could he maintain his authority as a leader? With this in mind, the bandit leader mustered his courage, taking bold strides towards Lin Xingjian, locking eyes with him as he warned, I'll give you one last chance. Will you pay or not? After a moment of silence, seeing that Lin Xingjian still did not produce any money, the bandit leader could no longer contain himself, fearing that if this continued, he would completely lose his prestige, and his newly recruited subordinates might even abandon him for lacking capability. With a fierce roar, the bandit leader leaped into the air, his large knife slicing down towards Lin Xingjian with the force of a mountain, intent on cleaving both him and his steed in half. The surrounding bandits watched their leader's imposing aura in awe, eagerly anticipating the moment he would split Lin Xingjian asunder. Lin Xingjian, observing the approaching attack, smiled faintly, leaping off his horse, drawing his sword as he unleashed a fundamental sword technique. For Lin Xingjian, the bandit leader was not worth deploying more advanced techniques. The basic swordplay was more than sufficient to deal with him. Clang! With a swift strike, Lin Xingjian knocked the bandit leader's knife aside, halting his sword mere half an inch from the leader's throat. The bandits present could only see their leader, filled with rage, attempting to strike down Lin Xingjian, yet in the blink of an eye, he was utterly defeated. They could barely comprehend how the sword had been drawn. His speed was simply too swift. The rapid shift left the bandits in stunned silence. Even their leader, now at the mercy of Lin Xingjian's blade, stood motionless. Even if they had regained their wits, they likely would not have dared to move. The bandit leader, staring at the sword so perilously close to his neck, was drenched in cold sweat, his face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time he felt death was so close, his heart gripped by an overwhelming fear. Senior, I was blind and offended you. For the sake of my 80-year-old mother and my 3-year-old child, please spare my life. The bandit leader, accustomed to the brutality of survival, managed to maintain his composure at a critical moment. Noticing that Lin Xingjian had not killed him immediately, he sensed a glimmer of hope for survival and hastily pleaded for mercy. The mention of his elderly mother and young child were mere phrases he had heard from others in similar situations. Instinctively escaping his lips in this moment of desperation, "Fear not, I have no intention of killing you." Lin Xingjian smiled benignly at the bandit leader, but this smile only caused the leader to tremble, as if sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. You are a bandit, correct? Lin Xingjian's gaze was filled with cunning as he scrutinized the bandit leader, leaving the latter feeling uneasy. Yes. What does the esteemed senior require? The bandit leader stammered, continuing to address Lin Xingjian as senior, clearly having mistaken him for an elder adept in the art of rejuvenation, utterly disbelieving that he was merely a teenager. Lin Xingjian made no effort to correct him, which only solidified the bandit leader's erroneous assumption. Earlier, you sought to rob me. It would be unreasonable if there were no compensation. Lin Xingjian finally revealed his intention, aiming to capitalize on the situation by extorting the bandits, a reversal of fortune. Upon hearing Lin Xingjian's demand for compensation, the bandit leader's initial apprehension vanished, replaced by a sigh of relief. He had feared that Lin Xingjian would say nothing at all, which would have left him in a state of unease. Now that Lin Xingjian had presented his terms, it indicated that he was no longer in danger, causing his expression to brighten considerably. Compensation is no issue, the bandit leader eagerly replied, then turned to one of his men, shouting, Xiao Shunzi, quickly bring out the items we've stolen over the past 2 days. Make sure to bring everything. Upon receiving the bandit leader's command, the man known as Xiao Shunzi immediately rallied 2 others and dashed off to comply. Lin Xingjian, unperturbed by the possibility of trickery, kept his sword pressed against the bandit leader's throat, patiently awaiting their return. Soon, several men returned, carrying a large wooden chest, and at the bandit leader's behest, they pried it open. Inside the chest were numerous items, primarily gold and silver coins, along with various herbs, martial arts manuals, and some miscellaneous items. Essentially, a trove of valuable goods. Hand over the items, Lin Xingjian commanded, and the men promptly placed the chest before him. Eager not to delay, fearing for their leader's safety, Lin Xingjian sheathed his sword and shifted his attention to the contents of the chest, while the bandit leader discreetly retreated among his men. After a thorough examination, Lin Xingjian retrieved 3 items, a token, a book, and a map. The token was diamond-shaped, adorned with a grotesque depiction of a horned demon. The book contained inscriptions in a script unfamiliar to Lin Xingjian, and the map was incomplete, missing half its contents. Though these items currently seemed of no use to Lin Xingjian, he sensed their potential significance for the future. Where did these items come from? Lin Xingjian inquired, shaking the 3 objects in his hand as he addressed the bandit leader. The bandit leader scrutinized the items Lin Xingjian held, reflecting for a moment before suddenly appearing enlightened. I remember now. These were all taken from an old man yesterday. When he passed through here, he was gravely wounded and on the verge of death. These were the only items he possessed. Otherwise, I wouldn't he have recalled them. And where is that old man now? Dead. But we didn't kill him. He succumbed to his injuries. It had nothing to do with us. The bandit leader, fearing Lin Xingjian might be acquainted with the old man, hastily distanced himself from any implication in the old man's demise. Do not fear. I have no connection to that old man. I was merely inquiring, Lin Xingjian reassured him, putting the 3 items away. He continued, I will take these 3 items, and as for the gold coins, I will not take them. Just give me some gold notes, and we shall consider this matter settled. The bandit leader promptly acquiesced, daring not to rebut, and subsequently produced a stack of gold notes from his bosom, placing them into Lin Xingjian's hands. Lin Xingjian glanced at the notes. The sum amounted to merely 1,000, which was insignificant for him, yet it likely represented the fruits of this bandit group's endeavors over a considerable span of time. With the goods acquired and the money in hand, Lin Xingjian deemed it unwise to further trouble them. He mounted his steed and departed with a straight path, remarking as he left, Well, I have taken what I came for, and now I shall take my leave. However, I advise you to abandon the life of banditry. Today you encountered me. Had you crossed paths with someone who holds a fierce disdain for evil, you would likely find yourselves in dire straits. The bandits watched Lin Xingjian recede into the distance. Not daring to utter a word in retort, it was only after he had vanished from sight that a collective exhalation escaped from their lips. Big brother, didn't you say that being a bandit requires sharp insight? After Lin Xingjian's departure, one of the bandits, known as Xia Shunzi, questioned the leader with a hint of confusion. The leader, chuckling awkwardly, retorted, I did mention that being a bandit requires discernment, but I had more to say. One must always be prepared for the unexpected. When walking by the river, one is bound to get wet. Being a bandit means one must be ready to face the specter of death at any moment. After several days of travel, Lin Xingjian found himself nearing the 10,000 Great Mountains, his heart swelling with excitement and anticipation. During these days, he had not encountered significant danger, However, he had faced numerous robbery attempts, all of which he effortlessly subdued. In fact, the would-be robbers, having failed in their endeavors, found themselves extorted for a decent sum. Currently, Lin Xingjian possessed approximately 5,000 gold coins acquired through these counter-robberies, leading him to exclaim how effortlessly he could amass wealth. Yet, he understood that relying on banditry was not a sustainable path and would inevitably lead to trouble. Thus, he did not intend to pursue this avenue for profit. Merely contemplating it in passing, on this particular day, Lin Xingjian arrived before a magnificent city. The city gates towered at 10 meters high, while the walls reached an imposing height of approximately 20 meters, rendering the entire city colossal beyond measure. In terms of scale, it was on par with Tianwu City, being one of the 10 major strongholds of the Tianwu dynasty. Wanshou City, situated near the 10,000 Great Mountains. Wanshou City had stood for thousands of years, initially constructed to fend off the beast tides that would surge forth every few years or decades from the mountains, wreaking havoc as they trampled everything in their path. To mitigate the devastation caused by these beast tides, the Tianwu dynasty erected this city at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, enabling constant surveillance over the mountain's activities, hence the name Wanshou City. As time progressed, more adventurers began to explore the 10,000 Great Mountains, and Wanshou City transformed into a pivotal transit point for martial artists entering and exiting the mountains. Many martial artists chose to settle here, resulting in multiple expansions of the city, ultimately evolving into a vast metropolis rivaling the capital of the Tianwu dynasty itself. Over the course of millennia, Wanshou City had withstood numerous beast tides, and faint traces of blood and scars marred its walls, serving as a testament to the ferocity of past battles. Yet, despite these trials, Wanshou City had never been breached, a testament to its formidable defenses and the strength of its guardians. Gazing upon this city, steeped in a glorious history and notable achievements, Lin Xingjian was filled with profound emotion. Dismounting, he led his steed toward the city gates. That moment, 2 rows of soldiers stood guard at the entrance, each exuding vigor and vitality, clearly possessing considerable martial prowess. Each soldier scrutinized every individual seeking entry, collecting the requisite fees. As Lin Xingjian waited in line, he observed that most individuals were martial artists, with several possessing the prowess of true Qi realm experts. Many among them carried large bundles, some with contents spilling forth, revealing the limbs of various beasts. Having resided in this world for several years, Lin Xingjian was no longer a novice. He possessed a fair understanding of beast materials. The Tianwu continent offered numerous applications for the remains of beasts. For instance, their hides could be fashioned into garments, bones could be crafted into weapons, and their flesh could be consumed. Martial artists frequently hunted ferocious and demonic beasts, stripping them of their most valuable components for sale. It was likely that these martial artists had recently returned from the 10,000 Great Mountains, intending to sell their spoils in Wanshou City. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xingjian found himself at the front of the line. The guarding soldier brandished his spear horizontally, blocking Lin Xingjian's path, and declared, "Entry fee, 1 silver coin." Upon hearing the fee, Lin Xingjian could not help but click his tongue. 1 silver coin could sustain a modest family for several days. Yet it was merely the price of entry into the city. While Lin Xingjian was not lacking in such trifling funds, he felt it rather unjust. Nevertheless, considering that most individuals in Wanshou City were martial artists who could easily earn a silver coin, he found some understanding. After paying the entry fee, Lin Xingjian proceeded into Wanshou City with ease. True to its reputation as a city that had withstood the beast tides for millennia, Lin Xingjian was thoroughly astonished upon entering. Before him lay an array of weaponry displayed along the city walls, while rows of fully armed elite soldiers patrolled the streets. Many buildings resembled fortresses, exuding an air of unyielding strength, with numerous offensive weapons adorning their rooftops. Almost every passerby wielded a weapon, and the atmosphere seemed perpetually poised for battle. As Lin Xingjian beheld this stark contrast to Tianwu City, he found himself at a loss for words. Tianwu City was imbued with tranquility and harmony, a scene of prosperity and revelry, while Wanshou City radiated tension and urgency, suffused with an unmistakable aura of impending conflict. Perhaps only a city perpetually prepared for war could withstand the onslaught of beast tides. Observing his surroundings, Lin Xingjian could not help but exclaim in wonder. Leading his horse, Lin Xingjian admired the myriad sights within Wanshou City while searching for a suitable inn to rest. Soon, he arrived before an establishment adorned with a sign that read Changxiaran. Lin Xingjian entrusted his steed to the stableman and strode inside. Upon entering the inn, Lin Xingjian selected a seat and settled down. Not long after, a sharp-featured waiter approached Lin Xingjian. "Esteemed sir, what might you wish to eat?" The waiter, having spent years in the inn, was adept at reading people. Upon observing Lin Xingjian's attire and demeanor, he discerned that he hailed from a distinguished background, likely a young master from a prominent family. Thus he approached with utmost deference. Lin Xingjian produced a gold coin and handed it to the waiter, saying, "Consider this a tip for you. It is my first visit to Wanshou City, and I am unfamiliar with your specialties. Would you be so kind as to provide me with some recommendations?" The waiter's eyes brightened upon receiving the gold coin. Though it was not a substantial amount, it represented a significant windfall for him. And a broad smile spread across his face as he endeavored to please Lin Xingjian further. "Esteemed sir, our most renowned dishes in Wanshou City are derived from the various beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The diversity of beast species results in an array of culinary delights. The flavors of beast meat surpass those of ordinary dishes. Here at our inn, we offer a multitude of dishes made from ferocious beasts. And if you possess the coin, we can even prepare delicacies from demonic beasts. Oh, in that case, I must indulge myself. Please bring me several of your most popular dishes." Lin Xingjian had savored ferocious beast meat during his time at the Tianwu Royal Academy. But the selection there was limited, far inferior to what Wanshou City had to offer. Having finally made it to Wanshou City, he was eager to sample its beastly fare. "Hey, have you heard? A colossal ancient palace ruin has emerged in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and many have already ventured to explore it. I have heard that it suddenly appeared from within a mountain, causing quite a commotion at the time of its emergence. Then why aren't you all going? You might just stumble upon an incredible opportunity. Haha, the ancient palace has only recently appeared, and the protective formations around it are still intact. Although somewhat damaged, it will take considerable time before martial artists can breach them. Why the rush? True, there's no benefit to hurrying. Besides, the treasures within are not easily claimed. Similar ancient palaces have appeared before, each filled with deadly traps and formations. Many who entered never returned. It's wiser to let others explore first and then swoop in to reap the rewards. Indeed, and it appears that this time, no significant figures have rushed over. Perhaps we can secure some considerable benefits. Indeed, it seems that prominent individuals have ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains in search of treasures. Though the veracity of that remains uncertain, a group of individuals engaged in conversation at a table not far from Lin Xingjian. Although their voices were not particularly loud, Lin Xingjian, possessing profound cultivation, naturally had keen hearing and absorbed every word without missing a syllable. At that moment, the innkeeper approached, carrying 2 plates of food, and placed them on the table before Lin Xingjian, introducing, "This dish is called Bluebird Spreads Its Wings, made from the wings of a mid-level ferocious beast known as the bluebird. It is our signature dish, and nearly every guest who visits orders a plate. Its flavor is undeniably exquisite, ensuring that once you taste it, you will crave it again. The other dish is called Bear Turns the Sky, crafted from the paw of a mid-level ferocious beast, the Greywood Bear. The taste is beyond compare. Once you try it, you will be utterly delighted. Young master, please enjoy these 2 dishes first, and I shall bring you more shortly." After the innkeeper departed, Lin Xingjian picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of Bluebird Spreads Its Wings. The dish was indeed delightful, with the meat tender and succulent, and even the bones from the wings were both crisp and soft, entirely edible. Had he not known beforehand that this was the wing of a bluebird, Lin Xingjian would have found it hard to believe that the meat contained bones. Typically, bones are quite hard, especially those of a mid-level ferocious beast, which one would expect to be exceedingly tough. Yet they were surprisingly crunchy and flavorful, demonstrating that the inn had employed special methods in the preparation of this dish. After savoring the Bluebird Spreads Its Wings, Lin Xingjian turned to the Bear Turns the Sky. And as he took a bite, a wave of warmth surged down his throat, followed by an invigorating coolness that refreshed him to his core. This delightful interplay of sensations not only brought him comfort, but also prompted him to silently commend the meal. Soon after, the innkeeper returned with several additional dishes, which, while not as remarkable as the first 2, were still quite satisfactory. In a fit of excitement, Lin Xingjian rewarded the innkeeper with several gold coins. He relished his meal for quite some time, and by the time he finished, night had already fallen. "Innkeeper, do you have any vacant rooms available?" Lin Xingjian inquired after settling the bill. "Young master, we still have plenty of rooms available. However, I am unsure of your specific requirements. We offer 3 grades of accommodations. The heavenly grade, which is the most luxurious, the earth grade, which is of moderate quality, and the human grade, which is the simplest. The heavenly grade room costs 1 gold coin per night, the earth grade 5 silver coins, and the human grade 1 silver coin. I shall take the heavenly grade room," Lin Xingjian decided, as he preferred the finest lodgings, finding the cost trivial compared to the generous tips he had already provided. "Excellent choice," the innkeeper responded, leading Lin Xingjian to room 10 of the heavenly grade. Before departing, he added, "Young master, if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you." The innkeeper's warmth was evidently influenced by Lin Xingjian's earlier generous gratuity. "I have no immediate needs, but I will seek you out should anything arise," Lin Xingjian replied, turning to enter his room. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Xingjian made his way to the inn's dining area, where he had a light breakfast. At his current level of cultivation, going without food for 10 days or more would pose no significant issue. Yet, out of habit, he maintained a routine of 3 meals a day. "Innkeeper, is there a shop nearby that sells maps of the 10,000 mountains?" Lin Xingjian inquired. The innkeeper, still impressed by Lin Xingjian's earlier display of generosity, was eager to answer his question. "The general store across the street has them." "Young master, are you planning to venture into the 10,000 mountains? It has been quite tumultuous there recently, and it is rather dangerous. Moreover, you have no skilled protector by your side. It is not wise to enter the 10,000 mountains alone. Thank you for your concern." "Innkeeper," Lin Xingjian replied with a smile, "but I assure you that I am confident in my abilities and will not face any life-threatening dangers." Afterward, he rewarded the innkeeper with several additional gold coins and departed the inn, heading toward the general store. Inside the general store, Lin Xingjian promptly asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have maps of the 10,000 mountains?" The shopkeeper glanced at Lin Xingjian and retrieved a map from behind him. Handing it over, Lin Xingjian examined it and remarked, "Shopkeeper, this map is rather rudimentary, depicting only the outermost regions of the 10,000 mountains. Do you not have a more detailed version?" The shopkeeper scrutinized Lin Xingjian again before gently advising, "There are indeed more detailed maps available, but young man, this map should suffice for you. Many young individuals like yourself come seeking fortune and opportunities within the 10,000 mountains, only to overestimate their capabilities and venture too deep, ultimately meeting with misfortune. Thank you for your kind warning, but I understand the importance of knowing my limits. I still wish to acquire a more detailed map," Lin Xingjian insisted. The shopkeeper, seeing Lin Xingjian's determination, retrieved several more maps. Upon examination, Lin Xingjian found 3 versions, one covering a 50-mile radius, another 100 miles, and the last 200 miles. The most extensive map only extended 200 miles. Hardly a deep exploration. "Why is the most detailed map only 200 miles? Lin Xingjian inquired. The shopkeeper replied with a hint of exasperation, 200 miles is not considered deep at all. Although the 10,000 mountains stretch for thousands of miles within the Tianwu Empire, the further you delve, the greater the danger point. 200 miles is the limit for martial artists at the body refinement stage. Any further poses a risk even for those at the true Qi stage. Are you not satisfied with such a detailed map? Please, bring out the most detailed map you have. Price is of no concern." Lin Xingjian insisted. The shopkeeper chuckled. "If I truly sought to profit from you, I would not have offered you such a basic map initially. I typically assess a buyer's strength before selling maps. If a weaker martial artist were to acquire an excessively detailed map, I worry they might recklessly venture too far, believing themselves invincible. Over the decades, countless individuals have come to purchase maps, only to vanish without a trace afterward." Despite his initial reservations, the shopkeeper eventually presented Lin Xingjian with the most detailed map available. Upon unfolding it, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of excitement. The map depicted a range of over 1,000 miles. Marking potential hazards in exquisite detail, "I am very pleased with this map. How much do you require for it?" he asked. "This map is exceptionally valuable, originally priced at 1,200 gold coins, but I shall offer it to you for 1,000 gold coins." The shopkeeper replied. Given the value of the map, Lin Xingjian found the price reasonable and readily paid the 1,000 gold coins. As he turned to leave, the shopkeeper called after him, "Young man, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Even the most detailed map should only serve as a reference. Do not place complete trust in it. The 10,000 mountains are ever-changing, and even in the outer regions, there is a possibility of encountering formidable beasts. Once, here, the shopkeeper abruptly paused, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Likely a testament to past traumas. Thank you. I will heed your advice, Lin Xingjian replied with a smile before departing. After leaving the general store, Lin Xingjian made his way directly toward the 10,000 mountains. Before long, the imposing peaks came into view. Before him stood two majestic mountains, towering like pillars against the sky, awe-inspiring in their grandeur. The mountains were in close proximity, appearing to lean against one another. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a 10-meter-wide passageway between them, serving as an entry point into the 10,000 mountains. The 10,000 mountains stretched for thousands of miles within the Tianwu Empire. With countless entrances available, however, this was the nearest passage, and Lin Xingjian had naturally chosen to approach the entrance. Martial artists were frequently seen coming and going, while nearby troops stood guard, likely monitoring the situation within the mountains. Should any ferocious beasts or supernatural creatures stir, these soldiers would be the first to respond, ensuring that the city of Wan Beast would be promptly informed to enact swift countermeasures. Upon entering the passage, Lin Xingjian walked forward, traversing the lengthy corridor that extended for several miles, marveling at the immense scale of the two mountains. Exiting the passage, Lin Xingjian's gaze swept ahead, revealing a dense forest that lay before him. The trees were so lush and closely packed that sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting an eerie gloom over the entire area. Those lacking courage would likely hesitate to step inside. Yet, how many brave souls dared to venture into the 10,000 mountains? Lin Xingjian chuckled at his own self-deprecation and quickened his pace, soon finding himself enveloped by the thicket. Moving through the shadowy forest, Lin Xingjian maintained a heightened state of awareness, his eyes scanning the surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Although this was merely the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains, where formidable beasts were scarce, numerous venomous insects and creatures lurked about. While these entities lacked significant combat power, their toxins could not be underestimated, posing potential harm even to martial artists at the true Qi stage. Ultimately, exercising caution was prudent. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A strange cry echoed through the air, prompting Lin Xingjian to turn his gaze toward the source. Suddenly, a fierce beast, approximately half a meter in height, leaped toward him. Upon closer inspection, its form bore a striking resemblance to that of a frog, resembling a gigantic version of a super frog. The creature was known as the Qingchan beast. Lin Xingjian had some knowledge of this particular demon beast. The Qingchan beast was classified as a low-level ferocious creature, with its primary mode of attack being its long tongue. However, it lacked substantial combat prowess, and even a martial artist at the first level of physical body cultivation could easily dispatch it. Yet, this ferocious beast harbored potent toxins, and if its tongue made contact with the skin, it could result in poisoning. For martial artists of lower cultivation levels, this could even pose a life-threatening risk. Nevertheless, as long as one remained cautious when encountering such a beast, one could avoid significant harm. Chapter 58. Haishi Mountain. Upon spotting Lin Xingjian, the Qingchan beast's eyes turned red, evidently perceiving him as prey. With a swift motion, a long tongue shot forth from the beast's mouth, resembling a whip as it aimed directly for Lin Xingjian's face. In a flash, a sword light flickered as Lin Xingjian, anticipating the attack, decisively drew his sword. The Qingchan beast's tongue was severed, falling to the ground where it twitched a couple of times. Realizing that its Lin Xingjian touched his nose and secretly thought to himself, it was hardly surprising that they held such opinions. At first glance, Lin Xingjian appeared quite young. Even with exceptional talent, his strength would hardly be formidable. Moreover, geniuses are exceedingly rare, leading them to underestimate Lin Xingjian's prowess. Haha, I've never encountered such a foolish individual, desiring to be a hero and save the damsel without considering his own capabilities. He is clearly a sheltered young master from a noble family, utterly oblivious to danger. Indeed, the four young men continued to mock Lin Xingjian, relishing the rare opportunity to deride a scion of a noble family, especially as they were mere rogue cultivators without any backing. Are you not afraid that someone might come along soon? Lin Xingjian's remark caused the four men to shudder involuntarily. Blackstone Mountain was not a concealed location. Visitors could arrive at any moment, and if a formidable opponent were to show up, it would spell trouble. The three young women, upon hearing Lin Xingjian's warning, could not help but chastise him inwardly. Fool! Haha, thank you for your warning. To show our gratitude, we shall ensure that you leave without a hint of pain. With that, one of the men brandished a large cleaver and advanced toward Lin Xingjian. Furious wind blade. The man leaped into the air, swinging the cleaver directly at Lin Xingjian, the broad blade slicing through the air with a hissing sound, exuding an overwhelming might, while a gust of wind surged forth, assaulting Lin Xingjian's face. At that moment, the other three men revealed cruel smiles, while the three women tightly shut their eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight of Lin Xingjian being cleaved in two. Just then, Lin Xingjian made his move. Though no one could discern his action, they only heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed, followed by a sudden flash of starlight that captivated everyone's gaze. The man wielding the cleaver was also entranced by the starlight. Completely unaware of the impending danger, he was mesmerized by the dazzling beauty, experiencing a dreamlike sensation akin to admiring a brilliant starry sky in the dark of night. Chapter 59. Concealed malice. Unfortunately, beauty often conceals peril. Within this enchanting illusion, the man's consciousness gradually blurred, ultimately dissipating without a trace. This moment felt prolonged, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. When everyone's perceptions returned to normal, they beheld the man who had threatened Lin Xingjian standing not far from him, his hand still raised with the cleaver, poised to attack but utterly motionless, a gaping wound in his neck steadily oozing blood, signifying his demise. How is this possible? The remaining three men gazed in disbelief, soon followed by panic and unease. They were of similar strength. If Lin Xingjian could slay one of them with a single stroke, he could easily do the same to them. In a frenzy, the three men hastily drew concealed weapons and hurled them at Lin Xingjian before turning to flee. The three women, witnessing this familiar tactic, quickly warned Lin Xingjian. Be careful! Lin Xingjian regarded the myriad of concealed weapons with indifference, merely sneering before activating his void step, pursuing the direction in which the three men fled. However, Lin Xingjian's speed was astonishing. To the three women, it was as if he had vanished in an instant, only to reappear ahead of the fleeing men. Upon seeing Lin Xingjian suddenly materialize before them, the three men were taken aback. Realizing their escape was futile, they prepared to plead for mercy, but before they could utter a word, Lin Xingjian had already drawn his sword. Swish, 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 3 streaks of sword energy pierced through the chests of the three men at an unparalleled speed. The sword energy continued onward, striking the hard black stone ground and creating 3 large craters. After the three men met their end, Lin Xingjian approached and searched their bodies, soon retrieving a porcelain vial. Upon opening it, a medicinal aroma wafted forth. Xiaoxing, scan this vial of elixir and see if it is poisonous. After receiving Lin Xingjian's command, Xiaoxing promptly scanned the vial. Moments later, she reported, Master, this elixir is not toxic. Rather, it possesses detoxifying properties. Lin Xingjian confirmed the elixir's authenticity and approached the three women, tossing the vial to them. This should be the antidote. You must consume it quickly, otherwise, the poison will seep into your bones. And that would be troublesome. The three women each poured out a pill from the vial, inhaled its scent, and felt an immediate alleviation of their bodily pain, clearly confirming its efficacy as an antidote. They promptly swallowed the pills. Moments later, the three women expelled a mouthful of blackened blood, their complexions shifting from purple to pale and gradually regaining a healthy hue. Soon, they gathered their strength and stood, gazing at Lin Xingjian with expressions of profound gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. Without your intervention, we would have been... Lin Xingjian chuckled and replied, I merely happened to pass by. It was but a trifling effort. I am Jianxing. May I ask for the names of you lovely ladies? Lin Xingjian refrained from revealing his true name, as it was prudent to exercise caution while venturing out. I am Hu Jiao. You may call me Jiao Jiao. The speaker was the previously outspoken young woman, though her tone now was soft and alluring, making Lin Xingjian's skin crawl. Zhu Xiaotong, Gexin. The other two women introduced themselves in turn. Jianxing, you are so young yet so formidable. Zhu Xiaoyu and Gu Xin had just introduced themselves when Hu Jiao eagerly inquired. The other two women were equally curious, despite Lin Xingjian's youthful appearance. His strength was astonishing, suggesting he had already attained the true Qi realm, an achievement not typically reached by ordinary talents. Even their greatly admired senior sister, Mu Shuangxia, had not reached such heights at this age. However, they could not fathom that Lin Xingjian possessed greater talent than their senior sister. In their eyes, she was unparalleled. Do not let my youthful appearance deceive you. In truth, I am much older than you think. I have simply been stuck looking this way, which is quite vexing, Lin Xingjian said with an exaggerated sigh, feigning melancholy. However, his inner thoughts were, wow, I never realized I was such a good storyteller. It's a pity I'm not pursuing acting. Oh, I see. No wonder your strength is so remarkable. The three women wore expressions of realization, evidently convinced by Lin Xingjian's explanation. At that moment, Hu Jiao exclaimed, wow, if only I could remain forever youthful and beautiful like you. Upon saying this, her face was filled with longing, as if she had fallen into a reverie. Lin Xingjian, noticing this, teased, if you swiftly enter the true Qi realm and then the true Yuan realm, your lifespan will extend, and your appearance will naturally remain youthful. In response to Lin Xingjian's jest, Hu Jiao pouted and playfully retorted, Jin Xing, you are so wicked. At that instant, Lin Xingjian nearly retched, his thoughts echoing. How foolish of me to have once thought her character was fiery. After a moment of self-deprecation, Lin Xingjian asked, what brings you here? And how did you come into conflict with those four men? Hu Jiao, unable to contain her eagerness, replied, speaking of which, I am infuriated. We were merely heading to meet our senior sister when we encountered those four rascals who were killing and robbing. When they realized they were exposed, they began to chase us, and the rest you already know. Killing and robbing? Where is the treasure? Lin Xingjian inquired, perplexed. He had searched the others and found only some silver coins. Without any sign of treasure, Hu Jiao responded, it seems to be on the first man who died. Lin Xingjian pondered. He had only searched the bodies of the other three, neglecting the first one. He promptly turned and returned to the spot where the first man fell, searching his body thoroughly. Indeed, he uncovered a small brocade box. Upon opening it, he discovered a pill the size of a dragon's eye. Perfectly round and smooth, exuding a fragrant aroma, indicating its extraordinary value. What kind of pill is this? Lin Xingjian asked, presenting the pill to the three women. After observing it for a while, Zhu Xiaotong exclaimed in astonishment. I remember. This appears to be the Yinjin Dan, the best elixir for assisting corporeal realm martial artists in breaking through to the true Qi realm. A senior in my sect once took it out. Yinjin Dan. Lin Xingjian felt a flicker of interest. This was no ordinary elixir. In terms of classification, it was a spirit liquid grade elixir, and in terms of rarity and the difficulty of alchemy, it was on par with the typical spirit Dan grade elixirs. It was a coveted elixir for every corporeal realm martial artist, and it was no wonder those four men resorted to murder for it, even attempting to silence witnesses. Although the Yinjin Dan held no use for Lin Xingjian, he still had a pressing need for to establish a formidable force. His subordinates would require Yinjin Dan to ascend to the true Qi realm, as it was unlikely that everyone could emulate Lin Xingjian and advance without the aid of elixirs. Regrettably, there was only one pill, offering limited assistance to Lin Xingjian. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Xingjian's mind. Master, if you wish to acquire more Yinjin Dan, there are ways to do so. What methods? Lin Xingjian asked excitedly in his mind. Master, the illusory reality space can meticulously scan this Yinjin Dan, arranging its components in molecular form. Master, you can then seek out sufficient medicinal materials, analyze their compositions, and the space can reconstruct the original Yinjin Dan. Of course, we currently lack adequate materials, so this task cannot proceed yet. However, we can first scan the information of the Yinjin Dan and then gradually search for the materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingjian immediately understood. The principle was quite simple. By knowing the composition of the Yinjin Dan in advance, he could slowly gather the necessary materials to ultimately recreate the complete Yinjin Dan. Once he grasped the concept, Lin Xingjian instructed Xiaoxing to commence the scan on the Yinjin Dan. All of this transpired discreetly, with the three women remaining utterly unaware. This time, the scanning process was exceptionally intricate, requiring a longer duration. How could such a precious item appear here, and how did they manage to obtain it? While Lin Xingjian genuinely wished to know the answer, he was more inclined to divert their attention and buy time, ensuring the smooth completion of the scanning process. If the Yinjin Dan were to be borrowed by the three women during this time, the scanning process would undoubtedly be interrupted. Naturally, Lin Xingjian did not intend to keep the Yinjin Dan. After the scan, he would willingly pass it on to them. You're referring to this. It seems it was acquired from the ancient palace that suddenly emerged not long ago. The individuals who initially obtained this Yinjindan were not those four. They acquired it through murder and plunder, said Zhu Xiaodong, one of the three women. Ancient Palace. Lin Xingjian was not unfamiliar with this name. His current journey was motivated by a desire to explore the suddenly appearing ancient palace. The route he chose was based on the general location and map details he had gathered about the ancient palace. According to the map, the ancient palace was not very far from this black stone, estimated to be around 20 li away. However, Lin Xingjian was still uncertain about the precise position of the ancient palace. Isn't there a protective formation guarding the ancient palace? Has that formation been breached? Based on the intelligence Lin Xingjian received yesterday, the formation should not have been broken yet, but something was now emerging from within, suggesting that the formation had indeed been compromised. That's correct. The formation was breached last night. Our senior sister rushed over as soon as she received the news, but we were delayed by other matters, which is why we arrived late. We never expected to encounter such a situation, Zhu Xiaodong continued. Upon hearing that the others were also headed to the ancient palace, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of excitement and said, I had no idea you were also going to the ancient palace. I am on my way there to investigate as well. Why don't we go together? The three women readily accepted the invitation from such a formidable expert as Lin Xingjian. Wait a moment. You should keep this Yinjindan, Lin Xingjian called out as the three women turned to leave, just as the illusory reality space completed its scan. They were killed by you. And you also saved us. It would be unreasonable to take this Yinjindan back, the three women insisted, recognizing the significance of the Yinjindan but feeling undeserving of it. Please accept this Yinjindan. I have already reached the true Qi realm, rendering this Yinjindan of no value to me. However, for you, this Yinjindan can assist one of you in entering the true Qi realm. It is the key to your advancement, a treasure of extraordinary worth. Chapter 60. Difficult to refuse. Having reached this point, the three women found it hard to decline and reluctantly accepted the Yinjindan. However, they were well aware that this Yinjindan was not as insignificant to Lin Xingjian as he claimed. At the very least, it could fetch a high price, one that even a true Qi realm warrior would not overlook. Subsequently, Lin Xingjian and the three women hastened towards the direction of the ancient palace. Here we are. This must be the place. Before them loomed a majestic mountain, the largest Lin Xingjian had ever seen, surpassing even the two towering peaks at the entrance of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This mountain exuded a formidable presence, soaring into the clouds and breathtakingly magnificent. Yet, perfection is often marred by flaws. A significant crack marred the mountain's beauty, adding an air of mystery to its grandeur. Gazing into the fissure, a massive structure could be seen faintly, though it was too distant to discern clearly. That must be the entrance to the ancient palace. Lin Xingjian pointed towards the crack in the mountain. Indeed. Look over there. There are quite a few people, so it must be the entrance to the ancient palace. One of the women replied. Lin Xingjian focused his gaze and noticed several warriors lingering at the mouth of the fissure, neither entering nor leaving, seemingly contemplating something. Regardless of the circumstances, the group had reached their destination and proceeded directly towards the entrance of the ancient palace. When Lin Xingjian and his companions arrived at the crack, several warriors glanced in their direction. However, upon noticing the attire of the three women, their expressions shifted slightly, and they quickly averted their gaze, no longer paying attention to Lin Xingjian and his companions. Lin Xingjian perceived the change in their demeanor and surmised that they had likely suffered a setback at the hands of the three women's senior sister, Mu Shuangxia. Now, upon seeing the three women dressed similarly, they were filled with trepidation as for why these warriors were loitering there. Lin Xingjian did not dwell on it. They were likely waiting for someone to emerge from within, hoping to seize a target for murder and plunder, much like he had done previously with the 4M at this moment. Lin Xingjian shifted his focus to the fissure, observing the situation closely. He could clearly see part of the ancient palace revealed through the crack, and just that glimpse left him breathless with awe. When he had first heard news of the ancient palace, he had imagined it to be something akin to the grandeur of an imperial palace. However, it quickly became evident that he had been gravely mistaken. Just the corner of the ancient palace he beheld was vastly larger than the main hall of an imperial palace, allowing him to infer the true scale of the ancient palace, which might very well encompass the entire mountain. This ancient palace is exponentially larger than the grand hall of my illusory reality space. The illusory reality space, which now manifested as a grand hall attached to Lin Xingjian, had grown in size in tandem with his cultivation level, spanning at least a square mile. Yet, compared to the majestic structure before him, it was as insignificant as a mere trifle. As Lin Xingjian continued to gaze at the ancient palace, his wonder deepened. He could scarcely fathom how such a colossal edifice could have been constructed, especially one nestled within a mountain, an endeavor of unimaginable complexity. Even in the technologically advanced 21st century on Earth, such a magnificent palace would likely remain an unattainable feat. With a heart full of astonishment, Lin Xingjian and the three women ventured into the fissure. The exposed corner of the ancient palace was not the main entrance, but merely a corner of the wall, yet it had been breached, creating a sizable opening sufficient for more than 10 individuals to pass through. As they traversed the opening and entered the ancient palace, they found themselves in a corridor approximately 5 meters wide and 500 meters long, at the end of which stood several imposing doors. Lin Xingjian and the three women halted, not rushing to traverse the corridor, but rather observing everything around them. They saw numerous warriors lying there, all felled by arrows, indicating that the corridor was fraught with hidden mechanisms and was exceedingly perilous. Be cautious. We have encountered traps right from the start, and the dangers ahead are surely greater. Lin Xingjian cautioned, his expression grave. Although these ordinary traps posed no threat to him, the unknown was the most fearsome aspect. Here, danger could strike at any moment, and even the mightiest could stumble. Wait here. Let me go ahead and test the waters, he said, stepping forward into the corridor. Whoosh! Just a few steps in, an arrow shot out from the adjacent wall, aimed straight for Lin Xingjian's head with incredible speed. Had it been an ordinary person, the arrow would have pierced their skull, leading to instant demise. However, Lin Xingjian was the target. The moment the arrow appeared, he sensed it, his body shifting effortlessly to evade the deadly projectile. Just then, another arrow was loosed, and once more, Lin Xingjian deftly dodged it. Thus, while continuously evading, Lin Xingjian gradually approached the end of the corridor. Before long, he stepped out of the corridor, turning back to retrace his steps. In just a few strides, he crossed the corridor and returned to his original position. This corridor is not exceedingly dangerous. I estimate that one with a cultivation level of 5 or 6 in the body refinement realm could pass through it without issue. Lin Xingjian addressed the three women. All three were martial artists at the 7th level of the physical realm, and the corridor posed no danger to them. Each of them swiftly executed their movements, racing down the corridor, while Lin Xingjian employed the void step technique, arriving at the end of the corridor in just a few flashes, unlike the first time when he walked leisurely. The four of them gathered together, gazing at the 4 grand doors at the corridor's end, momentarily unsure of which one to approach. The 4 doors were nearly identical, and all had been opened, indicating that martial artists had entered through each of them. After a brief discussion, the 4 chose one door at random and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Xingjian and the others discovered 4 new passageways before them, and after a moment's deliberation, they selected one to traverse. Soon, several passageways emerged again, leaving them no choice but to select another at random. After encountering this situation several times, Hu Jiao halted, complaining, "How long must we walk? It's all just passageways, and we haven't seen a single treasure. If I had known, I would have chosen another door." Seeing this, Lin Xingjian could only advise, "We've come this far. We cannot turn back now. Besides, do not let your guard down. Danger may lurk at any moment." The group continued onward, while Hu Jiao continued to grumble softly. Regarding this capricious girl, Lin Xingjian chose to remain silent and ignore her. Suddenly, the scent of blood wafted through the air, heightening Lin Xingjian's alertness. He immediately dashed toward the source of the metallic odor, and the 3 women exchanged glances before hurriedly following suit. Upon noticing Lin Xingjian come to an abrupt halt ahead, the 3 understood that they had reached their destination and quickened their pace. However, when they arrived, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Before their eyes lay a spacious corridor flanked by 2 neat rows of rooms, suggesting this was a lodging area. Yet, at that moment, the ground was soaked in blood, strewn with dismembered limbs and torsos, vividly illustrating the brutality of the battle that had unfolded. Wow! The 3 women seemed to be witnessing such a sight for the first time, and they were momentarily overwhelmed, prompting them to vomit on the spot. Lin Xingjian felt a twinge of discomfort as well, but having taken lives before, he managed to endure. suppressing his unease, fortunately, within the confines of the passage. The power of the soul remains effective and is not hindered. Lin Xingjian skillfully manipulates his soul energy, allowing it to gradually extend forward along the passage. Soon, a mesmerizing scene of combat unfolds before his eyes. Inside an exceedingly spacious room, dozens of individuals fiercely vie for the treasures within, incessantly clashing with one another. Injuries and fatalities are frequent, and the battle is extraordinarily brutal, enveloped by his soul energy. Lin Xingjian discerns that most of these combatants are martial artists at the 8th or 9th level of physical realm, with no presence of those at the true energy realm to pose a threat to him. Relieved, he retracts his soul energy and stealthily makes his way toward the site of the conflict. This martial technique is mine. This bottle of elixir is mine. Return my sword. In their fervor, the combatants remain oblivious to the presence of an outsider. Relentlessly battling for a martial technique, a bottle of elixir, or a weapon, wagering their very lives in the process. Such is the insatiable greed of martial artists. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light captivates the eyes of all engaged in battle. Abruptly halting the conflict, it turns out that one of the fighters inadvertently activated a mechanism, revealing a hidden compartment within the wall that housed a magnificent sword. The radiant light emanated from this very sword. A top-grade weapon, someone exclaimed loudly. Instantly, all the martial artists, driven by madness, scrambled to seize the sword. If they had been somewhat composed at the beginning, they were now completely devoid of reason, their eyes fixated solely on the sword's allure. At this moment, even if their own parents were to intervene, they would not hesitate to strike them down. Blinded by rage, the martial artists indiscriminately attacked anyone in their path, resulting in numerous injuries and deaths. As time progressed, the number of fighters dwindled. Ha! This top-grade sword is mine. A bloodied man, clutching his chest with one hand and kneeling on the ground, coughed up blood yet was filled with excitement. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sword in his right hand. A sudden sound pierced the air as a sword pierced through his body. The once ecstatic man now wore an expression of disbelief. His eyes wide as he stared at the sword tip protruding from his chest, his consciousness gradually fading. Ha! Only you fools would fight to the death, only to make it easier for me in the end. A man, previously thought to be dead, rose from the ground, his eyes gleaming with cunning, having just ambushed the one who obtained the sword. How clever of me to feign death and not join in your madness. Who would have thought I would emerge as the victor? The exhilaration of the man pretending to be dead was beyond words, his body trembling with excitement as he approached the lifeless form of the other man. Reaching out with a shaking hand for the top-grade sword, just as his hand was about to grasp the sword, a voice echoed from outside. Go think there is a top-grade sword here. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, the man was struck with terror. Lacking strength and merely adept at cunning, he had feigned death for survival now. Sensing someone approaching, he hastily clutched the sword tightly. Turning around, he beheld a handsome youth, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, calmly entering the room. This unexpected figure was none other than Lin Xingjian, who had arrived earlier and had been observing from the sidelines. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just a reckless boy. The man laughed heartily, yet his expression remained tense, his right hand tightly gripping the newly acquired sword, ready to strike at any moment. Though the man was not particularly strong, merely at the 8th level of physical realm, he was cautious and would not let his guard down against anyone. Despite Lin Xingjian's youth, the man did not underestimate him. Believing that his audacity to intrude at this moment indicated considerable strength, I have no time to chat with you, Lin Xingjian declared, shaking his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged forth. The man, caught off guard by Lin Xingjian's words, instinctively reacted, yet his body lagged behind, leaving him helpless as the sword energy pierced through him. With a thud, the man fell backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. After confirming that no one else remained alive, Lin Xingjian approached the fallen figure, still holding on tightly. As Lin Xingjian grasped the top-grade sword, he realized his grip was too gentle, and he could not fully extract it from the man's hand, which still clung to the sword. Do not blame me. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, much like how you just ambushed that man, always at risk of becoming prey yourself. After reflecting on this, Lin Xingjian exerted a sudden force, yanking the sword free, wrapping it in cloth and securing it behind him, mindful of the wisdom in keeping wealth concealed. The group that had once fought over treasures now lay defeated. Their weapons, martial techniques, and elixirs scattered across the ground. Observing the array of items, Lin Xingjian felt a pang of regret, pondering how splendid it would be to possess a vast spatial ring to collect everything. Yet, he knew such musings were mere fantasies. Shaking his head, he refocused and began scouring the ground for useful items. After several searches, he found only items suitable for physical realm martial artists, with nothing of value to those in the true energy realm. Next, Lin Xingjian sought any hidden compartments but was met with disappointment. It seems that aside from this top-grade sword, there is nothing of use in this entire room. Though these items could fetch a considerable sum, there are simply too many to carry. Best to leave them for future adventurers. With that, Lin Xingjian swiftly vanished from sight. The power of his soul was not particularly effective within the ancient temple, leading Lin Xingjian to wander aimlessly. His gains were minimal, and he encountered several troubles along the way, with hidden mechanisms causing him considerable inconvenience yet also thrilling him. After some exploration, he arrived at a small palace. Heart-nurturing hall. Observing the ancient characters inscribed upon the palace, Lin Xingjian felt a surge of curiosity, puzzled as to why a smaller palace would be constructed within the ancient temple. Suppressing his doubts, he approached the entrance of the heart-nurturing hall. Just as he raised his right foot to step inside, a shimmering barrier materialized, blocking his path, causing him to retract his foot. The barrier then vanished once more. Receding into invisibility. A defensive formation. Lin Xingjian recognized the characteristics of a defensive formation from his studies. Along his journey, the formations he encountered had mostly been shattered by other martial artists, leaving him with no opportunity to witness a genuine formation. The chance to see an intact formation filled him with an indescribable excitement. After calming his exhilaration, Lin Xingjian raised his sword, channeling a third of his strength and striking at the barrier. Boom! The barrier did not shatter. It merely quivered slightly before returning to its original state. In contrast, Lin Xingjian was knocked back several steps, his sword trembling in his grasp. The formidable recoil nearly returned all of his attacking force back to him. Caught off guard by the defensive formation's counterforce, he suffered a minor setback, but fortunately, he was unharmed. As the dust settled, Lin Xingjian gazed toward the entrance of the heart-nurturing hall, where the previously invisible barrier now shimmered visibly. Pulsing with light and emitting occasional crackling sounds, reminiscent of a short-circuited electrical circuit. Clearly, the once intact formation was now experiencing issues. That was nearly my strongest attack, yet it still failed to breach the formation. This formation is unattended, and as time passes, its power will surely diminish. If it were at full strength, I might have perished from the recoil before managing to break through. With a slight calming of his vital energy, Lin Xingjian stepped forward once more, poised to launch another assault. His eyes radiated a menacing brilliance, his true energy surged, and an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing the sword in his hand to hum with a resonant sound. Signaling an explosive surge of combat prowess, "Break!" he internally shouted, as the Kongming sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, striking with lightning speed at the already crumbling formation. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass resonated through the air, and the luminous barrier disintegrated instantly, scattering into countless points of light, vanishing without a trace. With the destruction of the barrier, the only obstruction to Lin Xingjian was eradicated, allowing him to stride boldly into the Yangxin Hall. The Grand Hall was not particularly imposing, merely comparable in size to a collection of 10 ordinary rooms. Within the hall stood 4 stone pillars, each adorned with intricate patterns, lending an air of elegance. At the very center of the hall rested a 3-legged, earless cauldron, upon which was carved a somewhat indistinct image, its details obscured. Above the hall loomed a throne capable of accommodating several individuals. Presumably the seat of the hall's master. Lin Xingjian cast a cursory glance around, failing to discern any treasures, and feeling disheartened, he meticulously searched again, only to uncover something of interest. Behind the throne, there lay a concealed passage. Following this passage, Lin Xingjian soon arrived at its terminus, where a woman's bedroom unfolded before him. The chamber was quite minimalist, furnished with a bed, a dressing table, and a row of bookshelves. Aside from these, there was little else, suggesting it belonged to a dedicated female martial artist. Naturally, Lin Xingjian had no interest in the bed or the dressing table, and instead directed his attention toward the bookshelves. The shelves were laden with tomes, all coated in a layer of dust. He casually picked up one, brushed off the dust, and noticed it bore the title indicating a basic introduction to the ancient hall. Upon seeing these words, Lin Xingjian's heart stirred. Could this book be an account of the ancient hall he currently occupied? As he opened the book, its contents immediately captivated him, and he found himself engrossed. Leafing through its pages, with a snap, he closed the book, exhaling lightly, his face alight with excitement. From the text, he learned that this ancient hall was named the Ancient Hall, a powerful hidden force. The hall comprised a main structure, 3 subsidiary halls, and 36 smaller chambers. The main hall served as the core and most significant area, centrally located within the ancient hall. The 3 subsidiary halls, known as Heaven, Earth, and Man, held equal status beneath the main hall. Situated roughly in the middle of the ancient hall, the 36 smaller chambers were subordinate institutions directly linked to the 3 major halls, encircling the outer perimeter of the ancient hall, so this was merely the outer area of the ancient hall. No wonder there were so few valuable items. It seemed the true treasures lay within. Upon discovering the existence of the main hall and the 3 subsidiary halls, Lin Xingjian felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Eager to proceed immediately, yet uncertain of the precise direction, he thus calmed himself and continued to peruse the other books on the shelves. Travelogues of Tianwu Continent, The Mysteries of True Energy Realm, Ethereal Techniques. Lin Xingjian perused one title after another, encountering martial arts manuals, biographies, cultivation experiences, as well as numerous texts on alchemy and formation notes. He did not scrutinize each one individually, but instead instructed Xiaoxing to scan all of them into the bookshelf within the illusory space, intending to review them later when time permitted. What is this? As he flipped through the books, Lin Xingjian suddenly discovered an object on the shelf that was not a book but rather a folded piece of thick paper. He picked it up and opened it cautiously, and his heart leapt in surprise, soon followed by a rush of joy. The item he held was not mere scrap, but a map, specifically, a layout of the ancient hall, clearly detailing the locations of the main hall, the 3 major halls, and the 36 smaller chambers. Lin Xingjian focused intently on the map in his hands, directing his gaze to the position of the Yangxin Hall, where he currently stood. The map revealed that the main hall occupied the very center, with the 3 major halls arranged in a triangular formation surrounding it, while the 36 smaller chambers encircled them in a protective ring. Since the Yangxin Hall was closest to the Earth Hall among the 3 major halls, Lin Xingjian decided that his next destination would be the Earth Hall. After scanning the remaining books on the shelf and searching the bedroom for any further treasures, Lin Xingjian returned to the Grand Hall of the Yangxin Hall. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaoxing spoke up again. "Master, have you forgotten something?" "What is it?" Lin Xingjian inquired, puzzled. "The formation. You broke the formation. Yet the formation tools have yet to be scanned. They are remarkable artifacts of great value. It would be a pity to overlook them." Reminded by Xiaoxing, Lin Xingjian suddenly recalled that the formation should indeed possess tools. Yet he had failed to notice them during his earlier inspection. He examined every nook and cranny, from the corners to the ceiling and walls, searching diligently, but to no avail. How strange! Leaning against a stone pillar, Lin Xingjian rubbed his forehead in confusion. Logically, the protective formation of the Yangxin Hall should have employed formation tools, yet none were found. Was it possible that this formation could be arranged without the need for such tools? "Xiaoxing, I cannot find the formation tools, master. Perhaps this time the tools are somewhat unique. Think carefully. Formation tools all possess formation markings. Look for anything that bears such markings." "Formation markings?" Lin Xingjian suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Chiding himself, how could I be so foolish? Anything with formation markings is a formation tool. I do not even know what the tools look like. So why was I insistent on finding something that resembled a formation tool? Although each formation's markings vary, they generally exhibit similar patterns, characterized by orderly arranged lines that should be readily identifiable. At this moment, Lin Xingjian meticulously recalled the various objects within the hall, and suddenly, an image of an object crystallized in his mind. Was it? Lin Xingjian slowly turned around to gaze at the stone pillar he had been leaning against, which was adorned with intricate and orderly markings, both beautiful and imbued with a sense of mystery. "Xiaoxing, scan this pillar and see if it is a formation tool." "Understood." Moments later, the scanning was complete.